interested. The Air India mishap probe widens. Maintenance report flags tech failures. Flight had recorded 3 hydraulic alerts. Aircraft's autopilot disconnected twice after marijuana. It's the tech failures that are now in focus. Karnataka Health Department on a raid spree, raids even its own canteen. Violation of food safety norms flagged. One Indira canteen sealed by government. Quick commerce platforms also on the radar. Zomato, Zepto warehouses were searched. Prajwal Revanna's perversion at peak, lodged in the prison in a rape case, but watches porn behind bars and the phone has been seized now. 90 porn videos found, obscene images of women also found. Day 20 of raging protests in Ranchi. Mahto's hunger strike enters 12 days and BJP continues to stand with the students. Ex-Chief Minister gives an ultimatum to the Soren Sarkar and warns hunger strike if no CBI probe is done. BJP meanwhile seeks an inquiry into the police crackdown. So we're beginning the bulletin with our focus on the monsoon session. The monsoon session is going to convene one last time because today is the last day for the very session this year. But what the question remains to be about is whether this monsoon session is set for a washout. Well, it's the last day of the session. Government and the opposition are still at loggerheads. The India bloc continues to change their goalpost. Parliamentary Minister Rijiju comes out to say that this is the worst opposition that he's ever seen. Amit Shah meanwhile roars that he's ready for a debate in the parliament, but Rahul Gandhi now says that they're not interested in a debate. Rahul says not interested in the Home Minister's lecture, demands Shah's resignation on July 20th. Stirred. Speaker's repeated appeals, in fact, seem to be falling on deaf ears. And this is an episode that we've been witnessing since the day one of the monsoon session. One after the other, demands that have been raised by the opposition. But that's also led to the session getting disrupted, the House not functioning. Hardly any debate that we've seen in the very parliament over any of the bills for that matter. And more importantly, while one of the biggest demands from the very start of this session was the Home Minister's statement on what exactly happened on July 20th, because Rahul Gandhi and the opposition, led by him, the leader of the opposition of the Lok Sabha that is, kept saying that the usage of pellet guns, there were allegations of mercilessly beating up the students, and these are questions that have been raised by the opposition. These are allegations that have been made by the opposition. And they've demanded that the Home Minister speak about these. He come and make a statement. Now, after all of this while, the Home Minister has agreed to speak on the matter. He said that he'll come and address the very House. He's even said, let's have a debate on this, if not anything else. And now, it is Rahul Gandhi who said that we do not want to hear a lecture from the Home Minister. So now what happens next? It's just the last day is what we see, and whether this continues even on the last day, there isn't a lot left in terms of hours of operation for the parliament, members of the parliament during the monsoon session. On that note, let me bring in Piyush Mishra here, who's been tracking all of these developments from the parliament itself for the last over a little more than 2 weeks as we speak. Piyush, a very good morning to you. This is the latest update. You know, it's really a concern the way the monsoon session panned out, simply because there was hardly any minute that was given to debate on any issues. All of the issues that have been raised by the parliamentarians have been in the form of protest outside the House.
Well, it's like Shreya, it's a complete washout of monsoon session. No business has happened. Government was trying its best to get a discussion done on few important bills. Even that did not happen. Discussion on only anti-paper leak amendment bill which government had brought on that bill happened, and that went on for around 22 hours. Apart from that, no discussion happened with multiple bills concerning the common man, which includes increasing of judges, the birth and death certification bill, and various others. All these bills were just tabled in both the houses and got passed within minutes without having any discussion. So it's a complete washout. Today also, what we're told is that the opposition is going to again protest outside and inside the house. Around 10:30 the protest will happen, and after the opposition again goes inside the house around 11 o'clock. What we are told is that there will again be ruckus, and around 12 o'clock the house will standardize.
Right, Piyush, thank you for filling us in with those details of what we are to expect from the House that will convene roughly around 11 a.m. today. But yes, viewers, overall, if we take a look at what's happened in the monsoon session so far, it is indeed unfortunate. And it almost seems right now that all of those who've been voted to power, who've been voted for this very position, in fact, the parliament that runs on the taxpayers' money of this country clearly doesn't seem to be functioning anymore. But the point is, protests have become the order of the day inside the parliament. That is the unfortunate reality of the day. In fact, as we speak, let's take you through this report wherein 3 weeks of this political deadlock have brought the parliament to a near standstill. And as the monsoon session ends today, there is still no breakthrough that we see, with both sides refusing to budge. Speaker Om Birla has appealed to all the parties, especially the opposition, to keep the differences aside and let the House function. His appeal comes after the Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Kiran Rijiju, accused the opposition of disrupting these proceedings and running away from debate, while insisting the government is ready for a discussion. He's also said the government would extend the session if the opposition agrees to a debate by 11 a.m. Congress has hit back, accusing the Prime Minister and the Home Minister of avoiding key discussions and saying the government must ensure Parliament functions smoothly, which is quite ironic given the kind of sloganeering that's been going on inside the House. And with the session ending today, repeated disruptions, sloganeering and adjournments have left very little legislative business on the table. Take a look at this report.
वो भी चर्चा करूंगा कि आपने क्यों चर्चा नहीं चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार, एनडीए की मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार हर चीज पर चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। संसद वो चलने दे बस। आज मैं चैनलों के माध्यम से इन विपक्ष को कहना चाहता हूं कि आप एक पत्र 2 बजे तक लिख कर दे दीजिए स्पीकर साहब को। 3 बजे से चर्चा चालू कर देंगे और कल 3 बजे मैं जवाब दे दूंगा सारी चीजों का। संसद में चर्चा करने के नियम बने हैं, तरीके बने हैं। अब मुझे कोई कहता है कि आप एक स्टेटमेंट दे दो। इतने गंभीर मसले पर इस तरह से चर्चा नहीं हो सकती है। शायद आपके पद्धति में होगा, मगर संसदीय पद्धति ये नहीं है। संसद में एट लेंथ चर्चा होती है। आज 3 बजे से देर रात तक, जब तक वो बैठे, और कल दोपहर 3 बजे तक हम तो क्वेश्चन आवर भी सस्पेंड करने के लिए तैयार है, अगर स्पीकर साहब अनुमति देते हैं तो। कल 3 बजे तक मैं चर्चा के लिए तैयार हूं। मैं खुद बैठूंगा, हर चीज लिखूंगा और हर चीज का जवाब दूंगा, जिससे देश की जनता के सामने सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाए, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाए। अब विपक्ष ने तय करना है कि उनको चर्चा करनी है या हंगामा करना है।
We are not interested in him giving us a lecture or a discussion. We are interested in one simple thing. And when I say we, I mean the younger generation of this country. Who shot those students? Who gave the order to shoot those students? Who blinded one of the students? Who shot one of the students in the ear? Who gave the order to beat the students with lathis, with nails? Who gave that order? That order was implemented by the Home Ministry. Delhi Police and RAC are both Home Ministry systems. Did Mr. Amit Shah give this order to shoot our children? or did he not? If he did, he should resign because he's culpable. And if he did not, he should resign because he's incompetent.
विपक्ष को तो कॉमन सेंस भी नहीं है, नहीं तो एक ही सांस में कोई कैसे कह सकता है कि आई डोंट हैव टाइम टू लिसन टू यू अमित शाह, बट आई वांट आंसर्स ऑफ दीज थिंग्स फ्रॉम यू. हाँ तो भाई आइए अंदर पार्लियामेंट में ये सब प्रश्न अपने रखिए, जो आप पूछ रहे हैं वो सब प्रश्न पार्लियामेंट में रखिए. आप क्या चाहते हैं कि अमित शाह जी आपको पार्लियामेंट के आंगन में आकर 1-to-1 जवाब दे? क्या मतलब? तो जिन लोगों का इतना आईक्यू लो हो उनसे आप क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार शुरू से ही चर्चा के लिए खड़ी थी, लेकिन विपक्ष राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व में भाग रहा है. दुर्भाग्य है कि आप दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पंचायत के अंदर चर्चा के लिए तैयार नहीं है, सड़क पर भी तैयार नहीं है, सदन में भी तैयार नहीं है.
If you want to convey something to the house, the best way is to come to the house and tell them. Last 18-19 days you are not coming at all.
इस सत्र में सरकार बुरी तरह से बैकफुट पर रही. तारीख में यानी कि हिस्ट्री में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ आजादी के बाद कि पूरा सत्र बीतने को आ गया. कल अंतिम दिन है और देश के प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री ने संसदीय कार्रवाई में किसी भी बहस में हिस्सा नहीं लिया है. इससे शर्मनाक संसदीय मर्यादाओं के लिए और क्या हो सकता है. और अब अंतिम दिन, जब सत्र का अंतिम दिन है, जब वो भी तय कर चुके हैं कि हाँ अब न तो गृह मंत्री को भाग लेना है न तो प्रधानमंत्री को भाग लेना है, बल्कि हर चर्चा से भाग लेना है, तो अब सिर्फ आकर के मीडिया और कैमरे के सामने झूठ बोल करके डैमेज कंट्रोल करना चाहते हैं.
A parliament that continues to be paralyzed by a political deadlock. But beyond the political slugfest, there is another casualty that we are speaking of, and we cannot highlight that enough at this given point, which is the parliamentary productivity. Both houses lost over 144 hours of scheduled business. The government passed 19 bills, but several saw little or no debate over them. The political deadlock may be between the government and the opposition, but the cost is ultimately borne by the taxpayer, the citizens of the country who are filling in their taxes for this parliament to function. And this is a loss for them. Here's a report on the same. Take a look.
देश का युवा भी चाहता है कि उनके विषयों पर चर्चा हो.
I'm allowing you to कैसी वेणुगोपाल जी. कांग्रेस पार्टी और बाकी लोगों को मांग किया है. ये बात मुझे मौका मिल रहा है बोलने के.
For the last 3 weeks, Parliament has been locked in a political deadlock. The opposition and treasury benches have been at loggerheads over a range of issues, with repeated disruptions bringing proceedings to a near standstill.
दोनों सहमति बनाएं.
At the heart of the standoff is the July 28th police crackdown on protesting students in Delhi. The opposition has been demanding a statement from Home Minister Amit Shah, seeking answers on the police action and allegations of pellet gun use. A day before Parliament is set to be adjourned, Cyanidine, Shah made a fresh attempt to break the deadlock.
नीट आंदोलन के छात्र प्रदर्शन पर सभी प्रकार की चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है और चर्चा के लिए समय सुनिश्चित किया जाए और विपक्ष तैयार हो जाए. पहले तो ये यही मांग कर रहे थे, हमने हाँ बोल दिया. मेरी ओर से भी मैंने कह दिया है कि मैं किसी भी सवाल का जवाब देने के लिए संसद में तैयार हूँ.
But leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi dismissed the offer.
इस 20 दिन के लिए गायब हो गए. यहाँ बैठे थे, गाड़ी आती थी जाती थी, 30 गाड़ियां उनके. Students should know this. 30 cars around Amit Shah. उनके घर के सामने जाइए, वहां पे मतलब 1000 पुलिस वाले खड़े हुए हैं कि कोई बच्चा ना आ जाए. तो गुब्बारे में से गैस निकल गई. अब लास्ट मिनट वो उसमें फिर से गैस भरने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट गुब्बारा फट गया है. अमित शाह has no courage. The Home Minister of India has no courage. He cannot come to the house.
The opposition has also insisted on a discussion over the alleged Ram Temple donation irregularities, calling the demand non-negotiable. But while the two sides trade charges, there is another casualty of the deadlock: parliamentary productivity. Because every hour lost in parliament comes at a cost. Running parliament for 1 minute costs 2.5 lakh rupees. Every hour costs 1.5 crore, and running parliament for 6 hours a day costs a whopping 9 crore rupees. And the numbers from the current session paint a stark picture. Both houses were scheduled to function for 96 hours each. But the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha functioned for just 16.7 and 31.2 hours respectively. That means 79.3 hours were lost in the Lok Sabha and 64.8 hours in the Rajya Sabha. At a cost of 1.5 crore rupees per hour, as per government data, Parliament lost an estimated 216.15 crore rupees between July 20th and August 10th.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए.
And yet, Parliament was not complete without legislative business. The government managed to push through 19 bills during the session.
मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ. प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 से 5 विधेयक.
But the manner of passage has raised questions. Several bills were passed with little to no debate. At one point, 7 bills were passed in just 36 minutes.
2 से 5 विधेयकांग बना. विनम्र निवेदन करता हूँ.
And perhaps the biggest casualty of the logjam has been question hour. Almost no question hour took place. Parliament is not just where political battles are fought. It is where laws are debated, ministers are questioned, and the government is held accountable. The deadlock may be between the opposition and the government, but the cost is ultimately being borne by the taxpayer. Bureau Report, India Today.
And those were just some of the data points that we were bringing to you in terms of how many hours and how much cost has been borne by the citizens of the country and what's gone to waste in this monsoon session of 2026. Let's now quickly take you through this very debate and the delay or the dilemma, whatever you may call it right now, that's completely dominated the parliament for the last couple of days or weeks for that matter. One end, we see the opposition led by Rahul Gandhi and what he has to say. On the other end, these are the questions that's been raised to Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister. Now, from Rahul Gandhi's side, we see he's come out to say that Shah has no courage to come to the House. Amit Shah says to that the opposition is not allowing the parliament to function. On the other hand, we see Rahul Gandhi again come out to allege and complain that Home Minister is missing from the PAL for the last 20 days. To which the Home Minister has to say that opposition is fleeing from debate and only wants ruckus within the houses. Rahul Gandhi again says not interested in listening to Amit Shah, which is after days of demanding this very debate. Now that Amit Shah has come out to say ready for debate on any issue, the opposition says they're not interested in a lecture from the Union Home Minister. And the last but not the least, Rahul Gandhi again comes out to say we do not care what he has to say, to which Amit Shah says we will listen to every point that the opposition has to make and respond to every issue. So where does this deadlock end and where does the debate begin, if at all? Even now, the opposition, the ministers have come out to say that if on the last day as well, they do agree, we will extend the very session. But that seems very unlikely given how the proceedings have gone ahead so far in the matter of the last 3 weeks. On that note, viewers, we're taking you next to Jharkhand and the updates coming in from there. This is JLKM's Devendra Mato, who's written to the civil surgeon now seeking permission to return to the protest site. It's the 12th day, remember, of his hunger strike, and the JLKM leader, Mato, was in fact hospitalized because of his ailing health. And the protest that's been continuing over the alleged irregularities in the recruitment exams. He's on for that. He had taken up the hunger strike 11 days ago. Today is the 12th day, and in between, however, his health really deteriorated to quite an extent, which is why he was in fact taken and put under treatment at the Sadar Hospital in Ranchi. He's written now to the Ranchi civil surgeon on Wednesday night, seeking permission, meanwhile, to return to the protest site at the Jaipal Singh Munda Stadium. Now, the Jharkhand Loktantrik Krantikari Morcha, which is the JLKM leader, had to be shifted to the hospital on Monday itself after his health came out to deteriorate following his participation in the march by agitating students to the Jharkhand Assembly. He had taken part in that march as well. He was in fact carried on a stretcher throughout the entire time of the march, but then he had to be hospitalized because his health had really given way. Satyajit Kumar joining me on the broadcast, who's been tracking all of those developments from Ranchi for us since day one. Satyajit, a very good morning to you. What is the update you have with regards to Mato's health right now, and the fact that he's written and made a request to the civil surgeon to allow him to return to the protest site?
Very good morning, Shreya. And the latest update is he's undergoing treatment. He's admitted into HTU. And when we spoke to Deputy Superintendent of Civil Hospital, he said that now his vitals are not so concerning. It's under control. And now Devendra Mato, what he has done is he has wrote a letter and he has expressed his willingness to go back to the protest site, because thousands of students are standing with him. They have expressed solidarity with him. So he wants to go back to the protest site. The protest continues, the stir continues, and it will continue. The students have said aptly that they are not going to budge or go back till their demands are considered by the government. They want the cancellation of JSSC CGL examination and a CBI probe into all the scams that has happened in the recent past, and particularly the 14th JPSC and on all the examinations in which Abhay Tiwari had participated, had succeeded, and the examination that has been conducted by TDPL. Yeah.
Right, Satyajit. Thank you for bringing us all of those details. Viewers, quickly to take you through the updates of yesterday's protest and where things stand at this given point as we speak. In Jharkhand, the protests over the alleged exam irregularities are continuing despite the police crackdown during the August 10th march. And the massive student-led agitation is now nearing the 3-week mark, while the hunger strike by activist Devendra Mato has entered its 12th day. The BJP, meanwhile, continues to extend their support to the protesting students. Former Chief Minister Raghubar Das has threatened to go on a hunger strike as well if the Hemant Soren government fails to recommend or order a CBI probe into the alleged exam irregularities. Meanwhile, the BJP is also demanding an inquiry into the lathi charge and the use of water cannons against protesting students during the August 10 Vidhan Sabha Gherav March.
कभी भी जनता के हित से नहीं है, ये कभी भी युवाओं के हित से नहीं है। हम धन्यवाद देंगे राहुल गांधी जी को कि हमारी सरकार है, उसके बाद भी राहुल गांधी जी ने घटना चक्र की खंडन किया है। लेकिन भाजपा से पूछना चाहता हूँ, तुमको तो सीख लेना चाहिए राहुल गांधी जी से। बिहार में युवाओं को बर्बरतापूर्वक सलूक किया, AK-47 से गोलियां आदि मारा, सैकड़ों बच्चे डिटेन किए गए, हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है, सीरियस बच्चे हैं, लेकिन कोई भी भाजपा का नेता कुछ नहीं बोलेगा। जंतर मंतर में क्या नहीं हुआ, एक भी बीजेपी के नेता ने इस संदर्भ में एक बयान तक नहीं दिया।
बच्चे बच्चियों को जिस बेरहमी से पीटा गया, जैसे बताया गया शाम में विधानसभा के गेट के बाहर, हमें लगता है कि अंग्रेज शासन में भी इस तरह की आंदोलनकारी की पिटाई नहीं की गई। जिस तरह हमारे बच्चे बच्चियों को घेर के पुलिस चारों तरफ से उसकी पिटाई की गई। प्रतिपक्ष माननीय राहुल गांधी, जिसके समर्थन से सरकार चल रही है, एक तरफ दिल्ली में छात्र के नाम पर छाती पीट रहे हैं। वहीं झारखंड में हमारे बच्चे बच्चियां 20 दिन से हमारा अनशन में धरना में बैठे हुए हैं, तो खाली ट्वीट करके आंख में चौनी का खेल कर रहे हैं।
Now, the Jharkhand protest may have erupted over the JPSC and the JSSC irregularities, but on the ground, the anger runs much deeper than just that. For thousands of young Jharkhandis, this is about jobs, vacancies, and years of waiting. India Today, in fact, went out to the ground in Ranchi, speaking to the protesters at the heart of this agitation. It's a story of a generation that's waiting for jobs that may never arrive at all. Here is our special report on the same. Take a look.
The Jharkhand protest is not just about exams. On the streets of Ranchi, it's a protest over jobs, vacancies and years of waiting. For thousands of young Jharkhandis, government recruitment has become a cycle of preparing, appearing, waiting and starting all over again. India Today has been on the ground speaking to protesters at the heart of this agitation. And behind the anger over JPSC, JSSC irregularities lies a much bigger crisis, the crisis of jobs. 26,001 assistant teacher vacancies were announced. Exams were held for it in 2024. 2 years later, appointments still remain incomplete. 9,000 TGT vacancies were announced in 2016. And these posts were abolished in 2025. For an aspirant, every vacancy is a chance. But protesters say in Jharkhand, even that chance has become uncertain.
हम 20 साल से परीक्षा का तैयारी करते हैं।
कितने साल से करी है आप?
20 साल से कर रहे हैं। मेरा 39 साल हो गया है। मैंने हाई स्कूल का भी परीक्षा क्वालिफाई किया। सिलेक्टेड कैंडिडेट से 20 नंबर अधिक नंबर लाया। इसके बावजूद भी मेरा नियुक्ति नहीं होता है।
And the problem is not limited to the education sector. 5,000 police vacancies were announced in 2023, 4 years after the last exam. But these exams were never held. Thousands of young men and women prepare for these posts, often for years. And for those waiting against an age limit, every year matters.
दरोगा बनने का तो मैम ये वैकेंसी आया ही नहीं और मेरे पिताजी तो चले गए बट ये सपना ही रह गया। अभी हमारा मतलब कि ऐसा है कि करे कि नहीं करे।
अभी कितना एज हो गया?
मैम मेरा अभी 28 हो गया मैम। तो अभी चीज़ें ऐसी हो गई है कि कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, आगे कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है, ऑप्शन नहीं है, ब्लैंक हो गया सब कुछ। और अभी क्या ही मैं बताऊं, जेपीएससी जेएसएससी सब में धांधली है। कम्प्लीटली छोटा से छोटा पोस्ट भी यहाँ पे पता चलता है कि सोल्ड आउट हो जाता है। तो कैसे बिलीव करेगा मैम? हम लोग यहाँ के मूल निवासी है। अब हम किसी अदर स्टेट में जाते हैं तो हम लोगों का कोई वैल्यू नहीं होता है।
The vacancies that candidates wait for are often the difference between staying in the race and being pushed out of it. Take the Forest Ranger Officer Recruitment exam, for instance. It was held for 170 posts in 2025. But candidates allege that few candidates were made to memorize question papers in hotels.
जो यहाँ पर बहुत सारे छात्र कह रहे हैं कि 19 से सारे एग्जाम रद्द करिए, पर 19 से सारा एग्जाम रद्द करना कैसे होगा? लोगों का अपॉइंटमेंट हो गया।
मैम हम लोग FRO का भी दिए हैं, फॉरेस्ट रेंज ऑफिसर का, उसका भी पेपर लीक हुआ है, उसमें भी मतलब धांधली है।
लिखवाया जा रहा है। फॉरेस्ट रेंज ऑफिसर का जो मेंस की कॉपियां हैं एक प्राइवेट एजेंसी के प्राइवेट रूम में होटल में पाई गई, उनके कंप्यूटर में पाई गई। तो ऐसा कहाँ रूल है? मेंस की कॉपियां जब भी स्टूडेंट मेंस लिखते हैं, उसको मेंस लिखने के बाद कॉपियां जो है वो स्ट्रांग रूम में सबमिट हो जाती है। आयोग की जेपीएससी के स्ट्रांग रूम में सबमिट हो जाती है। क्या ऐसा सुनने में आता है? लोग एक बच्चा बोलेगा कि यहाँ की मेंस जो है स्टूडेंट तो हॉल में लिखते हैं ना, और जो सेटर लोग हैं वो होटल में लिख के बैठकर मेंस की कॉपियां लिखते हैं और सिलेक्ट होते हैं मैम।
And even when an examination is finally held, the ordeal may not end there. The exam has been held only thrice since the creation of the state in the last 17 years. The last exam was cancelled over paper leaks.
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम विक्रम कुमार है, मैं देवघर से आया हूँ, इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट हूँ।
इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट, इतना दूर क्यों आए हैं सर?
मैम बात ऐसा है कि हम सब इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट इतने अभागे हैं कि हमें मौका ही नहीं मिलता है एग्जाम देने को। पिछले 26 सालों में जब से झारखंड अलग हुआ सिर्फ 3 बार एग्जाम्स हुई, 2007, 2013 और 2019 में। 2019 के बाद एक भी एग्जाम नहीं हुए। तो हमने RTI के जरिए आंकड़ा निकाला था, वो आंकड़ा निकल के आया है, हमारा 539 सीट खाली है, जो कि टोटल स्ट्रेंथ का लगभग आधा से ज़्यादा सीट खाली होता है। इसके बाद हमने मतलब प्रॉपर चैनल के माध्यम से जितने भी टेबल्स होते हैं वहाँ पे जाके अर्जी लगाई है कि हमारा वैकेंसी आ जाए, लेकिन वहाँ पे हमें सिर्फ और सिर्फ आश्वासन मिला है।
The JPSC-JSSC controversy may have brought Jharkhand's recruitment crisis into the spotlight. But on the ground, the anger is much bigger. It is the anger of a generation that has spent years preparing for government jobs, only to find out that the vacancy itself may never arrive. Brit Preeti Chaudhary, Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
On that note, viewers, we are shifting our focus to more stories that are coming in. Punjab Minister versus university students is what we are turning our focus to next. Punjabi university students corner the health minister and students question Mantri over the lack of funds. Students demand a waiver of university's 150 crore rupee debt and they demand immediate release of the government funding for the same. Maharashtra minister shifts blame to education minister. Hostel crisis sparks student anger. Students flag dilapidated condition of the old hostels. For that matter, students flag lack of drinking water, sanitation, no basic amenities in Punjab University. Punjab students warn against fee hike. This is what we're looking at this given point. This is in Patiala, Punjab. This visual that you're taking a look at specifically, and there are several demands that have been given by the very students, put forward by the students. Let's quickly take a look as to the responses we are first getting before we proceed with more details.
सवाल ਸੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਨੁਮਾਇੰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ, ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਟਿਆਲਾ ਦੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ, ਇੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਕਰਨ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਡੀ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਆਸੀ ਅੱਡਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਦਾ। ਇੱਥੇ ਤੀਜੇ ਦਿਨੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜਵਾਬਦੇਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦੀ ਕਿ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਖੰਡਰ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਆ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਭੱਜੇ ਨੇ, ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਭੱਜੇ।
On that note, we have Asim Basi joining us on the broadcast with more details on the same. Asim, a very good morning to you. What exactly is happening in this university? The students have raised quite a plethora of issues with the minister and have demanded his resignation. What are you learning?
Well, the health minister, Balbir Singh, had gone to the university regarding some health program, but as he was there, the students gathered over there, the Democratic Students Organization, they confronted him and cornered him about a various range of demands regarding the Punjab University, especially the debt waiver. They said that the debt on the university should be waived off. Other than this, they also said the condition of the hostels is very bad. They wanted improvement in the condition of the hostels and other basic amenities. Other than this, they wanted that the fee hike should not be made. So there was a range of demands. Although the health minister said that it was not his department, it was the department of the education minister, but the students yet again confronted that he belonged to Patiala and the university is in Patiala. So it is his responsibility as well to look after that. And as the minister was there, the students started raising slogans against Punjab University, the Punjab government, and said that their agitation will continue till the government listen to their demands. So it was an awkward situation for the health minister, who had gone there for a departmental function, but was cornered by the students over there.
Right. So this indeed does come out to be very, very precarious, the situation there. It's at a crossroads, given the demands and the way the demands are being raised by the students. Unrest may follow, but again, that's too early to say. Right now, it's just them coming out to verbally protest about what they demand, which is the resignation at this given point of time of the minister. On that note, viewers, we are now shifting our focus to a neighboring country. This is Nepal that we're speaking of. Explosive Nepal communal rights revelations that we are looking at, where Nepal intel flags riot link of Pak ISI. Pak foments trouble in India's neighborhood. Presence of Pak origin Maulana ahead of the riots is what has been flagged from the probe now. Mohammad Ilyas Human, camped in Sunsari before the riot, revealed Turkish and Bangladeshi clerics at the border. 9 Bangladeshi clerics entered Nepal on tourist visas. Pak clerics movement near Bihar and UP border, with cleric holding secret meetings in mosques and madrasas. 21 shot in that very episode. 3 dead in Nepal communal riots. Nepal's open border used for anti-India acts. Illegal funds for Nepal madrasas via Pakistan, Turkey, Qatar. That's the very route that the money trail followed for these very riots, for that matter, is what we're learning. Pankaj Das joining us from Kathmandu at this point to bring us more details about what has been revealed in the probe about these Nepal riots. Pankaj, a very good morning to you. सबसे पहले ये काफ़ी चिंताजनक खबर है जो अभी सुनने में आ रहा है. ये जो पूरा मनी ट्रेल था और फिलहाल जो आईएसआई के साथ लिंक्स पाया गया है, ये पूरा एक ऑपरेशन की तरह देखा जा रहा है, क्योंकि काफ़ी लोग इन्वॉल्व थे और काफ़ी सारे लोकेशंस भी इन्वॉल्व थे अगर देखा जाए तो. इसके बारे में और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है?
बिल्कुल, इस बार जो नेपाल के सुनसरी जिला जो बिहार से सटा हुआ नेपाल का इलाका है, वहां जब दंगे हुए और वो दंगा पूरे जो वीरगंज तक फैला, करीब 10 जिलों में ये फैल गया. सांप्रदायिक दंगा जो था, काफी उग्र प्रदर्शन हुए, हिंसक प्रदर्शन हुए, जिसमें 4 लोगों की मौत हो गई. करीब आधे दर्जन लोग अभी भी अस्पताल में जो है वो जिंदगी और मौत से जूझ रहे हैं वहां पे. तो इन सब के पीछे जो है ये नेपाल की खुफिया एजेंसी जो है, उन्होंने रिपोर्ट जो होम मिनिस्ट्री को इनिशियल रिपोर्ट दिया है, उसके मुताबिक इसके पीछे जो है पाकिस्तान की आईएसआई एक बार फिर नेपाल में सक्रिय होती हुई दिख रही है. हम जानते हैं कि नेपाल में 90 से और 2000 के दशक में यहाँ पे आईएसआई काफी सक्रिय था, लेकिन बीच में बिल्कुल भी आईएसआई की बहुत ज्यादा एक्टिविटी यहाँ नहीं दिख रही थी. लेकिन पिछले 2-3 वर्षों से जो लगातार नेपाल के उन इलाकों में जो भारत से सटे हुए वहां पर जो सांप्रदायिक दंगे हो रहे हैं, उसके पीछे की ये जांच की गई तो पता चला कि इसके पीछे आईएसआई का लिंक जुड़ा हुआ है. क्योंकि पाकिस्तान बेस्ड जो मौलाना हैं, जो मौलवी वहां से तुर्की होते हुए दुबई, कतार और गल्फ कंट्री से यहाँ पे नेपाल में आ रहे हैं, और सिर्फ वो उन्हीं इलाकों के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में जा रहे हैं जो भारत से सटे होते हैं. हम जानते हैं कि नेपाल और भारत की जो सीमा है वो बिल्कुल ओपन बॉर्डर है और वहाँ हर जगह सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस नहीं है. तो ये सबसे ज्यादा चिंता भारत के लिए कि आखिर जो आईएसआई है, भारत के बॉर्डर जो ओपन बॉर्डर है वहाँ पे क्यों इस तरह की जो डिस्टर्बिंग ये है, ये इसको अंजाम दे रही है वहाँ पे. तो ये एक भारतीय सुरक्षा बलों के लिए भी एक बड़ी चिंता की बात है.
बिल्कुल पंकज, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. So viewers, that's what we are learning so far from what's been revealed from the very probe that's been launched into that riot episode that unfolded. But yes, very concerning details at this given point, especially the fact that it's all targeting India at some point when we speak of these operations, because it's the Bihar-UP border that in fact seems to be at the helm of these very locations, at the very top of those very locations that's being used by these particular people, these terrorists, to in fact come out and attack or at least cause disruptions and disturbances. Shifting focus now to an incident that's come about in Patiala. It's a ferocious pit bull attack that was caught on camera. Horrifying Patiala canine attack CCTV images have emerged. It's a pet pit bull, for that matter, that's come out to attack two prospective tenants in Punjab. On camera, what you can see, that entire episode of how the dog almost mauls the two people who were seen in the frame. This is Chandigarh varsity professor who's seriously been injured in this episode. The victim had gone to see a house with her family, and the pit bull, as you can see, this entire sequence of events that's come out to, in fact, follow. The pit bull attacks the two as soon as it sights the two coming into the house gate, coming in through the house gate, and Punjab cops then say, we're busy till August 15, and Punjab cops to lodge an FIR and act on dangerous pets. There are people, local responders, who did come in to help the two who got injured, but by then the damage was unfortunately done. Take a look at the responses we have so far with regards to this very incident first.
ਕੋਰਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਰਡਰ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੁੱਤੇ ਪਾਲਣਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਜਾਨੀ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋ ਸਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਸਖਤ ਕਾਰਵਾਈਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਣ, ਪਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਾਰਵਾਈਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਕਈ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਲੇ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਕੁੱਤੇ ਪਾਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਜੀ।
ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਆਰਡਰ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਆਰਡਰ, ਉਹਦੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ 15 ਅਗਸਤ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ 15 ਅਗਸਤ ਤੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਬਿਜ਼ੀ ਹਾਂ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹਦੀ ਆਰਡਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਮੁਹਿੰਮ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੈਰੀਫਾਈ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਪੂਰਾ।
Well, on that note, these are the visuals. This is the exact moment that's been caught on camera. We have, in fact, played out the sequence for you. You see how the pit bull comes in running, and it's a pet pit bull dog. It's not a stray that we're speaking of. It's a pet pit bull dog that comes in as soon as it sees these two people approach the very house gate and come in through it, and then attacks. One of them being a varsity professor, Chandigarh varsity professor, who had come in to check out that very house for renting it, but this is the episode that unfolded. This is the unfortunate tragedy that came about. Just take a look at this visual. Why is it that the pit bull chose to attack? That is something we still do not know about. Whether there was any sort of a trigger that ended up initiating that, provoking this kind of a response from the pet dog, or whether there was any other triggers that were not even related to these couple, perhaps, to these two people, perhaps, that is also unknown. But towards the end, we do see a lot of people come in to rescue the two with lathis, shooing the dog away. On that note, Asim Bassi joining us on the broadcast with more details. Asim, what are we learning about this pet dog? Was there some trigger point that provoked it to come in attacking like this from within the house? What exactly happened?
Well, it is learned that the incident happened in Patiala's Goman Nagar area, and as soon as this lady, they went to the house to view the house, and they were about just entered the house, the pit bull attacked the lady, and the attack was so bad that she was grievously injured and rushed to a hospital and had to undergo plastic surgery. So we've seen incidents in the past as well when pit bulls have attacked people, and this was a very shocking incident when this Shivali Sharma, she went inside, Shifali, the name of the victim, she went inside the house and the pit bull attacked her. Now the police is contemplating that they will take action after 15th of August. A drive will be launched, but this is a serious incident where a pit bull has attacked the woman.
Very true, a serious incident indeed. And of course, in times like these, the responsibility is with the pet owners themselves to take care of their own pets, especially when there are people who are coming in. Again, what action is taken by the police is something we'll keep a very close track of. But right now, this is the incident and the details that we're leaving you with. Shifting focus now to a story which only gets murkier with the probe continuing into it. It's a stunning new twist as the probe intensifies into the August 4 Air India Phuket Delhi flight scare, during which the aircraft suffered a sudden and sharp 300-foot drop in the altitude. Now, think of everything possible that could go wrong with a flight, and we see all of that slowly getting revealed in the probe of this entire incident. The aircraft's post-flight maintenance records now reveal a string of technical alerts low pressure warnings across all three hydraulic systems, the autopilot disconnecting twice, faults flagged in the elevator controls, warnings involving 2 emergency exit doors, and a fault in the engine's anti-ice system. These many faults, and still this aircraft was allowed to take off. That is what continues to be concerning. At around 9:32 in the morning, the aircraft began throwing up multiple warnings, including low pressure across all three hydraulic systems. Around the same time, the autopilot disconnected while faults were flagged in the aircraft's elevator controls. And just a minute later, at 9:33, a warning was triggered for the right front emergency exit door. Another warning, this time involving the right rear exit door, followed at around 9:35. Around 10:16 a.m., this is a timeline of all of those faults that were identified before, way before the flight had taken off, that came about one after the other, and all of that was ignored and the flight took off. 10:16 a.m. is when the aircraft recorded a fault involving the engine 1's anti-ice system. Then at 10:52 a.m., the autopilot system disconnected for a second time just minutes before the aircraft landed in Delhi. The fresh technical revelations come amid another major twist in the probe. The pilot in command, of course, testing positive for marijuana in a confirmatory drug test. Not once, but twice has he failed that dope test. The incident left at least 20 passengers and 4 crew members grievously injured, raising some serious questions with regards to where exactly is aviation security and safety in terms of the passengers who are using these services. Where does it start and where does it end? Because here clearly the pilot was not in a shape to be flying that very aircraft. The aircraft in itself was not in a shape to have taken off. Then why is it that as many passengers as the ones that were in this very flight, their lives were put at risk? What caused the 300 feet plunge? Well, that of course remains to be a question still now. But the maintenance report exclusively that has been accessed by us, let us take you through them one by one yet again. 3 hydraulic failure warnings within just a matter of a minute. The autopilot system disconnected after the hydraulic warnings. Fault flagged in the left and the right elevator controls. 2 emergency exit door warnings were triggered. Autopilot disconnected for the second time at 10:52 a.m. 11 system alerts within the space of 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Again, remember, 2 major parts still remain to be probed. That is the black box and that cockpit voice recorder. Those 2 conversations, once they are completely listened to and investigated into by the aircraft watchdogs, the aviation watchdogs rather, it will be revealed the exact cause of that 300 feet plunge. Now comes a bigger question, because remember, if we speak of the aviation sector, it is only last year that we had seen a major tragedy take place in this country, and if you remember, it was an Air India flight again. So is Air India hiding the truth? 9:32 a.m. Why are we saying that here in this case? Because this is a series of events that took place over a matter of almost 2 hours. 9:32 a.m. is when all 3 hydraulic systems showed pressure drop, with 2 reservoirs also flagging low fluid. Also, simultaneously during that same hour, we see the autopilot. That's the system that remains where the flight is put on that mode to be functioning on its own for some time. The autopilot disengages faults detected in both the elevator controls. Just a minute after that, 9:33 a.m. is when the warning comes in about the right front exit door. And when we speak of the exit door, it's not just an exit door, but the emergency exit door. 9:35 a.m., 2 minutes later, another warning about the right rear exit door this time. So 2 exit doors, 2 emergency doors, already flagged warnings that there is something wrong with them and it's not functioning as it's supposed to. 10:16 a.m. is when engine 1's anti-ice system reports a fault in it. 10:52 a.m. is when the autopilot disengages again. Just look at the number of faults that were in fact brought in and flagged in this very aircraft that had taken off with more than 100 passengers from Phuket to Delhi. Some serious questions that Air India really need to answer, and we will leave you with that at the end of this bulletin this hour. But do stay tuned to India Today as we come back right after this short break into the next hour, following all the top stories for you there. Thank you for watching.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Your grocery order arrives in minutes. But at one Mumbai store, the hygiene check came with a very different delivery. Cockroaches, expired food, damaged packaging, and food stored straight on the floor. This is the Malad West store of Blink Commerce Private Limited. And after an FTA inspection on August 7, the food license has been suspended. The inspection report reads like a checklist of what not to do with food. Cockroaches were found on stocks of fruits and vegetables. Several food products were allegedly expired. Others had damaged or tempered packing. And the storage itself raised red flags. Food items placed directly on the floor. Rusted racks, poorly maintained cold storage, and inadequate pest and rodent control. The FTA also flagged waste management, personal hygiene, employee health records, medical checks, and inadequate protective equipment for food handlers. In short, the problem wasn't one cockroach. It was a whole chain of hygiene failures. And this is not an isolated concern. In Bengaluru rural, food safety officials have now flagged unhygienic conditions at a Zepto warehouse in Hoskote, operated by Nippon Express. Officials inspected the facility and raised concerns over hygiene and food safety conditions. Further action is expected based on the inspection findings. Because at the end of the delivery chain, the food does not stay in a warehouse. It lands on your plate. And the message from FTA is simple. Convenience can be instant, but food safety cannot. Bureau Report, India Today.
राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने लायक नहीं। देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी है जो इस लोकसभा में गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य को या गृह मंत्री जी के जवाब को लेक्चर कह रहा हो, तो उसको इससे साफ है कि इस लोकतंत्र के या इस पार्लियामेंट में या पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में कोई आस्था नहीं। जिस तरह से हंगामा करना, जिस तरह से पूरा सदन को वॉश आउट कर दिया, जब गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि हम विस्तार से चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं और सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देंगे, यही मांग थी और इसको गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दे दिया 3 बजे तक, जबकि कल संसदीय कार्य मंत्री और स्पीकर साहब ने भी कहा था। तो इससे साफ है कि इनके पास कोई जवाब सुनने के लिए नहीं है। वो समझते हैं कि शायद चर्चा होगी विस्तार से, तो रांची की भी चर्चा होगी, झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन की भी चर्चा होगी, कर्नाटका की भी चर्चा होगी, केरला की भी चर्चा होगी। आखिर वहां भी तो परीक्षाएं लीक हुई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि ये विषय किसी राज्य का नहीं है, किसी दल का नहीं है, इसीलिए कठोर कानून बनाया। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से जो भाषा, अमर्यादित भाषा राहुल गांधी एक विपक्ष के नेता होकर के कर रहे हैं गृह मंत्री जी पे, देश के गृह मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने धारा 370-35 से समाप्त करने का प्रस्ताव किया, जिन्होंने नक्सल बात को समाप्त करने के लिए संकल्प लिया, उसको पूरा किया। और आज देश की जनता आज के इस राहुल के बयान से जान चुकी है कि कौन भाग रहा है। आज विपक्ष भाग रहा है इस चर्चा से, गृह मंत्री के जवाब को सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि वो भाग रहा है, क्योंकि उसको जब एक एक जवाब मिलेगा तो इससे नहीं चलता। अगर आप न भी आप सहमत हो तो सदन तो चलने दें।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Very good morning, viewers. Welcome back. You're watching First Up on India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we are tracking all of the top stories for you in this hour's bulletin. Let's begin with the headlines first. Last day of monsoon session, opposition in centre remain at loggerheads. Rijiju says worst opposition ever seen. Home Minister Shah roars, ready to give statement. Challenges the opposition for a debate. Rahul says not interested. Air India mishap probe widens. Maintenance report flags tech failures. Flight had recorded 3 hydraulic alerts. Aircraft's autopilot disconnected twice after marijuana. It's the tech failures in focus. Karnataka Health Department on a raid spree, raids even its own canteen. Violation of food safety norms flagged. One Indira canteen sealed by the government. Quick commerce platforms also on the radar like Zomato and Zepto warehouses, which are also being searched. Prajwal's perversion at peak, lodged in prison in a rape case but watches porn behind bars. Phone seized, 90 porn videos found. Obscene images of women were also found. Day 20 of the raging protests in Ranchi. Mahto's hunger strike enters day 12. BJP continues to stand with students. Ex-Chief Minister gives ultimatum to Soren Sarkar, warns hunger strike if no CBI probe. BJP seeks inquiry into police crackdown. On that note, we're beginning with breaking news. Now, remember, last week itself, there was big breaking that had come in with regards to the Tarun Tejpal case of 2013. Now, after he's been convicted and given a sentence of 10 years, it's the first reaction that we see from the victim, the survivor, who's now broken her silence on the entire episode. And she's come out to recount Tejpal's rape horror. What she's come out to say is that first lessons in her life that she's gotten about politics were about male rage, and it has nothing to do with the parliament. Her knowledge of politics has nothing to do about the parliament, but she believed that politics lived, earlier she used to believe that politics lived in polls and parliament, but later discovered that it lives in women's bodies. Says that she's learned to suppress her own feelings. She's learned to predict men's anger. It's a 13-year-long legal battle that made her understand that issues of gender, class and sexuality and power are not abstract political concepts. Rigorous 10 years in jail for Tejpal is what he's been sentenced to. And the Tejpal rape survivor in Goa Resort 2013. That's the case that we're referring to here. Vidya joins us on the broadcast with more details on the same. Vidya, a very good morning to you. You know, just the excerpts of what she has come out to say. Over a period of more than 10 years, we see this case has panned out with, in 2021, Tarun Tejpal, even being acquitted. And now it is only that he's been convicted in the very case. But what the survivor here is saying, very profound statements about how female bodies is where politics oftentimes ends up projecting itself.
Well, in fact, if you look at it, she also speaks about the various facets of the fact how the legal system really works, in the sense that when the incident had happened years later, she had to really go back and look into how she had reacted and how everything was scrutinized, from every bit that she had written about at that time to why did she not feel in a certain way, the way the High Court had actually pointed out as to how the a victim should really behave, is something that the court had really ruled in the Sessions Court. No, all these things have really spoken about her as to how in many years that she has seen, starting from the very fact that when she was a young child, and then after that what she suffered through later. All that has been mentioned in that piece that she has written about.
Very true, Vidya, and it's indeed heartbreaking to an extent, the account that she's come out to give about the entire episode and how she not only was scrutinized, but what exactly is her perception of politics today. It really comes out to make you think about where politics in this country stands, or even in general stands for that matter. Vidya, thank you for putting that into perspective for our viewers. On that note, we're taking you through some more breaking news. Let's take a look. Shifting focus now to the state of Karnataka, and this is with regards to certain raids that's now taking place. It's with regards to raids taking place in canteens, and not just canteens of any private establishments anymore, but it's now gone far beyond and even to the Vidhana Soda canteen itself. Now, Karnataka Assembly canteen seems to be completely infested by cockroaches. It's on camera that the entire thing has been caught, and we're bringing to you those very visuals. As you can see, cockroach on plates of the Assembly Hotel. Health Department finds cockroach during these raids that were conducted. The cockroach-infested food for Karnataka ministers, then that is the biggest question at this given point. Look at how disgusting a cockroach infestation exactly has been marring the Karnataka Assembly canteen this is that we are speaking of. Not a random food joint out there. A few days ago, remember, we were speaking of raids that had taken place across Bengaluru, across these several hotels, all 5-star facilities. Even there we had seen how things were functioning. This is where the ministers in fact have their meals on a daily basis, and this infestation, even this kitchen doesn't seem to be immune of that very infestation. So even lawmakers in this country are not immune to filthy food seemingly. Now, We have Nagarjun Dwarkanath joining us on the broadcast. Nagarjun, a very good morning to you. You know, just days ago we were discussing about how the hotels have been raided and what if, you know, premium facilities like that could not be giving luxurious services or at least basic hygienic services to customers, then where should customers go? Now, let aside the hotels. We are speaking of where ministers eat on a daily basis. This is the Karnataka Assembly canteen that we are speaking of. With this disgusting infestation, where is the basic hygiene sense of these food canteens and why is it so difficult for them to in fact follow simple hygiene rules?
In fact, that's the right question, Shreya. Not just the five-star hotels, the health department have now raided their own premises also, be it Vidhan Soda and Vikas Soda canteen. Vikas Soda is the place where ministers and officials have their offices inside the premises. Now you can see the canteen, not just these two people, but also public visit, media visits, police personnel visit this canteen to eat on daily basis. And now if you see that cockroach has completely been infested in the plates, these are the eating plates, the videos that we have got. And the health department has finally taken cognizance of this and given notices also to the caterer who operates within the Vidhan Soda and Vikas Soda premises. Not just these two, but their own health department building where the ministers sit, which is a separate building, Arogya Sauda. There also the health department raided. It was found the same. So across sectors, be it five-star hotels to push carts to government canteens to private canteens, everywhere we are seeing substandard food and unhygienic quality of food maintained across Karnataka and Bengaluru. Now, the health minister himself has given an interview to India Today saying that it's quite alarming that he never expected this, that people are being served substandard food and unhygienic food.
You know, Nagarjun, the bigger question here is why is this disgusting lapse there in the first place? Why is it that there is this glaring negligence with something so basic, which is basically hygiene being followed while preparing food? Now, one point that could be raised is because there might be a lack of stringent action that follows such raids, that once inspections are failed, they do not meet the standards, they face stringent actions, not just their licenses being revoked, but some sort of action that follows in terms of a punishment as well. Do you think that's perhaps one of the reasons why this lackadaisical attitude with regards to food?
Well, absolutely. Today, even after giving notice, immediately they might clean up everything, and 3 months later, it's back to back to square one. But these canteens and the kitchens need to be maintained on daily basis. Cockroaches are normal. Yes, we agree that if you don't keep your place hygienic, if you don't check on it, mostly pests and cockroaches infest your kitchen and the canteen also. That's a given, yes. But the fact is that they don't even bother checking on these things is what the health department is concerned. So now that health department has said that they can't keep raiding every day, it's up to the people and the canteen owners to decide what they have to do henceforth. And that's the reason why the government is also thinking of having a district committee where 3 people will look at all the government canteens and all the eatery places in that district and give a report every month to the government. This is still a contemplation stage where the government has not put anything on paper, but they want to take it forward as to, okay, once the notice is given, 3 months later, what happens? The cockroaches return, the owners and the canteen operators go back to being complacent and casual. That can't be done, and that's the reason why the government wants to take it on a war footing and ensure that there's a permanent solution to this.
A permanent solution is definitely the need of the hour, and not just one that is solved with constant raids. That's not possible. On a logistical level, it's not. But there needs to be stringent action, and a lot of people have to feel that that is what's missing in this particular hospitality industry to ensure that rules and regulations are followed, at least the basic ones when we speak of food hygiene. Thank you, Nagarjun, for putting that into perspective for our viewers. Viewers, as we speak, let's take you through what we've learned so far about these raids that have been taking place over the last 1 week. A food safety crackdown that has been gathering pace across the country has now reached the state of Karnataka. From a 5-star hotel and eatery to the government canteens, now even food delivery warehouses, the Karnataka Health Department is widening their inspections, and rightfully so, because just take a look at what is being found. In an exclusive video accessed by India Today, raids on a hotel inside Vidhana Soda premises in Vikasa Soda has exposed negligence, and not just at a very lenient amount, but at a gross level. Cockroaches were seen crawling on these plates during the very raids, the visual that we were just bringing to you on our screens. At the Malaysia hotel used for legislators' stay, officials found cockroaches, unhygienic conditions, and no pest control measures. The health department also turned the spotlight on its own premises, the Arogya Soda canteen, where we could see expired food products including idli, rava, and coconut powder, all of which were found, along with poor storage practices and absolutely zero pest control. 3 Indira canteens were also inspected. The Gotikare warehouse was sealed after officials flagged unhygienic food handling and storage, along with labeling and misbranding violations. Now, it doesn't end there. Warehouses of food delivery giants like Zomato, Zepto were also raided, ones that we keep using in our daily lives to order in food. How are those warehouses kept? Take a look at these visuals. The Zepto facility was sealed after the officials described the conditions to be extremely unhygienic. It's Health Minister UT Kadir who said that this crackdown will not stop at hotels, government canteens, hostels, PGs, and even canteens inside Vidhana Soda will now be checked, given what's been revealed so far from these inspections.
See, our main intention was, in other words, there's a 5-star hotel or some hotel. For the people are concerned, the customers who goes there, they are the concern for us. Because the health, the issues coming up now, if we don't put an end for that somehow, taking drastic steps, after 5 to 10 years, it will be serious throughout India. All the non-communicable diseases are like now communicable disease. Next, we want to see all the, I'm telling you, because this should get awareness. One is a PG, where students come from far away. The working class are there. They can't concentrate on food. To go and eat in a hotel, they don't have so much of money, because so much salary they don't get. They are away from their parents. Mostly 50% are not well, or they are not happy. They work with the empty stomach or something like that. So we want to see that all PG will come online. Second thing, all the catering. Third, all the hostels, including government hostels and including private hostels. Then all the canteens in public places.
Now, let us tell you one thing. It's not that the idea behind these raids is not to spread panic. Definitely, to an extent, it is to spread awareness. Definitely, these inspections come in as an eye-opener, not just for those consuming these food products, but also those who are responsible to maintain the very hygiene. Because remember, it's basic food that we are speaking of from the warehouses of these big giants like Zepto and the delivery apps that we have, right to the very top, which is not just the luxurious hotels that we had flagged before, but the Vidhana Soda itself. So not only is awareness required at this given point, but these negligences need to be curbed and nipped at the very bud, with more action coming into place. Now, remember, when we speak of this lack in terms of hygiene and the negligence that continues, Karnataka isn't the only state. Let's take you to the next state that we're learning about at this given point on that very note. Now, the next story that I will take you through might come in not as a shocker, one would say, given the circumstances, but definitely disheartening for many out there. It's Maharashtra food safety heat on a pizza chain. A pizza chain we are well aware of, that is Domino's outlet. Restaurant chains raided in Mumbai, 104 chain restaurant outlets inspected. Out of them, 4 Domino's pizza chain have been shut after Maharashtra FDA found violations. 3 in Mumbai and 1 in Karad Satara. A total of 104 establishments belonging to chain restaurant brands such as Domino's Pizza, KFC, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Subway, Burger King, Starbucks and Monsoon. All of your fast food restaurants that we see, they were all inspected, and across the state, that is, during the special inspection drive conducted on August 11, 2026. And the operations at 2 establishments were immediately halted given the sorry state of affairs. It was that bad. 95 improvement notices were issued. 5 food business licenses were suspended with immediate effect. And this is where it all stands. Perhaps heartbreaking for all the foodies out there, but this is the reality, viewers. And this is concerning, the scale at which these negligences are now being flagged. Dipesh Tripathi joins me on the broadcast. Dipesh, a very good morning to you. You know, these are names that we are taking, that we are learning of, which are a part of perhaps our everyday lives simply because they're fast food joints, which we all know too well and consume from. Now the question is, where does the common man go to eat, given that everything that's being raided seem to have such gross negligence in terms of their hygiene habits?
Yes, Suresh, very good morning to you as well. Yes, definitely. Now, serious concerns have been raises from past few days since when FDA started raiding so many joints, so many big giants in the food sector as well as the drug sector. But food sector was the most, neglected sector before these raids were going on, because hardly any rules were followed, as it is said by the FDA, that the rules which are mentioned to follow for the food giants, they were not followed properly. Hygiene was not maintained properly. The health of the customers, the health of the people was neglected, and due to which the FDA now is in action. And yesterday, once again, we seen such a big action by the Food and Drug Administration. They have raided 3 places of Domino's Pizza, Jubilant Food Company in Mumbai, Ghatkopar, Vile Parle and Borivali, and they have suspended their food license for specific locations. So definitely it's a big raid by the FDA, and we are witnessing that FDA was raiding on a big giants from past many days. And once again, Tukaram Munde, FDA commissioner, has given a strict instructions that if the food quality or the norms were not followed by any of the outlets or the companies or the food giant, then the strict action will be taken, and we will be witnessing such action in coming future as well, Suresha.
Right, Dipesh, thank you for bringing us all of those details with regards to how these raids have been conducted. And on that note, viewers, we're shifting our focus to a different story now. We're now taking you to the biggest story of the day, one that we've been following for the last 3 weeks, and yet it continues to be embroiled in a political deadlock. A deadlock so deadly that the session has hardly seen any debate in the temple of democracy that we know, that is the parliament. And as this monsoon session ends today, there is still no breakthrough as we speak, with both sides refusing to budge. Speaker Om Birla appealing to all the parties, especially the opposition, to keep differences aside, political ideologies and differences aside, and let the House function. His appeal comes after the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Kiren Rijiju, accused the opposition of disrupting proceedings and running away from debate, while insisting that the government is ready for discussion on any topic, that is. He's also said that the government would extend the session if the opposition agrees to a debate by 11 a.m. Congress, meanwhile, has hit back, accusing the Prime Minister and Home Minister of avoiding key discussions and saying that the government must ensure Parliament functions smoothly. And with the session ending today, repeated disruptions, sloganeerings, adjournments have left very little legislative business for which these sessions are held in the first place to take dominance on the table and in the order of the day.
वो भी चर्चा करूंगा कि आपने क्यों चर्चा नहीं चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार, एनडीए की मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार हर चीज पर चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। संसद वो चलने दे बस। आज मैं चैनलों के माध्यम से इन विपक्ष को कहना चाहता हूं कि आप एक पत्र 2 बजे तक लिख कर दे दीजिए स्पीकर साहब को। 3 बजे से चर्चा चालू कर देंगे और कल 3 बजे मैं जवाब दे दूंगा सारी चीजों का। संसद में चर्चा करने के नियम बने हैं, तरीके बने हैं। अब मुझे कोई कहता है कि आप एक स्टेटमेंट दे दो, इतने गंभीर मसले पर इस तरह से चर्चा नहीं हो सकती है। शायद आपके पद्धति में होगा, मगर संसदीय पद्धति ये नहीं है। संसद में एट लेंथ चर्चा होती है। आज 3 बजे से देर रात तक जब तक वो बैठे, और कल दोपहर 3 बजे तक हम तो क्वेश्चन आवर भी सस्पेंड करने के लिए तैयार है, अगर स्पीकर साहब अनुमति देते हैं तो। कल 3 बजे तक मैं चर्चा के लिए तैयार हूं। मैं खुद बैठूंगा, हर चीज लिखूंगा और हर चीज का जवाब दूंगा, जिससे देश की जनता के सामने सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाए, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाए। अब विपक्ष ने तय करना है कि उनको चर्चा करनी है या हंगामा करना है।
We are not interested in him giving us a lecture or a discussion. We are interested in one simple thing. And when I say we, I mean the younger generation of this country. Who shot those students? Who gave the order to shoot those students? Who blinded one of the students? Who shot one of the students in the ear? Who gave the order to beat the students with lathis, with nails? Who gave that order? That order was implemented by the Home Ministry. Delhi Police and RAC are both Home Ministry systems. Did Mr. Amit Shah give this order to shoot our children, or did he not? If he did, he should resign because he is culpable. And if he did not, he should resign because he is incompetent.
विपक्ष को तो कॉमन सेंस भी नहीं है, नहीं तो एक ही सांस में कोई कैसे कह सकता है कि आई डोंट हैव टाइम टू लिसन टू यू अमित शाह, बट आई वांट आंसर्स ऑफ दीज थिंग्स फ्रॉम यू। हाँ तो भाई आइए अंदर पार्लियामेंट में ये सब प्रश्न अपने रखिए, जो आप पूछ रहे हैं वो सब प्रश्न पार्लियामेंट में रखिए। आप क्या चाहते हैं कि अमित शाह जी आपको पार्लियामेंट के आंगन में आकर 1-to-1 जवाब दे? क्या मतलब? तो जिन लोगों का इतना IQ लो हो उनसे आप क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं?
Well, the war of word seriously does continue at this given point, but what exactly is the dilemma all about? Since the protest that had taken place, the movement that had taken place right outside the parliament on July 20th, we see this is exactly the situation in the House. What exactly are we referring to? One hand, we have Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition of the lower house, and on the other hand, we have Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister. Now, there are certain questions being raised by the opposition, led by Rahul Gandhi, to which Amit Shah has responded, but we still do not see a solution in sight, or at least a discussion or debate in sight. Rahul Gandhi says Shah has no courage to come to the House. Amit Shah says that opposition is not allowing the parliament to function. On the other hand, Rahul Gandhi says for the last 20 days, Amit Shah has been missing from the very House and its discussions. To which Amit Shah says opposition is fleeing from debate and is creating consistent ruckus inside the House. Again, Rahul Gandhi says that we are not interested in listening to Amit Shah at this given point, wherein Amit Shah says that I'm ready to debate on any issue and reply point by point to whatever questions that the opposition raises. So this is the deadlock. There is no solution in sight, even a discussion or debate in sight. It is the last day of the monsoon session. Well, the story will gain more momentum as the parliament does convene its proceedings for the day. But how long will those proceedings continue for? Well, that remains to be a big question. Perhaps by 12 in the noon, we see the House is declared adjourned sine die for this very session. But again, we will keep a very close track of the story to see what happens next. And right now, we're slipping into a short break. Meanwhile, on the other side, we'll be tracking a rather horrifying story. It's Prajwal Revanna. Remember that infamous rape case for which he's been convicted, and he's currently in prison, that is. The case is still being heard in the court of law. And his perversion seems to be at peak, because even while he is lodged in prison in a rape case, he watches porn behind the bars. Phones have been seized from him, which contain as many as 90 porn videos, obscene images of women, all of this being allowed in the prison as well. Several questions now mounting on him as well as the prison that he is currently being kept in. We'll take you through the details on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
This flyover in Bhopal's MP Nagar was inaugurated in January 2025 by Chief Minister Mohan Yadav. Built at a cost of 121 crore rupees to ease traffic congestion in one of the city's busiest areas, the flyover today is riddled with potholes.
पूरी की पूरी सड़क पे दूर तक आपको दिख जाएंगे कि गड्ढे जो हैं बड़े गड्ढों से लेके छोटे गड्ढों तक यहाँ पे आपको दिख जाएंगे और जो गुजरने वाले यहाँ से दोपहिया वाहन है उनके लिए ये ज़्यादा बड़ा खतरा है। जो चौपहिया वाहन है वो तो यहाँ से निकल जा रहे हैं तेज़ी से फर्राटा भर के, लेकिन दोपहिया वाहन जो है वो अगर इसमें पड़ते हैं तो फिर उनके सामने मुसीबत खड़ी हो जाएगी। और ये जो हिस्सा हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, दरअसल ये फ्लाईओवर के जो अलग अलग सेक्शंस होते हैं वहीं पर ये गड्ढा बना हुआ है।
The potholes are not limited just to the flyover. The condition of the roads under the bridge are no different.
काफी टाइम हो गया सर, गाड़ी गड्ढों में गिरती है, एक्सीडेंट वगैरह होते हैं सर।
जब से मेट्रो का काम हुआ है अपना, जब से ये स्थिति है यहाँ की। कई बार अपने ये बैटरी वाले ऑटो, उनमें बैलेंसिंग नहीं रहता, पलटते हैं। कई बार मेरी गाड़ी के ऊपर पलटते बचे, 2 बार मैं बचा हूँ उनसे।
The real question is, how does a road disintegrate so easily in less than 2 years? Why is there no proper maintenance? And who is sleeping at the wheel? With Ravish Pal Singh in Bhopal, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
मैंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, बाकी ऑपोजिशन ने क्लियरली बोला है वी आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन लिसनिंग टू मिस्टर अमित शाह's imagination. We are not interested in him giving us a lecture or a discussion. We are interested in one simple thing, and when I say we, I mean the younger generation of this country. Who shot those students? Who gave the order to shoot those students? Who blinded one of the students? Who shot one of the students in the ear? Who gave the order to beat the students with lathis, with nails? Who gave that order? That order was implemented by the Home Ministry. Delhi Police and RAC are both Home Ministry systems. Did Mr. Amit Shah give this order to shoot our children, or did he not? If he did, he should resign because he is culpable. And if he did not, he should resign because he is incompetent. Right? This is अब आपने मुझसे सवाल पूछा, आप उनको इंटरप्ट करती हैं? नहीं, जब वो बोलते हैं, सुनिए, जब वो बोलते हैं आप इंटरप्ट करते हैं? नहीं, मेरा जवाब बोल दीजिए। आप इंटरप्ट करते हैं जब वो बोलते हैं? क्यों नहीं करते हैं आप? हमें इंटरप्ट करते हैं, हमें 24 घंटा इंटरप्ट करते हैं, मगर उनको कभी इंटरप्ट नहीं करते आप। उनमें क्या स्पेशल चीज है जो पूरा मीडिया चुप करके चूहे जैसे उसके सामने खड़ा हो जाता है? आपको स्टूडेंट्स नहीं डर रहे हैं, पूरे देश में स्टूडेंट्स नहीं डर रहे हैं, आपको भी नहीं डरना चाहिए।
सर उनका जो
एक सेकेंड, तो द क्वेश्चन इज नॉट whether Mr. Amit Shah comes and opines. We don't care what he has to say. Okay? First of all, the most important thing to understand is 20 दिन के लिए गायब हो गए। यहां बैठे थे, गाड़ी आती थी जाती थी, 30 गाड़ियां उनके, स्टूडेंट शुड नो दिस, 30 कार्स अराउंड अमित शाह। उनके घर के सामने जाइए, वहां पे मतलब 1000 पुलिस वाले खड़े हुए हैं कि कोई बच्चा ना आ जाए। राइट? तो गुब्बारे में से गैस निकल गई, अब लास्ट मिनट वो उसमें फिर से गैस भरने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट गुब्बारा फट गया है। Amit Shah has no courage. The Home Minister of India has no courage. He cannot come to the house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, viewers. We are taking you through breaking news now. This is with regards to rapist Prajwal Ravanna, whose perversion, despite being in jail, seems to be at a peak. Now, what are we discussing about here? We're discussing about how he's been found with devices, and those devices containing porn videos. Yes, he's jailed for rape, but he watches porn behind bars. A phone has been seized with at least 90 porn videos having been found. Obscene images of women having been found in Ravanna's phone, newspaper clippings of women in revealing clothes. Prajwal used smartphone in the jail to watch porn. This is all from CCB sources that we're bringing to you of what exactly has been happening in that very jail as he's serving time, and his case is still being in fact in trial, but yet he doesn't seem to have come out of his perverted ways. There is not an iota of conscience within him as we speak, because this is what's been found on his device. Pornographic videos, as many as almost 90 of them that's been found in this one device at least, and clippings, newspaper clippings of women in revealing clothes, and a lot of other such material that's been accessed from him. Several questions coming to the forefront. I'll take this up with Sagai Raj, who's joining me on the broadcast. Sagai, this is what we are looking at. Bengaluru Central Jail is where he is currently being kept. Firstly, he's been convicted for rape. He's been jailed for a rape case itself. And despite that, he has an access to phone. Fine, this is something we've seen in past cases as well, that certain prisoners being given access to phone. So this is a repeat occurrence. But for a rapist to come in and we see again him finding access to such obscene content, that is indeed not just embarrassing and shameful, but what exactly are the jail authorities doing then?
Now, if you notice that this particular video which is going viral on social media and mainstream media, this is an undated video. We were trying to check with the DGP of Karnataka. He said that he is not aware of it, and probably he got access to the mobile long back. And this particular raid, which was being conducted by the CCB, was particularly targeting the high-profile prisoners inside the prison, and that's when they have found out an Android phone with Prajwal Ravanna. He also had a inmate in that particular cell, and even he is being questioned on usage of the mobile. And what we also get to learn through police sources is that there were a lot of videos, pornographic video, which was found in Ravanna's mobile, and it was downloaded videos, and it was not the recorded one what was found initially when he was arrested. These were downloaded videos from multiple websites, and it was being stored in the gallery. And however, he has refused to give password for many of the apps which he was been using. The police are investigating. Now the case has been transferred to the Parapanagarara police station, and it is the discretion of the police whether to go ahead and check his mobile phone. What we also get to learn is the police will try to take the cyber help and try to get information whatever is been stored in the mobile.
Right, Sagai, do stay with us. Let me just quickly take our viewers through these updates that we are in fact learning about this very case and where it stands, especially when we speak of Prajwal Ravanna himself. Former Janata Dal MP Prajwal Ravanna, alleged perversion at its peak, and Prajwal Ravanna, who's serving a life sentence after being convicted in a rape case, has allegedly been caught with a mobile phone inside the Bengaluru Central Jail where he's lodged. Crime branch sources have told India Today that pornographic videos were found on a mobile phone allegedly used by Prajwal Ravanna inside the jail, and as many as 80 to 90 obscene pornographic videos were reportedly found downloaded on the device. Now, majority of these videos were allegedly Indian pornographic content. Newspaper clippings featuring women dressed in revealing clothes were also reportedly found stored on the phone. Investigators are now conducting a detailed examination of all of the videos and other data stored on the mobile phone. According to the DGP prisons, Alok Kumar Prajwal's barrack was searched. A phone, a charger and a pen drive was seized. Meanwhile, a probe is underway to determine whether other facilities were allegedly provided to him. Prajwal Ravanna has been shifted now from the current barrack and will be placed under consistent CCTV surveillance. Authorities have also suspended the jail ASP for alleged dereliction of duty and issued a show-cause notice to the jail superintendent over security lapses, which involves a rape convict.
During the raid, they have conducted search over many VIP personalities. Prajwal Ravanna is also staying along with one other person, Pratap Rai. In that barrack, one Android mobile phone has been seized. And now CCB has given a complaint to Parapanagara police station. So investigation is being conducted in that. But pursuant to this seizure of this phone by CCB, we have placed this assistant superintendent of prison Iranian Rangapur under suspension, and we have issued show-cause notice to the SP of the prison.
More importantly, I found a lot of faults within the administration. So that's why yesterday we decided to have a surprise raid in the prisons, and in certain cells with certain high-profile prisoners and other prisoners, we have found mobile phones, notebooks, and things that are not allowed in the prison. So quite naturally, it seems like our people are hand in glove with with the prisoners. And yes, and we have issued a strict warning. We are also doing a digital infrastructure audit of the prisons, and whoever is responsible for ensuring these prisoners have access to devices or have access to anything that is more than necessary will be taken to task.
No, I don't know, madam. I don't know all those things. I don't know. That is not concern to me. That is the responsibility of the government. That is the responsibility of Home Department. Whatever illegal issue is there, they will take action. Why you have to ask? The responsibility to look after all those things strictly, that is left to the government.
On that note, viewers, we're now taking your focus to a tragic incident that's come about. This is with regards to a girl named Medha, who in fact suffered a brutal accident wherein she fell off her bike and then was run over by a truck next. And this happened in the city of Bengaluru, yet again highlighting the civic apathy and the killer roads that still continues to mar the city. The biker from Kerala, she hails from Kerala, dies after this killer fall. Medha falls due to the bad road, and that's where she was in fact riding her two-wheeler. Due to the bad road conditions, she ends up falling from her two-wheeler, and then in the process she's crushed by a truck. The locals claim the pothole is what killed the biker. Another young life snuffed due to this killer negligence. A woman falls off the bike, gets run over by the truck, and it's an early morning bike ride that ends in the tragedy. The question, and there is cabinet drama over this, will DK Shivakumar now focus on the road? That remains to be a big question. Again, there's a candle march in Bengaluru seeking justice for Medha that was also conducted. But when will this indeed be a real wake-up call for the government? That continues to be a big question. Sagai Raj continuing to be with us on the broadcast. Sagai, this is indeed tragic. But you know, the bigger tragedies, this is not the first time that we see such young life being claimed due to civic apathy in Bengaluru that continues to haunt Bengaluru, where we see young people coming in from all across the country to come and work and build a career.
It is a shocking incident, and she was a pillion rider, and her friend Ajay Guru was riding this particular bike. And according to reports, the driver of the car traveling ahead suddenly braked while attempting to avoid a pothole. And the motorcycle behind the car reportedly went out of control due to the sudden braking. And Medha, who was a riding pillion, fell onto the road. At that moment, a goods vehicle traveling at the high speed from behind ran over Medha's neck, causing severe bleeding. And she died on the spot. And after this particular incident was reported, the locals were were aggressive, anguished, and they came out and protested. And even they blocked the roads in that particular area. And if you notice that it is in the outskirts of Bengaluru, it's in the rural Bengaluru in Anekal. The incident has been reported. Hebbagudi police visited the spot and conducted an inspection. A case has been registered at Electronic Police, Traffic Police Division. And the local residents are demanding justice. Residents are demanding that the government should address this particular issue, though it comes in the outskirts of Bengaluru, but still they wanted a better corridor, better roads for their living in that locality.
Right, Sagai. Thank you for bringing us these details, but do stay tuned, but do stay with us. Viewers, we will take you through some more news that's coming in from Karnataka, but this indeed remains to be a major tragedy as we speak. And yet again, a case of civic apathy and a life being claimed due to civic apathy. Breaking news from the political sphere of the state of Karnataka. It's a Karnataka minister that sparked a row with an anti-Dalit remark. BJP sides DK Shivakumar's cabinet minister is using anti-Dalit remark. What have they come out to allege? The DK's minister said word used to describe Dalit ghettos. BJP urges DK Shivakumar to act against the Karnataka minister. They've come out to in fact allege remarks hurt the dignity of the Dalit community. Withdraw the statement. This is the demand now that's been pushed forward by the BJP. Withdraw the statement and apologize immediately. Sagai Raj continues to be with us. Sagai, this is yet another flashpoint we see between the Karnataka BJP and the Karnataka Congress. There is an anti-Dalit remark that's been used, or at least been allegedly used by this DKS minister. What more are you learning about the whole episode?
What we get to learn is Vijayananda Kashyapnawar, who is a new minister who has been sworn in the DK Shivakumar cabinet, was seen making a derogatory term Holagiri by Minister Vijayananda. And this particular statement has not gone well with the BJP. BJP, which has taken on to social media, has demanded that Vijayananda Kashyapnawar should apologize to the Dalit community for his particular statement hurting their sentiments and their community. So the BJP has also asked DK Shivakumar to should take cognizance of this particular issue and take necessary action and warn his minister over this particular statement.
Right, Sagai. Thank you for bringing us all of those details. And viewers, on that note, we're shifting our focus to another big story. The protests in Jharkhand over the exam irregularities continue, despite police crackdown during the August 10th march and several other challenges being added to that very movement that they're continuing to be on. The massive student-led agitation is now nearing the 3-week mark, while the hunger strike by activist Devendra Mato has entered its 12th day officially. The protest icon, Mato, who's hospitalized because of his deteriorating health, has now written to the Ranchi civil surgeon meanwhile, urging him to grant permission to return to the protest site even in this condition, saying that the students are agitating for their rights and this is not just a protest but also a responsibility and a source of hope for him. The BJP continues to extend its support to the protesting students. Former Chief Minister Raghubar Das has threatened to go on a hunger strike if the Soren government fails to recommend an order a CBI probe into the alleged exam irregularities, which happens to be one of the crucial and key demands of the students at this point. The BJP is demanding an inquiry into the lathi charge as well and the use of water cannons against protesting students during the August 10th Vidhan Sabha Gherav March.
मैं गांधीवादी तरीके से लड़ते रहूंगा, मैं उनकी बातों में नहीं आऊंगा, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि सरकार इस पर जो है सो संज्ञान ले, क्योंकि ये मामला बहुत ही गंभीर हो गया है और पूरे देशवासियों से कहना चाहेंगे कि आप लोग आइए झारखंड, इस झारखंड में आकर के आप लोग हमारे साथ इस आंदोलन को और आगे लेके चलिए, इस आंदोलन को बड़ा कीजिए, क्योंकि ये आंदोलन भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ
कभी भी जनता के हित से नहीं है, ये
कभी भी युवाओं के हित से नहीं है। हम धन्यवाद देंगे राहुल गांधी जी को कि हमारी सरकार है, उसके बाद भी राहुल गांधी जी ने घटना चक्र की खंडन किया है। लेकिन भाजपा से पूछना चाहता हूँ, तुमको तो सीख लेना चाहिए राहुल गांधी जी से। बिहार में युवाओं को बर्बरतापूर्वक सलूक किया, AK-47 से गोलियां आदि मारा, सैकड़ों बच्चे डिटेन किए गए, हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है, सीरियस बच्चे हैं, लेकिन कोई भी भाजपा का नेता कुछ नहीं बोलेगा। जंतर मंतर में क्या नहीं हुआ, एक भी बीजेपी के नेता ने इस संदर्भ में एक बयान तक नहीं दिया।
बच्चे बच्चियों को जिस बेरहमी से पीटा गया, जैसे बताया गया शाम में विधानसभा के गेट के बाहर, हमें लगता है कि अंग्रेज शासन में भी इस तरह की आंदोलनकारी की पिटाई नहीं की गई। जिस तरह हमारे बच्चे बच्चियों को घेर के पुलिस चारों तरफ से उसकी पिटाई की गई। प्रतिपक्ष माननीय राहुल गांधी, जिसके समर्थन से सरकार चल रही है, एक तरफ दिल्ली में छात्र के नाम पर छाती पीट रहे हैं, वहीं झारखंड में हमारे बच्चे बच्चियां 20 दिन से हमारा अनशन में धरना में बैठे हुए, तो खाली ट्वीट करके आंख में चौनी का खेल कर रहे हैं।
Well, on that note, this is an exclusive conversation that Rajdeep Sardesai, in fact, had earlier with Devendra Nath Mato himself about the hunger strike that he has undertaken. Listen in to what he had to share.
आप वहां लेटे हुए हैं, अस्पताल में हैं, 2 दिन से आपको अस्पताल में रखा गया है। क्या आप अब तैयार हैं इस भूख हड़ताल को तोड़ने के लिए या ये जारी रहेगा?
किसी भी हालत में तोड़ सकते हैं सर। आज मेरा 11वें दिन है और सदर अस्पताल में भी भूख हड़ताल जारी है। आज जो 10 तारीख को विधानसभा में जो लाखों की तादाद में जो युवा आए और आंदोलन में साथ खड़ा रहे, ये मेरे लिए सिर्फ आंदोलन नहीं है, बल्कि उनके विश्वास और उम्मीद पर एक मेरा जिम्मेदारी है।
आप कह रहे हैं ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, लेकिन वहां सरकार कह रही है कि वो आपकी मांगे, ज्यादातर सभी मांगे पूरी की गई है। कौन सी वो मांग है जो आप कह रहे हैं नॉन नेगोशिएबल?
सरकार मैं सरकार से मैसेज भेजा हूँ। हॉस्पिटल में कई सप्ताह पक्ष से विधायक और मंत्री जन हमसे मिलने आए थे। हमने उनको कहा है कि जो मांग पत्र हमने सौंपा है उसमें से आप पत्र जारी कर दीजिए कि भाई काम माना गया। अभी तक तो सिर्फ आश्वासन को और सिर्फ बयानों पे मानी गई है। जारी होना चाहिए।
नहीं, कौन सी वो मांग है जो नॉन नेगोशिएबल है? सीबीआई प्रोब या जितने भी एग्जाम्स जो जिसमें धांधली हुए सभी को कैंसिल करना है? क्या कौन सी मांग है जिस पर आप बिल्कुल अड़े रहेंगे?
ये सरकार भले दावा कर रही है कि मैं 98% मांग पूरी कर ली है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि सरकार 50% मांग भी नहीं मानने वाली है।
तो ये आंदोलन क्या आप हेमंत सोरेन सरकार के मंत्रियों के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है? पूरी जो सिस्टम है उनके खिलाफ आंदोलन है? हेमंत सोरेन खुद के खिलाफ है? क्योंकि मैंने देखा है कि आप तो शिबू सोरेन को बहुत मानते हैं, उनके पोस्टर्स रखे थे। इज दिस अगेंस्ट हेमंत सोरेन या पूरे सिस्टम या गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो भाई हम लोग सिस्टम को शिकार हैं, तो सिस्टम के खिलाफ आंदोलन कर रहे हैं और सिस्टम सुधार की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है। अगर सरकार सिस्टम सुधार में नाकाम साबित होगी इतना हम सरकार के अगेंस्ट जाएंगे। फिलहाल अभी तक हम सरकार के विरोध में नारे तक नहीं लगाए हैं, लेकिन अगर सरकार हमारे सिस्टम सुधार में नाकाम होगी तो बिल्कुल हम लोग सरकार पे फिर उठाव फेंकने की बात करेंगे। जो सरकार किस काम की जो युवाओं को संतुष्ट न कर पाए।
On that note, viewers, we are wrapping up this segment right here and the bulletin this hour. But do stay tuned to India Today as we keep tracking all the top stories for you into the next hour. Thank you for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It sounds like a scene straight out of a spy thriller. The US President boards Air Force One in full view of the cameras. But behind the scenes, there is a decoy aircraft, a catering truck and a secret military jet. And according to US media reports, Donald Trump is quietly moved from one aircraft to another without the press or even some White House staff knowing. Here is what reportedly happened on July 8 after the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. Trump's convoy arrives at the airport. He's seen boarding an older Air Force One. A catering truck is seen moving alongside the aircraft. Trump is then reportedly taken away from Air Force One inside the vehicle. The truck carries him across the airport to a much smaller military aircraft, a US Air Force C-32A. And the aircraft takes off for Britain. But the deception does not end there. The large Air Force One also takes off for Britain, effectively serving as a decoy. Both aircraft later arrive at RAF Mildenhall in England, just minutes apart. And then comes the final part of the operation. Trump is seen stepping off the older Air Force One. US media reports say it was prompted by a credible Iranian threat targeting Trump and potentially his aircraft. The Secret Service reportedly advised the president to change aircraft and conceal his movements. And Trump himself has spoken about the Iranian threat in July. Let's listen in. An Iranian threat triggered an extraordinary security operation, with Trump's real flight kept secret until he was safely out of Turkey. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
CP Plus, ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है.
Very good morning, viewers. Welcome back. You're watching the burning question this hour on India Today with me, Shriya Kundu. And right at the top of the segment, we have breaking news for you. This is from Jharkhand, wherein Chief Minister Soren's house has been fortified is what we are learning. No end to the stir. High security at Soren's house. Multiple barricades outside Soren's house have been installed. Soren's security has been beefed up late last night. Ranchi students' protest enters its 20th day as we speak, and the security around Chief Minister Soren's residence has been beefed up because of concerns with regards to how the students' protest has panned out since August 10th, that is when they started that very march, and since then the situation on the ground has been rather sensitive and vulnerable. Well, we have Ashutosh Mishra joining us on the broadcast with his report. Take a look as to how the security has in fact been beefed up around the Chief Minister's residence.
It's the 20th day of the agitation by the students in Jharkhand, and now what we see, the fortified area of Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence. Look at this massive barricading. That's the main premises of Chief Minister's residence, heavily fortified and barricaded. Security deployment apparatus has been placed, and even on the boundary line, the boundary area of the Chief Ministerial residence, the periphery, has also been heavily fortified with these barricades throughout the 500-meter stretch. That's also adjacent to the residence of a Speaker of Jharkhand Assembly, and now along with the security apparatus, the whole of this residential area have been fortified with the barricading. Students earlier we have seen marching towards the assembly, that led to the massive scuffle. Now there is also anticipation, what if the students also announced to march to the Chief Ministerial residence, anticipating the security threat. Look at these barricading, the whole area have now been fortified. The students still adamant, they are protesting. The agitation continues even on the 20th day. However, gradually we have seen the post-crackdown. Somewhere the student agitation is also fading, but at the same time, there are a number of those students who are still at the protest side as they are adamant on the withdrawal of CGL results. But for now, we see the fortified areas of the Chief Minister's residence in Ranchi. In Ranchi with Lokendra, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Shifting our focus now to the international arena. It's a war fatigue that's hit sailors who are still stuck at Hormuz. Hormuz blockade now impacts these sailors' mental health. Reports say USS Lincoln sailors have tried to jump off from the very vessel that they are aboard. They're stuck at Hormuz for months. Remember, the war began somewhere around end of February, beginning of March, and right a few weeks into the war, this USS Lincoln has been placed at Hormuz to keep a check of how the blockade continues. And these sailors have been stuck in this very vessel for these many months. It is the month of August now as we speak. These sailors are now getting desperate day by day. The sailors are stuck at Hormuz for over 260 days. The USS Abraham Lincoln sailors tried to jump overboard amid the extended deployment as per reports. And they've been deployed at sea for more than 260 days. 6 USS Abraham Lincoln sailors tried to jump overboard for that same reason. Shivani Sharma joining me on the broadcast with more details on the same. Shivani, very good morning to you firstly. This comes in as the latest update and just to throw some light upon what war fatigue could indeed do to sailors and their mental health.
See, Ashia, this happens to be an unusually long deployment for these sailors who have been at sea for more than 9 months now. They had to return somewhere around May. It is August now. They had started their journey in the month of November with their mission. But, there are 5,000 sailors who are stuck and they have been deployed for 9 months now. Their families have raised concerns about the mental health of these sailors. It's very difficult to stay away at sea for such a long duration. So this is unusually a long duration. And now what we are learning through the reports, that 6 of these sailors have tried to jump off the ship. They want to return back home. They are not in a high morale. So this is how the impact is now coming on United States. We've seen its deployment around the Strait of Hormuz area. Though the military strikes are halted for now, but the deployments continue. So now when we talk about the marine fighters, they are facing issues, especially they are being impacted and their mental health is also a concern as raised by the family.
Right, Shivani, thank you for bringing us all of those details. But viewers, this is where it all stands. And indeed, it's quite a tedious task for them to be on this deployment for these many months. And they are now desperate and they've been pushed to an extent where they have tried claiming their own lives by jumping in to the very sea and jumping overboard. Shifting back our focus to the domestic arena, it's non-availability of textbooks, application-based exam patterns that's creating academic stress among students as per PAR panel. The textbook crunch and exam pattern hits the CBSE students now, with parliamentary panel flagging big gap in this education system. Class 9 to 12 students face textbook and exam stress both. A parliamentary panel, in fact, has flagged a significant gap between the curriculum designing and implementation for classes 9 to 12, saying the non-availability of textbooks and application-based board examination patterns are creating academic stress and major confusion among students, especially those appearing for classes 10 and 12 examinations. Now, the observations are a part of the 10th report in 18th Lok Sabha of the Committee on Estimates 2026 to 2027 on budget and policy aspects for providing affordable and quality education in the country, including review of the CBSE presented to Lok Sabha on Wednesday. Now we have Piyush Mishra joining us on the big story, which is a big gap in new education policy rollout. Piyush, what are we looking at here? Take us through the details of what the PAL panel has in fact come out to flag and what might be the solution to the problem here.
Well, Shreya, basically these are the observations of 10th report of the Committee on Estimates and Budget and Policy aspects. And this policy basically provides affordable and quality education. And this panel, parliamentary panel, which has made these observations, has flagged a significant gap between curriculum designing and implementation for classes 9 to 12. The panel has also highlighted about the fact that there is non-availability of textbooks and application-based board examination patterns, which are creating academic stress and confusion among the students. And these confusions are being, created because, especially among those students who are appearing for 10th and 12th examination. However, the panel is also noting that this gap exists between curriculum designing and implementation, as NCERT is still in the process of rolling out new textbooks for class 9 to 12. Now we'll have to see how the NCERT is going to respond to the kind of recommendations those have been made. The panel is also requesting NCERT to work in tandem with the CBSE to make new initiatives to have come to the fore successful. It remains to be seen how things are further going to pan out.
Right, Piyush. Thank you for bringing us these details with regards to the education system and where it stands right now. On that note, viewers, let me go across to Abba Bakaya of Business Today TV with all the updates of the markets in this business show. Abba, very good morning to you and over to you.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group.
attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good morning and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take you through the headlines at this hour. U.S. markets closing mixed as July CPI rises 0.1%. That's in line with expectations, easing inflation concerns and supporting hopes of a September rate cut. The S&P 500 gains while the Dow Jones ends marginally lower. Asian markets mixed. Jio Financial Services shares in focus after Bank of America subsidiary NB Holdings announced an investment of about 18,000 crores in Jio Credit. The deal will give Bank of America up to a 49.9% stake in Jio's lending arm. Tata Group stocks lose 68,000 crore rupees in market value after N. Chandrasekaran's exit announcement. TCS led the sell-off, falling near 4% at close after sliding over 5% intraday, while Tata Consumer, Tata Tech and other group stocks also came under pressure. Jubilant Foodworks shares in focus as Maharashtra FDA suspends licenses of 4 Domino's outlets over food safety violations. Inspections flag poor hygiene, pest control issues, improper food storage and inadequate temperature monitoring at the affected outlets. Reports suggest the Indian Air Force 1 lakh crore rupee aircraft deal puts Tata Mahindra and HAL in focus. The tender is for 60 multi-role transport aircraft to replace the aging AN-32 fleet, with most of the planes expected to be manufactured in India. The rupee this morning opening at 95.36 to the dollar versus 95.33 and weakening just about 3 paise and still holding firm about that 95.25, 95.3 mark. So it's not too bad for the currency right now. We've got gold and silver flat this morning. Silver down just a touch, about 500 rupees, and gold is pretty much flat. Gaurang Shah is joining us to talk us through all the market action and what we can look forward to going ahead. Very quiet in pre-open this morning as well. Gaurang, it's again, of course, expiry day, but other than that, nothing's really moved the needle this week other than a slight earthquake yesterday on the back of Chandra's resignation.
Hi, Abha. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Good morning to you and to all your viewers. Standard disclosure as required by SEBI, Abha, that all recommendations that I'll be sharing with you this morning on your show, they're part of our fundamental research team recommendation from a long-term point of view. Our company, Geojit or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might hold their investment interest. So, Abha, sometimes it is good to see this kind of quietness on the street after the kind of choppiness and volatility that we have witnessed over the last couple of months, specifically from the day this useless and unnecessary geopolitical situation erupted in the Middle East on 28th of Feb 2026. Oil has cooled off after last 5 days run up, Abha, so that's a positive. Rupee has maintained to gain some strength against the dollar. That's a second positive. Third positive, Abha, is the curtains down for the first quarter earnings this new financial year. And to sum up the first quarter earnings, I think barring a couple of companies, despite of the fact that there was fear on the street about the full impact of the geopolitical situation, corporate India delivered a decent set of numbers. So we can go in the future earnings with an optimism that there could be scope of improvement over there. And as far as the range-bound movement is concerned, I think we are possibly trying to build a very strong base for the next move upwards, which will be durable, Abha, if we make a strong foundation. As far as Mr. Chandra's resignation effective Feb 2026. These kind of changes are going to happen, right? Whether it is Tata Sons, whether it is Reliance, whether it is Godrej, or whether it is Birla Group of companies or any other, niche and marquee name in the corporate world. This was the similar scenario when before Mr. Chandra, Mr. Ratan Tata was there, late Mr. Ratan Tata was there. Street did feel a jitter, but then things got back to normal. So my understanding is that after the initial fear or jitters, we will possibly settle down and look forward.
So, Gaurang, I'm going to come in here because, the Reliances and Godrejes of the world have had a very, very solid succession plan. With a giant conglomerate like the Tata Group, and yes, I of course completely agree with you that they will get it back on track. But the fact that, the person at the helm or the current leadership is moving on. And even though he's given an opportunity for them to find a successor, we're looking at it at a time when at Air India as well, they've just replaced the leadership. They're reeling from losses. TCS took a 4-5% hit yesterday. We know it's a bellwether, but we also know what IT is currently dealing with in terms of structural shifts. They've taken a lot of new bets on sort of new industries like EVs, for example, and these are yet to pay off. So it's an interesting time that this transition is taking place, and it's going to be critical to see not just who they bring on, but whether or not they even approach perhaps some kind of different leadership model going forward for such a large group.
Definitely concur with that with Tata Sons, there is an issue, not like with other corporate families, of the next gen coming and taking over it. This was the case even when Mr. late Ratan Tata was there. They found Mr. Chandra. We have 7 odd months to go before Mr. Chandra says goodbye in Feb 2027. I'm sure, Abba, that given the kind of importance that brand Tata has in India and abroad, there would have been due focus and strategy put in place for the transition to happen. I'm assuming this, Abba, I have no insider information, but I'm assuming given the kind of, the overall market cap also, if you go to see, of Tata's group companies that has been listed in the Indian capital markets. And of course, for the benefit and betterment of all those employees, and along with that, stakeholders, whether small, medium or big. This will possibly send through a difficult times, yes. During Mr. Chandra's period, if you actually go to see yesterday, I was reading a lot of reports about what Mr. Chandra has done in terms of changing the fortunes of Tata group listed entities and what kind of returns they have delivered. Barring 2 or 3, most of them have delivered stellar set of returns. There is a difficult time. You rightly mentioned Air India. There's been a lot of issues with this particular takeover that they did of the domestic airline or international airline, I beg your pardon. So these are treating troubles. Air India had a legacy, but they have tried to bring that airline to some kind of stability. I'm sure as we go forward, there will be many more challenges. But given the history of performance and credibility at the management of Tata Sons or Tata Group companies, we will possibly see some kind of stability coming up. It will need some time because it's a huge, huge news and it's not going to be easy.
All right. Just pulling up market opening quotes. We're quiet in the pre-open, looking at a flat start. On your screens there, the index is just down about 0.2%, 24383. We've been watching 24,350 on the downside, so right now still just above that. Financials have been slightly disappointing, down about 0.5% this morning on Nifty Bank as well. And IT also, TCS in particular, will pull that up, continuing to see a little bit of pressure. Let's pull up some of the gainers and losers for you, get a sense of the breadth of the market this morning. And let's take a look at how things are shaping up overall. I'll bring that up for you in just a minute. We've got GeoFin, of course, on the back of the news. That's up 2%. Apollo Hospitals, earnings, Shriram Finance. So NBFCs, of course, continue to perform. We've also got On the gainer side, Bharti Airtel, Tech Mahindra, Nestle seeing some gains. Pressure, where's that coming in from? Let's take a closer look on some of the losers this morning. And we've got RIL down about 1%, Grasim, TCS still down about 1%, Axis, ICICI Bank. So that's what I mean by the financials, and the banks in particular trending lower this morning once again. So overall advance decline ratio as well at this point of time skewed towards the advances, but clearly pressure coming in with the likes of an RIL, TCS, some of these heavyweights keeping the index under pressure, and a whole host of the banking names as well. Gaurang, let me get your initial comments on opening. We've of course got lots of earnings to track, but overall in terms of sentiment or mood, it's not bad, it's just not very exciting either.
I think excitement will have to wait, Abba, for some time, given the kind of headwinds that we are facing, more importantly globally, Abba. And the one more huge change that came into effect last week, Abba, was the CAS, which is yet to possibly settle down amongst the traders, specifically in the options segment. Even yesterday we saw what happened. So I think this will also keep some kind of volatility till the time we have the retail investors they adjust themselves to this new regulation that has been put in place by SEBI, and I'm quite convinced that it is for more in-deep clarity and bringing in some kind of sanity in far-month options, which saw a lot of volatility at times. So my sense is that all this put together, but good to see, Abba, that we are maintaining ourselves at in a range-bound manner. And I think the level that you mentioned, 24,350 or even 23,000, if we are able to maintain ourselves about 23,200, 24,200 to 24,300, if we are able to maintain ourselves at these levels on the lower side, then the positivity of the upside again becomes a little bit brighter, with 24,500 to 24,600. So it's a range-bound trade of almost about 300 to 400 odd points on the Nifty spot. But more importantly, I think there's a lot of stock-specific interest that has been there in the market for the last couple of weeks, despite the markets being in a range-bound trajectory. So let's hope that we will eventually break out at a higher level from the current range-bound trade and move up north over the next couple of weeks once we have clarity on both domestic as well as local events.
Okay. A whole host of stocks on the back of earnings or news. So Tata Motors, Apollo Hospitals, Ultras Tech Cement, some of the other names as well that are moving this morning on the back of news-related triggers. Office, Bajaj Telefilms set to announce earnings as well, Asian Energy Services. But I want to pull up Lenskart. Lenskart is actually up 6-7% right now. So let's pull that one up for you. That's a results impact coming in, almost 4-5%. And even Tata Motors CV, which you were just looking at the chart, net profit up 83% to 2,560 crores. It's been phenomenal. They've also got an Iveco clearance expected by the end of August. Upgrades coming in, a buy from Nomura, for example, among other brokerages as well. So looking incredibly strong. Let's talk about some of these. Tata Motors CV first. Gaurang, let me get your perspective.
So, Abba, the sense is that over the last many months, the month-on-month sales numbers, specifically for this segment, that is CV, commercial vehicle, has been very robust. And you, of course, are aware about the positive approach that we as a brokerage house have towards autos. And, of course, the many conversations that my good friend and your colleague, we had with Shail Bhatnagar. So that positivity still remains. We are positive as a disclaimer. We're positive on Tata Motors CV. Along with this, other CV manufacturing companies like M&M, of course, they have transferred the CV business to another company. So we are positive over there. We are positive on a pure commercial vehicle play, which I think comes out with numbers today, Ashok Leyland, and Eicher Motors. They are having their own brand as well as JV with Volvo as far as long range, long XL buses, passenger buses are concerned. So and of course one more company which is a pure EV play, Electra Green Tech ABBA. And one more list, 30 more seconds, 15 to 30 more seconds. I think the free trade agreements that India has signed with various countries will be a huge, huge boost and a positive tailwind for all the vehicle manufacturing companies in India.
Absolutely. Lenskart profit has zoomed 3.7x to 228.4 crores. That's the number coming in. Revenue up 43%. These numbers are fairly mind-boggling if you take a look. We've got, I'm just trying to find further insights as well. Operating revenue up 43%. Total expenses are also up about 35%. They registered a profit of 47 lakhs from a JV. They continue to invest in Singapore. They've got, sort of well-running subsidiaries at this point as well. So lots going on there at Netcard. But the total income for the quarter, 2,782.7. Expenses were up, but operating revenue also up, and the profit up 273%. Gaurang, can I get a view from you on Lenskart?
Baba, honestly, I don't remember whether we covered this company during the IPO, or I'm quite convinced and sure that we do not have any fundamental coverage on Lenskart. But the numbers, like you were reading out, Abba, they are mind-boggling, to be very honest. Especially in a sector like this, which is highly competitive with the unorganized sector. I hope there is no one-off item. Of course, I've not looked into the numbers, but I know there is one-time, some gains or one-off that has boosted the profitability. And the sector still remains highly competitive, as far as unorganized sector is concerned. So finding themselves relevant. Sorry.
I'm waiting for the day, Gaurang, when I ask you on one of the New Age listings and you actually give me a positive, no holds barred comment.
So new age tech stocks, we are positive on Eternal, we are positive on Paytm, we are positive on Nykia, FNS e-commerce, we are positive on Policy Bazaar. So, and Abhay, one thing is there that, you have to be extremely, extremely careful about the business model as far as the so-called new age tech stocks are concerned. Some of them got, and we know the history also, Abhay, as a matter of fact, all these names that I've just read out, we know what valuation they came out with the IPO, the floor. We saw the listing, stellar run, and then the meltdown below the IPO price. So these are some track records that we can't forget in this in the past history. So and one more thing about that, there is a lot of. Honestly speaking, to you ask me about, I have not stepped into a Lenskart store. I would still go to my optician, who is down the road by the corner, and make a choice. What I have read, what I've heard, I don't know. This is nothing negative about the company, about Lenskart, but the customer's experience as far as the frames and all that, of course, service is excellent, no doubt about it. But the frames that are used by these, by Lenskart, they are very fragile, I'm told. I don't know, I have no experience about it. But again, since we don't have any coverage, I won't go into specifics.
All right. Well, interestingly, Lenskart and Adani Energy, as well as Grow and Laurus Labs, are going to be added to the MSCI index. This came in just today. And Astral, Balakrishna and SBI Cards and Payments will be removed from the MSCI India index as well. So those are some of the changes that are going to be taking place. So Laurus Labs, Lenskart, Grow and Adani Energy. And I take Gaurang's point, this is still a relatively new listing versus some of the others that have now proven themselves over successive quarters. But these numbers that Lenskart has reported are pretty fantastic this time around. All right, the Trump brand is looking to expand its presence in India beyond luxury residences, with golf resorts and hospitality projects emerging as the next key focus area. Tribeca Developers, the Trump organization's India partner, is exploring opportunities in the segment as demand for luxury experiences continues to grow. Business Today's Karan Dhar spoke with Kalpesh Mehta of Tribeca Developers. Listen in.
You have residential projects in India. You have started one commercial Trump project in Pune. When will we see resorts, hotels, and things like that?
We're actively looking, man. We're actively looking. So one thing about the Trump brand is they're not in a rush. They wait for the right opportunity, the right partner. on the one hand, we're the largest country for them outside the US, but the other way to look at it is only 8 projects in 14 years, right? So, but the next very important sort of product type for both Eric, Trump and me is to do resorts and hospitality.
So there'll be golf courses as well?
Hopefully, land in India is so expensive that it is prohibitive to build golf courses. But, right opportunity, definitely resorts, but hopefully golf courses as well.
All right, well, lots of market action in the broader markets. Index may be quiet, but we've got lots of stocks that are reacting to numbers and news. And, we've got order wins and other such. So keep an eye on some of that action. Advance decline ratio is still just slightly tilted to the advances. It's really some of those broader market plays that you want to track. Astral is up, for example, up about 5%. Arvind on earnings as well. We were talking about some of the other movers this morning too. Adani Energy on the back of that MSCI Rejig is up about 2% this morning as well. So the action continues. Geofin is just about 0.5% right now on that JV with BofA. And those are some of the major newsmakers right now that we're looking at this morning. Apollo Hospitals also up a little over 1% on earnings this morning's trade. That's where we leave it on the show today. Gaurang, thanks so much for joining us. As always, just below 24,350 on the index. Let's see how this expiry holds for us. We'll be back at 3 p.m. with all the closing action.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit! Visit! Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Yes, John Betaji. Thank you, sir. Sir, it is with a heavy heart I raise this matter because it's a question of the garima of this house, prestige and honor. And it's a bipartisan issue. Let me just tell at the outset, I'm a proud Indian, South Indian, and of course a proud Malayali, sir.
There is no South Indian, North Indian. What is
Yes,
the problem, you tell me?
Sir.
We all are Indians only.
Please allow me, sir. I cherish every moment being a Malayali, our language, culture, cuisine, and of course the attire, sir. Our constitution celebrates our diversity. Sir, if you ask me when I am leaving this house, which can happen very soon, what is the takeaway from this house? I would certainly say that the biggest takeaway would be the sterling diversity which holds the unity of this nation in a unique way. That would be my takeaway. Sir, the other day, a honorable member who I hold in high esteem, let me just say, that member came here and was disturbing me when I was fulfilling my obligation as a mover of a statutory resolution. Sir, please. And, sir,
Please take your seat. I'm coming back to you.
Please.
I'm coming back.
Sir, the verbal duel is okay, we fight each other. But she repeatedly called me Lungi Wala, Lungi Wala.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching The Burning Question this hour, and at the very top of this segment, we have breaking news coming in for you. This is from the national capital. It's a United Nations report that's come out to reveal Red Fort attack officially blamed on Al-Qaeda's Indian subcontinent wing. Big news coming in. This is the 10th November 2025 attack that we're referring to. Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent named as perpetrator of that very Delhi blast that had taken place at Chandni Chowk. UN monitors flag Bangladesh expansion bid, And Pakistan-Afghanistan spillover, as well as AI-driven terror propaganda at this given point. The United Nations Security Council's Al-Qaeda ISIL monitoring team has officially attributed the November 2025 Red Fort attack in Delhi to Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, AQIS, confirming for the first time in a formal UN document what security agencies had long suspected. Now, to fill us in with more details on the same, we have Arvind Ojha joining us on the broadcast with more details. Arvind, a very good morning to you. सबसे पहले इस चीज़ पे ऑलरेडी जांच चल रही थी कि टेरर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का इन्वॉल्वमेंट तो है, पर कौन से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है उस चीज़ के ऊपर जो टेरर नेक्सस बाहर रिवील हुआ था, जो बड़ा नेक्सस फैला हुआ था काफ़ी स्टेट्स में, उसके ऊपर जांच चल रही थी और अभी ये लिंक्स अल-कायदा के साथ पाई गई है। आपके पास और क्या जानकारी है?
देखिए, ये यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की ये रिपोर्ट है जिसमें ये दावा किया गया है कि जो अल-कायदा इंडिया सब कॉन्टिनेंट है AQIS, उसने नवंबर 2025 में रेड फोर्ट के बाहर बम ब्लास्ट करवाया था। ऐसी जानकारी यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल को मिली है। आपको याद होगा कि लाल किले के बाहर एक फिदाइन अटैक हुआ था, एक कार में ब्लास्ट हुआ था जिसमें जो डॉक्टर उमर नबी है वो कार समेत उड़ गया था। 11 लोगों की मौत हुई थी। उस मामले में एनआईए अपने लेवल पर जांच कर रही है, लेकिन यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की रिपोर्ट में तो बड़े खुलासे हुए हैं कि जो AQIS है अल-कायदा, उसने इस बम धमाके को अंजाम दिलवाया था और ये बहुत छोटे छोटे ग्रुप में अब बट चुका है अल-कायदा। और छोटे छोटे ग्रुप में बटने का मकसद यह है कि कोई सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी इनको डिटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। और इस मामले में भी जो रेड फोर्ट के बाहर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ था उसमें भी देखा गया था कि जो डॉक्टर नेटवर्क था, टेरर का डॉक्टर नेटवर्क, वो जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर फरीदाबाद तक उसने अपना नेटवर्क फैलाया हुआ था और इसी वजह से उनको आसानी से एजेंसी नहीं पकड़ पा रही थी। लेकिन अब इस रिपोर्ट में खुलासा हुआ है कि अल-कायदा ही इन बम धमाकों के पीछे था, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जो सबसे चौंकाने वाला खुलासा हुआ है वो ये कि अब जो टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है और खासतौर से टेररिस्ट, वो AI टूल का भी इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं टेरर प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाने के लिए। तो फिलहाल जो यूनाइटेड नेशन की सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल है उसकी रिपोर्ट में रेड फोर्ट ब्लास्ट को लेकर एक चौंकाने वाला खुलासा हुआ है और ये बताया गया है कि अल-कायदा ही जो रेड फोर्ट के बाहर कार बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ था उसके पीछे था।
तो अरविंद, अभी फिलहाल जो कंट्रीज का नाम सामने आ रहा है वो है पाकिस्तान और उसका नेटवर्क जो है अफगानिस्तान, या फिर आपका बांग्लादेश का भी नाम इस रिपोर्ट में आया है। पर अगर हम बात करें उस टाइम की जब इसकी जांच एकदम शुरुआत में जो डिटेल्स आई थी जांच से, तब तुर्की पाया गया था एक ऐसा कंट्री जहां पे ये लोग मीटिंग करने जाते थे। तो ऐसे नेटवर्क्स में बहुत सारे देश जुड़े रहते हैं शायद, जहां से मनी ट्रेल भी आता है, जहां से मॉनिटरिंग भी चलती है। तो इन देशों के अलावा और किसी ऐसी जगह की नाम रिवील हुई है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जो ये रिपोर्ट है इस रिपोर्ट में बताया गया कि पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान और खासतौर से बांग्लादेश में जो अल-कायदा इंडिया सब कॉन्टिनेंट अल-कायदा का जो विंग है वो पैर पसार रहा है और अपने स्लीपर सेल तैयार कर रहा है। जैसा आपने बताया तुर्की, उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये भी सामने आया था कि ये जो पूरा डॉक्टर टेरर नेटवर्क है, इनका हैंडलर अफगानिस्तान में भी मौजूद था और वो अब एब्सकॉन्डिंग भी है। बाकायदा एनआईए ने उसे वांटेड घोषित किया है जो हैंडलर है, और एक हैंडलर अफगानिस्तान में बैठा हुआ है। तो अल-कायदा इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट की नेटवर्क की बात अगर करें तो अफगानिस्तान, पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश और इंडिया में फैला हुआ है। इंडिया में इसका मॉड्यूल भी दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल ने बस्ट किया था। लेकिन अब जो ये रिपोर्ट आई है, इस रिपोर्ट में बताया गया है कि ये विंग इतने छोटे छोटे स्लीपर सेल इसने तैयार किए हुए हैं और अलग अलग स्टाइल में ये टेरर अटैक करा रहा है, जिससे इसको डिटेक्ट करना काफी मुश्किल हो गया है। रेड फोर्ट ब्लास्ट भी आपको याद होगा तो जम्मू कश्मीर में नेटवर्क बना, उसके बाद यूपी से लेकर हरियाणा के फरीदाबाद तक फैला हुआ था और ये नेटवर्क इतने बड़े पैमाने पर एक्सप्लोसिव इन्होंने इकट्ठा कर लिया था जिसके बारे में एजेंसीज को जानकारी नहीं मिली थी। जब जानकारी मिली उसके बाद डॉक्टर टेरर नेटवर्क के कई लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी एक जो डॉक्टर था उमर नबी, वो कार ड्राइव करके रेड फोर्ट के बाहर आता है और वहां पर जो सुसाइड अटैक है उसको अंजाम दे देता है।
जी अरविंद, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए धन्यवाद, पर आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। आपसे एक और सवाल पूछना चाहूँगी। ये जो रिपोर्ट आया है इसमें ये जानकारी तो मिली है कि अलकायदा के साथ लिंक है, पर अरविंद अगर हम बात करें इस टेरर नेटवर्क की, ये टेरर नेटवर्क इतना ज़्यादा गहरे तरीके से बेस कर चुका था और एक नहीं काफ़ी सारे स्टेट्स के थ्रू इसका पूरा नेक्सस जारी था। ये एक काफ़ी बड़ा चिंताजनक चीज़ इन्फॉर्मेशन जो थी ये सामने आई थी। उस टाइम में बहुत सारे स्टेट से ऐसे टेररिस्ट जो प्रिपेयर कर रहे थे अटैक्स के लिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी भी हुई थी। अभी आज के डेट में ऐसा कुछ और रिवील हुआ है, यूएन ने कुछ और इस रिपोर्ट में कुछ और वार्निंग्स दिया है कि ऐसे कुछ स्टेट्स में या फिर बॉर्डर स्टेट्स में स्पेशली अगर हम बात करें तो इनका नेक्सस अभी भी काफ़ी गहरी तरीके से बेस्ड है या फिर एस्टैब्लिश्ड है। ऐसा कोई रिपोर्ट आया है इस पर्टिकुलर इंफॉर्मेशन के साथ?
बिल्कुल, देखिए यूनाइटेड नेशन की सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल ने बाकायदा हिंट किया है कि जो पाकिस्तान है, बांग्लादेश है, इंडिया है, ये जो इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट है, यहाँ पर इनका नेटवर्क फैला हुआ। और जैसे मैं बार बार मेंशन कर रहा हूँ कि अब ये अलकायदा और खास तौर से अलकायदा का जो सब कॉन्टिनेंट विंग है, अलकायदा इंडिया सब कॉन्टिनेंट, ये इस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं कि इनको एजेंसी जल्दी इंटरसेप्ट नहीं कर पा रही है, क्योंकि ये छोटे छोटे स्लीपर सेल ये बना रहे हैं।
जी
अगर
अरविंद, मुझे आपको हमें थोड़ा सा समय देना पड़ेगा। व्यूअर्स, वी आर ऑल्सो बीइंग जॉइंड बाय फॉर्मर डीजीपी विक्रम सिंह, former Uttar Pradesh DGP, that is. Mr. Singh, thank you for speaking to us on India Today. This is very concerning, the report that has come in, given the kind of terror plot that had been revealed in the probe that was underway, and now this UN report linking all of that terror network, the attack, all of it to Al-Qaeda's Indian subcontinent network and wing.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, indeed, it is very, very disconcerting and disturbing to say the least. It is now the United Nations Security Council that has put its seal on the 10th November blast, linking it with Al-Qaeda India, AQIS, and also Ghazwatul Hind operating from Kabul and also having its cohorts and their allies in India. Dr. Umar Ul-Navi, who was a former professor of medicine in Al-Falah University, was the kingpin. The 10th November was a blast killing 11 people. And also there were multiple arrests right across the country from Saharanpur right up to Kashmir. Till now we probably understood that it was a remote and a motley assembly of sleeper cells. Now that the truth has come out and the bitter truth has come out is that it is Al-Qaeda India. And therefore alarm bells have been raised, and it is a wake-up call for India, the subcontinent and the world, that they were also planning not only this, that biological and chemical weapons. You may recall that some doctors who had studied in China were operating from Hyderabad and Gujarat and creating a poison, a deadly poison, RITIN. Therefore, it is a time that we need to put our intelligence antenna right up and see to it that such suspicious activity do not go unnoticed, and all the cohorts of Indian Mujahideen or Al-Qaeda are also neutralized and taken account for.
Mr. Singh, you know, if we speak of the Al-Qaeda and its attacks, there had been a time when the Indian intel services, or for that matter, the NIA, all of our forces together in conjoined efforts had come up to tackle this threat quite well. But now with this threat, the Al-Qaeda threat resurfacing with this bomb attack having been successful to an extent in Delhi, in the heart of the national capital, it's quite alarming. And as you said, the services need to be on high alert at this given point. How would you suggest that the services indeed do take this threat up and make sure that it's a co-joined effort among states, not just the national capital, and make sure that such systems are not even allowed to establish, like the Al-Falah University had come up?
I totally agree with you. Our agencies, whether it's IB, whether it's ROW, whether it's NIA, have given an excellent account of themselves, including SSP Srinagar, who identified Dr. Rathar of Saharanpur on the basis of just a vague CCTV report. But now it has to be done on a war foot, and a resolute nation must come together in sharing intelligence and giving a befitting reply to the adversary.
Right, Mr. Singh, thank you for speaking to us on India Today. On that note, we also have SP Ved, the former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Ved, thank you for joining us on India Today. Very good morning to you. How are you looking at this very threat? It's very concerning, especially the first alerts that had come in were from Jammu and Kashmir, certain posters that had been put up, and then the operation then continued by our forces to unfoil this entire network that was being established across states in the country.
That's true. This was we all seen how a doctor's module was used by the Pakistan establishment to create mayhem in Red Fort area of Delhi, which always remains crowded, and how a suicide bomber doctor from Kashmir blew him off there. I think the rest of the operation was very well conducted by this. I think a lot of credit should go to J&K police from a poster, how the whole network was unraveled of doctors from not only from Jammu Kashmir Valley to Haryana's Al-Falah University and Lucknow, connection of Faridabad, and all those things we have all seen. And I think our agencies did a great job accepting one part of that. I'll say that this doctor was a suicide bomber, was able to cause a blast and blew him up. So I think otherwise this was a module which was actually, I would say, an operation of the Pakistan's establishment, how online these people are being radicalized and being used, so highly educated doctors, so highly paid in society. And what should be astonishing to the whole of security establishment, how these highly placed and highly educated doctors are getting radicalized. I think that should be a challenge for the whole security establishment and intelligence agencies of this country. But I think overall the performance of the J&K police and the forces, the state police forces, and also NIA and intelligence agencies like IB have done a commendable job.
Right, and there is a bigger threat at this given point with AI-driven terror perhaps becoming the next challenge for mankind to in fact keep a track and ensure that such attacks don't take place. Mr. Ved, thank you so much for speaking to us on India Today. On that note, viewers, we are shifting our focus to more news coming in. It's an explosive Nepal communal riots revelation that we're bringing to you. Nepal Intel flags riot link of Pak ISI. Pak foments trouble in India's neighborhood. Presence of Pakistan origin Maulana ahead of riots. Mohammad Ilyas Gumman camped in Sunsari before the riot is what we are learning about. What's been revealed now? Turkish and Bangladeshi clerics were at the border. 9 Bangladeshi clerics entered Nepal on tourist visas. Pakistan clerics movement near Bihar and Uttar Pradesh border. Cleric was holding secret meetings in mosques and madrasas. 21 shot, 3 dead in Nepal communal riots. Nepal's open border used for anti-India acts, illegal funds for Nepal madrasas via Pakistan, Turkey and Qatar. Those are the nations through which the money trail has in fact been traced so far. But very concerning in terms of information that we're learning about the latest riots that had in fact taken place in Nepal, and it comes in as a bigger warning to India as well, given that these are neighboring regions. Yet another threat in terms of terror activities going on near the border. On that note, we have more breaking news coming in. This is Raichur youth arrested for allegedly plotting unrest in India with foreign national. A 24-year youth, Mohammad Shahil, has been arrested by the Raichur Sadar Bazaar police for allegedly being in contact with an unidentified foreign national who was purportedly encouraging him to create unrest in India. According to police, Shahil, who ran a tea stall in Raichur, came into contact with the unidentified person through an Instagram account operating under the name Rana Bhai. Police allege that Shahil was influenced by the account's posts and later established contact with the person through Instagram and WhatsApp. On that note, we have Sagai Raj joining us on the broadcast with more details on the same. Sagai, do take us through what exactly has the police probe revealed so far about this given person and the networks he was involved with.
If you notice that this person has been identified as Mohammed Sahil, and he was actually on social media, and he met someone called Rana Bai on social media, where he started to interact with them. And if you notice that Rana Bai used to post against the Indian government, anti-government and anti-Indian sentiment. And he used to follow that, and he started to repost. And thereafter, he used to have a conversation with him where he has asked that by mujhe ek pistol chahiye. And he responded to him stating that you should mobilize more people and you should go against the you should go against the government in the country. And the police, which was monitoring the entire activity, have noticed that this fellow was running a tea stall in Rayachur and subsequently taken to custody and investigating further.
Right, Sagai, thank you for bringing us all of those details. Indeed, it comes out to be very concerning, all of these activities that we are tracking on India Today. And on that very note, viewers, we will be wrapping up the bulletin right here, but do stay tuned, as on the other side, India's Agenda is the show that you'll be following with Anjali Pandey with all the latest stories and updates coming in for you. Thank you for watching.
Firozabad is synonymous with glass bangles. But today, its story goes far beyond bangles. Glass products made here are reaching more than 100 countries, from Europe and America to Germany and Japan. Behind this global journey is a centuries-old craft now supported by ODOP, One District, One Product. Under ODOP, businesses have received support through loans, subsidies, training and technical assistance, bringing together traditional skills, new technology and larger market. And the impact goes beyond business owners. Under the ODOP training scheme, 1,778 people have been trained, while 5,550 beneficiaries have received support under the Vishwakarma Shram Samman Yojana. Over the past 12 years, government schemes have reportedly supported more than 11,000 beneficiaries, including 624 under Mukhyamantri Yuva Swarozgar Yojana, 1,996 under Mukhyamantri Yuva Udyami Yojana, and 627 under PMEGP. Firozabad's glass is no longer just a traditional craft. It represents skill, employment, entrepreneurship, and a growing global market. Once known simply as the city of bangles, Firozabad is now moving towards becoming a global hub for India's glass industry.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने लायक नहीं। देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी है जो इस लोकसभा में गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य को या गृह मंत्री जी के जवाब को लेक्चर कह रहा हो, तो उसको इससे साफ है कि इस लोकतंत्र के या इस पार्लियामेंट में या पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में कोई आस्था नहीं। जिस तरह से हंगामा करना, जिस तरह से पूरा सदन को वॉश आउट कर दिया, जब गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि हम विस्तार से चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं और सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देंगे, यही मांग थी और इसको गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दे दिया 3 बजे तक, जबकि कल संसदीय कार्य मंत्री और स्पीकर साहब ने भी कहा था। तो इससे साफ है कि इनके पास कोई जवाब सुनने के लिए नहीं है। वो समझते हैं कि शायद चर्चा होगी विस्तार से, तो रांची की भी चर्चा होगी, झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन की भी चर्चा होगी, कर्नाटका की भी चर्चा होगी, केरला की भी चर्चा होगी। आखिर वहां भी तो परीक्षाएं लीक हुई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि ये विषय किसी राज्य का नहीं है, किसी दल का नहीं है, इसीलिए कठोर कानून बनाया। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से जो भाषा, अमर्यादित भाषा राहुल गांधी एक विपक्ष के नेता होकर के कर रहे हैं, गृह मंत्री जी पे, देश के गृह मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने धारा 370-35 से समाप्त करने का प्रस्ताव किया, जिन्होंने नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने के लिए संकल्प लिया, उसको पूरा किया। और आज देश की जनता आज के इस राहुल के बयान से जान चुकी है कि कौन भाग रहा है। आज विपक्ष भाग रहा है इस चर्चा से, गृह मंत्री के जवाब को सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि वो भाग रहा है, क्योंकि उसको जब एक एक जवाब मिलेगा तो इससे नहीं चलता है। अगर आप न भी आप सहमत हो तो सदन तो चलने दें।
Co-powered by Suzlon, good energies that work. LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching India's Agenda on India Today. I am Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines of this hour. Last day of monsoon session, opposition and centre remain at loggerheads. Rijiju says, worst opposition ever seen. Home Minister Amit Shah roars, ready to give statement, challenges opposition for a debate. Rahul Gandhi says, not interested. Air India mishap probe widens. Maintenance report flags tech failures. Flight had recorded 3 hydraulic alerts. Aircraft's autopilot disconnected twice after marijuana. Tech failures in focus. Karnataka Assembly canteen infested by cockroach. Cockroach on plates of Assembly Hotel. Hotel serves food to ministers and IAS officers. Karnataka Health Department on a raid spree. Raids even in its own canteen. Violation of food safety norms flagged. Prajwal's perversion at peak, lodged in prison in a rape case but watches porn behind bars. Phone seized, 90 porn videos found, obscene images of women also found. Day 20 of raging protests in Ranchi. Mahato's hunger strike enters day 12. BJP continues to stand with students. Ex-Chief Minister gives ultimatum to Soren Sarkar, warns hunger strike if no CBI probe. BJP seeks inquiry into police crackdown. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news. Congress and ally JMM hypocrisy is now out in the open. Now, after Rahul Gandhi yesterday accused Amit Shah of hiding behind the security, now what we're learning is that the security outside Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren has been beefed up. And now the question is, will Rahul Gandhi speak on ally Hemant Soren's security cover as well? Because who really is hiding from the students?
Rahul Gandhi has been vocal on Home Minister Amit Shah but is silent on ally Soren. Yesterday he said that Amit Shah was hiding behind security and he was afraid of the students, and now what we are learning is that barriers and police guarding Soren residence. So big cover has been given to stop the student stir at the Chief Minister's house, and Rahul Gandhi had earlier claimed that Amit Shah was hiding behind the security. So the big question, will Rahul Gandhi now also speak on his ally Hemant Soren?
20 दिन के लिए गायब हो गए, यहाँ बैठे थे, गाड़ी आती थी जाती थी, 30 गाड़ियां उनके, स्टूडेंट शुड नो दिस, 30 कार्स अराउंड अमित शाह, उनके घर के सामने जाइए, वहां पे मतलब 1000 पुलिस वाले खड़े हुए हैं कि कोई बच्चा ना आ जाए, राइट? तो गुब्बारे में से गैस निकल गई, अब लास्ट मिनट वो उसमें फिर से गैस भरने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट गुब्बारा फट गया है. अमित शाह हैज नो करेज. The Home Minister of India has no courage. He cannot come to the house.
It's the 20th day of the agitation by the students in Jharkhand, and now what we see, the fortified area of Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence. Look at this massive barricading. That's the main premises of Chief Minister's residence, heavily fortified and barricaded. Security deployment apparatus has been placed, and even on the boundary line, the boundary area of the Chief Ministerial residence, the periphery, has also been heavily fortified with these barricades throughout the 500-meter stretch. That's also adjacent to the residence of Speaker of Jharkhand Assembly, and now along with the security apparatus, the whole of this residential area have been fortified with the barricading. Students, earlier we have seen marching towards the assembly, that led to the massive scuffle. Now there is also anticipation, what if the students also announced to march to the Chief Ministerial residence. Anticipating the security threat, look at these barricading, the whole area have now been fortified. The students still adamant, they are protesting, the agitation continues even on the 20th day. However, gradually we have seen the post-crackdown, somewhere the student agitation is also fading, but at the same time, there are a number of those students who are still at the protest side as they are adamant on the withdrawal of CGL results. But for now, we see the fortified areas of the Chief Minister's residence in Ranchi. In Ranchi with Lokendra, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
So the double standards are now being highlighted. On one hand, Rahul Gandhi had yesterday raised the issue of how Amit Shah hides behind a security cover. He's hiding from the students, and now we are getting you this ground report from Ranchi, where you can see how there's heavy barricading outside the Chief Minister's residence in order to prevent any students outside the Chief Minister's house. So those two versions now. On one hand, Rahul Gandhi claims that it is the Home Minister who is running away from the students, who is hiding behind the security cover. On the other hand, these visuals from Ranchi, where there's heavy barricading and heavy security cover outside the Chief Minister's residence. So who really is hiding from the protests from the students is the big question. The protests in Jharkhand over exam irregularities are continuing despite the police crackdown during the August and March. The massive student-led agitation is now nearing the 3-week mark, while the hunger strike by activist Devendra Mato has entered its 12th day. The protest icon, Devendra Mato, who is hospitalized, has now written to the Ranchi civil surgeon, urging him to grant him permission to return to the protest site, saying that students are agitating for their rights and that this is not just a protest, but also a responsibility and a source of hope for him. The BJP continues to extend its support to the protesting students. Former Chief Minister Raghubar Das has threatened to go on a hunger strike if the Hemant Soren government fails to recommend or order a CBI probe into the alleged exam irregularities. The BJP is also demanding an inquiry into the lathi charge and use of water cannons against protesting students during the August 10 Vidhan Sabha Gherao march.
मैं गांधीवादी तरीके से लड़ते रहूंगा, मैं उनकी बातों में नहीं आऊंगा, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि सरकार इस पर जो है सो संज्ञान ले, क्योंकि ये मामला बहुत ही गंभीर हो गया है और पूरे देशवासियों से कहना चाहेंगे कि आप लोग आइए झारखंड, इस झारखंड में आकर के आप लोग हमारे साथ इस आंदोलन को और आगे लेके चलिए, इस आंदोलन को बड़ा कीजिए, क्योंकि ये आंदोलन भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ।
कभी भी जनता के हित से नहीं है, ये कभी भी युवाओं के हित से नहीं है। हम धन्यवाद देंगे राहुल गांधी जी को कि हमारी सरकार है, उसके बाद भी राहुल गांधी जी ने घटना चक्र की खंडन किया है। लेकिन भाजपा से पूछना चाहता हूँ, तुमको तो सीख लेना चाहिए राहुल गांधी जी से। बिहार में युवाओं को बर्बरतापूर्वक सलूक किया, AK-47 से गोलियां आदि मारा, सैकड़ों बच्चे डिटेन किए गए, हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है, सीरियस बच्चे हैं, लेकिन कोई भी भाजपा का नेता कुछ नहीं बोलेगा। जंतर मंतर में क्या नहीं हुआ, एक भी बीजेपी के नेता ने इस संदर्भ में एक बयान तक नहीं दिया।
बच्चे बच्चियों को जिस बेरहमी से पीटा गया, जैसे बताया गया सामने विधानसभा के गेट के बाहर, हमें लगता है कि अंग्रेज शासन में भी इस तरह की आंदोलनकारी की पिटाई नहीं की गई। जिस तरह हमारे बच्चे बच्चियों को घेर के पुलिस चारों तरफ से उसकी पिटाई की गई। प्रतिपक्ष माननीय राहुल गांधी, जिसके समर्थन से सरकार चल रही है, एक तरफ दिल्ली में छात्र के नाम पर छाती पीट रहे हैं, वहीं झारखंड में हमारे बच्चे बच्चियां 20 दिन से हमारा अनशन में धरना में बैठे हुए हैं, तो खाली ट्वीट करके आंख में चौनी का खेल कर रहे हैं।
And India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai spoke with Jharkhand student leader Devendra Mahato, who is on a hunger strike leading the students' protest.
आप वहां लेटे हुए हैं, अस्पताल में हैं, 2 दिन से आपको अस्पताल में रखा गया है। क्या आप अब तैयार हैं इस भूख हड़ताल को तोड़ने के लिए, या ये जारी रहेगा?
हालात में तोड़ सकते हैं सर। आज मेरा 11वें दिन है और सदर अस्पताल में भी भूख हड़ताल जारी है। आज जो 10 तारीख को विधानसभा में जो लाखों की तादाद में जो युवा आए और आंदोलन में साथ खड़ा रहे, ये मेरे लिए सिर्फ आंदोलन नहीं है, बल्कि उनको विश्वास और उम्मीद पर एक मेरा जिम्मेवारी है। भले अभी
आप कह रहे हैं ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, लेकिन वहां सरकार कह रही है कि वो आपकी मांगे, ज्यादातर सभी मांगे पूरी की गई है। कौन सी वो मांग है जो आप कह रहे हैं नॉन नेगोशिएबल? मैं सरकार से मैसेज भेजा हूँ। हॉस्पिटल में कई सप्ताह पक्ष से विधायक और मंत्री जन हमसे मिलने आए थे। हमने उनको कहा है कि जो मांग पत्र हमने सौंपा है उसमें से आप पत्र जारी कर दीजिए कि भाई कौन माना गया। अभी तक तो सिर्फ आश्वासन को और सिर्फ बयानों से मानी गई, जारी होना चाहिए। नहीं, कौन सी वो मांग है जो नॉन नेगोशिएबल है? सीबीआई प्रोब या जितने भी एग्जाम्स जो जिसमें धांधली हुए सभी को कैंसिल करना है? क्या कौन सी मांग है जिस पर आप बिल्कुल अड़े रहेंगे?
ये सरकार भले दावा कर रही है कि मैं 98% मांग पूरी कर ली है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि सरकार 50% मांग भी नहीं मानने वाली है।
तो ये आंदोलन क्या आप हेमंत सोरेन सरकार के मंत्रियों के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है? पूरी जो सिस्टम है उनके खिलाफ आंदोलन है? हेमंत सोरेन खुद के खिलाफ है? क्योंकि मैंने देखा है कि आप तो शिबू सोरेन को बहुत मानते हैं, उनके पोस्टर्स रखे थे। इज दिस अगेंस्ट हेमंत सोरेन या पूरे सिस्टम या गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो हम लोग सिस्टम को शिकार हैं, तो सिस्टम के खिलाफ आंदोलन कर रहे हैं और सिस्टम सुधार की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है। अगर सरकार सिस्टम सुधार में नाकाम साबित होगी तो हम सरकार के अगेंस्ट जाएंगे। फिलहाल अभी तक हम लोग सरकार के विरोध में नारे तक नहीं लगाए हैं, लेकिन अगर सरकार हमारे सिस्टम सुधार में नाकाम होगी तो बिल्कुल हम लोग सरकार को फिर उखाड़ फेंकने की बात करेंगे। जो सरकार किस काम की जो युवाओं को संतुष्ट न कर पाए।
And my colleague Satyajit is now joining us on this story. Satyajit, it's the 20th day of the students' protests in Jharkhand, and the students are adamant they want their demands to be fulfilled. What is the government's strategy? Will there be more round of talks between the government and the student delegation?
Yes, look, what is transpiring between the government is not known, but both the sides are adamant, and it's a deadlock that has to be resolved because the agitation of students are on, and they are also firm on their demands that until the cancellation of CGL JSSC is announced, they are not going to budge, they are not going to move backward direction, they'll not budge. So it's a kind of deadlock, and the onus is upon the government, because it's the larger responsibility of the government to resolve this deadlock, to resolve this issue. Now what the government is going to do remains to be seen, because Hemant Soren has announced in the during the monsoon session in the House, that they are ready to cancel the 14 JPSC exams, the backlog papers that were scheduled to be conducted, that examinations are being cancelled. They are ready for the reforms. They will constitute a high-level committee comprising of experts from IIT, ISM, then XLRI, IIM, but they did not utter a word whether they are ready to constitute a CBI probe, they are ready to order a CBI probe or not, and they will cancel the JSSC and CGL examinations or not. In that matter, they had expressed their inability, because they said that these examinations were conducted in 2024. When they announced the result, the matter reached to the High Court. High Court said that the government should go on with the recruitment process. After that, a PIL was filed by the student side, but it was set aside. Then the students moved to the Supreme Court, but Supreme Court had given a green signal to High Court's decision. They have been recruited on the intervention and directions of court. Now government says that they are not authorized to cancel that examination, because it's a matter that is a legitimate matter, and that has been ordered by the court. How do they intervene in that?
Right, so that's the stand of the government. Satyajit, thank you for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on the story. So both the government and the student protesters remain adamant on their demands. It remains to be seen how is this issue resolved. Will there be more round of talks which are held between the government and the students or not? Some more news coming in. Kolkata's colour war erupts at Academy of Fine Arts. Saffron versus white. Academy caught in political tug of war. Fine art booth first painted saffron. 24-hour colour flip at Kolkata's iconic art hub. Security booth turns into political flashpoint. The left-backed artists paint the booth white again, and the BJP leaders then restore saffron coat. So tug of war over saffron and white colour at this fine arts hub, and the BJP versus left ideologies clash in Kolkata. So there's this escalating colour war which is going on in Kolkata at the Academy of Fine Arts, which has been caught in this political tug of war. The iconic Academy of Fine Arts in Kolkata has become the latest flashpoint as opposing groups engaged in a recurring cycle of repainting a security structure on its premises within a 24-hour window. My colleague Tapas Sen Gupta is now joining us with more details on this. Tapas, has this war finally come to an end? What colour has been finally decided for the Academy of Fine Arts?
Well, Anjali, it seems to be far from over right now. It's a tug of war as far as Academy of Fine Arts painting is concerned. We know that a couple of days back, the left-affiliated intellectuals went in presence of Vikas Samyam Bhattacharya, left leader, went on to paint white, the security room booth of that is situated outside the Academy of Fine Arts, and they claimed that it was painted white and saffron, which is against the basic principle and ethos of Academy of Fine Arts or its foundation. So following that, yesterday in the late evening again, leaders from the BJP went in presence of Santu Pan and Rudromil Ghosh two MLAs of BJP, and they went on to repaint that in saffron. What they claim that from the very initial days, the color of the booth had been saffron, and hence turning it into white is absolutely against the foundation. It's both the parties are putting up anti against each other, but as of now, the color remains to be saffron as on today. But it remains to be seen that whether or not it will be repainted or any legal course of action will be taken against this initiative from both the sides. However, the state BJP president and member of parliament, Samik Bhattacharya, have taken a dig at the left parties, stating that what was the need of going there and repainting it into white? It should have been left as it was. But he also categorically stated that it has nothing to do with the BJP, and BJP do not believe in such culture of painting and repainting color by changing color of any building or premises whatsoever. Doesn't make things go in favor of the BJP. Now it remains to be seen as we learn from different sources that there are possibilities that another group set of people might go today to Academy of Fine Arts and maybe attempt to be made to repaint that. But as of now, the color remains to be saffron as we speak. Actually.
Tapas, is this a contest of claiming ownership, political ownership over the building?
Oh, well, yes, kind of, because Academy of Fine Arts had been a place where several political programs or the intellectual class from the intellectual fraternity people have raised their voices against dispensation, not now, during left regime, during the Trinamool Congress regime, and it is known to be a very, very politically volatile area where people go and raise their voice, and it's a place where intellectuals turns up, they debate, they discuss issues. So it has a political touch, but yes, ever since the BJP have come into power, we have seen the state secretariat color turning into saffron, and the writers' building, the iconic writers' building, the color of the lights in the writers' building have also turned saffron. Yes, there were attempts in government level to rechange the color of different iconic buildings across the state of West Bengal. However, Academy of Fine Arts, since it doesn't have anything direct with any political party whatsoever, it had been a place where the political discussions have taken place over decades now, where the intellectual people gather, but it does not have any direct link with any political party whatsoever. But whenever a regime changes, it seems that it has become a regular norm to change the color of those building or premises. That is exactly what has happened, and it has only escalated the war between the left and the BJP at this moment.
All right, Tapas, thank you for getting us those details. So a color tug-of-war was underway at the Academy of Fine Arts in Kolkata, where it was first painted saffron, then the color was changed by the leftist supporters to white, and now the final color has been white, but it still remains to be seen whether this color will be again changed to saffron or not. This is a case of and contest for claiming political ownership over this building. Three weeks of political deadlock have brought Parliament to a near standstill. And as the monsoon session ends today, there is still no breakthrough. With both sides refusing to budge, Speaker Om Birla has appealed to all parties, especially the opposition, to keep the differences aside and let the House function. His appeal comes after Kiren Rijiju accused the opposition of disrupting the proceedings and running away from debate, while insisting the government is ready for discussion. He also said that the government would extend this session if the opposition agrees to a debate by 11 a.m. Congress has hit back, accusing the Prime Minister and Home Minister of avoiding key discussions and saying that the government must ensure Parliament functions smoothly. And with the session ending today, repeated disruptions, sloganeering and adjournments have left very little legislative business on the table.
वो भी चर्चा करूंगा कि आपने क्यों चर्चा नहीं चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार, एनडीए की मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार हर चीज पर चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। संसद वो चलने दे बस। आज मैं चैनलों के माध्यम से इन विपक्ष को कहना चाहता हूं कि आप एक पत्र 2 बजे तक लिख कर दे दीजिए स्पीकर साहब को। 3 बजे से चर्चा चालू कर देंगे और कल 3 बजे मैं जवाब दे दूंगा सारी चीजों का।
संसद में चर्चा करने के नियम बने हैं, तरीके बने हैं। अब मुझे कोई कहता है कि आप एक स्टेटमेंट दे दो, इतने गंभीर मसले पर इस तरह से चर्चा नहीं हो सकती है। शायद आपके पद्धति में होगा, मगर संसदीय पद्धति ये नहीं है। संसद में एट लेंथ चर्चा होती है। आज 3 बजे से देर रात तक जब तक वो बैठे, और कल दोपहर 3 बजे तक हम तो क्वेश्चन आवर भी सस्पेंड करने के लिए तैयार, अगर स्पीकर साहब अनुमति देते हैं तो। कल 3 बजे तक मैं चर्चा के लिए तैयार हूं। मैं खुद बैठूंगा, हर चीज लिखूंगा और हर चीज का जवाब दूंगा, जिससे देश की जनता के सामने सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाए, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाए। अब विपक्ष ने तय करना है कि उनको चर्चा करनी है या हंगामा करना है।
20 दिन के लिए गायब हो गए। यहाँ बैठे थे, गाड़ी आती थी जाती थी, 30 गाड़ियां उनके। स्टूडेंट शुड नो दिस। 30 कार्स अराउंड अमित शाह। उनके घर के सामने जाइए, वहां पे मतलब 1000 पुलिस वाले खड़े हुए हैं कि कोई बच्चा ना आ जाए। तो गुब्बारे में से गैस निकल गई। अब लास्ट मिनट वो उसमें फिर से गैस भरने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट गुब्बारा फट गया है। अमित शाह हैज नो करेज। द होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया हैज नो करेज। ही कैन नॉट कम टू द हाउस।
विपक्ष को तो कॉमन सेंस भी नहीं है, नहीं तो एक ही सांस में कोई कैसे कह सकता है कि आई डोंट हैव टाइम टू लिसन टू यू अमित शाह, बट आई वांट आंसर्स ऑफ दीज थिंग्स फ्रॉम यू। हाँ तो भाई आइए अंदर पार्लियामेंट में ये सब प्रश्न अपने रखिए, जो आप पूछ रहे हैं वो सब प्रश्न पार्लियामेंट में रखिए। आप क्या चाहते हैं कि अमित शाह जी आपको पार्लियामेंट के आंगन में आकर 1-to-1 जवाब दे? क्या मतलब? तो जिन लोगों का इतना IQ लो हो उनसे आप क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं?
If you want to convey something to the house, the best way is to come to the house and tell them. Last 18-19 days you are not coming at all.
And my colleague Amit Bhardwaj is now joining us on this story. Amit, today is the last day of the monsoon session. What is going to be the opposition strategy for today? Will the deadlock continue even today?
Anjali, the deadlock has already started right outside the Makadwar. You would see the visuals of the Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA MPs protesting against the lathi charge that happened in Jharkhand over the student exam irregularities in the competitive exams in Jharkhand. And at 10:30, the India bloc MPs will again begin sloganeering against Home Minister, seeking his statement on the crackdown that happened on 20th of July against the students. Along with that, the Ram Temple donation theft issue will remain the central point for the opposition MPs. We'll have to see as to whether the Mines Act, which was passed by the Lok Sabha yesterday, even if that is added in the opposition's agenda, because many of the opposition MPs from the states where mining activities happen, they are really disappointed the way that particular bill was passed in the Lok Sabha. So clearly, logjam will continue even on the last day of monsoon session. We have seen drizzling, heavy downpour in the national capital, but as far as the parliament is concerned, the entire session was completely washed out. So even on the last day, Anjali, you have protest versus protest visuals coming out, and the India bloc will continue its protest against Home Minister Amit Shah and over the Ram Temple donation theft issue at 10:30 right now. Back to you.
All right, Amit, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on what happens inside the parliament. Well, also, let's take a look at what is the government stand, what is the opposition stand, what are their claims on the monsoon session. So, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, says that Amit Shah has no courage to come to the house. Meanwhile, if we talk about Amit Shah has already said that it is the opposition which is not allowing the parliament to function. Now, Rahul Gandhi has said that Home Minister Amit Shah has been missing from the parliament for the last 20 days, to which Amit Shah has replied, saying that it is the opposition which is fleeing from debate and wants ruckus only in the house. Rahul Gandhi says that he's not interested in listening to Amit Shah, whereas Amit Shah has said that he's ready to debate on every issue. He's ready to speak on the July 20th students' protest, to which Rahul Gandhi says that he's not interested in fantasy talks and he needs the answer to who authorized the firing on the student protesters. So Rahul Gandhi has said that we don't care what he has to say, to which Amit Shah has said that will listen and respond to every issue. So essentially, the government is saying that we're ready for a discussion. Come to the House, we can have a discussion, but the opposition is adamant. They are saying that we just need one answer: who authorized the firing on the student protesters, and we also need you to speak on the Ram Mandir donation theft, and we don't want any fantasy talks inside the parliament. And some more news coming in. Did Kanwar Yatra fail the Swachh test? Holy city Haridwar grapples with garbage piles. Kanwar Yatra ends, garbage mountains left behind. Haridwar reels under 7,000 tons of Kanwar waste. 4.8 crore pilgrims, 7,000 tons of garbage. And it's a garbage menace in Haridwar, as you can see in these visuals. That's the pile of garbage that has accumulated due to Kanwar Yatra. Tech-powered cleanup drones have been now deployed. 2,000 tons of garbage has been cleared in the last 2 days. Famous ghats of Haridwar grapple with garbage. So there you see, this is the situation in Haridwar due to Kanwar Yatra. The big question: can faith and mass pilgrimage and along with that environmental responsibility also coexist or not? Because this is how Haridwar looks like after the Kanwar Yatra has ended. My colleague Ankit Sharma is now joining us with more details on this. Ankit, absolutely horrifying visuals we're showing our viewers from Haridwar. Piles of garbage that has been accumulated due to Kanwar Yatra. What is the solution?
Well, ironically, every year we see this heap of garbage and the terrible pictures come to the fore. And to be honest with you, this has become a new normal. Because every year the Kanwar Yatra is concluded and we see and we get figures, thousands of tons of garbage are picked up by the government authorities. And even this year, when the Sawan Yatra has been concluded, the Kanwar Yatra is now being concluded well. The municipality is claiming that more than 1,000 workers were employed to pick up the garbage, and several pictures we also saw which are terrible in nature, as we saw that there are several bottles hanging around with urine in those bottles as well. And on the one hand, we talk about sanctity and purity of Ma Ganga, wherein on the other hand, we are seeing this visuals and the people who are carrying the devotion on their shoulders are leaving such a huge pile of garbage, and the clutter is everywhere. And this is a war-footing exercise for the Haridwar authority as well. This has been going on for many, many years, and this is not coming to an end wherein the possible structures, possible measures should be taken in order to curb this kind of plethora lying everywhere in Haridwar after the Kanwar Yatra ends. And the authorities must take up something to bring such a measure wherein we don't see pictures like these after the Kanwar Yatra is concluded. More than 1,000 people employed to clear the garbage. 80 vehicles were also deployed to carry down such a huge pile. And 7,000 tons is a huge number.
Absolutely, it is a huge number. Ankit, thank you for those details. So there you see, viewers, this is how, after the Kanwar Yatra has now concluded, this is how Haridwar looks like. Sad state of affairs being reported from Haridwar, garbage everywhere, and now the drive is on, garbage management drive is on, but something needs to be done. There should be some penalties or some strict laws in place in order to avoid such situation from arising in future. Some more news coming in. Transport Ministry asks ride-hailing apps to remove tip-related prompts prior to the trip. So the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has asked motor vehicle aggregators to remove all tip-related prompts from their mobile applications prior to acceptance or ride completion with immediate effect and ensure strict compliance with the Motor Vehicle Aggregator Guidelines 2025. The Transport Ministry, in its directive dated August 11, said that the attention of this ministry has been drawn to the display by certain ride aggregators of prompts and options such as advanced tip, choose an add-on, improve your chances of quicker ride confirmation. A driver may be more likely to accept this trip if you add a tip or similar interface elements prior to acceptance or completion of a ride. All motor vehicle aggregators are therefore advised to immediately review their mobile applications and digital platforms and ensure strict compliance with Clause 14.15 of the Motor Vehicle Aggregator Guidelines 2025. So on apps like Uber and Ola and even Rapido, there's an option of advanced tipping, and it also says that there's a better chance to find a driver if we tip the driver even prior to the acceptance of the trip. In fact, Business Today's Chetan Bhutani is now joining us with more details on this. Chetan, do you think this was a much needed step which the government has now taken? Because why tip the driver even before the ride has started? It used to create a subtle pressure on the customer.
Well, absolutely. It's always created a issue of confirmation or a denial from the cab aggregator when it comes to booking a cab from a particular app like an Uber, Ola, or a Rapido, because the consumer was forced into paying a tip. Then only you will probably get a cab. But the Road Transport Ministry now has asked the vehicle aggregators to remove from the mobile applications any prompts or options that encourage passengers to tip drivers at the time of booking a trip, saying such features violate the Motor Vehicle Aggregator Guidelines 2025. The advisory has been issued following the reports of aggregator displaying prompts such as advanced tip or choose an add-on and improve your chances for a quick ride confirmation. But some apps also tell passengers that a driver may be more likely to accept a tip if they add a tip. The ministry also cited a clause, as you mentioned, Anjali, of the guidelines which specifies that passengers have the option to give drivers a voluntary tip only after completion of the journey. Earlier also, Anjali, the Central Consumer Protection Authority had directed the ride-hailing platforms to stop this practice, but it was completely not moved. Hence, the parent ministry, the Road Transport Highways Ministry, had to step in to ensure the fairness for consumers is protected.
Right, Chetan, now that the government has asked the ride aggregators to remove the tip option, because which also said that there's more possibility of getting a driver if we tip the driver. So can this also result in increasing of the charges?
Not really. Usually, the cab aggregators actually follow a particular guideline when it comes to booking the airline, booking the particular cab. So, particular distance is actually being charged at a very fair rate. The companies are at the helm of affairs when it comes to charging, but yes, we can expect certain instances where higher fare is quoted for a fare which is actually on a smaller route.
All right, Chetan, thank you for those details. So, government has warned against manipulative tip feature, and the government has ordered all these ride-hailing apps to remove the advanced tip feature immediately. Now, shifting focus, a food safety crackdown that has been gathering pace across the country has now reached Karnataka. From five-star hotels and eateries to government canteens and now even food delivery warehouses, the Karnataka Health Department is widening its inspections. In an exclusive video accessed by India Today, raids on a hotel inside Vidhan Soda premises in Vikas Soda has exposed negligence. Cockroaches were seen crawling on plates during raids. At a Malige hotel, used for legislators' stay, officials found cockroaches, unhygienic conditions and no pest control measures. The health department also turned the spotlight on its own premises, the Arogya Soda canteen. Expired food products, including idli rava and coconut powder, were found along with poor storage practices and no pest control. 3 Indira canteens were also inspected. The Gotigere warehouse was sealed after officials flagged unhygienic food handling and storage, along with labeling and misbranding violations. And it does not end there. Warehouses of food delivery giants Zomato and Zepto were also raided. The Zepto facility was sealed after officials described the conditions as extremely unhygienic. Health Minister UT Khadar says that this crackdown will not stop at hotels, government canteens, hostels, PGs and even canteens inside Vidhan Soda will be checked.
Health department has not just raided the 5-star hotels and the luxury premium hotels, but they've also raided their own premises. I'm here in Legislator's House, just beside the Vidhan Sauda and Vikas Sauda. And many hotels are here where the MLAs stay also. You can see Namur Donne Biryani and Mallige Utada Mane. And on top of it, we have the MLA rooms as well, where usually MLAs who come apart from Bengaluru stay. All the floors that you see are the rooms of MLAs. Now let me take you through these hotels, and this is where the raid took place yesterday, and the department found that there was substandard food quality and hygiene was not maintained, is what the department had told. So the department has not just raided the 5-star hotels, but they dug deep into their own system and their own buildings, where Vikas Sauda and Vidhan Sauda canteens also have been raided. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
See, our main intention was, in other words, there's a 5-star hotel or some hotel. For the people are concerned, the customers who goes there, they are the concern for us. Because the health, the issues coming up now, if we don't put an end for that somehow, taking drastic steps, after 5 to 10 years, it will be serious throughout India. All the non-communicable diseases are like now communicable disease. Next, we want to see all the, I'm telling you, because they should get awareness. One is a PG, where students come from far away. The working class are there. They can't concentrate on food. To go and eat in a hotel, they don't have so much of money, because so much salary they don't get. They are away from their parents. Mostly 50% are not well, or they are not happy. They work with the empty stomach or something like that. So we want to see that all PG will come online. Second thing, all the catering. Third, all the hostels, including government hostels and including private hostels. Then all the canteens in public places.
So a food safety crackdown that has been gathering pace across the country has also reached Karnataka, and from 5-star hotels and eateries to government canteens and now even the food delivery warehouses, the Karnataka Health Department is now widening its inspection and the crackdown. And in an exclusive video that has been accessed by India Today, we're showing you the visuals of the raids on a hotel inside Vidhan Sauda premises in Vikas Sauda, which has exposed absolute negligence. There you see cockroaches seen crawling on plates during these raids. That's the situation. At Mallige Hotel also, the scenes were similar. There were cockroaches all around, no pest control in these canteens, in these hotels, where even the IAS officers and the legislators also eat and stay. Now shifting focus, former Janata Dal JDS MP Prajwal Revanna's alleged perversion at its peak. Prajwal Revanna, who is serving a life sentence after being convicted in a rape case, has allegedly been caught with a mobile phone inside the Bengaluru prison where he is lodged. Crime branch sources have told India Today that pornographic videos were found on a mobile phone allegedly used by Prajwal Revanna inside the jail. More than 80 to 90 pornographic videos were reportedly found downloaded on the device. Some more news coming in. Parliament washout all but confirmed now. Lok Sabha to be adjourned indefinitely post 11 a.m. No debate, only derailment in store. Speaker to deliver address and to end the session after that. So final day, no Amit Shah and Rahul Gandhi face off in Lok Sabha, despite Amit Shah saying that he's ready for a debate in the House. But Rahul Gandhi claiming that we are not interested in lectures. So no face off between the Home Minister and the Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha will be witnessed as the Lok Sabha will be adjourned sine die at 11 a.m. today. This is what we are learning. So the logjam continued, and today was the last day, and we were discussing what can be expected. But now it's almost confirmed that there will be no face-off in the House even today, and the Lok Sabha will be adjourned indefinitely post 11 a.m. There will be no debate, only derailment, and the Speaker will be delivering his address, and then the session, the monsoon session, will come to an end. So even on the final day, no Amit Shah and Rahul Gandhi face off in the Lok Sabha. Remember, the opposition for weeks now has been demanding a statement from the Home Minister on the July 20th student protest. Along with that, they're also demanding a discussion on the Ram Mandir donation theft. And every day there were protests outside the parliament at the Makar Dwar staged by the opposition. And in the last few days, we've even seen the NDA MP staging a protest against the opposition over the Jharkhand protest, the use of force by cops in Jharkhand. And there had been a protest versus protest that had been going on this week at the Makar Dwar. But today was the last day of the monsoon session, and what we're learning is that at 11 a.m., after 11 a.m., the Lok Sabha will be adjourned indefinitely. And there will be no face-off between the Home Minister and Rahul Gandhi. It was expected that there could be a face-off because Amit Shah had clearly stated that the government is ready for a discussion and that he's ready to speak. But the opposition was adamant that we want the answer on who authorized the firing on the student protesters, and along with that we also want a discussion on the Ram Mandir donation theft case. Let's also take a look at this report by my colleague Amit Bhardwaj.
And the session has been completely washed out after protest versus protest visuals coming from the parliament. And this visual we are bringing you from right outside the parliament's Makar Dwar. The ruling party MPs are protesting on the stairs of Makar Dwar against Jharkhand government and the allies of the Congress party, saying that a paper leak happened in exam irregularities happened in Jharkhand, crackdown on students happened in Jharkhand. And on the other side, the second visual is coming from the opposition's protest. So these are the opposition party MPs protesting. They have the boris of indicating Chanda Chori issue. They are holding dolls, monkey dolls in their hands, giving a message, attacking the Home Minister and Prime Minister as well. Sir, बोरी गन्ने के बाद आज आप लोग मंकी डॉल्स लेके आए हैं, क्यों?
वो छात्रों का नारा है 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, उसी को दौड़ाया गया.
So the attack is also on Prime Minister, Home Minister. Opposition continues to seek statement of Home Minister on the crackdown on the students on July 28th. And on the other side, the ruling party MPs are raising the issue of Jharkhand students. This is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Parliament Complex.
So there you see the opposition MPs are protesting at the Makar Dwar, and you can see them carrying a monkey doll today. And this is related to the slogan that was coined by the student protesters while the protest, the Jantar Mantar protest led by the CJP were on. And the slogan was related to 56 inch ka bandar, and hence these monkey dolls are now being carried by the opposition leaders. We've already seen the Aam Aadmi Party leaders changing their profile pictures on social media platform X, changing it to monkey's photo, and now even the opposition MPs, and you can see Pawan Kheda carrying this monkey doll at the Makar Dwar while they protest against the government and demand answers from the Home Minister. But now this monkey doll is being carried. This is related to a slogan which was coined during the students' protest. It was against the Prime Minister, and there was a monkey reference against the Prime Minister, and now the opposition MPs carrying this monkey doll too on the last day of the monsoon session. My colleague Himanshu Mishra is now joining us with more details on this. Himanshu, वैसे तो रोज प्रोटेस्ट चलते आ रहे थे, ऑपोजिशन एमपीज जो है मकर द्वार पे रोज प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह के खिलाफ, सरकार के खिलाफ, लेकिन आज जो एक चीज़ अलग देखने को मिली, ये मंकी डॉल्स के साथ आज इन्होंने प्रोटेस्ट किया है.
देखिए, कहीं ना कहीं दोनों ही जो है एक तरीके से जो आंदोलन है उसका राजनीतिक तौर पर जो है वो फायदा लेना चाहते हैं. विपक्ष जो है वो जंतर मंतर पे जो सीजेपी की तरफ से प्रोटेस्ट किया गया उसको लेकर सरकार के ऊपर सवाल खड़ा कर रहा है, और सत्ता पक्ष जो है जो झारखंड के रांची में हुआ है छात्रों का आंदोलन, जो वहां पे पेपर लीक के मामले को लेकर हुआ है, उस पर जो है वो विपक्ष पे सवाल खड़ा कर रहा है. और इसी तरीके डिफरेंट जो है स्टाइल में डिफरेंट तरीके से जो है अपने प्रोटेस्ट को जो है सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष करता है. और दोनों ही एक दूसरे के सामने नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि छात्रों का आंदोलन है, उसको लेकर क्या दोनों ही पक्ष अगर चर्चा चाहते हैं तो सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष दोनों चर्चा के लिए अपनी अपनी तरफ से ये कह चुके हैं कि हम सब चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। विपक्ष ये कहता है कि गृह मंत्री आके स्टेटमेंट दे रहे, गृह मंत्री ये कह रहे हैं कि सार्थक चर्चा हो जाए और सभी संसद सदस्य उसमें भाग लें, मैं चर्चा के दौरान मौजूद रहूंगा और सभी का जवाब दूंगा। अब सवाल यह है कि अगर सहमतियां हैं, सहमति मतलब एक तरीके से दोनों ही पक्ष जब चर्चा चाहते हैं तो सहमति क्यों नहीं बन पा रही है? क्योंकि अपने अपने राजनीतिक फायदे के लिए ये दोनों ही सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष अलग अलग आंदोलन को जो है समर्थन करते नजर आते हैं। और यही कारण है कि राजनीतिक तौर पर देखा जाए तो अपनी अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने का काम दोनों पक्ष कर रहे हैं और ये संदेश देना चाहते हैं कि हम छात्रों के साथ हैं। अब देखना यह है कि दोनों ही चाहे सत्ता पक्ष या विपक्ष इसको संसद से सड़क तक कैसे लेकर जाएंगे, क्योंकि छात्रों का आंदोलन तो झारखंड में है अभी और विपक्ष इस पूरे आंदोलन में किस तरीके से रहेगा। राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि जो छात्र आंदोलन प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं हम उनके साथ हैं। सत्ता पक्ष ये कहता है कि अगर आप प्रदर्शनकारियों के साथ है, छात्रों के साथ है, तो फिर वहां पर जो हेमंत सोरेन सरकार ने वहां पे लाठीचार्ज किया है, टीयर गैस का यूज किया है, उसके खिलाफ आप जो है समर्थन क्यों नहीं वापस ले लेते? अपने अपने तरीके से छात्र आंदोलनों को समर्थन देना और उनको लेकर संसद के अंदर हंगामा करना और संसद में गतिरोध बनाने का काम जो है दोनों ही पक्ष कर रहे हैं। तो ये कहते हुए कि हम छात्रों के साथ हैं, छात्रों के मुद्दे पर हम चर्चा चाहते हैं, लेकिन चर्चा के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं।
जी हिमांशु, कल किरेन रिजिजू ने कहा कि अगर जो विपक्ष है वो तैयार हो जाता है डिस्कशन के लिए, अमित शाह ने जैसा कि बोला कि वो 3 बजे बोलने के लिए तैयार है, तो विपक्ष अगर तैयार हो जाता है तो इस सेशन को एक्सटेंड भी किया जा सकता है। लेकिन विपक्ष अब कह रहा है कि आखिर के 2 से 3 दिनों में क्यों याद आया ये डिस्कशन करना? इतने हफ्तों से जब विपक्ष मांग कर रहा था तब क्यों नहीं सरकार ने डिस्कशन के लिए एग्री किया?
देखिए सवाल वही है, जब संसद का सत्र शुरू हुआ 20 जुलाई से, तब से ये मांग है कि गृह मंत्री जो आए जवाब दे, चर्चा हो इस विषय पे। लेकिन सरकार अंतिम 3 दिन में इसके लिए तैयार हुई। तब विपक्ष ये कह रहा है कि आप जो है राम मंदिर चंदा चोरी पे भी चर्चा कीजिए। जब सरकार ने कहा हम दोनों मुद्दों पे चर्चा के लिए तैयार है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप स्टेटमेंट दे दीजिए कि लाठीचार्ज और टीयर गैस और बैलेट गन का यूज करने का आदेश आपने दिया या किसी और ने। तो इसको लेकर अब जो है बात अड़ गई है। दूसरा, क्योंकि हंगामा हो रहा है और आज हमारे को जो अभी तक जानकारी है, आज 11 बजे लोकसभा में पेपर ले के बाद जो है इसको सैनिटाइज कर दिया जाएगा इस मानसून सत्र को, और उसके बाद सरकार तय करेगी कि डिलिमिटेशन बिल को किस तरीके से लाना है, कब लाना है, क्या कोई स्पेशल सेशन बुलाना है। ये तमाम इश्यूज पे चर्चा सरकार करेगी विपक्षी दलों से बातचीत के बाद। लेकिन इतना तय है कि ये पूरा सत्र जो है वो छात्र आंदोलन के नाम पर जो है वो भेंट चढ़ गया, चाहे वो जंतर मंतर पर छात्र आंदोलन रहा हो या फिर झारखंड के रांची में।
जी हिमांशु, हमारे साथ बने रहिए। The opposition MPs are protesting at the Makar Dwar currently against the Prime Minister holding a monkey doll. Let's take a look at the slogans that are being raised by the opposition MPs.
56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, अभी आएगा सदन के अंदर। 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, अभी आएगा सदन के अंदर। 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर। 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, अभी आएगा सदन के अंदर। 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, अभी आएगा सदन के अंदर। 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर। 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, अभी आएगा सदन के अंदर। 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर, 56 इंच का छोटा बंदर।
So this was first coined by the student protesters during the CJP-led protests. This was a slogan, 56 inch ka chota bandar bal Narendra, which has been tweaked by the opposition MPs, and now they are raising slogans, 56 inch ka chota bandar, jaldi aao sadan ke andar, holding that monkey doll, which is an attack at the Prime Minister. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. More news and updates will continue on the other side.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
a cancer treatment that uses sound waves instead of a scalpel. That is the idea behind focal HIFU, a technology designed to precisely target prostate cancer cells while sparing as much healthy prostate tissue as possible. For years, men with localized prostate cancer have largely faced three options: surgery, radiation, or active surveillance. Researchers are now studying whether a targeted approach could offer another choice for carefully selected patients. A 10-year analysis involving 3,477 patients has reported encouraging outcomes. The study found that prostate cancer-specific mortality was extremely low. Most patients remained free from cancer spread to other organs after a decade of follow-up. Researchers suggested that for appropriately selected men with localized prostate cancer, focal HIFU could be considered alongside established treatments such as surgery and radiation. The biggest potential advantage of focal therapy is the concept of organ preservation. Instead of removing the entire prostate, doctors aim to destroy the cancer-containing area, potentially reducing side effects related to urinary control and sexual function. Several leading cancer centers in India are already developing experience with HIFU for selected prostate cancer patients. Experts say the next step is generating more Indian outcome data, ensuring patients understand that all available treatment choices are there. What should you know then? The future really of prostate cancer care may not be about one treatment replacing another, but about offering patients more precise and more personalized cancer care. Focused ultrasound represents a move towards targeted organ-preserving cancer care. Doctors say careful selection and continued research will determine its wider role in India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching India Today. I'm Anjali Pandey, and our top focus of this hour is on the Parliament. Today is the last day of the monsoon session. Meanwhile, Congress Party has hit out at the government. The Congress Party has made a big attack on Amit Shah amid the Parliament protest. Congress has said that why is Amit Shah writing love letters to Speaker Om Birla? Home Minister Shah is hiding completely. The government is responsible for the Parliament washout. Remember, this comes after Home Minister Amit Shah had written a letter to the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, citing that he was urging the Speaker to allocate time for a debate and discussion on the student protests, after which now the Congress Party has attacked Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that why is he writing love letters to Om Birla?
और चर्चा के लिए अब आज वंदे मातरम हो रहा है, जनगण मन हो रहा है। आज अरे 20 दिन क्या किए तुम?
नमस्कार, वनकम। Papers to be laid on the table. श्रीमान भूपेंद्र यादव जी।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत की ओर से आज के कार्य की संशोधित सूची में क्रम संख्या 1 क पर उनके नाम के समक्ष उल्लिखित कागज को सभा पटल पर
स्थान पर राष्ट्रगीत वंदे मातरम के सम्मान में खड़े हो जाएं। सदन की कार्रवाई अनिश्चित काल के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so the Lok Sabha has now been adjourned sine die, and before it was adjourned, we saw Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, all were present in the House. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi were also present. And so the Lok Sabha has now been adjourned sine die.
A statement regarding status of implementation of the recommendation observation contained in the third report of.
Well, the Rajya Sabha is still underway, but there was a complete washout in this monsoon session. Today is the last day. Lok Sabha has already been adjourned sine die, while the Rajya Sabha proceedings still continue. But we saw Prime Minister Modi also being present in the Lok Sabha, along with Home Minister Amit Shah, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and Minister Nitin Gadkari as well. And the full Vande Mataram, the national song of India, was played, and after which the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla adjourned the House sine die. And remember, Home Minister Amit Shah, day before yesterday, the government had announced that Home Minister Amit Shah is ready to speak in the Parliament, because that is one demand which was being raised by the opposition for weeks now. They have been demanding Amit Shah to come to the House and speak on the students' protests, to speak on the Ram Mandir donation theft case. And finally, the government announced that the Home Minister is ready to speak and to have a discussion. And in fact, yesterday, Home Minister Amit Shah himself said that, in fact, he also wrote a letter to Lok Sabha Speaker asking him to allocate time for a discussion. But the opposition was adamant. They said that they don't need a statement or fantasy talks or speech from the Home Minister. In fact, what they need is answer to the question that who gave the orders to fire at the student protesters. And not just that, but the opposition said that we also want a discussion on the Ram Mandir donation theft case. Now, there were allegations and counter-allegations. The government claims that the opposition was not ready for a discussion. The opposition claims that the government was not ready for a discussion, and it is only in the last 2 to 3 days that the government said that, okay, let's have a discussion on the student protests. The opposition claims that why was this not done earlier? For weeks we were asking for the Home Minister to come to the House to speak on the issue. Why did he not do this earlier? This is what the opposition is saying. The government is saying that we are ready for a discussion. It is the opposition that does not want to hold a discussion and only wants to disrupt the Parliament and the House. So the attacks and the counter-attacks continue. With that, the Lok Sabha has now been adjourned sine die, and the Lok Sabha has now been adjourned after the national song Vande Mataram was played. The full version of the Vande Mataram was played, and Prime Minister Modi was also present in the House. And on the last day of the monsoon session, along with Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah was also present. Everyone was expecting that there could be a face-off between the Home Minister and the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi had clearly stated that he was not interested in Home Minister Amit Shah's speech, and he even sought his resignation over the firing row on the student protesters. My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal is now joining us with more details. Aishwarya, the Lok Sabha has been adjourned indefinitely, complete washout in this monsoon session.
Well, this is something that was on the expected lines. However, we did see both the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Home Minister Amit Shah in Lok Sabha, and now it has been adjourned sine die. Now, the big question, actually, the million-dollar question is, will we have a special session? Because that is what everyone at the moment is anticipating, that there will be a special session that will be called by the government for the delimitation bill. See, the FSSAI bill, something that the opposition was up in arms against, that now has been sent to the 31-member JPC, the Joint Parliamentary Committee. They will now have to submit the report in the upcoming winter session of the Parliament. So that is something that we will see happening. But yes, all eyes now on whether we will have a special session or not. It's been a huge tug of war taking place between the opposition. In fact, 24 hours before the House was all set to end, we saw an appeal being made by the Home Minister Amit Shah, and he did say that if you agree, I'm willing to sit for 24 hours in the House. I will listen to each and every one of you, take down points, take down the questions that you have, and I will answer each and every question of yours. So this is something that we did see the Home Minister speak about, but the opposition was very, very clear. The opposition said, we do not want to have any conversation. We just have one question and we want an answer to that one question.
Aishwarya, but the opposition is arguing that why did the Home Minister agree for a debate, for a discussion in the last few days of the monsoon session? Why not earlier? Because they have been demanding for the Home Minister to come to the House since weeks now.
Well, these are two different stories that we are seeing being simultaneously being played at. On one hand, what we are seeing is that it's the government which said that we were all set with our answers, but for that the House had to be in order. The opposition on the other side, specifically the main opposition party, that is the Congress party, turned around and said that we do not have time to listen to your lecture. All that we want is that there has to be one specific answer being given to the one specific question we have. Who gave the orders for the pellet guns to be used on the 20th of July? The Home Minister on his part, however, did say that yes, there are certain questions that you have. I will give answers of each and every question. The opposition on the other side thought that this would be an opportunity if they do.
बीजेपी के लोग सब मिलके हवन करके उस स्टेज का शुद्धिकरण करने का काम किए हैं। You might have read in the newspaper. Is it the way in democracy? How you are protecting the constitution? That too, I am a leader of opposition. I am serving.
Let them respond. Let them respond. You please take your seat. Let the leader of the house to respond. No, this is what the issue raised by you is very important. Let the government respond. Sir, please let them respond. Yes, let them respond.
सर, जो माननीय खड़गे जी ने कहा है, ये सच में बहुत ही दुखदाई विषय है और ये दुखदाई सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए नहीं, ये दुखदाई हम सब के लिए है। बीजेपी, क्योंकि खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि बीजेपी के लोग थे, मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, यहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी भी बैठे हैं और मैं भी पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहा हूं। बीजेपी डज नॉट सब्सक्राइब टू सच एक्टिविटीज, नेवर। लेकिन आपने कहा है हम इसकी तहकीकात भी करेंगे, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं
when the leader of the house is on his legs, why you are shouting?
लेकिन जो भी बात हुई है उसकी तहकीकात जरूर होगी, लेकिन मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं इस तरह की एक्टिविटी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी कभी भी सब्सक्राइब नहीं करती है। मैं भर्त्सना करता हूं और मैं भर्त्सना भी करता हूं और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी इसको गहराई से देखेंगे भी, लेकिन आपकी भावनाओं को जो ठेस पहुंची है वो सच में हम सब के लिए खेद का विषय है।
यस सर, मैं इसको पॉलिटिकल मुद्दा कभी बनाना नहीं चाहता और मैं कभी इस सदन में सालों से यहाँ हूँ और निचले, लेकिन मैं एक शेड्यूल कास्ट हूँ, मैं एक दलित हूँ, मेरे को मदद करो, मेरी रक्षा करो बोल के कभी किसी के सामने गिड़गिड़ाया नहीं। मैं लड़ने की शक्ति है, मैं लड़ता हूँ, लेकिन तुम मुझे अनटचेबिलिटी का ये करके शुद्धिकरण करके अपमान करते हो।
Why you are shouting? Diwari ji, you all take your seat.
मैंने पहले कहा,
House will respond. You please wait your seat.
मैंने पहले कहा कि बीजेपी डज नॉट सब्सक्राइब टू सच एक्टिविटीज, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, ये हम सब के लिए खेद का विषय है, देश के लिए भी खेद का विषय है। हम इसकी तहकीकात भी करेंगे, लेकिन उसके बाद खड़गे साहब कहे कि तुम ऐसा करते हो, तुम ऐसा करते हो, यह उचित नहीं है। जब हमने कहा कि वी डू नॉट सब्सक्राइब,
Whoever has done it, it is wrong. Whoever has done it, it is wrong.
do I know that
we all have. No, you take your seat, please. Let me explain. Let me explain on behalf of every member of this house. Let me explain my feeling.
Now don't sensationalize, don't criticize. जो बात कही गई है, मैं कह रहा हूं कि भाई आपको जितनी दुख है उतना मुझे भी दुख है, मैं भी उतना उसी सेंटिमेंट्स के साथ चल रहा हूं। लेकिन आप अगर कहेंगे कि तुमने किया, भाई हम कह रहे हैं तहकीकात करेंगे, we will go into the details of it and find out, and if anybody is found guilty, certainly action will be taken, and we respect Mr. Kharge और इनके सेंटिमेंट्स को भी हम रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं। लेकिन मेरा भी इनसे निवेदन है कि जब हमने कहा कि हम इसको सब्सक्राइब नहीं करते हैं, तो आप भी इसको पॉलिटिसाइज मत कीजिए, इसकी जरूर चिंता करिए।
So, one minute. Let me make my observation. You please take your seat.
सर, मैं
you can. No.
मैं सिर्फ नड्डा साहब के नाम नहीं बोल रहा हूं। नड्डा साहब की बात नहीं है। मैं किसी के बारे में बोलना नहीं चाहता। अगर वहां पर रजिस्टर करो, अरेस्ट करो, पुलिस स्टेशन, यही मेरी मांग है।
I will make my observation. If untouchability is not a sin, there. No. Number, please take your seat. No, please take your seat. Nothing will go on record. Please take your seat. No. You please take your seat. If untouchability is not a sin, there is no sin in this world. We all condemn, irrespective of our party, irrespective of our ideology, irrespective of anything, we all condemn untouchability, and we all are purified. There is no need for anyone to purify us again and again. No. What I am saying, you have listened to Nadaji, na? I request the government also, those who have done the wrong thing, they will be investigated, they should be caught, and they should be punished. There is no two different opinion on this. And honorable members, Sriman Praveen Chakravarti ji has given a notice rule 157 for disapproval of the Mines and Minerals Development Regulation Amendment Bill 2026. In this regard, I wish to inform the honorable member that the notice does not fall within the scope of the said rule. Further, there is no provision either in the Constitution of India or in the rules of the procedure and conduct of the business in the Council of States Rajya Sabha for giving a notice for disapproval of a bill. Hence, this notice is not admitted. Now, I call upon Srimati Sagriga Ghosh. Yeah, that when I am going for it, I will put the amendment for the vote when I am going for it. Now I am calling the speakers.
Sir, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important bill. We are in Independence Day week. When we celebrate the independence of India, we celebrate parliamentary democracy. So it is a sad day that in parliamentary democracy today, the Home Minister cannot be bothered to come to the House.
You are not talking about the bill. Nothing will go on record. Now, Sriman Tarun Sukji, please take your seat.
सभापति महोदय, मैं खनन और खनिज विकास और संशोधन 2026 पर अपने विचार रखने का आपने मुझे अवसर दिया। मैं उसकी सपोर्ट के लिए आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इस विधेयक को पूर्ण समर्थन करते हुए अपनी बात रखना चाहता हूं कि ये विधेयक देश के खनिज क्षेत्र में वित्तीय स्थिरता, निश्चितता, की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। ये विधेयक खनिज संसाधनों के विकास को राष्ट्रहित और आर्थिक विकास और विकसित भारत 2047 की व्यापक दृष्टि के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मेरे भारत के अंदर सदियों से ही खनिज पदार्थों के का सही तरह से इस्तेमाल हो, इसके लिए चिंतन होता रहा है। चाहे आचार्य कुटिल्य हो या अर्थवेद हो, हर जगह पर भूमि को माता और उसकी संतानें हम सब हैं, उसका रक्षा करना, उसका विकास करना और उसके धन से खनिजों का प्रयोग करना। ये मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि खनिज संसाधन देश की आर्थिक और सामरिक शक्ति के लिए महत्वपूर्ण आधार है। ये संसाधन कुछ राज्यों से अधिक मात्रा में उपलब्ध हैं, लेकिन इसका प्रयोग पूरा देश करता है। मैं इस विधेयक का समर्थन करता हूं और धरती के नीचे जो संपदा है वो किसी एक सरकार की जागीर नहीं है, पूरे राष्ट्र की है और आने वाली पीढ़ियों की सांझी अमानत है। आज ये सदन केवल एक व्यवस्था तय नहीं कर रहा, आज ये सदन ये तय कर रहा है कि भारत की भूमि का संपदा बिखराव की बेड़ नहीं चढ़ेगी और ये आज का विधेयक मैं इसका समर्थन करता हूं।
There was a face-off that had erupted between the opposition and the government in the Rajya Sabha, with the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, claiming that how a venue, the Ram Leela ground in Uttarakhand, was purified after he addressed a rally over there on August 8, after which he said that he did not want to make it a political point, but because he never wants sympathy for being a Dalit, but he was deeply hurt because of this action that was taken after he addressed a rally in Uttarakhand's Ram Leela ground. There was a purification drive which the Congress is claiming which was carried out by a BJP-backed group, to which JP Nadda, the leader of the House, he said that that the BJP condemns it and everyone present over there condemns it, and this should not have been done, and they will probe the matter if it is done, and if anybody is found guilty, then action will also be taken against them. But the war of words didn't stop there. Mallikarjun Kharge continued speaking on this issue, to which JP Nadda said that this issue must not be politicized and sensationalized, and that the BJP condemns it, and it's a matter of concern for the BJP as well as for the nation. This is what JP Nadda said, and that he also claimed, but because they are condemning it and they will be taking action, they will be probing the matter, it's not right to point fingers towards the BJP. This is what JP Nadda told Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, and JP Nadda assured that action will also be taken if anybody is found guilty of carrying out the purification drive after Mallikarjun Kharge held a rally in Uttarakhand's Ram Leela ground. So the war of words were going on this matter over the purification drive, alleged purification drive that Mallikarjun Kharge claims was done by a BJP-backed group. Let's listen in.
सर, बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है, मैं हल्द्वानी में पब्लिक स्पीच में रामलीला मैदान में रामलीला स्टेज पे भाषण किया और लाखों लोग वहां पर थे। उस वक्त मैंने किसी समाज का, किसी धर्म का नाम नहीं लिया, सिर्फ मैं लोगों के समस्याओं को वहां पर बताया। लेकिन मेरे स्पीच होने के बाद कल वो लोग, बीजेपी के लोग सब मिलके हवन करके उस स्टेज का शुद्धिकरण करने का काम किए। ये you might have read in the newspaper. Is it the way in democracy? How you are protecting the constitution? That too, I am a leader of opposition. I am serving now Parliament.
माननीय खड़गे जी ने कहा है, ये सच में बहुत ही दुखदाई विषय है और ये दुखदाई सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए नहीं, ये दुखदाई हम सब के लिए है। बीजेपी, क्योंकि खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि बीजेपी के लोग थे, मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, यहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी भी बैठे हैं और मैं भी पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहा हूं। बीजेपी डज नॉट सब्सक्राइब टू सच एक्टिविटीज, नेवर। लेकिन आपने कहा है हम इसकी तहकीकात भी करेंगे, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं
when the leader of the house is on his legs, why you are shouting?
लेकिन जो भी बात हुई है उसकी तहकीकात जरूर होगी, लेकिन मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, इस तरह की एक्टिविटी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी कभी भी सब्सक्राइब नहीं करती है। मैं भर्त्सना करता हूं और मैं भर्त्सना भी करता हूं और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी इसको गहराई से देखेंगे भी, लेकिन आपकी भावनाओं को जो ठेस पहुंची है वो सच में हम सबके लिए खेद का विषय है।
So even the Rajya Sabha chairman condemned the alleged purification drive that Mallikarjun Kharge was talking about, and he said that untouchability is not a sin, but we all condemn it, and irrespective of our parties and ideologies, and this should not have been done if it has been done at all. JP Nadda has assured Mallikarjun Kharge that there will be a probe and this matter will be probed, and if anybody is found guilty, then action will also be taken against the accused. So Mallikarjun Kharge claimed that he had addressed a rally in Uttarakhand's Haldwani at the Ramlila ground, and after he addressed the rally, the stage was purified. This was the allegation from Mallikarjun Kharge. What he's also claiming that this was done by the BJP, to which JP Nadda said that they have no role to play in this, and BJP does not subscribe to such activities. This is what the leader of the house said, and he also condemned this, and he assured that action will be taken, a probe will be conducted, and if anybody is found guilty, then action will also be taken. In fact, even the chairperson said that this is not right, and we all condemn this irrespective of our parties and ideologies. So on the last day of the monsoon session, the Lok Sabha has been adjourned indefinitely, but if we talk about the Rajya Sabha is still functioning, and there was a war of words that had erupted in the Rajya Sabha.
सर, बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है, मैं हल्द्वानी में पब्लिक स्पीच में राम किया और लाखों लोग रामलीला स्टेज पे भाषण किया और लाखों लोग वहां पर थे। उस वक्त मैंने किसी समाज का, किसी धर्म का नाम नहीं लिया, सिर्फ मैं लोगों के समस्याओं को वहां पर बताया। लेकिन मेरे स्पीच होने के बाद कल वो लोग, बीजेपी के लोग सब मिलके हवन करके उस स्टेज का शुद्धिकरण करने का काम किए। ये you might have read in the newspaper. Is it the way in democracy? How you are protecting the constitution? That too, I am a leader of opposition. I am serving.
माननीय खड़गे जी ने कहा है, ये सच में बहुत ही दुखदाई विषय है और ये दुखदाई सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए नहीं, ये दुखदाई हम सब के लिए है। बीजेपी, क्योंकि खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि बीजेपी के लोग थे, मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, यहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी भी बैठे हैं और मैं भी पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहा हूं। बीजेपी डज नॉट सब्सक्राइब टू सच एक्टिविटीज, नेवर। लेकिन आपने कहा है हम इसकी तहकीकात भी करेंगे, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं
when the leader of the house is on his legs, why you are shouting?
लेकिन जो भी बात हुई है उसकी तहकीकात जरूर होगी, लेकिन मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं इस तरह की एक्टिविटी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी कभी भी सब्सक्राइब नहीं करती है। मैं भर्त्सना करता हूं और मैं भर्त्सना भी करता हूं और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी इसको गहराई से देखेंगे भी, लेकिन आपकी भावनाओं को जो ठेस पहुंची है वो सच में हम सबके लिए खेद का विषय है।
And we now get you some inside scoop of what unfolded in the Lok Sabha today. So Amit Shah walked into slogan shout-down in the Lok Sabha. Opposition was chanting, "Apologize, apologize." The opposition asked who ordered lathi charge, and Home Minister Amit Shah gestured NDA MPs to take their seats because they were also shouting slogans against the opposition at that time, and the NDA MPs fall silent after Amit Shah's gesture. And Amit Shah was smiling as the opposition continued to raise slogans against him and asking him to apologize. The opposition continued its apologize chants, and Prime Minister Modi also arrived as the slogan war continued in the Lok Sabha. And after which the Vande Mataram was sung and the Lok Sabha was adjourned indefinitely. So this is what unfolded when Home Minister Amit Shah arrived in the Lok Sabha before 11 a.m. The opposition began shouting slogans like "Apologize, apologize," and "Who ordered the lathi charge?" And when MPs from the ruling side also started creating a commotion in response, Home Minister Amit Shah gestured for everyone to take their seats, and all the NDA MPs from the ruling side sat down after Amit Shah's gesture, and Amit Shah was smiling while the opposition, including the Congress party, continued to chant "Apologize, apologize." And subsequently the Prime Minister arrived, and following his arrival and the singing of Vande Mataram, the Lok Sabha was adjourned indefinitely. So this is what unfolded in the Lok Sabha today. Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister Modi were also present on the last day of the monsoon session. And as soon as Amit Shah walked into the Lok Sabha, there was sloganeering which was being done by the opposition leaders. They started chanting slogans like "Apologize, apologize," and "Who gave the order? Who ordered lathi charge?" And Amit Shah then gestured the NDA MPs to take their seats because they had also started responding with responding with slogans, to which Amit Shah then gestured and told the NDA MPs to sit down, and then they quietly sat down, and after which Prime Minister Modi also arrived, and the entire Vande Mataram was then sung, and the Lok Sabha was then adjourned. Remember, the opposition for weeks now has been demanding Amit Shah to speak on the July 20th student protest, and has been asking to Amit Shah to answer the question that who authorized the firing on the student protesters. So that is what the opposition has been demanding from the Home Minister. The Home Minister this week said that he's ready to hold a discussion in the Parliament, given that there is no ruckus by the opposition, and the opposition takes part in the discussion. But Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, clearly said that he's not interested in listening to Amit Shah's speech, and that the opposition is seeking a simple answer as to who authorized the firing on the student protesters. If it was done by Amit Shah, then he must resign, and if at all it was not ordered by Amit Shah, then also he must resign, citing incompetence. So this is what Rahul Gandhi has been saying. Some more news coming in. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla did not read out the usual valedictory address, in which he highlights the performance and productivity of the Lok Sabha during the session. Meeting of floor leaders over tea in the Lok Sabha Speaker's chamber following the sine die adjournment of the House proceedings, and NDA leaders including the Prime Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh are also present, and Kanimori has also arrived representing the DMK. So far, no floor leaders from the Congress party or other opposition parties have arrived for the Prime Minister's traditional tea meeting. So only DMK representation is there. DMK is being represented by Kanimori, but no other opposition leaders are present for the Prime Minister's traditional tea meeting. My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining us with more details on this. Piyush, we're learning that Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla did not read out the usual valedictory address in which he highlights the performance and productivity of the Lok Sabha during the session. This comes amid there are questions being raised over the complete washout and no productivity of the House.
Well, that's right. There has been no productivity of the House, and remember that since the day one, which means on 20th July, we have seen series of protests taking place there in Parliament. Initially, it was on the issue of Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation. Then opposition changed its goalpost to the statement of Home Minister Amit Shah, and then we saw continuous protests disrupted in the Parliament because of these issues. And today, there is complete washout of this session where no discussion has happened on any important bill. Only one bill, which was anti-paper leak amendment bill, that was the one on which the discussion happened. And the discussion went on for more than 20 hours. Apart from that, no discussion on any foreign bill happened. And we are now seeing a complete washout of this entire session. Every day, opposition used to come at around 10 a.m. They used to hold a meeting, and then at 10:30, they used to hold a protest outside Makadar, and then they go inside the House at around 11 a.m. and then they protested there in the House also. And because of the continuous disruption and chaos, we are now witnessing as to how this complete washout of this monsoon session. Though the government is saying that we were very much ready to not only respond to all the concerns and queries of opposition, but for a detailed discussion, not only for one statement, but proper answers. That was the view of government, but opposition did not listen to the government, and they continue to create a disruption inside and outside the House, demanding that government must apologize. They were also demanding that PM Narendra Modi must apologize for using the pellet guns and the excessive use of force on the students there at Jantar Mantar. So we have seen a lot of drama unfolding throughout the session, and finally today it was the last day at around 11 a.m. when Lok Sabha resumed. Vande Mataram, full Vande Mataram song was sung by all the MPs, and after that House has been adjourned Saturday.
Right, Piyush, do stay with us. We also have my colleague Mausami Singh joining us on the story. Mausami, we're learning that Prime Minister's traditional tea meeting is also being held, and only DMK MP Kanimori is present from the opposition, and no other floor leaders are attending. Is the opposition boycotting this traditional tea meeting?
See, the Lok Sabha Speaker actually holds that traditional tea meeting where you can see those visuals. We've seen a boycott of that in the past as well. If you skip the previous session, before that also the opposition had boycotted the ceremonial tea of the Lok Sabha Speaker. But last time we saw a lot of bonhomie and shared between the Prime Minister and Priyanka Gandhi and other opposition leaders, including Dharmendra Yadav, when the Prime Minister had shared some casual political banter with Priyanka Gandhi, if you remember. But this time round, with the political temperatures completely soaring, we've seen more than 120 hours of work, business being wasted. We've seen crores of rupees, spent in disruptions. If you look at the entire budget of the Parliament, every hour almost more than 2 lakh rupees it costs the Lok Sabha to run the House, and that comes to almost above 90 hours of time wasted, and that tantamounts to more than 150 crores of money. So this is very interesting, because initially there are business advisory committee meetings where you can come to a common ground, discuss issues, but a lot of political brinkmanship and political stunts were used from either sides, whether it's the opposition or the ruling party. We've seen that there have been certain icebreaker meetings, but then again a lot of disruptions have happened with Rahul Gandhi's speech, calling for a breach of privilege, to, it coming to the entire 20th July Lati charge and demanding Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation, his resignation happening, then demanding the Home Minister's statement, and then the government agreeing on the last second day, the Home Minister giving a statement, the government agreeing in the last week, yes, he would give a statement and a complete discussion will take place. So a lot of peaks and troughs in this session, just like I recall, just like in 2010, when the entire session, the winter session was washed out on the 2G scam. In 2012, if you recall, it was a washout yet again of the same monsoon session for the CWG scam and also the Lokpal bill, the disruptions that happened. So this has happened in the far past, and the cost that has to be borne is by the taxpayer. But right now, those visuals that you see is of opposition perhaps completely, boycotting that tea meeting of the Lok Sabha Speaker. Remember, the Home Minister had written to the Lok Sabha Speaker yesterday, a last-ditch attempt by the government to get the House into functioning, but it was perhaps too little too late. Rahul Gandhi completely, rebutted that proposal, saying that we are not interested in lectures of the Home Minister. So quite an action-packed session. Unfortunately for the people of this country, a waste of time.
Absolutely. Mausami, do stay with us. Piyush Mishra also continues to stay with us. Piyush, all right, we'll try to re-establish that connection with Piyush, but Mausami Singh continues to stay with us. Mausami, we're also learning that when Amit Shah entered the Lok Sabha today, the protests were not just happening outside the parliament at the Makar Dwar, but also sloganeering was underway as soon as Amit Shah entered the Lok Sabha. Opposition MPs were chanting slogans like "Apologize, apologize," and who gave the orders?
See, if you look at, this was the first time round after the 20th of July that we saw the Home Minister and the Prime Minister on the floor of the House. And the opposition had taken out an entire calendar chart, spelling out the absent days of the Home Minister. Even, running banners saying the Home Amit Shah Lapata. And, perhaps that is what, irked the government. We saw a lot of damage control in the last few days, where Kiran Rijiju reached out to Rahul Gandhi. He went to his chamber. He gave Rahul Gandhi a telephonic call. They spoke on the phone. But the opposition was adamant that the Home Minister's statement should happen specifically on the shooting incident. Rahul Gandhi used the word shooting, whether who ordered the shooting, perhaps talking about the pellet guns used during the entire Lati charge. And on the other hand, the government said that Rahul Gandhi was continuously changing the goalpost. First, you ask for the resignation of the Education Minister, then you go on to ask the statement of the Home Minister. You also, in the interim, ask for the resignation of the Home Minister, then you ask for an apology from the Prime Minister. So it was a string of measures, a string of demands that were laid out, and it's like a battle that only deepened as the days progressed. We saw that how there was a little discussion that took place over the examination amendment bill, the anti-cheating law amendment bill, and apart from that, 19 bills passed in a jiffy, just in the blink of an eye. Those bills were passed. Yesterday, the Minerals and Mines bill was passed in just about 5 to 6 minutes. In seconds, bills were passed in the House, in the din, and that actually spelled out the kind of friction that prevailed in the House. We heard a lot of war of words, a lot of digging at each other, but the big question really is that could the opposition, could the government have come to a common ground Could there have been an attempt sooner than later? What the intensity of the attempts could have been earlier is the big question. Could the opposition have given some relented? Because there is a severe distrust that is prevailing between the opposition and the government, and it has been triggered by the entire students' movement that actually bore a big imprint in the parliament.
Absolutely, Mosmi. Thank you so much for those details. So, except for the anti-cheating bill, there were no discussions which were held on any of the 19 bills that were passed during the monsoon session. Let's take a look at what Minister Shrikanta Majumdar has to say on the complete washout.
देखिए, ये तो बहुत दुखद है देश के लिए, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि कितना पैसा जाता है संसद को चलाने के लिए, और जनता की एक्सचेकर यानी टैक्स की पैसा है। और उसके बाद हमारा अपोजिशन जिस तरीके से संसद को चलने नहीं दिया, क्योंकि उनकी जो डिमांड थी कि डिस्कशन हो, हम डिस्कशन चाहते थे। इवन हमारे माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने भी स्पष्ट कर दिया कि वो सारे चीज़ों का आंसर करेंगे, ही इज़ रेडी टू आंसर ऑल द क्वेश्चंस, और वो जवाब भी देंगे। और इसी डर के कारण हमारा अपोजिशन जो है वो भाग गया। वो उनमें सामर्थ्य नहीं है कि वो सच का सामना करे, क्योंकि उनसे फिर सवाल पूछे जाएंगे कि आपके झारखंड में क्या हो रहा है। वो सवाल का जवाब उनके पास नहीं है।
So now that the monsoon session has ended, Lok Sabha has been adjourned indefinitely. The debate is now over the productivity of the House, with the opposition making charges on the government that the government did not let the House function. The government claiming that it was the opposition that was adamant and did not let the House function. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. More news and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
EU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
News Track, where the voices that truly matter speak.
Why is the Congress party insisting on the resignation of Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan?
Irresponsibility, the government's failure to secure exams and deliver justice to students.
The real newsmakers and global thought leaders driving change across India and the world.
The former IMF executive director, Surjit Bhalla, says that this is factually incorrect. Resign and go. Who are you telling this?
Exclusive conversations, unfiltered insights, straight from the biggest names and power corridors. Every night, we deliver what matters most.
Your grocery order arrives in minutes. But at one Mumbai store, the hygiene check came with a very different delivery. Cockroaches, expired food, damaged packaging, and food stored straight on the floor. This is the Malad West store of Blink Commerce Private Limited. And after an FTA inspection on August 7, the food license has been suspended. The inspection report reads like a checklist of what not to do with food. Cockroaches were found on stocks of fruits and vegetables. Several food products were allegedly expired. Others had damaged or tempered packing. And the storage itself raised red flags. Food items placed directly on the floor, rusted racks, poorly maintained cold storage, and inadequate pest and rodent control. The FTA also flagged waste management, personal hygiene, employee health records, medical checks, and inadequate protective equipment for food handlers. In short, the problem wasn't one cockroach. It was a whole chain of hygiene failures. And this is not an isolated concern. In Bengaluru rural, food safety officials have now flagged unhygienic conditions at a Zepto warehouse in Hoskote, operated by Nippon Express. Officials inspected the facility and raised concerns over hygiene and food safety conditions. Further action is expected based on the inspection findings. Because at the end of the delivery chain, the food does not stay in a warehouse. It lands on your plate. And the message from FTA is simple. Convenience can be instant, but food safety cannot. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने लायक नहीं। देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी है जो इस लोकसभा में गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य को या गृह मंत्री जी के जवाब को लेक्चर कह रहा हो, तो उसको इससे साफ है कि इस लोकतंत्र के या इस पार्लियामेंट में या पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में कोई आस्था नहीं। जिस तरह से हंगामा करना, जिस तरह से पूरा सदन को वॉश आउट कर दिया, जब गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि हम विस्तार से चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं और सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देंगे, यही मांग थी और इसको गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दे दिया 3 बजे तक, जबकि कल संसदीय कार्य मंत्री और स्पीकर साहब ने भी कहा था। तो इससे साफ है कि इनके पास कोई जवाब सुनने के लिए नहीं है। वो समझते हैं कि शायद चर्चा होगी विस्तार से, तो रांची की भी चर्चा होगी, झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन की भी चर्चा होगी, कर्नाटका की भी चर्चा होगी, केरला की भी चर्चा होगी। आखिर वहां भी तो परीक्षाएं लीक हुई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि ये विषय किसी राज्य का नहीं है, किसी दल का नहीं है, इसीलिए कठोर कानून बनाया। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से जो भाषा, अमर्यादित भाषा राहुल गांधी एक विपक्ष के नेता होकर के कर रहे हैं गृह मंत्री जी पे, देश के गृह मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने धारा 370-35 से समाप्त करने का प्रस्ताव किया, जिन्होंने नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने के लिए संकल्प लिया, उसको पूरा किया, और आज देश की जनता आज के इस राहुल के बयान से जान चुकी है कि कौन भाग रहा है। आज विपक्ष भाग रहा है इस चर्चा से, गृह मंत्री के जवाब को सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि वो भाग रहा है, क्योंकि उसको जब एक एक जवाब मिलेगा तो इससे नहीं चलता है। अगर आप न भी आप सहमत हो तो सदन तो चलने दें।
When Janmuni Konwar returned to Jharkhand on Sunday after winning gold at the National Karate Championship held in Delhi, there was no house to go back to. Instead, there was a tent. This has been the 17-year-old's home since July 19th, when floodwaters entered a house, forcing a family to take refuge on the embankment.
मेरा पीछे घर है, पूरा फ्लैट की वजह से प्रैक्टिस कर नहीं पाया।
The fish and poultry were swept away. They managed to save the cattle, essential documents, and Janmoni's medals and prizes. But without any funds, the trip to Delhi was itself in doubt. This is when Janmoni found a savior in Alak Pandey of Physics Wala fame, who donated 3 lakh rupees.
अलक पांडे सर ने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया, इसलिए मैं नेशनल गया और गोल्ड मेडल जीत के आया। फ्लाइट का टिकट कर दिया, मुझे खेलने के लिए बोला और ये कहा कि तुम मुझे प्रॉमिस करो गोल्ड मेडल लेके आओगे।
While a family got down to planning a trip, she got down to training on the embankment itself.
घर पूरा डूब गया और प्रैक्टिस करने के मतलब घर के सामने ही प्रैक्टिस करता था। प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए कोई जगह नहीं थी, वो रास्ते पे ही कर लेते थे।
Janmoni has a busy year ahead. She's in class 12th and will face board exams in few months to come, some of which will be spent at this temporary shelter. This tent is more than just the address of a gold medalist. It is also a reminder of the devastation suffered by Assam due to floods. With Purna Bikas Bora, Bureau Report, India Today.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning into India Today. I'm Suesha Samant. You're watching Lunch Break. Let's begin with the top headlines we're tracking for you this afternoon. Lok Sabha adjourned, sine die ends with Vande Mataram. Government and opposition MPs stood up for national song. Lok Sabha adjourned without Shah's response. Mallikarjun Kharge versus JP Nadda over Uttarakhand stage Shuddhikaran. Kharge says stage purified after my speech, says anti-Dalit mindset exposed. Nadda says condemn such acts, will order complete probe on cleansing. Day 20 of raging protests in Ranchi. Mahato's hunger strike enters day 12. BJP continues to stand with students. Former CM gives ultimatum to Soren Sarkar, warns hunger strike if no CBI probe. BJP seeks inquiry into police crackdown. Air India mishap probe widens. Maintenance report flags tech failures. Flight had recorded 3 hydraulic alerts. Aircraft's autopilot disconnected twice after marijuana. Tech failures in focus. Karnataka Assembly canteen infested by cockroach. Cockroach on plates of Assembly Hotel. Hotel serves food to ministers and IAS officers. Karnataka Health Department on a raid spree. Raids even its own canteen. Violation of food safety norms flagged. Prajwal's perversion at peak, lodged in prison in a rape case but watches porn behind bars. Phone seized, 90 porn videos found, obscene images of women also found. And first up, we get you details. Student protest that continues. Students have warned of potential siege of the Chief Minister's residence after the 15th of August. The protest persists even after the student siege of the Legislative Assembly on the 10th of August. Although the number of students at the protest site has decreased now, as is being seen on the ground, preparations are underway to intensify this agitation once again. Students have stated that if the government fails to take any positive initiative, they may lay siege to the Chief Minister's residence after the 15th of August. In view of the students' protests, security arrangements at the Chief Minister's residence have been heightened, and it is not just his residence but even surrounding areas. Barricades have been erected on key roads and over 100 additional personnel have been deployed. The district and police administrations are on high alert due to the presence of students at the Jaipal Singh Munda Stadium. Barricading on key routes, traffic has been diverted. For security reasons, barricades have been placed on major roads leading to the Chief Minister's residence. Traffic arrangements have been altered to several routes, specifically the road connecting Morhabadi and Suchna Bhavan that has been diverted. The traffic diversion led to congestion in areas including Kucheri Chowk, causing inconvenience to commuters heading to offices, schools and colleges. Police and administration are on alert. The district administration and police headquarters are vigilant regarding the growing number of students at the Jaipal Singh Munda Stadium. Additional police forces have been deployed at sensitive intersections and major thoroughfares. Plainclothes police personnel and intelligence officers are also monitoring the situation very closely, while drone cameras are being used to keep an eye on the protests and the surrounding areas. Police officials have stated that no one will be permitted to take the law into their own hands. That's the latest on the situation as students are planning the siege, that too outside the Chief Minister's residence, for the very reason that this action is now being taken to prevent any untoward incident. But remember, this they are planning after the 15th of August. Now, you do remember what had happened the last time when the protests had escalated, especially when there was use of excessive force by the cops, for which the Jharkhand government had been criticized. We're trying to get more voices from the ground, as we understand that at the moment the number of students have decreased, but that does not in any way indicate that the protest is now simmering down. Rather, it is set to intensify, and that too after the 15th of August, because students who are planning to lay siege outside the Chief Minister's residence. It's been 20 days of protests already in Jharkhand over exam irregularities that very much continues despite the police crackdown that had happened on the 10th of August. The massive student-led agitation is now nearing the 3-week mark, while the hunger strike by activist Devendra Mahato has entered into its 12th day. Amid the protests, security has been beefed up outside and around Chief Minister Soren's residence. Multiple layers of barricading have been placed outside the Chief Minister's residence. The protest icon Devendra Mahato, who is hospitalized, has now written to the Ranchi civil surgeon, urging him to grant him permission to return to the protest site, saying that students are agitating for their rights and that this is not just a protest but also a responsibility and a source of hope for him. The BJP continues to extend its support to the protesting students. Former Chief Minister Raghubar Das has threatened to go on a hunger strike if the Hemant Soren government fails to recommend or order a CBI probe into the alleged exam irregularities. The BJP is also demanding an inquiry into the lathi charge and use of water cannons against protesting students during the August 10 Vidhan Sabha Gherao March.
It's the 20th day of the agitation by the students in Jharkhand, and now what we see, the fortified area of Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence. Look at this massive barricading. That's the main premises of Chief Minister's residence, heavily fortified and barricaded. Security deployment apparatus has been placed, and even on the boundary line, the boundary area of the Chief Ministerial residence, the periphery, has also been heavily fortified with these barricades throughout the 500-meter stretch. That's also adjacent to the residence of a Speaker of Jharkhand Assembly, and now along with the security apparatus, the whole of this residential area have been fortified with the barricading. Students, earlier we have seen marching towards the assembly, that led to the massive scuffle. Now there is also anticipation, what if the students also announced to march to the Chief Ministerial residence, anticipating the security threat. Look at these barricading, the whole area have now been fortified. The students still adamant, they are protesting. The agitation continues even on the 20th day. However, gradually we have seen the post-crackdown, somewhere the student agitation is also fading, but at the same time there are a number of those students who are still at the protest site as they are adamant on the withdrawal of CGL results. But for now we see the fortified areas of the Chief Minister's residence in Ranchi. In Ranchi with Lokendra, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. It's the 20th day of the agitation by the students in Jharkhand, and now what we see, the fortified area of Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence. Look at this massive barricading. That's the main premises of Chief Minister's residence, heavily fortified and barricaded. Security deployment apparatus has been placed, and even on the boundary line, the boundary area of the Chief Ministerial residence, the periphery, has also been heavily fortified with these barricades throughout the 500-meter stretch. That's also adjacent to the residence of a Speaker of Jharkhand Assembly, and now along with the security apparatus, the whole of this residential area.
कैसे लड़ते रहूँगा, मैं उनकी बात तो नहीं आऊँगा, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि सरकार इस पर जो है सो संज्ञान ले, क्योंकि ये मामला बहुत ही गंभीर हो गया है। और पूरे देशवासियों से कहना चाहेंगे कि आप लोग आइए झारखंड, इस झारखंड में आकर के आप लोग हमारे साथ इस आंदोलन को और आगे लेके चलिए, इस आंदोलन को बड़ा कीजिए, क्योंकि ये आंदोलन भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ
कभी भी जनता के हित से नहीं है, ये कभी भी युवाओं के हित से नहीं है। हम धन्यवाद देंगे राहुल गांधी जी को कि हमारी सरकार है, उसके बाद भी राहुल गांधी जी ने घटना चक्र की खंडन किया है। लेकिन भाजपा से पूछना चाहता हूँ, उनको तो सीख लेना चाहिए राहुल गांधी जी से। बिहार में युवाओं को बर्बरतापूर्वक सलूक किया, AK-47 से गोलियां आदि मारा, सैकड़ों बच्चे डिटेन किए गए, हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है, सीरियस बच्चे हैं, लेकिन कोई भी भाजपा का नेता कुछ नहीं बोलेगा। जंतर मंतर में क्या नहीं हुआ, एक भी बीजेपी के नेता ने इस संदर्भ में एक बयान तक नहीं दिया।
बच्चे बच्चियों को जिस बेरहमी से पीटा गया, जैसे बताया गया सामने विधानसभा के गेट के बाहर, हमें लगता है कि अंग्रेज शासन में भी इस तरह की आंदोलनकारी की पिटाई नहीं की गई। जिस तरह हमारे बच्चे बच्चियों को घेर के पुलिस चारों तरफ से उसकी पिटाई की गई। प्रतिपक्ष माननीय राहुल गांधी, जिसके समर्थन से सरकार चल रही है, एक तरफ दिल्ली में छात्र के नाम पर छाती पीट रहे हैं। वहीं झारखंड में हमारे बच्चे बच्चियां 20 दिन से हमारा अनशन में धरना में बैठे हुए हैं, तो खाली ट्वीट करके आंख में चौनी का खेल कर रहे हैं।
Well, India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai spoke to Jharkhand student leader Devendra Mahato, who is on hunger strike, leading the student protest. Listen in to what he said.
आप वहां लेटे हुए हैं, अस्पताल में हैं, 2 दिन से आपको अस्पताल में रखा गया है। क्या आप अब तैयार हैं इस भूख हड़ताल को तोड़ने के लिए या ये जारी रहेगा?
ऐसे हालात में तोड़ सकते हैं सर। आज मेरा 11वें दिन है और सदर अस्पताल में भी भूख हड़ताल जारी है। आज जो 10 तारीख को विधानसभा में जो लाखों की तादाद में जो युवा आए और आंदोलन के साथ खड़ा रहे, ये मेरे लिए सिर्फ आंदोलन नहीं है, बल्कि उनके विश्वास और उम्मीद पर एक मेरा जिम्मेवारी है। भले अभी मैं
आप कह रहे हैं ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, लेकिन वहां सरकार कह रही है कि वो आपकी मांगे, ज्यादातर सभी मांगे पूरी की गई है। कौन सी वो मांग है जो आप कह रहे हैं नॉन नेगोशिएबल?
सरकार मैं सरकार से मैसेज भेजा हूँ। हॉस्पिटल में कई सप्ताह पक्ष से विधायक और मंत्री जन हमसे मिलने आए थे। हमने उनको कहा है कि जो मांग पत्र हमने सौंपा है उसमें से आप पत्र जारी कर दीजिए कि भाई काम माना गया। अभी तक तो सिर्फ आश्वासन को और सिर्फ बयानों से मानी गई है। जारी होना चाहिए।
नहीं, कौन सी वो मांग है जो नॉन नेगोशिएबल है? सीबीआई प्रोब या जितने भी एग्जाम्स जो जिसमें धांधली हुए सभी को कैंसिल करना है? क्या कौन सी मांग है जिस पर आप बिल्कुल अड़े रहेंगे?
ये सरकार भले दावा कर रही है कि मैं 98% मांग पूरी कर ली है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि सरकार 50% मांग भी नहीं मानी होगी।
तो ये आंदोलन क्या आप हेमंत सोरेन सरकार के मंत्रियों के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है? पूरी जो सिस्टम है उनके खिलाफ आंदोलन है? हेमंत सोरेन खुद के खिलाफ है? क्योंकि मैंने देखा है कि आप तो शिबू सोरेन को बहुत मानते हैं, उनके पोस्टर्स रखे थे। इज दिस अगेंस्ट हेमंत सोरेन या पूरे सिस्टम या गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो भाई हम लोग सिस्टम को शिकार हैं, तो सिस्टम के खिलाफ आंदोलन कर रहे हैं और सिस्टम सुधार की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की है। अगर सरकार सिस्टम सुधार में नाकाम साबित होगी तो हम सरकार के अगेंस्ट जाएंगे। फिलहाल अभी तक हम लोग सरकार के विरोध में नारे तक नहीं लगाए हैं, लेकिन अगर सरकार हमारे सिस्टम सुधार में नाकाम होगी तो बिल्कुल हम लोग सरकार को फिर उठाव करने की बात करेंगे। वो सरकार किस काम की जो युवाओं को संतुष्ट न कर पाए।
I take this to my colleague Satyajit Kumar now joining us on the broadcast. Satyajit, the latest from you on how it appears on the ground and what exactly is the plan post the 15th of August, as we understand that the students are planning to escalate this and lay siege outside the Chief Minister's residence.
Of course, this is what we have gathered, that the agitation could intensify post 15th August, and since the session is not on, the session is over, they could march to the CM house also. This is what the inputs are coming, and that is why the administration and the government is trading cautiously. The CM house has been fortified. The periphery of the CM house has been barricaded in multi-layers, and they will ensure that none enters inside that premises, that periphery. And they were on a high alert after the BJP leaders had staged a protest and they had attempted to gherao the CM house on August 10th, and under the leadership of Aditya Sahu, BJP President and Rajya Sabha MP. Many other leaders had come down near the CM house, including Babulal Marandi and others. After that, the administration is on alert and they have diverted all the traffics that was allowed earlier to cross from the vicinity of the CM house. They have been diverted. You cannot move towards the CM house from Moravadi. There is a barricade out there. From the Speaker house to CM house, it is only one lane. The traffic has been allowed only on one lane. If you want to move towards Durga Mandir, there is a barricade out there. And the whole city is experiencing a heavy congestion in traffic. The traffic is moving in a sloth pace. So the government is on alert and the students are in a no mood to budge until their demands are considered. So it is expected that after 15th August, they can put up another show to make their presence felt and mount pressure on the government to concede their demands.
All right, Satyajit, many thanks for getting us the latest. And more breaking news coming in. BJP attacks opposition over parliament washout. BJP has said that the opposition has failed to debate or raise key issues. BJP also saying that the government was ready to debate, but the opposition chose to resort to ruckus. Also saying that no opposition MP has raised the need issue during the exam bill. BJP saying that India deserves an opposition that has the ability to debate. BJP's Amit Malviya, who's put out this latest post that reads, and I quote, by disrupting parliament throughout the monsoon session, the opposition has failed to debate on or raise key issues of public importance. Legislative business had to be conducted amid the din, leaving little room for a meaningful exchange of ideas. Even when the government was prepared to make a statement on the floor of the House and answer questions relating to the NEET protests, the opposition chose disruption over debate. Worse, when the strengthened examination bill was being debated, not a single opposition MP raised the NEET issue. The country is watching. Rahul Gandhi has once again failed to offer a meaningful vision, a coherent alternative, or even a serious idea. If this is how the Congress thinks it can win the trust of the people, it is living in a fantasy. The country deserves an opposition that debates, questions, and offers alternatives, not one that simply disrupts Parliament. And for the foreseeable future, this approach will not take the Congress anywhere. Let me take this to my colleague Piyush Mishra now joining us on the broadcast. Piyush, the manner in which the monsoon session has turned out, the BJP was bound to respond to this, especially when they had openly dared the opposition to say that we are willing to debate, come on the floor, let the House function. But the opposition that continued to stage that protest.
Well, just like Suresha, we have seen as to how this entire session is completely washed out. No discussion on any important thing happened. We also saw that the discussion which happened, that was happened only on anti-paper leak amendment bill, and that happened for around 22 hours. Apart from that, no bill was thoroughly discussed, and on the same note, Amit Malviya, who is the BJP ICSL head, is coming out with a statement saying that by disrupting Parliament throughout the monsoon session, the opposition has failed to debate or raise issues of public importance. You would remember that yesterday the last and the biggest outreach was made by Home Minister Amit Shah, where we requested opposition to come to the floor of the House. Give in writing to Lok Sabha Speaker by 2 p.m. Government would start debate by 3 p.m. But even that did not happen. Amit's key contains disruption. We are now seeing how the session is complete washout. The legislative business had to be conducted amid the din, leaving little room for a meaningful exchange of ideas. Even when the government was prepared to make a statement on the floor of the House and answer questions relating to the NEET protest, the opposition chose disruption over debate. That's what the BJP is now saying. Now it remains to be seen how things are further going to pan out, because this session has somewhere indicated that a lot of sour things have now erupted between government and opposition.
Piyush, I request you to stay on with us as we cut across to more breaking news coming in to how the Congress has responded. Meanwhile, Priyanka Gandhi has attacked Amit Shah after the Lok Sabha washout. She has said that Amit Shah came to Lok Sabha to sing Vande Mataram. The Congress has attacked Amit Shah, saying Home Minister was missing from Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha adjourned sine die. Lok Sabha ended with MPs standing up to the national song. Listen in to what she said.
सेशन जिस तरह से वॉश आउट हुआ मैम, पूरा इस पर क्या कहेंगी मैम? मैम, गृह मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री जी आज आए हैं वंदे मातरम गाने के लिए, आज आए हैं। पूरा सेशन चला है, ना प्रधानमंत्री जी आए ना गृह मंत्री जी आए, तो कैसे चलेगा फिर ये लोकतंत्र और ये पार्लियामेंट? सेशन जिस तरह से वॉश आउट हुआ मैम, पूरा इस पर क्या कहेंगी मैम? मैम, गृह मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री जी आज आए हैं वंदे मातरम गाने के लिए, आज आए हैं। पूरा सेशन चला है, ना प्रधानमंत्री जी आए ना गृह मंत्री जी आए, तो कैसे चलेगा फिर ये लोकतंत्र और ये पार्लियामेंट?
Let me take this to my colleague Mosmi Singh now joining us on the broadcast. Mosmi, we're witnessing the blame game that is happening between the centre and the opposition. But how will the Congress respond to how the Home Minister had openly given that offer that he will debate, but they did not take it up?
See, clearly, this entire argument has seen several twists and turns, attacks and counter-attacks. If you look at it, it started from first a discussion on the public examination amendment bill called for the entire lathi charge allegations and counter allegations on the issue of lathi charge that happened on 20th July, and then that bill was passed. But importantly, most of the opposition leaders took to the floor to discuss how on 20th July students were beaten up, and they demanded that Home Minister Amit Shah should answer that. Even that time, the Home Minister was not in the Lok Sabha, on the floor of the House. And ever since then, there was a demand for sacking of the Education Minister, and day by day, the arguments and the intensity of the entire verbal duel kept increasing, Suvesha. If you look at the entire stretch of the monsoon session, the productivity of Lok Sabha was lower than that of the Raj Sabha. Hardly 16 to 17 hours we saw throughout the monsoon session. If you accumulate the time that the Lok Sabha has really run, it's just about 17 hours, which is actually very, very low. And importantly, as you said, that Rahul Gandhi was stuck on the fact that Home Minister Amit Shah should point blank answer on the shooting of on the students and the lathi charge, rather than a larger debate on the entire issue. Many within the opposition would argue that this was a platform where you could have actually targeted the Home Minister, since the government had finally agreed upon that. On the other side, the opposition, many members felt that this would give Amit Shah, who is a very, very acute observer and prepares his speeches very well, his speeches are well researched, it will give Amit Shah the floor to in fact bat as he wishes. So and therefore, with the ruling party MP speaking about Jharkhand and other issues and paper leaks, it could actually divert the entire issue and focus from the lathi charge of on 20th July. And that's why you see that we've seen a very aggressive Rahul Gandhi, who's done a couple of press conferences during this session demanding the same answers. We've seen Akhilesh Yadav take to the floor of the House. Yesterday he said, why is Amit Shah not inside the House? And we see the Prime Minister and the Home Minister on the last day while the Parliament is Lok Sabha is being sine die. So it gives a fresh ammunition to the opposition, while the government is constantly saying that opposition is indulging in the politics of disruption. Even the Parliamentary Affairs Minister yesterday, highlighted that the opposition continued to change their demands and change the goalpost.
Right. Maushmi, I request you to stay on with us as we are getting more responses from the Congress. In the latest, Mallikarjun Kharge has attacked the BJP over Haldwani Hawan Rao. Kharge has said for the BJP, Is there no place for Dalits? That's the question he's asked, as Kharge has questioned the need for Havan at Haldwani ground. He has said Haldwani Havan has been used against Hinduism, where Nadda said that it condemns any purification. Nadda saying that he respects Kharge and his sentiments, but Nadda has promised to probe into the quote-unquote offensive rituals. Let me take this back to my colleague Maushmi Singh. But before that, a series of responses coming in. Let's listen in.
हम पहले से यही बोल रहे हैं कि इस देश में शेड्यूल कास्ट दलित लोगों को जगह नहीं है। धर्म के नाम पे सभी को डिवाइड कर रहे हैं और वहाँ पर हवन करने की क्या जरूरत थी। रामलीला मैदान है, पब्लिक मीटिंग होती है, हर पार्टी के लोग वहाँ करते हैं, लेकिन ये उनका जो उन्होंने किया, एक तो हिंदू धर्म के खिलाफ किया, दूसरा देश को डिवाइड करने का और जाति जातियों में झगड़ा लगाने का काम वो लोग कर रहे हैं। इससे वो मालूम होता है और कैसा बीजेपी कहती है करती है, एक निशाना है, उसको मैं कंडम करता हूँ।
ये इनकी जो एकदम मतलब ये जो मानसिकता है उसका प्रदर्शन है कि बीजेपी की विचारधारा क्या है, आरएसएस की विचारधारा क्या है। इसका खंडन होना चाहिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी को इसका खंडन करना चाहिए और माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
Let me take this back to my colleague Maushmi Singh, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Maushmi, the controversy is escalating, especially with questions being asked by the Congress and how Nadda has responded.
See, clearly Mallikarjun Kharge there, who is also the Congress president, he went on to say that he's never flaunted or in fact tried to, play the victim card with his Dalit background. But he's demanded that a case should be registered under the Untouchability Act against whoever has behaved in this fashion and done a Shuddhikaran Havan. Naturally, the government, understanding the gravity and the sensitivity of the entire matter, that this could snowball into a huge controversy coming close on the heels of the Punjab and UP assembly elections, would not like to take this entire issue very lightly and in fact lightly at all. And we saw that's the reason we saw JP Nadda, the former president of the BJP, who's a very, very veteran politician, understand and take to the floor of the house to say that the inquiry will be done, and in fact saying that this is completely uncalled for. But I think that this is more than just a speech or an assurance given. This could in fact make a big political ammunition for the Congress to call out the double speak of the BJP. Already you can hear what Priyanka Gandhi and Mr. Kharge is saying. So clearly this being a very, very important political matter, where Mallikarjun Kharge, the politician in question himself, demanding an FIR.
Oh yes, absolutely. Maushmi, I request you to stay on with us as we also dwell into the story in greater detail. Yes, the big parliament face-off over Shuddhikaran Rao, where Rajya Sabha LOP Mallikarjun Kharge and leader of House JP Nadda engaged in a fierce war of words in the upper house. This after Kharge raised the issue. Kharge addressed a rally at Ramleela Maidan. This was on the 8th of August. This was part of the party's preparation for 2027 Uttarakhand Assembly polls. 3 days later, members of Shri Ram Sena Dharmarth Seva Nyas conducted a Shuddhikaran Yagna, or a purification ceremony, at that venue. The organization claimed that objectionable slogans had been raised from stage during political program. It said that Ramleela stage was a cultural platform and should not be made available for political events irrespective of the party involved. Rajya Sabha LOP Mallikarjun Kharge raised the issue in the upper house, alleging that purification ritual was conducted at the venue after his visit, and questioned whether such an act was compatible with democracy. He described the incident as an affront to the constitution and said he wanted to raise it as a political issue. Kharge also said that he had spent years in parliament and objected to what he described as an act of untouchability directed at him. JP Nadda termed the incident deeply distressing but rejected Kharge's assertion that BJP workers were behind it. Nadda also objected to Kharge continuing to hold BJP responsible after the party had already denied involvement and promised an inquiry. Rajya Sabha chair said that the incident should be condemned irrespective of political affiliations and called for those responsible to be identified and punished.
सर बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है, मैं हल्द्वानी में पब्लिक स्पीच में रामलीला मैदान में रामलीला स्टेज पे भाषण किया और लाखों लोग वहां पर थे। उस वक्त मैंने किसी समाज का, किसी धर्म का नाम नहीं लिया, सिर्फ मैं लोगों के समस्याओं को वहां पर बताया। लेकिन मेरे स्पीच होने के बाद कल वो लोग, बीजेपी के लोग सब मिलके हवन करके उस स्टेज का शुद्धिकरण करने का काम किए। ये you might have read in the newspaper. Is it the way in democracy? How you are protecting the constitution? That too, I am a leader of opposition. I am serving.
माननीय खड़गे जी ने कहा है, ये सच में बहुत ही दुखदाई विषय है और ये दुखदाई सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए नहीं, ये दुखदाई हम सब के लिए है। बीजेपी, क्योंकि खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि बीजेपी के लोग थे, मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, यहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी भी बैठे हैं और मैं भी पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहा हूं। बीजेपी डज नॉट सब्सक्राइब टू सच एक्टिविटीज, नेवर। लेकिन आपने कहा है हम इसकी तहकीकात भी करेंगे, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, लेकिन जो भी बात हुई है उसकी तहकीकात जरूर होगी। लेकिन मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, इस तरह की एक्टिविटी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी कभी भी सब्सक्राइब नहीं करती है। मैं भर्त्सना करता हूं और मैं भर्त्सना भी करता हूं और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी इसको गहराई से देखेंगे भी। लेकिन आपकी भावनाओं को जो ठेस पहुंची है वो सच में हम सब के लिए खेद का विषय है।
तो इस तरह के कृत्य करके वो समाज में अंदर विघटन डाल के किसी तरह से चाहते हैं राजनीतिक लाभ लेना। लेकिन हम इस मौके पे बीजेपी के लोगों से और उनके संगी साथी और नियत के लोगों से कहेंगे कि हम दलितों को, हम पिछड़ों को, आदिवासियों को, मुसलमानों को जितना आप अपमानित करोगे, जितना आप जलील करोगे, हमारा संघर्ष का संकल्प उतना ही और मजबूत होता जाएगा। घटने वाला नहीं है, ये बढ़ने वाला संकल्प है।
कांग्रेस गलत दिशा में जा करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बदनाम करने का कार्य कर रही है, क्योंकि वो कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यक्रम नहीं था। कई लोग, कई संस्थाएं इस तरह की।
And shortly from now, we'll cut across to that news conference that is being led by Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju. As the government is now mounting a full frontal attack against the opposition, blaming them for how the monsoon session in Parliament has been a complete washout. Let's cut across.
मॉनसून सेशन का अंतिम आज हम लोग यहाँ पार्लियामेंट कॉम्प्लेक्स में मिल रहे हैं। हमारे साथ में पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्रालय के दोनों साथी अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, एल मुरुगन जी, सेक्रेटरी पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स निकुंज ढल जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी सत्यप्रकाश जी और हमारे जितना बाकी ऑफिशियल्स हैं और मीडिया बंधुओं। मॉनसून सेशन आज समाप्त हो गए हैं। हम दो तरीके से देखते हैं। बिजनेस के दृष्टि से बहुत अच्छा सेशन रहा। कुल 12 बिल्स हमने पारित किए हैं। चर्चा की दृष्टि से अच्छा नहीं हुआ है। लोकसभा में जितना टाइम आवंटित किया गया है, टोटल टाइम एलोकेशन के हिसाब से सिर्फ 19% हमने प्रोडक्टिविटी की दृष्टि से 19% सक्सेस प्राप्त किया है। राज्यसभा में 39%। राज्यसभा में अपोजिशन पार्टी हंगामा करके कभी कभी वॉकआउट भी करते थे, तो बाकी मेजॉरिटी पार्टीज एनडीए के और कुछ अपोजिशन पार्टी के एमपीज ने डिबेट डिस्कशन में हिस्सा लिया। तो राज्यसभा का टोटल प्रोडक्टिविटी मॉनसून सेशन का 39%, लोकसभा का 19%। एक बिल सिर्फ चर्चा हो पाई लोकसभा में, जो प्रिवेंशन ऑफ अनफेयर मीन्स, एग्जामिनेशन में जो पेपर लीकेजेस का घटना होते हैं, लोग छुप छुप के पेपर भेजते हैं एग्ज़ाम के या खरीदते हैं, या ऐसे कई राज्यों में देश भर में घटना हुए हैं, उसको लेकर के कड़ा कानून जो पारित किया गया है इस सत्र में, वो है पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन प्रिवेंशन ऑफ अनफेयर मीन्स एक्ट जो बना है। ये लोकसभा में भी डिस्कशन हुए थे और राज्यसभा में भी हुए हैं। इसके अलावा लोकसभा में कोई अच्छा चर्चा नहीं हुआ। बिल पास हुए हैं, 11 बिल्स पास किए हैं। इसलिए मैंने कहा टोटल 12 बिल्स पास किए हैं इन टोटल, और चर्चा की दृष्टि से हम खुश नहीं हैं क्योंकि अपोजिशन ने ठीक से चर्चा करने नहीं दिया, विशेष करके लोकसभा में, लेकिन बिजनेस अच्छा हुआ है। एक जो हमारा नोटिस में आया है, मैंने कल भी कहा था, मेरा बहुत लंबा एक्सपीरियंस तो नहीं है, अभी लगभग 3 दशक होने वाले हैं, 30 इयर्स का मेरा एक्सपीरियंस होने वाले हैं। मैं बहुत बूढ़ा आदमी भी नहीं हूँ, फिर भी मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ कि मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस, मेरे ज़िंदगी में जो पार्लियामेंट्री एक्सपीरियंस जो मैंने देखा है, ये पहली बार है जहाँ अपोजिशन डिस्कशन से भाग रहे थे। पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में अपोजिशन डिस्कशन के लिए डिमांड करते हैं और सरकार उसका जवाब देते हैं। ये तरीका होता है क्योंकि लोगों ने हमको चुना देश सेवा के लिए, समाज सेवा के लिए। अपोजिशन सरकार से जवाब मांगता है और सरकार जवाब देना ही होता है पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में। तो पहली बार ये दृश्य देखने को मिला कि सरकार खुद कह रहे हैं कि हम डिस्कशन चाहते हैं और अपोजिशन बहाना बना करके डिस्कशन से भाग रहे हैं। तो ये लोकतंत्र के लिए, विशेष करके संसदीय लोकतंत्र के लिए ठीक नहीं है। प्रेसिडेंशियल फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट में तो लेजिस्लेचर अलग है, एग्जीक्यूटिव अलग है, और लेजिस्लेचर में सिर्फ आपस में डिबेट डिस्कशन होते हैं। पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी में हाउस के अंदर में सवाल जवाब होते हैं, क्वेश्चन आवर चलने नहीं दिया, और डिस्कशन सरकार खुद प्रपोज किया, अपोजिशन डिस्कशन से भाग रहे हैं, बोलते हैं कि डिस्कशन सुनेंगे नहीं, मंत्री का जवाब नहीं सुनेंगे। ये पहले के मुकाबले ये नया चीज़ मुझे देखने को मिला, ये कल्पना से बाहर है कि अपोजिशन खुद ही डिस्कशन नहीं चाहते हैं पार्लियामेंट में। दूसरा जो मैंने देखा है, विशेष करके कांग्रेस पार्टी में, कांग्रेस के एमपीज अब सोचते हैं कि उसका काम नारा लगाना और प्लेकार्ड बैनर लेकर के हंगामा करना, यही काम रह गया है, ऐसा सोचने लग गया है। नाराबाजी ये तो आप सड़क में कहीं भी कर सकते हैं, सदन में तो चुन के आते हैं, तो वहाँ तो डिबेट डिस्कशन के लिए आते हैं। तो एक ऐसा माहौल बना दिया कि कांग्रेस के एमपी सोचते हैं कि उनका मुख्य काम, प्रायोरिटी नाराबाजी है, ऐसा सोचने लग गया। सुबह सुबह उठता है, तकिया लेता है, पार्लियामेंट परिसर में पहुंचता है, नाराबाजी लगाएगा, गाली देगा, यही उनका काम रह गया है, ऐसा बना दिया है। तो मैं पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मंत्री होने के नाते कांग्रेस के जो विशेष करके नए एमपी है, उनके लिए मेरा दिल से मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, उनके लिए मुझे खराब लग रहा है मैं बहुत संवेदनशील इंसान हूँ। कांग्रेस के एमपीओं का दर्द मैं समझ सकता हूँ। कैसे सीखेंगे अगर डिबेट डिस्कशन नहीं होगा तो। इसलिए जो सीनियर है उसको तो मैं कह नहीं सकता हूँ, लेकिन नए एमपीज़ को अच्छा डिस्कशन डिबेट का मौका नहीं मिला। गलती कांग्रेस पार्टी की ही है, लेकिन हम उम्मीद करते हैं जब हम विंटर सेशन के लिए मिलेंगे, शीतकालीन सत्र के लिए फिर मिलेंगे, तो कुछ अच्छा सोच समझ के साथ बदलाव होगा, मैं उम्मीद रखता हूँ। ये सत्र में आप लोगों ने बहुत कवरेज दिया। पार्लियामेंट्री रिपोर्टिंग बहुत क्रिटिकल होता है डेमोक्रेसी में। एक ज़माने में मैंने देखा, हम लोग जब नए नए एमपी बने थे, सुबह से लेकर के देर रात तक गैलरी में बैठते थे न्यूज़ वाले। उस समय तो लाइव टीवी नहीं थे और वो सोशल मीडिया नहीं थे, तो पार्लियामेंट्री रिपोर्टिंग मीडिया का इतना तगड़ा था कि अगले दिन हमारा क्या रिपोर्टिंग होगा। अब तो हेडलाइन का तलाश में सब चले गए हैं। पार्लियामेंट्री रिपोर्टिंग डिबेट डिस्कशन का जो कोर इशू है उससे भी एमपीज़ भी बहुत दूर हो गए हैं। तो आप लोगों का सहयोग मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और इस बार काफ़ी जो गतिविधि में मीडिया ने कोई ऐसा चीज़ नहीं किया जिससे पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी को नुकसान पहुँचे। तो इसलिए मैं सारे मीडिया फ्रेंड्स को भी तहे दिल से मैं शुक्रिया धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू।
उनके क्वेश्चन होंगे,
क्वेश्चन तो छोड़ दीजिए आज तक। हाँ, 11 बिना चर्चा के पारित हुए, एक चर्चा हुए। टोटल बिल 12। लोकसभा में एक बिल में चर्चा हो पाई और 11 में चर्चा नहीं हो पाए। राज्यसभा में पूरा बिल पे चर्चा हुए। सिर्फ ओपोजिशन के प्रमुख कांग्रेस पार्टी और कुछ लोग भाग नहीं लिया और कुछ ओपोजिशन पार्टी हिस्सा लिया। बाद में बताइएगा
सर, डिलिमिटेशन को लेकर
नहीं, अभी भविष्य का बात अभी मत पूछिए। उसके लिए मैं अलग से आप लोगों से वार्ता करूंगा।
वर्तमान में जियो।
हम वर्तमान में जीने वाले लोग हैं।
सरकार के नंबर है डिलिमिटेशन के लिए?
हाँ,
सरकार के
नहीं,
डिलिमिटेशन के लिए
आप भविष्य का सवाल पूछ के आज के महत्व को खत्म कर रहे हैं। आप छपेगा ही नहीं आज का, फिर आप फिर वो छपेगा।
वैसे भी डिलिमिटेशन
अच्छा, इनका नंबर ले लो, आप बुला लो। आपका नंबर सरकार का काम है सदन चलाना।
हाँ, तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ। तो हंगामा करके बात करो ना। तो अपोजिशन तो बात करते थे ना, तो ये लोग अपोजिशन करके डिस्कशन से भागते हैं, ये फर्क है। समझ गए ना? मैं करूँगा फिर, ये तो विषय डाइवर्ट होता है।
ठीक, ओके, थैंक यू।
And yes, that's a statement that has come in from Kiran Rijiju as part of this news conference, where he said that the government wanted debate, but the opposition fled. He said that this is the first ever opposition that runs away from debate, saying that the opposition said that they will not listen to ministers. Also adding that this is a new law to Parliament debate where the opposition MPs just believe in disruptions. As new MP, we would spend time in the House, but all they resort to is sloganeering on the roads and not hold a constructive debate inside Parliament. Kiran Rijiju saying that the hangama is not good for new Congress MPs, saying how will the new MPs even learn if all they witness in the Parliament is uproar? That's the question that the government is now asking as they corner the opposition on how they were willing to have a debate on the key issues, on all the questions that the opposition wanted to ask, but not just did they block that debate. Rather, these constant disruptions is not setting a good example for the young MPs as well. Kiran Rijiju in that statement against the opposition saying that this is the first ever opposition that ran away from debate. Piyush Mishra joining us on the phone line. Piyush, an all-out attack where the government is also setting the narrative to say that if the monsoon session has been a washout, it is because of the opposition, but questioning the opposition on why run away from the debate, saying that this is setting a bad example.
Well, that's right, Suresha. Remember that the government has been requesting opposition to come on the house and have a discussion, and that's what Kiran Rijiju has also reiterated, that the monsoon session has been complete washout because of the opposition political parties. We take it that government was always of the view of having discussion, and that's why not only Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju but also Home Minister Amit Shah, gave an open offer to opposition political parties to have a debate on the issue of not only Jantar Mantar but also all the issues concerning the student protests across the country. But no discussion happened, and now Rijiju is reiterating that this monsoon session is complete washout because of the kind of discussion and chaos which was created by the opposition political parties. Now it remains to be seen how the opposition is going to react on this. We have also been speaking to various MPs from the opposition. They were of the view that government should have, in the initial days itself, allowed to hold a discussion on the issue of Jantar Mantar, on the pellet gun which was fired at the students, and also they should have led the discussion on Ram Mandir issue also. But the government was not of the view of holding this discussion. You would also remember that in the last week of a monsoon session, Kiran Rijiju made an open offer to which opposition never agreed. So now, as we are speaking, there was complete washout of monsoon session. Only discussion on anti-paper leak amendment bill happened. That was happened for around 20 to 22 hours. And apart from that, no discussion on any important bill happened, which is certainly telling us that how this entire session was a complete washout.
Piyush, many thanks for putting that into perspective. Let's once again listen into that statement that was made by Mallikarjun Kharge earlier.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर कदम नहीं रख रहे हैं, होम मिनिस्टर कदम नहीं रख रहे हैं, और मैं अंदर था, मैं सुन रहा था। सुनने के लिए तुम्हारे रूम में बैठ के सुनने के लिए आते हो? अरे या हाउस में बैठ के सुनो। उसके बाद ये सब ऐसे हैं कि दे वांट टू डिस्ट्रॉय डेमोक्रेसी एंड दे वांट टू मीन्स डिमोरलाइज पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स, एंड वो ये चाहते हैं कि पार्लियामेंट हमारे सामने कुछ नहीं, सब कुछ हम हैं। ये उनकी आदत है और ये इनका ईगो जनता तोड़ेगी।
On that note, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The battle over eggs. This week, India Today's cover story explores the growing controversy over eggs in the midday meal scheme and what it reveals about nutrition, public policy and politics. Also in this issue, discover the changing political equation in Bihar, the future of the Udaan scheme, and Cockroach Janta Party, the road ahead. Read the full report in the latest issue, The Battle Over Eggs. India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
The Jharkhand protest is not just about exams. On the streets of Ranchi, it's a protest over jobs, vacancies and years of waiting. For thousands of young Jharkhandis, government recruitment has become a cycle of preparing, appearing, waiting and starting all over again. India Today has been on the ground speaking to protesters at the heart of this agitation. And behind the anger over JPSC, JSSC irregularities lies a much bigger crisis, the crisis of jobs. 26,001 assistant teacher vacancies were announced. Exams were held for it in 2024. 2 years later, appointments still remain incomplete. 9,000 TGT vacancies were announced in 2016. And these posts were abolished in 2025. For an aspirant, every vacancy is a chance. But protesters say in Jharkhand, even that chance has become uncertain.
हम 20 साल से परीक्षा का तैयारी करते हैं।
कितने साल से करी है?
20 साल से कर रहे हैं। मेरा 39 साल हो गया है। मैंने हाई स्कूल का भी परीक्षा क्वालिफाई किया। सिलेक्टेड कैंडिडेट से 20 नंबर अधिक नंबर लाया। इसके बावजूद भी मेरा नियुक्ति नहीं होता है।
And the problem is not limited to the education sector. 5,000 police vacancies were announced in 2023, 4 years after the last exam. But these exams were never held. Thousands of young men and women prepare for these posts often for years. And for those waiting against an age limit, every year matters.
दरोगा बनने का तो मैम ये वैकेंसी आया ही नहीं और मेरे पिताजी तो चले गए बट ये सपना ही रह गया। अभी हमारा मतलब कि ऐसा है कि करे कि नहीं करे।
अभी कितना एज हो गया है?
मैम मेरा अभी 28 हो गया मैम। तो अभी चीजें ऐसी हो गई है कि कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, आगे कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है, ऑप्शन नहीं है, ब्लैंक हो गया सब कुछ। और अभी क्या ही मैं बताऊं, जेपीएससी, जेएसएससी सब में धांधली है। कम्प्लीटली छोटा से छोटा पोस्ट भी यहाँ पे पता चलता है कि सोल्ड आउट हो जाता है। तो कैसे बिलीव करेगा मैम? हम लोग यहाँ के मूल निवासी है। अब हम किसी अदर स्टेट में जाते हैं तो हम लोगों का कोई वैल्यू नहीं होता है।
The vacancies that candidates wait for are often the difference between staying in the race and being pushed out of it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
sounds like a scene straight out of a spy thriller. The US President boards Air Force One in full view of the cameras. But behind the scenes, there is a decoy aircraft, a catering truck and a secret military jet. And according to US media reports, Donald Trump is quietly moved from one aircraft to another without the press or even some White House staff knowing. Here is what reportedly happened on July 8th after the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. Trump's convoy arrives at the airport. He's seen boarding an older Air Force One. A catering truck is seen moving alongside the aircraft. Trump is then reportedly taken away from Air Force One inside the vehicle. The truck carries him across the airport to a much smaller military aircraft, a US Air Force C-32A. And the aircraft takes off for Britain. But the deception does not end there. The large Air Force One also takes off for Britain, effectively serving as a decoy. Both aircraft later arrive at RAF Mildenhall in England, just minutes apart, and then comes the final part of the operation. Trump is seen stepping off the older Air Force One. US media reports say it was prompted by a credible Iranian threat targeting Trump and potentially his aircraft. The Secret Service reportedly advised the president to change aircraft and conceal his movements. And Trump himself has spoken about the Iranian threat in July. Let's listen in. An Iranian threat triggered an extraordinary security operation, where Trump's real flight kept secret until he was safely out of Turkey. Bureau Report, India Today.
We cut across to breaking news. Coming in, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has stayed yet another recruitment process in Punjab. The Punjab and Haryana High Court has put a stay on another recruitment process in the state, while the pharmacist officer recruitment process in Punjab has been put on hold until the next hearing. The High Court has put a stay on another recruitment process until the next hearing. On Wednesday, the High Court stayed the recruitment process for 41 block program managers and 44 cluster coordinators under the Punjab State Rural Livelihoods Mission until September 2nd. The recruitment process began in January and the results were declared in February. The paper consisted of 70 marks, with 10 marks for interview, 10 marks for disqualification and 10 marks for experience. The petitioners had stated in the petition that the results declared did not clearly state the remaining 30 marks apart from the paper, and only the total marks were disclosed. The High Court summoned all records and formed a committee of lawyers and Rural Development Department officials to examine them. The committee found irregularities in the awarding of marks, and the court has halted the recruitment process until the next hearing happens. Let me take this to my colleague Asim Bassi to get further details on where exactly the lapses are and what the High Court is set to do next, as they've summoned all the records and formed a committee of lawyers on this.
Well, it's a jolt. Yes, it's a completely jolt after jolt for the Punjab government. Firstly, the pharmacy officer recruitment was halted. It was stayed by the Punjab and Haryana High Court. And now another examination took by Punjab government has come under controversy with Punjab and Haryana High Court halting the recruitment process of selection process of the recruitments under the Punjab State Rural Livelihood Mission. Actually, the petitioners had said that there was no clarity of the marks allocation, that on what grounds the marks were allocated. Although the examination was of 70 marks and the 30 marks were from experience and interview and other things. So they said there was no clarity that how many exams, how many marks were given to the candidates out of those 30 marks. There was no clarity in the allocation. Following this, when the petition was filed, the Punjab and Haryana High Court, they formed a committee, and after the committee submitted a sealed cover report to the Punjab and Haryana High Court, the High Court said that certain anomalies are found in this entire process. So the selection process of these cluster coordinators and block managers is put on hold till September 2, which is the next date of hearing. So it is completely a big setback for the Punjab government. They're already grappling with the allegations in the pharmacy officer recruitment exams, and now this another jolt with Punjab State Livelihood Mission examination taken under for positions of 85 people total.
All right, Asim, many thanks for getting us those details. So Asim, they're telling us how the Punjab and Haryana High Court has put a stay on another recruitment process in Punjab. So while the pharmacist officer recruitment process in Punjab has been put on hold until the next hearing, the High Court has put a stay on another recruitment process until the next hearing. Now, on Wednesday, the High Court stayed the recruitment process for 41 block program managers and 44 cluster coordinators under the Punjab State Rural Livelihoods Mission until September 2nd. The recruitment process began in January and the results were declared in February. The paper consisted of 70 marks with 10 marks for interview, 10 marks for qualification and 10 marks for experience. The petitioners had stated in the petition that the results declared did not clearly state the remaining 30 marks apart from the paper, and only the total marks were disclosed. And let's now cut across to my colleague Nagarjun Dwarkanath for all the latest news from the south. Over to you, Naga.
Vanakkam, Namaskara, good afternoon and a big welcome to India Today So South, where we get to every day the news that dominates the southern part of India. Like always, I'm joined from my team of colleagues from across the southern part of India. I have Anaga Keshav as from Chennai and Shivi Mol from Trivandrum will be getting us all the latest updates. Now let's kickstart the bulletin with news coming in from Karnataka. The health rates continue across Bengaluru and Karnataka, and it's gathering pace as the day progresses. It started with the 5-star hotels being raided, then the health department in fact raided its own premises, Arogya Sauda, the headquarter of the health department, and the Vidhan Sauda and Vikas Sauda, where the assembly and the cabinet meeting happens. And all these hotels, one thing is common, that's unhygienic and substandard food has been served. Be it 5-star hotels, be it government canteens, one condition persists is that cockroaches are found, substandard food are found, and especially in Arogya Sauda and Vikas Sauda, substandard food were found, and cockroaches. India Today has accessed this exclusive video of cockroaches infested canteens inside the Vikas Sauda premises. Vikas Sauda, remember, where ministers and MLAs as well as the IAS officers are there, where the chambers are located. In such canteens, cockroaches are seen on the food plates being delivered as well, and now notices have been served to all the specific canteens and the caterers who operate this canteen. And it just doesn't end here. Zepto, Swiggy, warehouses, Indira Canteen, Central Kitchen, all of them have been raided by the health department and given notices because of the substandard quality of the flooring and not giving out good food to the customers when they pay a charge, is what the health department says. UT Kadir, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, went on to say that he would urge the hotels and the canteens to put up, if they're frozen food, how long is the food frozen? Put it up on the notice board so that customers have at least the information as to what they're consuming after paying a premium charge. I filed a ground report on one such canteen where it was raided. Take a look. Health department has not just raided the 5-star hotels and the luxury premium hotels, but they've also raided their own premises. I'm here in legislators' house. just beside the Vidhan Sauda and Vikas Sauda, and many hotels are here where the MLAs stay also. You can see Namur Donne Biryani and Mallige Uttada Mane, and on top of it we have the MLA rooms as well, where usually MLAs who come apart from Bengaluru stay. All the floors that you see are the rooms of MLAs. Now let me take you through these hotels, and this is where the raid took place yesterday, and the department found that there was substandard food quality and hygiene was not maintained, is what the department had told. So the department has not just raided the 5-star hotels, but they dug deep into their own system and their own buildings, where Vikas Sauda and Vidhan Sauda canteens also have been raided. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
See, our main intention was, in other words, there's a 5-star hotel or some hotel. For the people are concerned, the customers who goes there, they are the concern for us. Because the health, the issues are coming up now, if we don't put an end for that somehow, taking drastic steps, after 5 to 10 years, it will be serious throughout India. All the non-communicable diseases are like now communicable disease. Next, we want to see all the, I'm telling you, because they should get awareness. One is a PG, where students come from far away. The working class are there. They can't concentrate on food. To go and eat in a hotel, they don't have so much of money, because so much salary they don't get. They are away from their parents. Mostly 50% are not well, or they are not happy. They work with the empty stomach or something like that. So we want to see that all PG will come online. Second thing, all the catering. Third, all the hostels, including government hostels and including private hostels. Then all the canteens in public places. So as I told you, let it be 5-star hotel, let it be Indira canteen, let it be Arogya Sauda, Vidhan Sauda, or any places. For us, place is not important. The health of the people is important. So everywhere we are going to search, and we'll show that what the wrong they are doing. We don't have anything against them. We want to rectify them. That's my duty, to give an awareness. Then it is their response to eat or not eat. It is their right.
Finally, the Food and Safety Department probably seems to have woken up. In Karnataka, in Bengaluru, probably the raids have been taking place for the first time or after a several long time. The department seems to be sleeping in a deep sleep. They do not understand, if they do not go and check regularly, what will be the state of affairs in the hotels, including the 5-star hotels. What is the main reason for this? The ministers probably are just not interested in looking into the department at all. The meteorological department does not seem to be functioning. The safety and security department of food does not seem to be functioning. Probably the angle of corruption, who just keep numb. Whatever you do, our concern is only licensing. We saw a food department health inspector taking bribe of 12,000 rupees to issue a certificate for a barber shop in Bengaluru yesterday. And he was caught red-handed by media people, but Lokayukta still now has not taken any action, and as well as the other departments have not taken any kind of an action.
In fact, Sagai Raj is joining me live on this. Sagai, the own institutions' canteens have been raided. Vidhan Sabha, Vikas Sauda, Arogya Sauda canteens have been raided. Take us through the recent raids and the details that the health department has found.
If you notice that the health department is on a spree to conduct raids across the city of Bengaluru. We have seen the private restaurants, and even yesterday there were restaurants inside the premises of Vidhan Sauda and MS building, which was being raided by the health department. And they have also found out that hygienic was not maintained in all these places. Apart from this, they have also raided big godowns, including a godown which has been owned by Zomato yesterday, and they have found out a few mismanagement and irregularities even those places. And health department says that they will continue this unless all these restaurants and all these godowns which supply food materials for the people maintain the SOP, that is maintain the hygienic in their places, respective places. And UT Kadar, who spoke to Nagarjun, has categorically mentioned that they will continue this raid and ensure that people fall in place and follow the rules.
Right, Saga. In fact, request you to stay back with me for more news coming in from Karnataka. And it's the day one of assembly session here in Karnataka. And the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has given it a miss. This morning, 11 o'clock, when the assembly, in fact, presumed the new Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar presided that today was day one of assembly session. It would go on till 27th. So big names missing in this attendance of the first day of assembly session. Siddaramaiah is the big name that we are talking about. Former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has given it a miss and skipped the day one of assembly sessions. We'll now wait and watch if it would come into the assembly post lunch or maybe on Monday or tomorrow also, because tomorrow is speaker election, so most likely that he would come up tomorrow. And other rebel names or disappointed names of these MLAs are Yashwantrai Gowda Patil, who ended up resigning as an MLA. He's not seen in the assembly. Anekal Shivanna, Kolar Narayan Swamy, Bangarpete Narayan Swamy, all of them have been missing on day one of assembly, at least as of 1 p.m. We'll have to wait and see. Tomorrow maybe they will turn up in the assembly session. So clear message being sent out by this disgruntled MLAs to the party and the government as well. Sagai Raj continues to be live with me on this. Sagai, Siddaramaiah skips day one of assembly. Is this a message that he's sending, that if I'm not in the CM chair, I'm not going to be involved in everything with the government and the party?
He missed even the cabinet minister's oath-taking ceremony, and if you notice that probably he want to send across a message to the High Command stating that he is unhappy with whatever has happened when it comes to the cabinet, because much before that he was seen that he was happy with the government, where he even went to Delhi and where he has lobbied for his own loyalist, and now he seems to be unhappy with the cabinet expansion which has happened in the state of Karnataka, and that is one of the reasons that what we get to learn through our sources is that he skipped the cabinet oath-taking ceremony, and now the first day of the assembly session.
Right, Saga, I request you to stay back with me for more news coming in. This is regarding Bangalore infrastructure and the civic amenities provided by the Bangalore officials. This is of a biker who has fallen off the bike and succumbed to their death. And we are talking about a woman from Kerala called Medha. She falls due to bad road is what the locals allege, and now crushed by a truck which was coming right behind her. Locals have claimed that pothole road turned out to be killer roads for Medha, and another young life has succumbed due to the negligence of the bad potholes. And woman falls off a bike and gets run over by a truck, and this is on the Electronic City Police limits, just on the outskirts or nearby the outskirts of Bengaluru in Electronic City Police limits. And Medha yesterday, while going on the bike as a pillion rider, fell off the bike, and now the locals in fact took out a protest last evening and alleged that it was because of the negligence and bad roads provided by the government that Medha had to succumb to her life, in fact to the injuries also. So she's no more here and she lost her life yesterday. My colleague Sagai Raj also had spoken to a few officials there. Listen in.
The road safety is not there. The roads have not been maintained, or the care has not been taken. So due to this, there's been a lot of uncertainties, a lot of casualties are happening, because there are a lot of potholes, it is full of potholes.
Sagai Raj continues to be with me. Sagai, in fact, take us through this. You visited the spot. Is it true that what locals are alleging that it was because of bad roads, bad drainage that Medha succumbed to the injuries, and it was because of potholes that she lost balance and fell off the bike?
No, there were no potholes on that particular road, and if you notice that adjacent to the place where the accident happened, there is a congestion, because at the peak hours there is a huge congestion of vehicles, and they claim that there is also a road repair which has been done on the opposite direction, and probably that is one of the reasons that why the vehicle which was coming on the opposite direction was unable to balance, because there is a lot of mud and small stones on that particular road, and whenever you apply brake you lose the balance, and that's when the pillion rider Medha on the bike who was sitting along with the friend has fell down, and the vehicle which was coming behind has ran over her neck. And now an FIR has been registered. The basic demand of the people in that particular locality is that give us a better corridor. We pay taxes, we give you the money and everything. Why don't you give up simple basic requirement of people of a better corridor to commute on the road? Yes, there are road repair which is happening. The municipal corporation, there is no GPA here, there is a municipal corporation which takes care of it, and they claim that they haven't digged the road, and even the BWSSP claim that they haven't digged the road, but there are bad roads on that particular place, and the people demand that you address these issues and ensure that give us a better corridor.
Right, Sagai, thank you for bringing us the latest updates. Also, the next story is of the VVIP treatment in the Parapana Agrahara, the Bangalore Central Prison. We are talking about JDS convict ex-MP, Mr. Prajwal Revanna, who has been in the prison for a long time now, for over a year now, and has been a convict, and now this perversion is at its peak. Remember the news that he was using an Android phone, and now the CCB has confiscated one phone, one charger and one pen drive, and further investigation revealed that there were up to 80 to 90 pornographic clips on his video streaming platforms and apps of watching movies, and he had access to WhatsApp as well, and this have been confirmed by sources to India Today. So not just was he having a cell phone, but he was also having pornographic video, is what the sources have told India Today. A fresh FIR has been lodged against Prajwal Revanna in the Parapana Agrahara police station, or as he violated the Prison Act manual. The police have now dug into more as to who was the official involved from the prison department handling him the phone. Home Minister has gone on record to say that definitely there has been a nexus between the police officials and the prison officials and the VVIP prisoners like Prajwal Revanna. Listening to what the DGP of prisons had to say.
During the raid, they have conducted search over many VIP personalities. Prajwal Revanna is also staying along with one other person, Pratap Rai. In that barrack, one Android mobile phone has been seized. And now CCB has given a complaint to Parapana Agrahara police station. So investigation is being conducted in that. But pursuant to this seizure of this phone by CCB, we have placed this Assistant Superintendent of Prison Iranian Rangapur under suspension, and we have issued show cause notice to the SP of the prison.
More importantly, I found a lot of faults within the administration. So that's why yesterday we decided to have a surprise raid in the prisons, and in certain cells with certain high-profile prisoners and other prisoners, we have found mobile phones, notebooks, and things that are not allowed in the prison. So quite naturally, it seems like our people are hand in glove with with the prisoners. And yes, and we have issued a strict warning. We are also doing a digital infrastructure audit of the prisons, and whoever is responsible for ensuring these prisoners have access to devices or have access to anything that is more than necessary will be taken to task.
No, I don't know, madam. Sir, I don't know all those things. I don't know. That is not concern to me. That is the responsibility of the government. That is the responsibility of Home Department. Whatever illegal issue is there, they will take action. Why you have to ask? The responsibility to look after all those things strictly, that is left to the government.
These were the stories from the state of Karnataka. Now we move to the neighboring state of Tamil Nadu. Anaga Keshav will take it from here.
It's going to be 100 days since Tamilnaga Vettri Kazhagam took government here in Tamil Nadu, and to mark this milestone, Chief Minister Vijay has hosted an investor summit conclave. It's called as the Vettri Tamil Nadu Investor Summit in Chennai. That's held to draw in investors in Chennai, particularly in Tamil Nadu, to come and invest here. As part of this summit, more than 97 MOUs were signed today. More than 67 crore rupees worth of investments that promises more than 1 lakh employment opportunities in Tamil Nadu. The Chief Minister took part in this event. Industries Minister Kirtana, who is the youngest minister in the cabinet at just 29 years old, she also took part in the summit along with other investors, businessmen and secretaries. This event is to mark the 100 days of Tamilnaga Vetri Karagam, the TVK government in Tamil Nadu. To be particular, it's 96 in 4 days, it's going to be 100, and to mark this milestone, this is the one such initiative that the government has taken today in Chennai. Those visuals of the Chief Minister inaugurating that event, him posing in front of the Vetri Tamil Nadu poster over there to come and attract investors to invest in Tamil Nadu. One main backlash that Tamil Nadu has been facing, that it is possibly missing out on investments to neighbouring states like Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, missing out on competition, and therefore TVK's Vijay there, the Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay there, hosting this mega investor summit to pull in investors here to come invest in Tamil Nadu. That's the big development here in Chennai, marking 100 days of TVK. Take a look at those visuals.
In the interest of time, if we may kindly request you to put your hands together as we welcome the team from GWC Data AI.
Alright, Chief Minister Vijay's pet project is the Buckingham Canal project. He has told all his officials and secretaries that developing Chennai is going to be his foremost priority in his stint as Chief Minister's post, and therefore taking up the Buckingham Canal, he has asked the CMRL, his officials, and therefore the Chennai Metro has floated a tender for bringing in boating facilities which follows Kerala's metro water style. Now what happens here is that the commuters, public can ditch the roads and take on boats to move from one area to another. Of course, it's going to be a long drawn project, but this is one move, just one step that the government has taken to introduce metro water boats in Chennai, and therefore tenders have been invited. Take a look at this report that I filed from Buckingham Canal to really explain what this project is all about and what are the main challenges that this government would have to overcome to get this project up and going. Chief Minister Vijay has come up with a plan to beautify the Buckingham Canal, which actually is a great flood barrier for Chennai city. I want to show you what the Buckingham Canal at the moment looks like. I'm reporting from one part of the canal. It's in Koturpuram, and just look at the stretch. And this just runs across the city of Chennai. It's a very crucial flood barrier canal that we are looking at. It's the lifeline of Chennai during the time of floods, and what the government is trying to do now is to bring about boating, as in convert the Buckingham Canal into a sort of metro water type of an infrastructure, like how Kerala model is following. Let me explain. So the customers from now, as in the public from now onwards, can ditch the Chennai's city traffic and instead opt for a boat mode of transport to get from one area to another area. All the rivers in Chennai, they converge in Buckingham Canal, and that also includes sewage. So how is the government really going to beautify this, which has been failed to get implemented by the past government, including the likes of AIADMK and the DMK. They've all promised for beautification of Buckingham Canal, but they failed in doing so. Now the big challenge for the TVK government is how they really are going to implement this. Is this also going to be another headline grabbing lip service kind of a project, or are they really going to implement the Buckingham Canal? Are they really going to be the change that they promised they were? That's the big question. With camera person Daniel and Aga Keshav reporting for India Today from Chennai. Well, moving on to the state of Kerala. Now there is another big controversy about the Vande Mataram that has broken out. I'm just going to read out to you. Chief Minister V.D. Satishan has reacted to the Vande Mataram controversy. The Chief Minister says whether the song will be sung or not can be found out on Independence Day. Though there is a law, the state government has a policy and it will act accordingly. Now all this is coming amid pressure that's coming in from the opposition. The UDF government is yet to finalize its stand on the Vande Mataram song controversy. The cabinet meeting meanwhile is scheduled this week and is likely to discuss this matter. Meanwhile, the order issued by the Chief Secretary is yet to be withdrawn. The controversy erupted after the opposition came down heavily on the state government after the Chief Secretary issued an order that the full version of the song must be sung during all celebrations as part of the Independence Day. Now, this is another controversy that has broken out in Kerala as well. Similar such controversy also happened in another state, Tamil Nadu. Another controversy here in the state of Kerala. Let's keep listening to those reactions that's coming in on this controversial Vande Mataram matter.
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഇതിനകത്ത് സർക്കാരിന് ഇതിനകത്ത് കൃത്യമായ നയമുണ്ട്. അത് ഓഗസ്റ്റ് 15 അത് വളരെ വ്യക്തമാവും സർക്കാരിന്റെ നയം എന്താണ് ഈ കാര്യത്തിലെന്ന്. പിന്നെ നിയമം പാസ്സാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നിയമം പാസ്സാക്കി പ്രസിഡന്റ് ഒപ്പുവെച്ച് അത് നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷനായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ നിയമത്തിൽ അത് മുഴുവൻ പാടണമെന്നാണ് നിയമപരമായിട്ട് പറയുന്നത്. പാർലമെന്റ് പാസ്സാക്കിയ നിയമമാണ്. അതിനെ അധിക്ഷേപിക്കുകയോ അത് ചെയ്യാതിരിക്കുകയോ ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 3 വർഷം തടവ് വരെ കിട്ടുന്ന നിയമമാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരിന് നേതൃത്വം കൊടുക്കുന്ന കോൺഗ്രസ് ലീഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന UDFനും അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് കൃത്യമായ ഒരു നിലപാടുണ്ട്. ആ നിലപാടനുസരിച്ചിട്ടേ ഞങ്ങൾ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുകയുള്ളൂ.
The next story, in Kerala, if you remember, there was a major announcement made by the previous LDF government under Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, the then Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, who said that the Argentina football team will be visiting Kerala under the leadership of Lionel Messi. Now, the announcement was marketed heavily, but the event did not take place and the Argentine national team did not visit the state. That was a major setback for the previous LDF government, and the government came under major criticism. The new UDF government had ordered an inquiry into it, and a probe report by the sports department was submitted to the UDF government, and it says that there were a lot of irregularities in planning that visit. It says that proper permission was not sought from center. There were many documents and many criteria that were not cleared at that point, and there was no proper agreement entered into with the Argentine national team, also Argentine Football Association. Another controversy is also regarding the irregularities in handing over this contract to a private entity here. So many allegations and many irregularities have been found in that report. The report has called the visit of Messi as a messy affair. And Chief Minister V.D. Sadishan today reacted saying that he's just got the report, he'll go through it, and based on that, action will be taken. And the previous LDF government cannot escape from this. Listen to the reaction.
അല്ല, ഇത് സംബന്ധിച്ച് വലിയ വിവാദങ്ങളാണുള്ളത്. കായിക വകുപ്പിന്റെ ഒരു റിപ്പോർട്ട് എൻ്റെ കയ്യിൽ കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് ഗൗരവതരമായി നമ്മൾ പരിശോധിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതിൽ ഗുരുതരമായ ആരോപണങ്ങളാണ് ഉള്ളത്. ഇതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ആ അന്വേഷണ റിപ്പോർട്ട് സർക്കാരിന്റെ മുന്നിലെത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്, സർക്കാരിന്റെ പരിഗണനയിലാണ്. അത് പരിശോധിച്ച് വേണ്ട നടപടികൾ അക്കാര്യത്തിൽ സ്വീകരിക്കും. സർക്കാരിനെ ഒഴിഞ്ഞു മാറാൻ കാരണം സർക്കാർ ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമല്ല. കേരളത്തിൽ വന്ന് മെസ്സി കളിക്കും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഇപ്പം ഇത് തന്നെ കൊടുത്തത് ഇവരുമായിട്ട് എഗ്രിമെന്റ്, അർജന്റീനൻ ഫുട്ബോൾ അസോസിയേഷനുമായിട്ട് എഗ്രിമെന്റ് വെക്കാൻ ഒരു സ്വകാര്യ സ്ഥാപനത്തിന് അനുമതി കൊടുത്തതിന്റെ പ്രൊസീജിയർ എന്തായിരുന്നു പ്രൊസീജിയർ? എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ ഓഫ് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് വിളിച്ചിട്ടാണോ കൊടുത്തത്? ഒന്നുമല്ലല്ലോ കൊടുത്തത്. ഒരു കമ്പനിക്ക് അത് കൊടുത്തു. വിപണി മൂല്യനിർണ്ണയമോ സാമ്പത്തിക ശേഷിയോ ഫണ്ടിന്റെ സ്രോതസ്സോ ഒന്നും പരിഗണിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. ഒരു കാര്യവും പരിഗണിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. പിന്നെ ഇത് സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെന്റും യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇതിന്റെ പല കാര്യങ്ങളും അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടോ? പരസ്പര വിരുദ്ധമായ പ്രസ്താവനകളെല്ലാം ധാരാളം വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങളത് പരിശോധിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതല്ലേ. പരിശോധിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ എൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒരു പരാതി കിട്ടിയപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഏതോ സ്ഥാപനത്തെ പൂട്ടിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇറങ്ങുകയാണെന്ന് പറയും. എൻ്റെ കയ്യിൽ കിട്ടിയിട്ടേ ഉള്ളൂ, ഞാൻ ഒന്നും ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല അതിൻ്റെ മീത്.
Well, the UDF government has almost cleared that, the previous LDF government and this private entity which runs a news channel here will not be spared, and there will be further investigation in the case, which means that the Messi controversy is going to go on in the state for a pretty long time. Well, that's all we have from the Kerala segment. Over to my colleague Apurva with all the stories in Andhra Pradesh.
of paper leaks and examination frauds that is taking place in India. Right in the epicenter is Andhra Pradesh APPSC examination leak. In fact, what we are uncovering is a major lapses when it came to the examination that was conducted allegedly during the YSRCP regime, that is between 2019 and 2024. In fact, a special investigation team had also been set in place for exposing all of these in the findings that the SIT has brought up in the Andhra Pradesh High Court. One of the major findings that the SIT has gone ahead and talked about has uncovered systematic fraud, illegal re-evaluations that had taken place when it came to the APPSC scam as well. In fact, from the investigation of the SIT report, what we are getting to learn is that 97% of selected candidates, answer scripts were in fact shown to have had either, some kind of physical alterations or overwriting. Not only that, there was also manual corrections that were made. And examination results that were to be tested only once were in fact tested thrice, once digitally and twice in two separate incidents as well, including one where these examination papers were taken in to a resort and it was conducted and tested and checked by supervisors who were not part of the examination committee as well. All of these gaps that the SIT now has exposed in the findings that they have submitted to the Andhra Pradesh High Court. In fact, the SIT also claims that this has not just been one instance, but that there are more to follow in the investigation that continues. Well, that's all from Andhra Pradesh. Moving back to Nagarjun, over to you.
Thank you, Apurva. With that, we come to the end of today's show of So South. Thanking Anaga, Apurva, Shibi, Sagai for getting us all the latest updates from the respective states. We'll see you once again at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Until then, keep watching India Today.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
5 distinct faces, 1 common purpose. India informed and ahead, where the South finds a voice. Super 6. Sharp questions, zero distractions.
You also speak of poor children. Kangana ji, one can always draw analogies sitting high in ivory towers.
To the point. The nation's agenda, nothing else matters.
There are some who say Pakistan may not be on the verge of breaking. Our Pakistan army is unable to control the situation.
India first, where decades of experience speaks.
So you want to raise your voices, but what do you want to see?
News Today. Exclusives that shape the headlines.
Southern states all unite saying that this is unfair on them.
News Track. Every defining moment. Every story that matters. The team that always speaks for you. Because you matter.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Yes, John Betaji. Thank you, sir. Sir, it is with a heavy heart I raise this matter because it's a question of the garima of this house, prestige and honor. And it's a bipartisan issue. Let me just tell at the outset, I'm a proud Indian, South Indian, and of course a proud Malayali, sir.
There is no South Indian, North Indian. What is the problem, you tell me?
Sir,
we all are Indians only.
Please allow me, sir. I cherish every moment being a Malayali, our language, culture, cuisine, and of course the attire, sir. Our constitution celebrates our diversity. Sir, if you ask me when I am leaving this house, which can happen very soon, what is the takeaway from this house? I would certainly say that the biggest takeaway would be this sterling diversity, which holds the unity of this nation in a unique way. That would be my takeaway. Sir, the other day, a honorable member who I hold in high esteem, let me just say, that member came here and was disturbing me when I was fulfilling my obligation as a mover of a statutory resolution. Sir, please. And, sir,
Please take your seat. I'm coming back.
Please.
I'm coming back.
Sir, the verbal duel is okay, we fight each other. But she repeatedly called me Lungi Wala, Lungi Wala.
Lunch break on India Today. I'm Suesha Samant, and breaking news just coming in. This is an India Today exclusive where we are learning of how the government is pushing for fast-tracked AI 2379 probe, the interim report that is expected within a month. Black box, voice recorder, all have been secured as the pilots' medical records and testimonies that are now in focus. Air India AI 2379 probe, where the government is to ask the investigative agency to expedite the probe. The interim report of AAIB that is expected to come before 1 month is what sources tell India Today. Top sources also telling India Today that unlike AI 171, all evidences are with us. In the case, the FDR and CVR were secured and the medical examination records, testimonies would be collected. We intend to get this probe expedited is what sources are telling India Today. The interim report of AAIB expected to come before 1 month, where Air India has been pulled up by the regulator that is DGCA, and the government, that is Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India has asked to ensure its work culture is fixed. Stringent framework is there to fix doping by flying crew, and that needs to be brought in. The analysis of FDR, CVR data, all to be fast-tracked. AIB probe and the report would be expedited to bring stringent laws and exemplary punishments. Let me take this to my colleague Amit Bharadwaj, who's tracking all the inside details. Amit, what more are you learning from your sources, especially with how the DGCA and the government are pushing for fast-tracking the probe report and all the internal details that must come out within under a month, and a stronger system when it comes to doping tests?
So, what we are learning through the top sources is that the ministry and the government intends to fast-track the entire investigation. They have a clear-cut document and explanation for this. That unlike AI 171, the crash where you had nothing on your hand, here you have a secured black box. The FDR and the cockpit voice recorder, both of them were secured at the date of incident. The medical examinations were conducted. The documentation related to that aircraft were taken over by the DGCA and now has been handed over to the Aircraft Investigations Bureau. So everything is in place, and now after the testimonies are taken, the government has indicated that they want the interim report to be submitted in less than 1 month. As per the ICAO norms, the investigative agency has to bring out the interim report within in 1 month's time. But in this particular case, because it also relates to the safety of the passengers in the civil aviation sector, the Ministry of Civil Aviation is really concerned, and we have been given to understand that they have indicated and they're going to also ask the AIB to take out the interim report in less than 1 month's time, because all the physical, medical and documentation evidences are with the investigative agency in this particular case. Number one. Number two, Suresha, it's about Air India. I have been told that the Ministry of Civil Aviation as well as the regulator has pulled up Air India. Air India has been asked to improve its work culture, more so in regards to dope tests. That's what I have been told through reliable sources within the MOCA. And I've been told that as to how Air India was asked to improve its work culture for in regards to dope tests, as well as the AAIB probe into the entire incident in which nearly 24 people were injured on that Phuket-Delhi Air India flight. We have been given to understand that the entire probe will be also expedited, and we have to also be very clear about it, Suresha. Expediting does not mean a hurried probe. Unlike AI 171, all the evidences are with the investigative agency here, and it's just the testimonies that are being collected, the statements of the pilot, the PIC in this case, the pilot in command who has tested positive for marijuana, as well as the CCI, which is the cabin crew in charge. All of that statement testimonies will be recorded. It will be masked with the data of the FDR, which will be downloaded. So there's a technical assistance which will be needed on that front. We have already downloaded and decoded the data of Air India 171 crash craft as well. So this one seems to be a much easier task, and that is why we need to distinguish that expedited investigation would not mean a hurried investigation or an investigation which is not taking everything into account. And this is being done to overhaul the system and make sure that this kind of incident does not get repeated. Back to you.
Amit, I request you to stay on with us as we'll quickly flash those details that you've just mentioned. Riot Act for Air India on pilot doping. Air India has been told to bring anti-doping framework. Air India has been pulled up by regulator DGCA and the government as well, where Air India has been asked to fix its work culture. The government has vowed exemplary punishment. The government has asserted no flyer safety compromise. Amit, I want to take this back to you because there have been several such incidents that have been reported as far as Air India is concerned when it comes to these kind of lapses. And every time the DGCA pulls up Air India, but yet the saga continues.
Suresh, these have not been good times for Air India. In the past 1 year, Air India has possibly gone through the worst kind of incidents that any airlines can actually think of. You had Air India crash 171 happening in Ahmedabad, disastrous instance, and one of the rarest also in the recent decades for civil aviation industry. Then you had instances of the regulators pulling up Air India. You also had the Vancouver incident in which the pilot was taken off right before the takeoff itself by the Canadian agency for not being fit to fly that aircraft, and heavy losses for Air India in the past financial year with international airspace restrictions shipping in. So the past 1 year hasn't been good for Air India, and you're right while you point out that there have been multiple instances, but Air India is saying that we are working on it. We have stringent anti-drug law. Every pilot that is onboarded into the Air India regime, they go through doping tests, complete medical tests. But is that enough? That is a big question. Can the airlines say that, look, this particular pilot was had taken marijuana, has consumed marijuana, we can't do anything about it? Is that enough? Because it is also indicative of whether there is enough stop-gap arrangements or systems which can actually identify if somebody is doping or using any kind of psychoactive substance, and what kind of actions are being taken here.
The government is certainly putting out the message that passenger safety is first and foremost, but the many times that DGCA has also been under pressure given these incidents that have been reported when it comes to Air India, whether this particular probe is fast-tracked and the changes that are brought about in the internal system is something we wait and watch. I want to thank you for getting us those details. We cut across to more breaking news coming in. And it's a big update in the RG Kar Hospital victim death probe, where former TMC MLA Nirmal Ghosh has been arrested. Nirmal Ghosh has been arrested by the West Bengal police from Odisha. The arrest that happened after hurried cremation of the RG Kar victim, former MLA Nirmal, who took the victim's mortal remains to the crematorium. Abhaya's parents were kept in the dark over the hasty cremation and how there was a bid to cover up. Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari has ordered a fresh probe into the RG Kar case. The victim's parents have said that the cremation was done hurriedly, and now in the very latest, this is a big update in the RG Kar Hospital victim death probe, where Nirmal Ghosh has been arrested. Let me take this to my colleague Tapas Sengupta joining us on the broadcast. Tapas, important that this was done. The Shubhendu Adhikari government has acted up. Not only is it the case that is now seeing a whole new churn in terms of its probe, but also former TMC MLA Nirmal Ghosh, who's been arrested.
Well, yes, absolutely. A couple of days back, Shubhendu Adhikari had ordered the police commissioner of Virannagar police commissioner to start a fresh probe to understand that why the cremation was done so hurriedly. The parents had also lodged a complaint with Khordha police station stating that Nirmal Ghosh and his associates hurriedly and without seeking permission or signature from the parents, which is the norm. They defied all those norms and went on to cremate the body. So they were trying to hide something and watch of the investigation. So following that, a fresh police complaint was lodged a couple of days back, and following which the police had initiated investigation, and ever since the FIR was lodged, Nirmal Ghosh was at run. He was absconding. He was nowhere to be found. But what we have been given to understand that he has been arrested from Odisha today, and he will be brought to the Khordha police station for further interrogation. There are two other persons who are named with the FIR. Whereabouts of them are also being probed at this moment, but it has come as a big turn as far as RG Kar rape and murder is concerned. Nirmal Ghosh, once a very powerful and influential MLA from Trinamool Congress, have now been arrested, and now police would want to know that why did he take this decision to cremate the body without the permission of the parents of the RG Kar victim, whether it was planned or whether it was something that was ordered from higher up, is something that the police is trying to probe at the moment.
Right, Tapas, many thanks for getting us those details. on to a shocking incident that has been reported from the posh area of Bengaluru, where a chain snatching horror has now been reported. Chain snatchers who pounced on a woman in Bengaluru. Two men who were on a bike and they targeted that woman. They snatched her gold chain. All of this was caught on CCTV, where the chain snatchers attacked that woman and fled immediately. 25-gram gold chain that was snatched in Bengaluru. Those pictures on your screens, and all of this captured on CCTV. This happened early in the morning as the robbery was caught on camera. The woman fell on the ground as the snatchers fled. Shocking images of Silicon City lawlessness that is now being questioned by one and all. This, remember, has happened in a posh area of Bengaluru. All of this captured on CCTV, where two chain snatchers who were on a bike came. The woman fell on the ground. They snatched her chain that weighed about 25 grams and they fled from there. Let's get further details from my colleague Sagairaj, who's joining us on broadcast. Sagairaj, this can be scary, especially for the residents around. And what more is the police saying? Whether there is a gang operating, this was a one-off incident, and how such a security breach could occur?
This incident happened as early as 5:10 a.m. in the morning, and it happened yesterday. And if you notice that Vijayamma runs a Nandini shop in Doddabidra Kallu area, and she was going to open the shop early in the morning, and it is a routine process for her because she had to wake up early in the morning, go to the Nandini shop, get the milk and start her business. And it starts as early as 5 o'clock or 4:30 in the morning, and she was following the routine. And when she was heading to open the shop from her house, that's when these two biker-born snake snatchers have followed her and snatched her. And you can see the visual. It is quite disturbing that she falls on this road and she struggles to escape from them, but they don't even allow her, and they snatch the vehicle. They close her mouth and ensure they snatch the chain from her, and they snatched a Mangal Sutra that she was wearing. It was 25 grams of gold, and the police have registered a case. They are trying to ascertain the CCTV footage in and around that particular locality and try to find out the accused who have chain snatched in this particular incident.
All right, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, many thanks for getting us those latest details. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. My colleague Anisha Mathur will join you on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने लायक नहीं। देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी है जो इस लोकसभा में गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य को या गृह मंत्री जी के जवाब को लेक्चर कह रहा हो, तो उसको इससे साफ है कि इस लोकतंत्र के या इस पार्लियामेंट में या पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में कोई आस्था नहीं। जिस तरह से हंगामा करना, जिस तरह से पूरा सदन को वॉश आउट कर दिया, जब गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि हम विस्तार से चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं और सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देंगे, यही मांग थी और इसको गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दे दिया 3 बजे तक, जबकि कल संसदीय कार्य मंत्री और स्पीकर साहब ने भी कहा था। तो इससे साफ है कि इनके पास कोई जवाब सुनने के लिए नहीं है। वो समझते हैं कि शायद चर्चा होगी विस्तार से, तो रांची की भी चर्चा होगी, झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन की भी चर्चा होगी, कर्नाटका की भी चर्चा होगी, केरला की भी चर्चा होगी। आखिर वहां भी तो परीक्षाएं लीक हुई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि ये विषय किसी राज्य का नहीं है, किसी दल का नहीं है, इसीलिए कठोर कानून बनाया। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से जो भाषा, अमर्यादित भाषा राहुल गांधी एक विपक्ष के नेता होकर के कर रहे हैं, गृहमंत्री जी, देश के गृहमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने धारा 370-35 से समाप्त करने का प्रस्ताव किया, जिन्होंने नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने के लिए संकल्प लिया, उसको पूरा किया। और आज देश की जनता आज के इस राहुल के बयान से जान चुकी है कि कौन भाग रहा है। आज विपक्ष भाग रहा है इस चर्चा से, गृहमंत्री के जवाब को सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि वो भाग रहा है, क्योंकि उसको जब एक एक जवाब मिलेगा तो इससे नहीं चलता है। अगर आप न भी आप सहमत हो तो सदन तो चलने दें।
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching India Today and I'm Anisha Mathur with the headlines at this hour. Lok Sabha adjourned sine die ends with Vande Mataram. Rijiju slams opposition conduct in both houses. Says first ever opposition to flee from debate. Kharge versus Nadda over Uttarakhand stage Shuddhikaran. Kharge says stage purified after my speech. Says anti-Dalit mindset exposed. Nadda says condemning such acts will order complete probe on alleged cleansing. Day 20 of raging protests in Ranchi. Mahto's hunger strike enters day 12. Over 600 protesters booked for assembly march in Ranchi. Air India mishap probe widens. Maintenance report flags tech failures. Government pushes for fast-tracked AI 2379 probe. Black box voice recorder secured. Karnataka Assembly canteen infested by cockroaches. Cockroach on the plates of Assembly Hotel. Hotel serves food to ministers and IAS officers. Karnataka Health Department on a raid spree. Raids even in its own canteen. Violation of food safety norms flagged. Prajwal's perversion at peak. Lodged in prison in a rape case but watches porn behind bars. Phone seized, 90 porn videos found. Obscene images of women also found. According to sources, the speaker did not deliver the customary address today in view of the uproar in the Lok Sabha. This is breaking news that we are bringing you from the Parliament of India. The speaker did not give his customary address while adjourning the Lok Sabha sine die because sloganeering had begun even before the House commenced proceedings. This indicated that the atmosphere was not conducive to the speaker's address, and that is why immediately after the proceedings began, the national song Vande Mataram was sung and the House was adjourned sine die. The Rajya Sabha monsoon session is functional. Chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan has said regarding the Rajya Sabha function that the Rajya Sabha functioned only for 37.49 hours with productivity of just 39.17%. In fact, he says that we had the opportunity to raise 285 questions, 380 zero-hour submissions, 380 special mentions, but sadly, only 16 questions, 52 zero-hour submissions and 93 special mentions could actually be taken up. Let's listen into what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju had to say on all of this.
चर्चा की दृष्टि से अच्छा नहीं हुआ है। लोकसभा में जितना टाइम आवंटित किया गया है, टोटल टाइम एलोकेशन के हिसाब से सिर्फ 19% हमने प्रोडक्टिविटी की दृष्टि से 19% सक्सेस प्राप्त किया है। राज्यसभा में 39%। राज्यसभा में अपोजिशन पार्टी हंगामा करके कभी कभी वॉकआउट भी करते थे, तो बाकी मेजॉरिटी पार्टीज एनडीए के और कुछ अपोजिशन पार्टी के एमपीज ने डिबेट डिस्कशन में हिस्सा लिया। तो राज्यसभा का टोटल प्रोडक्टिविटी मॉनसून सेशन का 39%, लोकसभा का 19%।
जनता मंतर पर जिस प्रकार से एक माहौल बना, पूरे देश भर में जो माहौल बना, उसके कारण सरकार को अपने शिक्षा मंत्री का इस्तीफा लेना पड़ा, विवश हुए और एक ऐसा संशोधन, पेपर लीक के मामले में एक ऐसा संशोधन लाने के लिए विवश हुए जो बिल वो आज से 2 साल पहले ही 2024 में लेके आए। लेकिन उस बिल पर 2 दिन की चर्चा हुई। अफसोस की बात कि वो उस 2 दिन की चर्चा में हम बार बार कहते रहे कि गृह मंत्री आप चर्चा में आइए, चर्चा में भाग लीजिए, पुलिस प्रशासन के द्वारा किया गया कार्रवाई पर आप अपना वक्तव्य रखिए। राहुल गांधी जी ने बात रखी, प्रियंका गांधी जी ने बात रखी, केसी वेणुगोपाल जी ने बात रखी, शशि थरूर जी ने बात रखी।
All right, we just heard from Kiren Rijiju and Gaurav Gogoi, the government and the opposition, talking about how the parliament session has essentially been a washout. But while the government is saying that the opposition did not let the parliament work, the opposition is saying very clearly that there were demands being made, there were questions being asked, which the government has skipped over. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining me on this story. Aishwarya, Lok Sabha adjourned sine die. We've seen this monsoon session being washed out, really. What are we expecting now? What have you seen in the parliament this morning? And whatever happened to the special discussion that was supposed to happen in the parliament with the Home Minister?
Well, Anisha, that was just a hope. It was the government that was hoping that the opposition, in fact, will agree for a long discussion, because they did say that today was the last day and this was the hope that they had. But the opposition was very, very clear. They were clear that they just have one question and they want answer for that one question. They do not want, the Home Minister to speak at length. The Home Minister, however, and the government at large, they believe that explaining what happened on the 20th of July, that actually needs a long, that actually needs long hours of discussion, and just one statement will not be able to summarize what had happened on the 20th of July. So this tug of war continued from day one till the last day. In fact, today also we did see how the NDA MPs being led by Nishikant Dubey and the other MPs, the opposition MPs, all of them actually came face to face right at the Makar Dwar, and the last day was also marred by massive protest by the opposition. Manisha.
All right, thank you very much for that, Aishwarya Paliwal. We've seen a very, very unproductive parliament this time. The Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, the data that the Lok Sabha chairperson as well as the minister have shared very clearly shows just how little work was actually done, even though several bills have been passed by voice vote. Monsoon session has effectively been washed away. The session, which started on July 20th, mostly saw a ruckus and sloganeering inside the House, leading to adjournments within minutes. Both houses have been adjourned sine die now. Lok Sabha today started with a full rendition of the national song Vande Mataram, with the entire house, including the opposition MPs, standing while the song was being sung. The lower house, the Lok Sabha, was adjourned right after the national song. Both the treasury benches and the opposition are now blaming each other for the washout of the monsoon session. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju lashed out at the opposition, saying government wanted debate, but the opposition fled, calling it the first ever opposition to run away from debate. The minister, in fact, called it a new low in parliamentary debate. The opposition, meanwhile, hit back at the government, saying that Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah did not attend parliamentary proceedings, adding that they have no respect for the parliament. Let's listen in.
एक जो हमारा नोटिस में आया है, मैंने कल भी कहा था, मेरा बहुत लंबा एक्सपीरियंस तो नहीं है, अभी लगभग 3 दशक होने वाले हैं, 30 इयर्स का मेरा एक्सपीरियंस होने वाले हैं। मैं बहुत बूढ़ा आदमी भी नहीं हूँ, फिर भी मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ कि मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस, मेरे ज़िंदगी में जो पार्लियामेंट्री एक्सपीरियंस जो मैंने देखा है, ये पहली बार है जहां ओपोजिशन डिस्कशन से भाग रहे थे। पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में ओपोजिशन डिस्कशन के लिए डिमांड करते हैं और सरकार उसका जवाब देते हैं। ये तरीका होता है क्योंकि लोगों ने हमको चुना देश सेवा के लिए, समाज सेवा के लिए। ओपोजिशन सरकार से जवाब मांगता है और सरकार जवाब देना ही होता है पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में। तो पहली बार ये दृश्य देखने को मिला कि सरकार खुद कह रहे हैं कि हम डिस्कशन चाहते हैं और ओपोजिशन बहाना बना करके डिस्कशन से भाग रहे हैं। तो ये लोकतंत्र के लिए, विशेष करके संसदीय लोकतंत्र के लिए ठीक नहीं है। प्रेसिडेंशियल फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट में तो लेजिस्लेचर अलग है, एग्जीक्यूटिव अलग है, और लेजिस्लेचर में सिर्फ आपस में डिबेट डिस्कशन होते हैं। पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी में हाउस के अंदर में सवाल जवाब होते हैं, क्वेश्चन आवर चलने नहीं दिया। डिस्कशन सरकार खुद प्रपोज किया, अपोजिशन डिस्कशन से भाग रहे, बोलते हैं कि डिस्कशन सुनेंगे नहीं, मंत्री का जवाब नहीं सुनेंगे। ये पहले के मुकाबले ये नया चीज़ मुझे देखने को मिला, ये कल्पना से बाहर है कि अपोजिशन खुद ही डिस्कशन नहीं चाहते हैं पार्लियामेंट में। दूसरा जो मैंने देखा है, विशेष करके कांग्रेस पार्टी में, कांग्रेस के एमपीज अब सोचते हैं कि उसका काम नारा लगाना और प्लेकार्ड बैनर लेकर के हंगामा करना, यही काम रह गया है, ऐसा सोचने लग गया है। नाराबाजी ये तो आप सड़क में कहीं भी कर सकते हैं, सदन में तो चुन के आते हैं, तो वहाँ तो डिबेट डिस्कशन के लिए आते हैं। तो एक ऐसा माहौल बना दिया कि कांग्रेस के एमपी सोचते हैं कि उनका मुख्य काम, प्रायोरिटी नाराबाजी है, ऐसा सोचने लग गया। सुबह सुबह उठता है, तकिया लेता है, पार्लियामेंट परिसर में पहुंचता है, नाराबाजी लगाएगा, गाली देगा, यही उनका काम रह गया है, ऐसा बना दिया है।
मानसून सेशन
और सजा को भी, और सिंडिकेट जो चलता है पेपर लीक का, उसको भी एड्रेस करने की कार्रवाई की गई। बस उसी पर एक बहस हुई। फिर उन्होंने नंदन निरकेनी की अगुवाई में एक बड़ा सा हाई पावर्ड कमेटी बनाई है एग्जाम रिफॉर्म, नीट रिफॉर्म को लेकर। ये सब चल रहा है, एकाएक धर्मेंद्र प्रधान इस्तीफा दें, दूसरी मांग ऐड कर दी गई। सरकार चर्चा को तैयार है, कहा नहीं, हमें धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा चाहिए। ये चला, इसको बनाया गया, उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री के सामने अपना इस्तीफा दिया। तीसरी बात देखिए, वो बार बार कहते थे कि गृह मंत्री दिल्ली में पुलिस कार्रवाई पर जवाब दें। देख रहे थे आप, रोज उनकी मांग थी, उन्हें चलने नहीं दिया सदन। तो कल आपने देखा होगा कि माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने स्वयं मीडिया को आकर के कहा कि मैं 24 घंटे पूरी बहस सुनने को तैयार हूं और उनके सारे तर्कों का जवाब देने को तैयार हूं। पुलिस में जो घटना हुई, एक एक बिंदु पर जवाब दूंगा। आपने देखा होगा, फिर हमारे किरण रिजिजू जी ने बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में इस विषय को उठाया, सदन में उठाया, बहस करने को तैयार हैं। माननीय स्पीकर साहब ने कहा आप बहस कराइए, तो उनके दो शब्द विच आर फुलिश, मूर्खतापूर्ण कमेंट है, मैं उसको कोट करना चाहता हूं। अगर उन्होंने गोली चलाने का आदेश दिया है तो त्यागपत्र दें, और नहीं दिया है तो अयोग्य नालायक मंत्री हैं तब त्यागपत्र दें। क्या राहुल गांधी, गवर्नेंस की आपको बेसिक समझदारी नहीं है क्या? कभी गृह मंत्री के आदेश से गोली चलती है क्या? क्या मतलब है इसका? इसका एक नॉर्म है, इसका एक प्रोटोकॉल है, जो वहां मैजिस्ट्रेट होते हैं, बाकी होते हैं, या पुलिस के डिप्टी कमिश्नर होते हैं, उनसे पूछकर कार्रवाई की जाती है। तो फिर आपने विषय उठा दिया। तो अमित शाह जी तैयार हैं, 24 घंटा बैठने को तैयार हैं, फिर भी उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हमें उनका इस्तीफा चाहिए। उनकी बहस सुन के क्या फायदा? तो जो वो सदन को 10 दिन से नहीं चलने दे रहे हैं, जब माननीय गृह मंत्री जी बहस के लिए तैयार हैं, तो कहते हैं उनकी बात को सुनना क्या? इसे क्या कहा जाए? राहुल गांधी, आपकी उद्दंडता से देश की राजनीति नहीं चलेगी। राहुल गांधी, the politics and polity of the country and parliament will not run because under the pressure of your arrogance, sense of entitlement and exceptionalism, कि I will do anything in my own way, my way or highway। लोकतंत्र ऐसे नहीं चलता। इसीलिए आपकी पार्टी की यह हालत हो गई है, आगे और भी होगी। लेकिन राहुल गांधी कोई लेसन नहीं सीखते हैं। इसीलिए आज हमने पूरी बातों को विस्तार से आपके सामने कहा। आज अंतिम दिन था, जब देखे कि कांग्रेस पार्टी थोड़ी एम्बैरेसमेंट में है, तो सदन में हम लोगों ने देखा कि वो समाजवादियों के साथ राम मंदिर के चढ़ावे का विषय उठाने लगे। मतलब क्या है? आप आर यू होल्डिंग एनी पोजीशन? पहले नीट, उसके पहले चर्चा पीएम के दफ्तर घर के सामने, गलत धरना लेकर के, बिना अनऑथराइज्ड धरना लेकर के, उसके बाद फिर कहा कि धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा, फिर कहा कि मोदी जी जवाब दें, अमित शाह जवाब दें। जब अमित शाह तैयार हैं बहस के लिए तो वो इस्तीफा दें। ये हमने पूरा सीक्वेंस जो चला है पिछले 10 दिन का, 12 दिन का आपको बताया। हम इसकी बहुत ही भर्त्सना करते हैं। हम आपसे एक काम इन्होंने और सुना, हमने कहा सदन चलाना हमारी जिम्मेवारी नहीं, ठीक है ना? तो एक समय तो कहते हैं कि सदन जितना आपका उतना हमारा भी है, हमारी बात सुनिए, आप जवाब दीजिए, यही तो परंपरा है। तो आप बहस होने देंगे नहीं, आप सदन चलने देंगे नहीं, और फिर कहेंगे मेरी बात नहीं सुनी जाती है। तो ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? तो बाकी मैं बैनर पोस्टर की बात तो करते ही नहीं, आप सभी जानते हैं वो क्या होता है। लेकिन एक बात मैं जरूर कहूंगा, आज देश को ये समझना पड़ेगा, राहुल गांधी गैर जिम्मेवार हैं, राहुल गांधी अपरिपक्व हैं, राहुल गांधी अनुशासनहीन हैं, राहुल उच्छृंखल उच्छृंखल हैं, राहुल गांधी अहंकारी हैं, जिनके अंदर राजनीतिक मर्यादा का कोई स्थान नहीं है। I would like to repeat that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is irresponsible. Rahul Gandhi is yet to mature as a leader in the politics of the country. Rahul Gandhi is delinquent, or Rahul Gandhi has a great sense of arrogance and entitlement and exceptionalism, कि जो मैं कहूंगा वही होगा। और एक बात हमने पहले भी कही थी, सरकार ने भी कहा है, कोई गोली नहीं चली है, कोई गोली नहीं चली है। अच्छा होता अमित शाह की बात सुनते तो जवाब पूरा दिया जाता। हम लोग भी बोलने के लिए आतुर थे। मैं तो आग्रह किया था, थोड़ा सा युवराज के भाषण का जवाब मैं भी देना चाहूंगा माननीय गृह मंत्री के पहले, लेकिन हाउस चलने नहीं दिया। तो ये जो उनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन है वो उसको निकाल रहे हैं। ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, इसके हम बहुत ही भर्त्सना करते हैं। ये चिट्ठी आप लोग को मिली होगी जो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने लिखा था स्पीकर साहब को। हम आपके लिए इसको फिर पढ़ना चाहते हैं। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, आपको भी थे कि माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री किरण रिजिजू ने बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में सरकार की ओर से संसद में नीट परीक्षा का छात्र आंदोलन पर चर्चा की सहमति दी थी। मैं यह भी उल्लेख करना चाहता हूं कि विपक्ष के आग्रह के पूर्व ही संसद के वर्तमान सत्र में रोकथाम के लिए संशोधन बिल आया है। मेरा अनुरोध है कि आप विपक्ष से चर्चा कर अपनी आपसी सहमति से आज जितने समय, जितने घंटे आप उचित समझें उतना समय आवंटित करने की कृपा करें। मैं निर्धारित समय के दौरान सदन में उपस्थित रहकर इस मुद्दे पर चर्चा में भाग लेना चाहता हूं और विपक्ष के सभी प्रश्नों का उत्तर देने को तैयार हूं। ये उनके बाकी मैंने रेलेवेंट वाक्य को पढ़ा है, फिर भी नहीं। तो माई वे और हाईवे, सदन हम नहीं चलने देंगे। सदन हमारी मर्जी से चलेगा और सदन में वही होगा जो हम चाहेंगे, भले जनता हमको वोट नहीं दे। राहुल गांधी की पूरी जो राजनीति है, सदन हमारी मर्जी से चलेगा, हम जैसा चाहेंगे वैसा करेंगे। सदन में हम बहस नहीं होने देंगे, भले ही जनता हमको वोट दे या न दे। ये एक कुल मिलाकर के मामला है। तो मुझे लगा कि देश के सामने इस विषय को लाना चाहिए, तो हमने लाया। अब हम कोई प्रश्न के लिए तैयार हैं। थैंक यू। वैसे एक बात जरूर है कि आज जानकारी थोड़ा मैं देना जरूरी है। हम यहाँ आते आते मालूम हुआ कि पंजाब में रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन एग्जाम में अनियमितता के कारण भर्ती प्रक्रिया पर रोक लगा दी गई है, हाँ, हाई कोर्ट के द्वारा। और ये है फार्मेसी एग्जाम रिजल्ट को रोक दिया गया है। तो केजरीवाल जी यहाँ बहुत सवाल उठा रहे हैं, तो वहां जो बार बार कहानी आ रही है इसके बारे में क्या कहना है। झारखंड के बारे में हम लोग बोल ही चुके हैं कि यहां चिल्लाते हैं, सदन नहीं चलने देते हैं। राहुल गांधी जी, आपकी पार्टी के कंधों पर झारखंड की सरकार चल रही है, वहां बच्चों के ऊपर गोली चलाई जा रही है, परेशान हो रहे हैं, उनकी पिटाई हो रही है, आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जा रहे हैं और आप खामोश हैं। सिर्फ मैंने कह दिया तो कार्रवाई क्या हुई, ये सवाल है। धन्यवाद।
मोहित भट्ट।
I have two questions, both related to your PC. Now, first, it's a taxpayer money that gets wasted. No proper debate, bills are being passed because of the ruckus by the opposition. Secondly, instead of debate, we saw threats by the opposition. Today, Congress party came up with a monkey balloon and objectionable statements were made against Prime Minister Narendra Modi in their protest. How do you respond to those?
It is condemnable. We have seen that. If that is the level of Samajwadi Party and Congress Party, I can only tell
and we just heard the former law minister and BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad castigating the Congress Party, castigating Rahul Gandhi over the uproar in the parliament, saying that, as the BJP and the government have been saying, that the opposition did not let the parliament function at all. In fact, Ravi Shankar Prasad also pointing out that there have been paper leaks and interventions in Jharkhand and Punjab as well. So this paper leak issue clearly is going to be a major political flashpoint, even as the parliament itself has been adjourned sine die. On that note, it's time for me to take a very short break. More news and updates continue on the other side. Keep watching India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
We've come to Jantar Mantar.
You can see right here in Ranchi.
Rounds of tear gas, you can hear it right now. You can see the sense of panic. Their demand, their grievances against the Hemant Soren government.
Do you have faith in this government that they'll listen to you?
आप कब तक इस अनशन पे बैठेंगे? There was a Sonam Wangchuk in Delhi. It's Devendranath Mahato in Ranchi, Jharkhand. The government listens to them and shows them some heart. Reporting with camera person Pawan Kumar, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
This flyover in Bhopal's MP Nagar was inaugurated in January 2025 by Chief Minister Mohan Yadav. Built at a cost of 121 crore rupees to ease traffic congestion in one of the city's busiest areas, the flyover today is riddled with potholes.
पूरी की पूरी सड़क पे दूर तक आपको दिख जाएंगे कि गड्ढे जो हैं बड़े गड्ढों से लेके छोटे गड्ढों तक यहाँ पे आपको दिख जाएंगे और जो गुजरने वाले यहाँ से दोपहिया वाहन है उनके लिए ये ज़्यादा बड़ा खतरा है। जो चौपहिया वाहन है वो तो यहाँ से निकल जा रहे हैं तेज़ी से फर्राटा भर के, लेकिन दोपहिया वाहन जो है वो अगर इसमें पड़ते हैं तो फिर उनके सामने मुसीबत खड़ी हो जाएगी। और ये जो हिस्सा हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, दरअसल ये फ्लाईओवर के जो अलग अलग सेक्शंस होते हैं वहीं पर ये गड्ढा बना हुआ है।
The potholes are not limited just to the flyover. The condition of the roads under the bridge are no different.
काफी टाइम हो गया सर, गाड़ी गड्ढों में गिरती है, एक्सीडेंट वगैरह होते हैं सर।
जब से मेट्रो का काम हुआ है अपना, जब से ये स्थिति है यहाँ की। कई बार अपने ये बैटरी वाले ऑटो, उनमें बैलेंसिंग नहीं रहता, पलटते हैं। कई बार मेरी गाड़ी के ऊपर पलटते बचे, 2 बार मैं बचा हूँ उनसे।
The real question is, how does a road disintegrate so easily in less than 2 years? Why is there no proper maintenance? And who is sleeping at the wheel? With Ravish Pal Singh in Bhopal, Bureau Report, India Today.
and welcome. You are watching In the Club. I am Suzanne. The Ramayan VFX debate is getting louder. Ranbir Kapoor has hit back at the internet's CG critics, while producer Namit Malhotra and director Nitesh Tiwari defend the film's ambitious visuals. With the VFX still being fine-tuned, the makers believe audiences may be judging unfinished work, putting the film's visual effects at the center of a growing controversy. Up next is our report.
तुम्हारा नया राजा.
The arrows haven't been fired yet, but the Ramayan VFX war is already raging online. After the trailer of the much-awaited epic faced criticism for its computer-generated visuals, Ranbir Kapoor has a message for the internet's newest critics. Ranbir, who plays Lord Ram in Nitesh Tiwari's ambitious two-part Ramayan, has called the phenomena of people dissecting visual effects without understanding the process quite funny. The actor has said, and we quote, "It's quite funny sometimes because people who don't know how CG is done, they think someone has just some AI and released something. There are countless hours of work where artists are working for years. I have seen Nitesh and Namit sir sit on VFX calls ever since this project started, trying to get even the color of the sky right. I think it's tricky right now to impress the audience with authentic CG." Ranbir has also highlighted the painstaking work that has gone into creating the film, revealing that director Nitesh Tiwari and producer Namit Malhotra have been closely involved in VFX discussions since the project began, paying attention to even the smallest details. Meanwhile, the criticism has put the film's VFX firmly under the spotlight. Both the teaser and the trailer sparked mixed reactions online, with several viewers questioning the quality of the visuals. However, the makers have maintained that the VFX work is far from finished. In fact, Namit, who heads Prime Focus and is behind DNEG, believes audiences are judging the film under the wrong conditions. He pointed out that Ramayan is being created for a massive theatrical experience, while much of the criticism is based on compressed trailer footage watched on phones and at times with poor internet connections. He said, and we quote, "They are judging the film in not a great condition. Here we are spending millions and millions of dollars to try and make something for that big screen experience that we've been patiently waiting to bring to you. And then you're judging it on a phone with a not great internet connection. The issue is not that we are saying, consume it only on the big screen. Consume it wherever you like. But if you have a point of view where everybody wants to be a critic of the visual and sound, you've not heard the right sound and experienced the right visual. And you're making a comment on something which, to me, is unfortunately inaccurate." In fact, Namit Malhotra admitted that the VFX work is still being completed. Director Nitesh Tiwari echoed the sentiment, calling the process very, very daunting, and revealing that some sequences have taken nearly 3 years to create. The scale of Ramayan explains why the process is taking so long. Interestingly, DNEG has won 8 Oscars for Best Visual Effects, with credits including Inception, Interstellar, Tenet, Blade Runner 2049, and the first 2 Dune films. With such an ambitious visual world still being fine-tuned, the makers are asking audiences to wait before passing their final verdict.
भगवान विष्णु ने अवतार लेकर उसकी
Ramayan Part 1 is set for a Diwali release this year, with Part 2 following next year. Until then, the biggest battle may not be between Ram and Ravan, but between the makers and the internet's CG critics. With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Govinda's personal life has once again become the talk of the town. But this time, it's not a film, a controversy, or a comeback that has caught attention. It's his equation with one of the co-stars, Komal Rani Swarnkar. So is there really more than meets the eye between Govinda and Komal? Or is this just another Bollywood rumor snowballing out of a professional association. Let's decode the buzz.
Govinda's personal life is back in the spotlight. And this time, the woman at the center of the buzz is Komal Rani Swankar, a relatively new face in Bollywood who is set to share screen space with Govinda in the upcoming film Rupa. But it was not their professional collaboration that got people talking. It was their recent appearance together at the Mumbai airport. The pictures and videos quickly made their way online, and dating rumors followed almost instantly. So, who exactly is Komal Rani Swankar? Komal is an emerging actress who will reportedly make her Bollywood debut with Rupa alongside Govinda. The two are also reportedly associated with another upcoming project, Dunyadari. And with their growing professional association, their off-screen appearances have now grabbed plenty of attention. But things got even more interesting when Govinda's wife Sunita Ahuja was asked about the actor's airport appearance with Komal.
Govinda sir bhi dekhe gaye.
Her response? Vinashkale Viprit Buddhi.
Vinashkale Viprit Buddhi. Uska buddhi भ्रष्ट हो गया है. इसलिए सब करता है वो.
And when she was asked about Govinda being labelled cheater number 1, Sunita gave another pointed response, saying that perhaps Govinda's fans and the media should answer that question. Her cryptic comments have only added more fuel to the ongoing speculation. Meanwhile, Govinda and Sunita Ahuja have been married since 1987 and share 2 children. Their relationship has faced its share of public speculation over the years, with Sunita herself previously making comments about alleged infidelity. So, is Govinda really dating Komal Rani Swankar? Or has Bollywood turned a co-star equation into a full-blown romance rumor? With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
A simple question about Badshah's iconic stage name has reopened one of Indian hip-hop's oldest rivalries. An old clip, a fresh dig from Honey Singh, and a cheeky reference on India's Got Latent have brought their 15-year-old feud roaring back, proving that some rap wars never really go off beat.
I'm back यार बादशाह भाई. अरे माइक लो ना यार.
थैंक यू सर मैम.
कैसा लग रहा है आपको यार?
बढ़िया यार, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. Happy for you.
It took just one question to resurrect a 15-year-old rap war.
ये इकलौता बंदा इसने गाने से FIR ले लिया खुद पे.
Just when it seemed like one of Indian hip-hop's most talked about rivalries has finally gone quiet.
Lyrics में meaning note हो गए.
Samay Raina's India's Got Latent Season 2 has pressed play on the old controversy once again. On the latest bonus episode, Badshah was asked about the origin of his iconic stage name.
आपका नाम बादशाह किसने दिया था आपको?
His answer?
नहीं.
पक्का? मैंने तो कुछ और स्टोरी सुनी थी.
गलत स्टोरी मैंने.
He claimed that he came up with the name himself.
पक्का? मैंने तो कुछ और स्टोरी सुनी थी.
गलत स्टोरी मैंने.
मेरे सारे अंग देखो.
But the internet was not ready to let that statement pass. Because soon an old clip resurfaced in which Badshah appeared to say that it was Yo-Yo Honey Singh who had suggested the name Badshah.
ਹਨੀ ਭਾਜੀ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਵੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯੂ ਲਿਵ ਲਾਈਕ ਅ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ. ਮਤਲਬ ਤੂੰ ਜਦ ਤੇਰਾ ਮਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਚੱਕਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਦ ਤੇਰਾ ਮਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਉੱਠਦਾ ਹੈ. ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਬਸ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਡਿਸਾਈਡ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਭਾਈ.
And that contradiction instantly gave the internet a reason to revisit a feud that has been simmering for years now.
लेटेंट की सेलिब्रेशन देखो. और मैं गिर गया डेकोरेशन तो देखो.
Honey Singh did not exactly ignore the throwback. Reacting to the resurfaced clip, he took a pointed dig at Badshah, adding another spicy chapter to their long-running saga. But the latent episode itself took things a step further.
मेरे सारे अंग देखो, गाना brown रंग देखो.
Samir Raina also appeared to poke fun at the Badshah Honey Singh history through a cheeky musical reference.
जिसकी वजह से पैसा कमा रहा है हर्ष.
Bringing their infamous past back into the spotlight for a whole new generation of viewers.
This is Honey Singh versus Badshah again.
And this is not the first time the two rappers have found themselves on opposite sides of the headline. Badshah and Honey Singh were once part of the hip-hop collective Mafia Mundi. But their professional association later ended. One of the biggest disagreements has been over Brown Rang. Badshah has said he wrote the lyrics, while Honey Singh composed the beats. Over the years, the two have traded subtle and sometimes not so subtle digs. So yes, years have passed, the music has evolved, but this rivalry clearly refuses to go offbeat. Because when Badshah and Honey Singh are in the same story, the old beef is never really old. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Two films, two very different worlds, but one Independence Day weekend. Awarapan 2 and Batwara 1947 are heading for a box office clash. And while both come with their own share of nostalgia and star power, the early advance booking numbers have already thrown up a clear frontrunner. Here's a special report by Sana Farjeen on the battle between Imran Hashmi and Sunny Deol's films.
देश की आजादी मुबारक हो.
कौन सी आजादी और किसका मुल्क?
Independence Day has traditionally been one of Bollywood's favorite box office weekends. And this year, the holiday comes with rather an interesting face-off. On August 14, two very different films will compete for the audience's attention.
कुछ भी हो सकता है. पहचान के लिए ईमान तो नहीं छोड़ा जाता.
On one side is Awarapan 2, a sequel bringing back Imran Hashmi nearly 2 decades after the original.
एक एक करके मरोगे या सब साथ में?
On the other is Sunny Deol's Batwara 1947.
आदमी होता है तो उस्ताद को नहीं जानता और तू मेरे बाप को नहीं जानता.
A partition drama that reunites the actor with Preeti Zinta and filmmaker Rajkumar Santoshi.
लगा दूंगा पूरे शहर को. हर बच्चे के मुंह से निकला पहला लफ्ज माँ है.
But there is already one clear trend emerging from the booking counters.
कितनी हसीन शक्ल है.
Awarapan 2 is pulling significantly ahead. As per the latest advance booking numbers, the Imran Hashmi starrer has sold close to 74,000 tickets for its opening day. Generating an advance gross of around rupees 2.36 crore across 5,692 tracked shows.
And breaking news just coming in. Akali Dal chief Sukhbir Badal attacked in Nanded. Shiromani Akali Dal leader Sukhbir Singh Badal was attacked in Nanded. He was admitted to a hospital. Further details are awaited. This is a breaking story that is just coming in. This is a developing story. Former Punjab Chief Minister Sukhbir Singh Badal attacked near Nanded, near the Gurdwara at Nanded Sahib. And this is information that is just coming in. This former Punjab Chief Minister attacked near Nanded Sahib Gurdwara. He's been taken to a hospital with an injury. My colleague Abhijit Karande is on the phone line with me on this story. Abhijit, what more do we know about this developing story?
Actually, Sukhbir Badal was in Nanded to take a blessings of Guru Granth Sahib, and he was about to enter into the Gurudwara. While in the premises of Gurudwara, one person who is unnamed right now attacked Sukhbir Badal ji, and he got injured. One or two injuries on his hand, and right now he is admitted into the FSSAI hospital, where he is under treatment. He is under treatment, and police have detained one person from Gurudwara premise. Actually, his name is not being out right now, but police is investigating the matter, why he is being attacked, who is the person who attacked on Sukhbir Badal, what was the reason behind it. These are the questions right now before the police investigators also.
Abhijit, do we have any further details of the incident itself? Where did it happen? Did it happen inside the Gurdwara? What kind of injury has Mr. Badal sustained? Any further information? Is there anything available?
Actually, the incident happened around 2 p.m. Today when he was in a Gurudwara premises. The sources from the police told us that he was in the premises of Gurudwara. He was there to take blessings. Also, he was accompanied with the police constables, 2 police constables, and one armed person who was having kirpan in his hand. He suddenly attacked on Sukhbir Badal ji. He got injured. He got injured, and his hand is having some injury marks also. Immediately, Gurudwara Prabandhan took him to the hospital, the FSSAI hospital, which is a famous hospital in the Nanded. And one person has been detained by the police who attacked Sukhbir Badal ji. Actually, his name is not being told by the police, but they are investigating the further matter. The minor injuries are on hand. He's all right. He came into the van to the FSSAI hospital, but he came to the hospital and walked inside the hospital. We have those visuals also. If we can see those visuals, he is walking inside the hospital. Some cloth is covered on his hand. So 2-3 minor injuries on his hand, which is told by the police sources.
All right, Abhijit, was there anybody else who was also injured, or is the injury only on Mr. Badal? Did the person attack only the former chief minister, or was this some sort of a larger attack and Mr. Badal got involved or got wrapped up into this very attack, or was this an attack on him? Do we know anything?
When this incident happened, Sukhbir Badal ji was accompanied with the police constables also. One police constable having a minor injuries while saving Sukhbir Badal. And he is also with Sukhbir Badal, and he is also under treatment. Police senior officials of the police force are in FSSAI hospital. They are speaking with the constable also, who is got injuries on hand while blocking that attacker. But more information is still we are awaiting for the further information and the official statement by the Nanded police.
All right, All right, viewers, we've got the visuals that Abhijit was just talking about, the visuals from the Gurdwara premises. You can see here a vehicle coming in with the former Chief Minister. Remember, Sukhbir Badal is a subject of security because he has seen death threats earlier also. And in the visuals, you can see the car bringing Mr. Badal to the hospital here, being escorted by the police, and Sukhbir Badal walking with a cloth wrapped around his arm. So it seems that the injury was mainly to his arm, and you can see here the police and security people escorting Sukhbir Badal into the hospital with that orange cloth on his arm. Abhijit is still with me on the story. Abhijit, is there any statement or comment that has been made by the Gurdwara Prabandhan Committee? Anybody has said anything about what happened? Any statements being made?
As we know that there was a sudden attack, and the whole bunch of people who was with Sukhbir Badal ji was not aware that such kind of an attack can happen in the premises of Gurudwara. So the Prabandhan committee was also, the people from the Prabandhan committee was also present there. They quickly wrapped that attacker also. They detained him. The police constables with Sukhbir Badal, they also tried to block that attacker, but some minor injuries has been on his hand, on the Sukhbir Badal's hand, and immediately he was rushed to the nearby hospital, which is a Yashosai hospital, and he is under treatment right now. But the whole statement, how this has been happened, what was the reason behind it, and as we know that there are so many CCTV cameras inside the premise also. So in a short of while, we can get the more information about the attack and who was the attacker and what was the reason behind it, why he attacked Sukhbir Badal also. So we are also waiting for the police statement, because this happened just half an hour before, and police is completely unaware about this whole incident. But the constables and the police inspector who was there, they tried to save Sukhbir Badal ji. They took to the hospital. He is under treatment. One police constable and the officer is also injured. They are also getting treatment. And then I think within some time, Prabandhan committee also released one press what actually happened in premise of Gurudwara, and police also give the official statement about the attack on Sukhbir Badal.
So at the moment, Abhijit, you're saying officially nothing has been said either by the police or the Gurdwara Prabandhan, is that correct?
Right.
So far they have not said anything.
As of now, we do not have any information from the Prabandhan committee or the police officials, and that was not the police official statement. What they are saying right now, it is a sources who are present there, who was with the police, who was in that premise, and who accompanied Sukhbir Badal to the hospital.
All right. So, Abhijit, just tell our viewers about this entire incident. Sukhbir Singh Badal, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Punjab, the son of a former Chief Minister of Punjab, he is the head of the Shiromani Akali Dal. He has also been subject of several death threats earlier also. We saw an attack on him in 2024. We saw cases against him regarding sacrilege even before that. And now this attack in a Gurdwara premises. What are you picking up from your sources in the police and in the Nanded area? What was the purpose of his visit there, and what exactly do we know about this attack on him? Because the breaking news that's just coming in, I'm sorry, Abhijit, I'll come back to you in a moment. More breaking news that's just coming in on this story. Allegedly, the person who attacked Sukhbir Badal was a Nihang, and which, by the way, viewers, puts another spin on this entire situation completely. Because if a Nihang, which is a particular order of Sikhs, has attacked the former Deputy Chief Minister. This could then possibly be related to the earlier controversies that we were just talking about, where there was a dispute between the Akal Takht and the SAD. Abhijit is still with me on this story. Before I go back to Abhijit, Divyesh Singh is also joining me on this story. Divyesh, what more do we know about this particular attack? The information that you've just shared with us says that the person who allegedly attacked the former Deputy Chief Minister is allegedly a Nihang, and this puts a very serious question mark on just what happened and why it happened, isn't it?
Well, this has been confirmed by senior officers from the Nanded police to us that Akali Dal leader Veer Singh Badal was going inside the Gurudwara at Mata Sahib Kaur locality in Nanded.
All right, Divyesh, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you here for just a moment. I'm being joined by Mr. Bikram Singh Majithia, former MLA and a senior leader of the SAD. Mr. Majithia, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Can you give us any information on this attack? What do we know about this? And is this possibly related to the threats that were given earlier also to Mr. Badal?
So I just spoke to my sister Harsimrat Kaur Badal ji, who was with him, and the entire family. His children are with him. God's been very, very kind that he's got saved in this attack that they wanted to assassinate him, assassination bid. But the sad part is that this is not happening for the first time. You must realize that Sardar Sukhbir Singh Badal and Sardar Prakash Singh Ji Badal and Harsimrat Kaur Badal represent the moderate voice within Punjab. They are the ones who always believe in the Hindu-Sikh unity. That's the voice that wants peace in Punjab. But there are certain forces that want to destabilize Punjab. And it's a major, major failure on part of the government of Maharashtra. And I would blame to some extent our Punjab government for this, because there was an attack on Sardar Sukhbir Singh Badal a couple of years ago in Sri Harmandir Sahib. And had that been probed properly, this wouldn't have happened. Because that time also we came out with videos, evidence, proof. We showed everything, how an ISI-backed fellow, Narayan Chaura, was hobnobbing with an SP of the Punjab police called Harpal Randhawa, who's very, very close to Bhagwant Mann, and who still sits here. That how for 2 days Narayan Chaura was in contact with him, and then he fired at Sukhbir Ji from close range. Again, he got saved because there was a vigilant member next to him who overpowered him. And today also he was attacked by this fellow, and he attempted a second attack which could have been very fatal next to his heart. But he again got overpowered. But you know, had that matter been investigated, had the SP Harpal Randhawa been investigated, had the Commissioner of Police done his job that time properly, Punjab Police would have investigated it. This wouldn't have happened today.
Majithya, you're also the brother-in-law of Mr. Badal. Who is with him right now? What more can you tell us about his injuries? How is he right now?
So my sister Harsimrat Kaur Badal is with him. He's got I think he's getting around 10-12 stitches. He's been cut on his arm. And God's been very kind that he's got saved. It's only the man attempted to attack him the second time, but he was lucky enough to be, the people around him overpowered that person. But you know, being a Z+ protectee, I guess the government of Maharashtra should have been more vigilant. Now, when someone goes to a Gurdwara Sahib, we go there as a humble Sikh, and we go there to pray for Sarbat da Pala. We go and pray for everyone. Now, who do you expect that you would get attacked out there. It's only somebody who's a non-believer, who doesn't understand the teachings of Guru Sahib.
Ji, Majithya, do you think this was a security breach? Do you think this was something that could have been prevented?
100%. The attack on him in Sri Harmandir Sahib, when it happened, he was again doing seva. We all go to seva in places of worship. Now the police knew that he was going to be there. Had the police been vigilant, had there not been an intelligence failure, had the police not been helping the perpetrators, it wouldn't have happened in Darbar Sahib. And I feel even today, had there been proper intel, had there been no intelligence failure, even today wouldn't have happened. All these incidents happen only when there is an intelligence failure. He's a Z+ protectee for a very, very long time. There are forces in Pakistan who want to eliminate him.
Mr. Majithya, can I also ask, how's your sister doing? She was there when Mr. Badal was attacked. She's, how's the family?
That everybody's in a state of shock. His kids were with him. It was a very pious family visit. In the sense, I was also meant to go there. I couldn't make it there, but it's just family there. It was no political function. It just went there to get the blessings of the Guru.
How are his children, how are the family members doing after this incident? Is everybody else safe?
I haven't spoken to everyone. Yes, everyone with the grace of God is safe, but it shakes you up when something like this happens to your loved one in front of you. It shakes young children get affected by it very severely. It's a sad thing that something like this is happening in a Gurdwara Sahib. I think we as a Guru Nanak Naam Lewa Sangat must understand that this is not what the God preaches. And whoever is inciting people like this, I would not consider them Guru Sikhs. I would consider them someone who doesn't understand the Guru's teaching. I would consider them someone who's anti-God, who is Guru Dokhi.
Mr. Majithya, I just have one more question for you. Sir, if I may just ask one more question of you. The initial reports seem to suggest that the person who attacked Mr. Badal is a Nihang. How do you see this? Do you have any information from your sister or from your family members or the security staff who was there who attacked him? What happened really?
That is true. It needs to be investigated whether he just wore that Nihang attire and came there. Because anybody who is, we call them the Guru ki ladli fauja. Now anybody who is a Nihang attire, and if he's a real true Nihang Singh, he will not do this because he knows that this is not to be done in Gurdwara Sahib. He doesn't attack like this. This is a cowardly act. It is not an act of a Nihang Singh. So whether he was brainwashed, given those clothes, what is he? That's a full background check that the police will have to do.
Ji. But have you spoken to anybody about the incident and what have they told you exactly what happened?
I was talking on the phone when your phones are ringing, so I guess let me go now.
Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us. Our best wishes to Mr. Badal and the rest of his family. I hope he recovers very quickly and comes out of the hospital. Thank you very much for speaking to us, sir. Asim Bassi, my colleague, is also joining me on this story. Asim, what more can you tell us about this? And before that, viewers, we're showing you the visuals of what had happened there. And also remember, as Mr. Majithya was also saying, in 2024 also, Sukhbir Badal had been attacked. He had in fact been shot at earlier, and that is why he has been subject to death threats earlier. He's been a Z+ protectee, as Mr. Majithya was also saying, for a very long time. Asim Bassi is with me on this story now. Asim, what more can you tell us about this attack? What are you picking up from your sources?
Oh, well, today Sukhbir Singh Badal was on a personal visit with his family to pay obeisance at Takht Hazur Sahib, which is in Nanded, and sometime back only an unidentified Nihang, it is told that he attacked Sukhbir Singh Badal with a sharp-edged kirpan, and we confirmed from the team, which was a team close to Sukhbir Singh Badal, and they told that it was an injury on the arm, and the person who did it was captured there and then, and Sukhbir Badal was rushed to the hospital. His condition is stable, out of danger. But the kind of attack which is seen is very, very grievous, because in December 2024 also, Sukhbir Badal was attacked. A firing attempt was done on him, although that gunshot missed him with a whisker. He was lucky enough, fortunate enough. But now, in the span of less than 1.5 years now, again, in a span of one and a half year, again Sukhbir Badal has been attacked in Nanded Sahib, and he's a very, very highly secured person, Z-Press protecting former Deputy Chief Minister of Punjab. His father was a 5-time Chief Minister of Punjab, so very highly secured family. But this kind of incident has brought sharp reaction from Shiromani Akali Dal. We heard Bikram Singh Majithia, who is the brother-in-law of Sukhbir Singh Badal, raising questions that this is definitely the security has been compromised. How a high security person has been attacked on a religious visit. It was not a political visit, it was a religious visit with his family to pay obeisance at Gurudwara Sahib. And since morning we were getting pictures like that, but now sudden attack is definitely a big shocking development on such a big political personality. Unfortunately, he is safe and is still in hospital, and we have seen the visual injury on his arm that is covered with a cloth, and he is being taken into the hospital in Nanded Sahib. Although the local administration in Nanded Sahib has confirmed that one of the cop has also been injured in trying to rescue Sukhbir Singh Badal from the attack. But Shiromani Akali Dal has raised this question that we need to identify who that person is who attacked, what was the motive, because you can't leave it the things over here that some Nihang attacked it. But Bikram Majithia categorically raised the point. One, the security issue. Second, what is the exact identity, that will be revealed definitely, but who sent him there, why he was sent him there. So all these questions need to be answered now by the local police as well.
Well, Asim, I just spoke to Mr. Majithia, the comments that he's made, the questions that he's raised about the fact that Sukhbir Badal has been a Z+ protectee for years, that he was attacked also in 2024. He has raised very, very pointed questions about security lapses, about intelligence lapses, and exactly who was this person who has attacked Mr. Badal inside a Gurdwara. Now, initial reports seem to suggest that the person who attacked him was a Nihang, and Mr. Majithia is questioning whether this person was actually a Sikh, a practicing Sikh, because he is saying that somebody who practices the religion would never do this kind of an activity inside the Gurdwara itself. But what else are you picking up from your sources, from the party, from the government, from your police sources?
Because let's go back first, because in 2024 December, when Sukhbir Badal was attacked at outside the Golden Temple, when he was undergoing a religious punishment, that attack was made by Narayan Singh Chauda, who was a former terrorist. He came there, he took out a revolver from his waist, and he opened the fire, and that bullet shot missed Sukhbir Badal from a whisker. After that also the security was more toughened, more heightened. It was an attack, clear attack by a former terrorist. Now, with this attack happening, this is the reason that Bikram Majithia and the Shiromani Akali Dal wants the entire theory to be uncovered, that who this person is. Was he backed by some terror group? Was he having some association with any terror group, or was there any other reason for attack? So that needs to be verified and basically investigated by the local police, because the jurisdiction comes there, and they will definitely, as it is told by the Sukhbir Badal's team, that that person has been captured by the locals and the police. And with such kind of a grievous attack taking place inside Hazur Sahib Gurdwara, definitely big questions are raised on the security around Sukhbir Singh Badal, because whenever such a high-profile security guarded personality visits some other states, the other state is sounded about his visit. Was entire precaution taken? Was the cordon was proper? But definitely when we go to a religious place or a Gurdwara Sahib or a temple, definitely the jostling takes place. A lot of people are there who are there to pay obeisance. But what Bikram Majithia is pointing out, that we need to investigate the exact reason why this person attacked and who planted him and what was the exact reason. Was it somebody's conspiracy which was being put out there in Hazur Sahib when he attacked Sukhbir Singh Badal? Because in the past it was Narayan Singh Chauda who was associated with terrorism also. He attacked Sukhbir Singh Badal. So valid points raised by Akali Dal also. So it is early because the Nanded Sahib police over there will definitely be investigating and questioning these all things which the Subir with Bikram Majithia wants to know.
All right, thank you very much for that update. Asim Basi joining me on this story. Former Deputy Chief Minister of Punjab, Sukhbir Singh Badal, attacked allegedly by a Nihang inside the Nanded Sahib Gurdwara. A lot of questions now being asked about intelligence failures, about security failures. This, viewers, is a developing story that we will be keeping a very close eye on. But it's time now for us to go across to Abha Bakaya of Business Today, who joins us with all the updates of the markets. Over to you, Abha.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon, you're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take you through the top stories at this hour. Markets extend losses as firm crude prices and geopolitical risks keep investors cautious. Sensex is down around 150 points near 77,800. Nifty down 80 points near 24,350. Metal and cement stocks are among the key laggards. Tata Group stocks recover from day's low as Tata Trust formally begins the search for N. Chandrasekaran's successor. The Sir Dorabji Tata Trust has passed a resolution to set up a selection committee to recommend a candidate for appointment as the new Tata Sons chairman. L&T bags order worth 10 to 15,000 crore rupees to build India's largest NVIDIA AI factory. The Chennai facility will support large-scale AI computing for US-based Together AI, marking L&T's entry into the fast-growing AI infra business. India's auto industry delivers its strongest ever July sales, with passenger vehicle dispatches jumping 34% year-on-year. Two-wheeler sales rise 23% and three-wheeler sales grow 33%, while total vehicle sales climb 24%. Mumbai suburban rail network set for a major upgrade as the government scraps the tender for 238 AC local rakes due to delays and shifts manufacturing to 3 railway production units, ICF, RCF and MCF. The first rake is targeted for 2027. A major leadership transition now underway at Tata Sons, with the Sir Dorabji Tata Trust initiating the process to find N. Chandrasekaran's successor. We'll come back to that story in just a moment and get you more details. At first, a quick look at the markets and how they're doing this afternoon. Currently continuing to be under pressure, 80-90 points down, and the Nifty is just about at 24,349, which is a support level that we're all tracking. Now, what are some of the index constituents and what's really keeping the index under pressure? We'll bring that up for you as well. Banking, of course, taking a continued knock right now. We've also got IT pretty much flat, not really contributing at this point, and We'll take you through some of the other losers as well on your screens in just a moment. The big story that everyone's continuing to track, of course, is that with the Tata Sons and the Tata Group and really what's going to happen next. Chandrasekaran will continue as chairman until Feb 20th, but has decided not to seek reappointment after a 6-month deadlock over his extension. The focus will shift to the selection process and the Tata Sons board at the crucial August 18th AGM. Krishna Gopalan will be joining us on this. Let me check if he's ready. But to get a sense of what lies ahead for the Tata Group, what we can expect from that board meeting, what will be on the agenda. And Krishna, we hear that they are looking at formulating a selection committee now to really fast track and focus on finding a successor.
Yes, hi Abba. Yes, that's really a part of the normal process. It's exactly what they did when Cyrus Mistry was appointed to shortlist candidates. And at that point in time, they looked at people like Indra Nooyi, then the chief of PepsiCo. I just want to highlight a few points here. The search committee process is really expected. The more important part is Chandra's tenure ends on the 20th of Feb. So the person who's chosen by the selection committee, to my mind, it should take about 2 to 3 months, will have to come in, sit with Chandra, manage the transition, and make sure he or she is completely ready for the top job. So in one sense, time is really not on their side. We're still speaking about 6 to 7 months. They have to identify the candidate, get the whole process in motion. So I think the tricky part is really in getting that timeline right, which is why the meeting on the 18th becomes super critical.
All right. Who is anticipated to be on the selection panel, Krishna?
I think that's really open right now, but I think the way it's looking, there's probably a good chance it'll be somebody from within the group. They've never really had anyone outside the past, so I don't think that tradition is likely to be broken. But I think it's going to be a time-consuming process. And also, just at one point I would like to highlight here, there have been other issues as well in terms of the quorum for the AGM. So there are other niggling issues to be dealt with. But fundamentally, I think the fact that a successor needs to be found has superseded everything else. So I think all eyes on that, but I still would like to believe that it's, in all probability, it's probably going to be somebody from within the group.
All right. Well, Tata Sons is also facing a crucial regulatory and strategic crossroads with the Reserve Bank of India retaining the holding company in its latest list of upper layer NBFCs. Now, the new list was released on 6th August, and while Tata Sons' application to deregister as a core investment company remains under examination. If the RBI rejects that, a listing could become difficult for the Tata Group to avoid. And this question could be one of the major challenges that Chandra's successor will have to address, along with, of course, determining the group's future growth and capital strategy. Let's go across to Nachiket to decode this for us. Nachiket, talk us through this. Is this been some time coming? Is it, the fact that this is also coming up at this critical juncture is, of course, going to be something the markets keenly watch?
Absolutely, Abha. This is going to be a major challenge for anybody who takes the hot seat at Tata Sons. Remember, this has been a long debate within the Tata Group on whether the Tata Sons should be listed or should remain private. Some of them have started believing that given the high capex investments that Tata Sons or the Tata Group has done in areas like semiconductors, the aviation is also a very the business where they have been investing, and that is also taking in a lot of money. So there has been a belief that a listing will allow them to will open the doors for raising more funds in these kind of businesses. But there has also been a debate from some, including Noel Tata, who has privately backed Tata Sons remaining private. Because once a listing happens, what is going to happen is then it will bring in an external investor. Obviously, as a listed company, there will be much more regulatory and public oversight. So there is still a belief that Tata Sons could be better left private. From the regulators or RBI's perspective, well, even as their application to deregister as the core investment company is still pending, the new principle-based list of upper layer NBFCs that the RBI released recently, Tata Sons' name was retained in that list. So from a RBI perspective, nothing has changed. Tata still remains a core investment company, and if that is were to be the case, then obviously they would want a listing at some point in time. There are some 17 odd companies in that upper layer NBFC list. all of them are listed. Tata Sons is the only one that is still not listed on that.
All right, Nachiket, thank you for taking us through that. A lot of critical, updates coming in on what could potentially happen next at Tata Sons. And we'll, of course, continue to get you all the latest. Sudeep Bandyopadhyay is also joining us this afternoon. Sudeep, let me get your take on, of course, all the recent and developments. There's also a lot of speculation, of course, that's rife on who's potentially going to be the successor. Would you like to perhaps, share your thoughts on what would make the markets happy, whether which name or whether it's a very quick decision that the group makes?
Well, Abha, I think a quick decision is what is required at this stage. That will not only make the market happy, that will help the group as well. I think there is about 6.5, 7 months window from door to door. That is from the time Mr. Chandrasekhar resigned to the time he retires. So within this period, the successor needs to be identified. He needs to come on board and ensure that the transition is smooth. So from a market point of view and from a group point of view, smooth succession warrants quick selection of the candidate and quick onboarding of the candidate.
Right. And what do you make of the listing issue, Sudeep? Of course, we've been hearing about it for a while, but it seems to be coming to a head now as well. The fact that, the RBI could reject the application and they may have to list and with immediate effect. What are you making of that entire issue?
Well, it's a very tricky issue, Abha. In fact, some of these companies which are creating long-term infrastructure, long-term, kind of assets, they remaining unlisted within the private domain is probably better. Now, RBI, of course, has a different viewpoint. Tata Sons went ahead and repaid all the bank loans and ensured they become debt-free. But I think the definition of being debt-free has been widened, and that's how they are continuously being put under that, systemically important NBFCs, and which, according to RBI, needs to get listed. Very honestly, I think it should remain unlisted to ensure that they can support the growth of companies like, Tata Technologies, Air India, and multiple other ventures which they have been continuing to undertake. And these require time. In fact, the last presentation, they talked about 5 to 10 years turnaround time for Air India. Now, if it becomes listed, I think that will be impossible for Tata Sons to continue. And it will be a disaster for Air India and Indian aviation sector as well. Similarly, many other ventures which they are incubating will get into problem. And, the matrices under which they will be measured will be profitability, path to profitability and things like that, which I think they are not ready yet.
Absolutely. All right. That's a very fair argument, Sudeep. On that note, let's see how this issue progresses from here. Now, with the market this afternoon, it's expiry, of course, but very flat and just at about 24353 currently on the index. What are you making of it? I mean, we have seen earnings-specific results, but we've also got a little bit of volatility, like, some of the metal names have been up and down a touch. But otherwise, it looks like the markets have just been a little downtrodden, a little quiet this afternoon.
Fortunately, the geopolitical tension continues unabated, and with that, the oil prices remains at elevated level. Under these circumstances, it is extremely difficult for Indian markets to move forward and take any quantum leap ahead. So under these circumstances, I think we will live in a range-bound market with very, very volatile trading. That's exactly what is happening. The bias is downward. The mood can only change when oil prices starts coming down, which is, in other words, when the geopolitical tensions are dialed down. Unfortunately, there are no signs or at least concrete evidence of that happening anywhere in the near future. I think, the demands and counter demands are quite, on a tangential path. And we will have to kind of brace for this kind of volatility and downward pressure in the foreseeable future as well.
All right, so continued volatility expected. So in that scenario, Sudeep, what is your approach with the markets right now? In terms
I've
of
been,
yeah.
Well, Abha, I've been very clear from a long-term investor's point of view. I think if you want to create your long-term portfolio, it's a great opportunity. Look, this war will stop. It's a matter of time before it stops. Whether it will stop next week or in 15 days or in a couple of months, one cannot really predict. And I don't think anybody in the world can predict that. But if you're a long-term investor, your time horizon is 2-5 years, then I think it's a great opportunity for you to pick up good quality stocks which are correcting because of this war. Now, be tactful, be careful in building your positions, but do take positions, buy quality stocks when they are correcting, and start building your portfolio. Don't put all your money at one go. Gradually build your portfolio. That's the advice. Of course, if you are a short-term investor, you are a momentum trader, it's a great opportunity. Keep trading and keep making money.
All right. Just before I get to what one should buy, this whole closing auction session, the CAS, are traders adapting to this price divergence and settlement volatility, especially between the two indices, since the implementation of this new mechanism?
Yeah, of course they are. If you look at the kind of volatility first couple of days we did witness, I think that has stabilized quite a bit. And the digression between the 315 close and 330 eventually discovered price is very, very minuscule now. It's coming down. And I believe strongly that I think the market will get used to it. Traders will get used to it. Look, world over, I think this is the way the markets are closed and market closing valuations are determined. We will get there. Anything new which you start, there is a little bit of uncertainty, little bit of confusion when it starts. But I think things settle down, and that's pretty much what is happening in Indian market. And I'm reasonably confident that another 5-7 days we'll stop talking about it also.
Okay, okay, great. You've been fairly bullish on pharma, healthcare. Perhaps your top picks there, or any of the other sectoral opportunities that you'd like to share with us?
Well, Abha, you're absolutely right. I've been very positive on pharma for quite some time, and I keep telling that Indian pharma is at a place where Indian IT was 20 years back. Look, there's a quantum leap which Indian pharma is going to take. As far as the larger and the bigger listed companies are concerned, most of them are moving in a direction of where Sun is kind of already there post-Organon acquisition. 70% of Sun's portfolio is branded and patented products. And that's the way to go for the margin and revenue going forward. So we do like Sun Pharma quite a bit. And that can be picked up from a long-term investor's portfolio point of view. If you look at the CDMO players, I think this is a great opportunity which Indian pharma is enjoying at this stage. The China Plus One continues to remain the theme as far as Western manufacturers are concerned. And Indian CDMO players are getting orders and they're full of, the order backlogs, so to say. So a Grand Pharma or a Divi's laboratory does look good in this particular space. As far as domestic pharma is concerned, again, we are very positive. We are having about 25% CAGR growth in domestic pharma. So Mankind Pharma does look good in that space.
All right. I want to talk about Lenskart. We saw the shares cross about 600 for the first time. Fresh 52-week high after a really solid set of numbers. I know it's still a recent listing, but would you have any kind of comment to share on this one, Sudeep?
Well, first comment is we talk about it as a tech company. I think it's a brick and mortar company which uses technology. There's a store expansion, same store sales growth. These are the parameters through which we are now judging Lenskart. And, these are the traditional parameters which we use for a brick and mortar retail chain. So we must understand that this is a brick and mortar retail chain which does use technology for improving margins, improving operational efficiency. That's first point. Second point is the results were pretty good, and I'm quite impressed with the kind of growth they have shown, not only at domestic, but even international market. International market also, their international business has become EBITDA positive, which is a very, very interesting development. So obviously the business is doing good. But having said that, from an investor point of view, I'm not sure whether one should recommend a buy at a P levels of close to 100. Now, this buying at a P level of close to 100 is little absurd for me to recommend. The company will keep growing by 20-30%, I'm sure, in the foreseeable future. But I don't, not able to fathom this multiple at which it is quoting today. So I don't think I will recommend a buy at this stage.
Okay, fair enough. In another earnings reaction, I think Solar Industries profit is up 93%. Margins also expanding. The shares hitting a record high. The stock is up 8% today. I just want to pull up Solar Industries earnings for you on your screen just to get a sense. Look at that reaction coming in. So in terms of revenue, it's coming in at 600 and net profit is 653 crore rupees. Revenue is now up 70%. That's 3,668 crore rupees. It's a 20,000 rupees stock right now, Solar Industries. I don't know if you're tracking it, Sudeep, but want to venture a comment here?
Well, we do track, and I think it's done very well for itself. Look, entire defense and defense-related areas, Solar is in explosives. I think they have performed outstandingly well. They have outperformed peers as well. So it's a fantastic company. It's a fantastic story. But again, my only challenge is the valuation. So I don't think I will buy at these levels. But from a long-term investor's point of view, and whenever there is a dip, whenever there is a market correction, sharp correction, try and pick up for long-term purposes.
Okay. Couple of queries also coming in, Sudeep. Prateek in Kolkata has FMCG stocks and says, should he continue to hold them for further gains or book profits?
Well, you can continue holding Prateek for further gains. I think this environment, the way it's moving, I think it should be good for the FMCG companies. The raw material costs generally are coming down. Hopefully, with the war ending, it should even further come down. And rural demand, which there were a lot of question marks because of El Nino impact on monsoon, I think it's more or less stable. If you look at the management commentary of most of the FMCG companies, they remain positive and bullish on the upcoming quarters. So yes, please continue to holding as far as FMCG is concerned.
Okay. And Sarthak in Mumbai has asked, what's the view on capital goods stocks for a long-term investment?
Oh, very good. I think most of the capital goods companies are witnessing a massive bull run as far as the stock prices are concerned. But beyond stock prices, I think look at what are these companies doing. These companies kind of are enjoying an order book which they never had. Operational efficiencies have improved. Balance sheet has kind of been cleaned. Operating leverage is fantastic. So all said and done, capital goods industry is in a sweet spot and is going to continue to gain in the foreseeable future. I'll give you an example of some of the companies like Hitachi, Siemens, GE Vernova. Look, apart from domestic business, they, because of their parentage, will definitely start getting a lot of international orders and start catering to the global markets. So I think the scope for their business, scope for their delivery and order gain is increasing significantly. And I foresee a significant positive development. Even companies like Larsen & Toubro, Thermax, some of them may not have performed exceedingly well at this stage, but going forward, I'm sure they will perform well. So if you are a long-term investor and you are invested in cap good stocks, please do remain invested. If you are thinking of investing in cap good stock, be careful. Valuations are not cheap. So keep an eye out for some correction and take advantage of that correction and enter with a long-term perspective.
All right, we're just about at market close, but I think we have one more query. Abhinav Tiwari from Lucknow asking if it's the right time to buy auto stocks, but he's looking at a 3-month investment horizon.
Well, 3 months is a very difficult investment horizon to predict, but you can look at Tata Motors passenger vehicle. This is one area where we are positive. Even Tata Motor commercial vehicle, we are positive. And I'm talking about very 3-month kind of a window. We otherwise, generally, if you're asking from a long-term perspective, we do like Mahindra & Mahindra. We do like Bajaj Auto.
All right. Seems like a shame to be in auto for just 3 months, but that's the view coming in there from Sudeep if you are looking at that time horizon. Okay, just inching close to the closing trades. Let's pull it up for you. Remember, the CAS also underway, but as Sudeep said, the market's already adapted to that. It is expiry today. Some amount of volatility was due. We still don't seem to be too badly off. We're just at about 40 points off on the Nifty. 24395 is what we're looking at. The banking index is still lower today, and I'll pull up the overall, banks and PSU bank segment. We continue to see financials weak. On the upside, Tata Consumer, Zomato, HUL, some gains coming in some of these. Tata Consumer, of course, 3%, again, earnings related. We've got Shriram Finance, NTPC, and BEL also on the upside there. So a little bit of a mixed bag. On the downside, Hindalco took a knock, Ultratech, Grasim, also despite numbers down by 1.5% there. ICICI Bank, Tata Steel, Titan, some of the other names there on the downside, cooling off, some amount of profit booking, taking a chip off the block there. And the index pretty much flat really today. Not much to write home about. A lot of action in the broader markets perhaps, but the index itself looking a little weak in trade. And the sentiment was shifted just incredibly marginally towards the decline. The Nifty Bank down 0.5%, and I'll talk to or get a closing comment from Sudeep on that, because it's really the financials that have been incredibly weak over the last couple of sessions. Earnings related movement, of course, across the board on several counters as well. But overall, advance decline ratio almost even, 16.23 on the declines. And we did see the market somewhat tepid in today's session. Now, Wockhardt is looking to significantly scale up its insulin and biologicals portfolio with investments underway to triple API manufacturing capacity over the next 18 months. The company is also developing a range of insulin analogues and plans to build a business platform for launches in the US and Europe over the next 3 years. Let's go across to this conversation with Dr. Habil Khorakiwala, the founder chairman, to understand the company's plans going forward.
You have identified insulin analogues also as an opportunity for Wockhardt. So if you can help us understand that what investments are being made today, and when do you expect this insulin portfolio to become a meaningful contributor to the company's revenues?
See, biological and diabetic portfolio, that is insulins, are a very important and significant thrust area. So we are doing several things. One, we are increasing our manufacturing API capacity and tripling it in next 18 months. So there is an investment taking place to increase the capacity. Second, we are developing the entire range of new analogs like Aspart, Lispro, Degludec, and they all will be coming in the market. And the third element is we are getting ourselves ready to launch biological products also in the Western market. So we hope that in the next 3 years or so, we will create a business organization to introduce number of insulins in the US and Europe.
Also help us understand about the revenue from the international market. So Wockhardt now gets 78% of its revenue from the international markets, as we are seeing the numbers. So as the company moves further into innovative medicine space, so what do you need to change in the global business to support the scale that you are aiming for?
The biological are the one is a very significant part of my international business. So we believe that new drugs and biological in next 5 years or 6 years should be 2/3 of and more of our global business and also international business.
All right, lots of news to digest today. We've still got another session to go, but it looks like overall sentiment continues to be a little quiet as geopolitical concerns remain in the background. Just steady right now on the index, no major moves anticipated either. Hang in there and we'll continue to see what unfolds tomorrow when we come back. Thanks so much for watching.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, This investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
News Track, where the voices that truly matter speak.
Why is the Congress party insisting on the resignation of Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan? Irresponsibility, the government's failure to secure exams and deliver justice to students.
The real newsmakers and global thought leaders driving change across India and the world.
The former IMF Executive Director, Surjit Bhalla, says that this is factually incorrect. Resign and go. Who are you telling this?
Exclusive conversations, unfiltered insights, straight from the biggest names and power corridors. Every night, we deliver what matters most. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Yes, John Bhattaji.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it is with a heavy heart I raise this matter because it's a question of the garima of this house, prestige and honor. And it's a bipartisan issue. Let me just tell at the outset, I'm a proud Indian, South Indian, and of course a proud Malayali, sir.
There is no South Indian, North Indian. What is
Yes,
the problem, you tell me?
Sir.
We all are Indians only.
Please allow me, sir. I cherish every moment being a Malayali, our language, culture, cuisine, and of course the attire, sir. Our constitution celebrates our diversity. Sir, if you ask me when I am leaving this house, which can happen very soon, what is the takeaway from this house? I would certainly say that the biggest takeaway would be this sterling diversity, which holds the unity of this nation in a unique way. That would be my takeaway. Sir, the other day, a honorable member who I hold in high esteem, let me just say, that member came here and was disturbing me when I was fulfilling my obligation as a mover of a statutory resolution. Sir, please. And, sir,
Please take your seat. I'm coming back.
Please.
I'm coming back.
Sir, the verbal duel is okay, we fight each other. But she repeatedly called me Lungi Wala, Lungi Wala.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And we have breaking news coming in about the Air India Delhi Phuket flight. Now Air India begins full screen of all the pilots. Air India acts after the flight incident. Mandatory testing for substance or medications not allowed under regulations for all Air India pilots. It now is saying that there will be full screening of all group pilots for any substances or medications that are not permitted under prevailing regulations. This is what Air India is telling its pilots. It's saying that testing is mandatory and it will begin from 13th August, which is today. It is to be conducted concurrent with training at the Gurugram Academy post-flight, at the flight briefing centers, Air India offices, or at locations which are provided by the respective bases. This is Air India's latest message to its pilots. For more on that, we have Amit Bhardwaj joining us. Amit, now we're saying that Air India has mandated testing for substances or medications which are not allowed under regulation so far, and it's become mandatory starting today. So what really changes for the pilots from here on?
You know, if we go by what is the norm says that any pilot which comes on board as a pilot in Air India or Air India Group for that matter, they go through the screening, complete health screening, and a dope test is conducted. After that, it is as per the DGCA's norm that random names are sent to Air India for a dope test, and that dope test is conducted. But now with this Air India Phuket Delhi flight incident, every pilot, the group of pilots, which means that Air India and Air India Express, all of the pilots will have to go through dope tests. This is essentially testing for substance abuse, number one, as well as any medication which is not allowed as per the regulations of the DGCA. And ICAO as well. So this means that instead of random testing, which happens as per the international guidelines, Air India is now taking a big step to check as to whether this is something which is common amongst its pilot, and also to send across a message that substance abuse or anything of sort of marijuana use cannot be tolerated, and it will not be tolerated, and that's why this is happening. Earlier today, we had broken the story on India Today exclusively as to how the Ministry of Civil Aviation, as well as the regulator in this case, has pulled up Air India for the work culture and has asked that you need to improve your work culture, more so in regards to the dope testing issue, as well as how one of its pilots had tested positive for marijuana. And you would remember some months back, it was in Vancouver, where you had an instance that Air India pilot was stopped from flying the flight right before the takeoff, and that was the Canadian agency acting against him. It was a case of alcohol abuse, and now in this particular case, what we had learned through our sources, that this particular pilot, PIC, he had tested positive for marijuana. So this is a very important internal communication that has been made out to every pilot of Air India and Air India Express. They will have to go through the screening now, and this will be happening in Gurugram as well as other centers designated by Air India. Back to you.
Right, so now we're understanding that all the pilots from Air India or Air India Express will be screened, and it would not be random as was the procedure before. Because what we're also understanding is that Civil Aviation Ministry, when it learned of the Air India case, it said that they need to relook at the regulations and the frameworks, and they need to be more tightened. So is there anything more that we know on the case when it looks to rework the regulations and frameworks, or how is it compared to maybe countries abroad, and are there stricter regulations for such cases in other countries when we compare this to India?
We also need to state this very clearly, that as far as alcohol testing is concerned, the breath analyzer test, it is possibly one of the toughest framework that we have in India. Many of the countries are very flexible when it comes to the breath analyzer testing for alcohol. So somewhere you have random testing, somewhere it is 50%, because you also want the resource to be there. But India is amongst very few countries which has very stringent law or framework for the breath analyzer testing. For dope test, for substance abuse or psychoactive substances, we were following the international norms of 10% random testing, which means that the pilot who has to go through the testing will not even know that after landing at a certain airport, he needs to go directly to the path lab where the testing will be conducted, and it used to be really random. But now we have learned through our sources that even on that front, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has asked DGCA to relook at the entire framework, and maybe that random testing sample can be actually increased.
Right. So far we've been seeing that there's been random testing and names were given, and so then the testing would happen for the pilots. But now Air India has made it mandatory for all of its pilots for any testing of substances or medications which are not allowed under regulation for AI pilots. Thank you so much for joining in with those updates. And with that, it's time for a short break. We have more lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
डिस्कशन सरकार खुद प्रपोज किया, अपोजिशन डिस्कशन से भाग रहे हैं, बोलते हैं कि डिस्कशन सुनेंगे नहीं, मंत्री का जवाब नहीं सुनेंगे। ये पहले के मुकाबले ये नया चीज़ मुझे देखने को मिला, ये कल्पना से बाहर है कि अपोजिशन खुद ही डिस्कशन नहीं चाहते हैं पार्लियामेंट में। दूसरा जो मैंने देखा है विशेष करके कांग्रेस पार्टी में, कांग्रेस के एमपीज अब सोचते हैं कि उसका काम नारा लगाना और प्लेकार्ड बैनर लेकर के हंगामा करना यही काम रह गया है, ऐसा सोचने लग गया है। नाराबाजी ये तो आप सड़क में कहीं भी कर सकते हैं, सदन में तो चुन के आते हैं तो वहाँ तो डिबेट डिस्कशन के लिए आते हैं। तो एक ऐसा माहौल बना दिया कि कांग्रेस के एमपी सोचते हैं कि उनका मुख्य काम प्रायोरिटी नाराबाजी है, ऐसा सोचने लग गया। सुबह सुबह उठता है, तकिया लेता है, पार्लियामेंट परिसर में पहुंचता है, नाराबाजी लगाएगा, गाली देगा, यही उनका काम रह गया है, ऐसा बना दिया है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on
राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने लायक नहीं। देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी है जो इस लोकसभा में गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य को या गृह मंत्री जी के जवाब को लेक्चर कह रहा हो, तो उसको इससे साफ है कि इस लोकतंत्र के या इस पार्लियामेंट में या पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में कोई आस्था नहीं। जिस तरह से हंगामा करना, जिस तरह से पूरा सदन को वॉश आउट कर दिया, जब गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि हम विस्तार से चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं और सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देंगे, यही मांग थी और इसको गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दे दिया 3 बजे तक, जबकि कल संसदीय कार्य मंत्री और स्पीकर साहब ने भी कहा था। तो इससे साफ है कि इनके पास कोई जवाब सुनने के लिए नहीं है। वो समझते हैं कि शायद चर्चा होगी विस्तार से, तो रांची की भी चर्चा होगी, झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन की भी चर्चा होगी, कर्नाटका की भी चर्चा होगी, केरला की भी चर्चा होगी। आखिर वहां भी तो परीक्षाएं लीक हुई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि ये विषय किसी राज्य का नहीं है, किसी दल का नहीं है, इसीलिए कठोर कानून बनाया। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से जो भाषा, अमर्यादित भाषा राहुल गांधी एक विपक्ष के नेता होकर के कर रहे हैं गृह मंत्री जी पे, देश के गृह मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने धारा 370-35 से समाप्त करने का प्रस्ताव किया, जिन्होंने नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने के लिए संकल्प लिया उसको पूरा किया। और आज देश की जनता आज के इस राहुल के बयान से जान चुकी है कि कौन भाग रहा है। आज विपक्ष भाग रहा है इस चर्चा से, गृह मंत्री के जवाब को सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि वो भाग रहा है, क्योंकि उसको जब एक एक जवाब मिलेगा तो इससे नहीं चलता है। अगर आप न भी आप सहमत हो तो सदन तो चलने दें।
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to the 4 p.m. bulletin. From India Today's newsroom, I'm Pooja Shali. So what we're going to do in the next 1 hour is bring you up to speed with all the latest that's happening in India and beyond the border as well. But at 4:30 p.m, our special segments to tell you about what precisely is not safe or okay with the society right now and what is being done to ensure that we are right back on track. The top crime stories of the day. First, the headlines. Lok Sabha adjourns sine die ending with Mande Mataram. Rijiju slams opposition conduct in both houses. Says first ever opposition to flee from the debate. Khadge versus Nadda over Uttarakhand stage Shuddhikaran. Khadge says that the stage was purified after my speech. Says anti-Dalit mindset has been exposed. JP Nadda says we condemn such acts, will order complete investigation on the cleansing. It's the 20th day of raging protests in Ranchi. Mahato's hunger strike enters day 12. Over 600 protesters booked for the assembly march in Ranchi. Air India mishap investigation is widening. Air India now begins full screening of all the pilots. This move after AI 2379 pilot testing positive for marijuana. Maintenance report flags even tech failures. Government pushes for fast-track investigation of the case. Karnataka Assembly canteen invested by cockroaches. Cockroach on plates even of the Assembly Hotel. Hotel serves food to ministers and IS officers. Karnataka Health Department on a raiding spree. Raids even its own canteen. Violation of food norms and especially safety norms have been flagged. Prajwal Revanna is back in news and how. Lodged in a prison in a rape case, but is seen watching pornography, allegedly even behind bars. When his mobile phone was seized, over 90 pornography videos were found in it. Obscene images of women found, but importantly, how did he even have a mobile phone while he is in the jail? The latest update coming in from Sukhbir Singh Badal in Maharashtra, where he was targeted and attacked with a knife. What exactly happened? Why was Sukhbir Singh Badal, who's been a Deputy Chief Minister of Punjab as well, was attacked? Was this a threat to his life? What exactly happened? First image of Sukhbir Singh Badal's attack after the arrest. We are being told his identity has been confirmed as Jaspal Singh. He's been arrested by the police. Sukhbir Singh Badal is also presently the Akali Dal chief. And the incident, interestingly, happened in Nanded. For those who may not understand, Nanded has a massive Sikh population as well in the state of Maharashtra. And to be attacked with a kirpan, you can see the man on your screen is a Nihang from the attire that he has. But what led him to target Sukhbir Singh Badal, who has received injuries? So it's not that he attacked Sukhbir Singh Badal and it was that others managed to come and intervene and he went unscathed. There were injuries that have been reported, especially on the arm of Sukhbir Singh Badal. He's been rushed to a nearby hospital, but we'll try and get clarity of what exactly happened. So this Nihang walked toward him and with a kirpan, which usually, of course, we have seen, is one of the prominent features when it comes to the Nihang attire, and then tried to attack him. Divyesh Singh joining me for the latest on that. Divyesh, what exactly happened? Who is this Jaspal Singh, and any reason clarified right now about why did he try and even attack Sukhbir Singh Badal? What are the police saying?
Senior police officers at Nanded, and police officers are saying that they are yet to question Jaspal Singh Badal, who is the attacker who attacked Sukhbir Singh Badal at the Gurudwara when he was in the Mata Sahib area of the Gurudwara, where he was attacked by this person in a Nihang attire identified as Jaspal Singh Tejpal Singh Badal. Sukhbir Singh Badal suffered injuries to his right hand because he was attacked with a sharp weapon by Jaspal Singh Badal, who is the attacker. He is yet to be questioned. Meanwhile, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has ordered an inquiry into the incident. He has ordered a detailed inquiry to be done into the incident, why Sukhbir Singh Badal was attacked, what kind of security was there. A security personnel also present at the spot was injured in the attack by Jaspal Singh Badal. When he attacked Sukhbir Singh Badal, the security personnel tried to stop him. He was also attacked by Jaspal Singh Badal, who is the attacker. He's yet to be questioned.
Divyesh, I just want to understand here, what is the condition of Sukhbir Singh Badal? Tell us about the injuries. Is he stable? What are the medical administration telling you?
Well, Sukhbir Singh Badal has suffered stab wounds on his right forearm. His condition is said to be stable. He is not in a critical condition. His condition is stable as of now, though his injuries have been attended to at the FSSAI hospital, which is a private hospital in Nanded, where he was rushed by security and the district administration over there, who were present at the spot. Sukhbir Singh Badal's condition is stable. There are no grievous injuries.
Hey Divyesh, stay on with me, because this incident has happened in Maharashtra. The Chief Minister of the state has also responded to it. Remember, this is after all a VIP presence that was there in the state. A senior politician, Akali Dal chief, former Deputy CM of Punjab. Why and how was he targeted by a Nihang? Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis ordering an inquiry into the attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal. The Chief Minister's office has said, and I quickly read out the statement, that the Chief Minister has sought information about the incident from the Nanded SP, and the accused has been arrested immediately, and the Chief Minister has ordered an investigation into the motive behind the attack. Badal's condition is reported to be stable for now. Listen in now to Maharashtra's MOS home.
पंजाब के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री सुखबीर सिंह बादल पर नांदेड़ में हमला हुआ है। हमारे साथ हैं इस पर बात करने के लिए महाराष्ट्र के गृह राज्य मंत्री योगेश कदम जी। सर, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री सुखबीर सिंह बादल जी पर हमला हुआ है नांदेड़ पर, किस तरीके से देखते हैं घटना को? क्या सुरक्षा में कहीं ना कहीं कमी देखते हैं?
ये पूरी जो घटना हुई है उसकी जांच करने के निर्देश माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय ने दिए हैं, और फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल उनकी जो इंजरी है वो माइनर है, कोई मेजर मिसहैप नहीं है, मेजर इंजरी नहीं है। ही इज़ कम्प्लीटली सेफ। कुछ ही देर में उनके ऊपर ऑपरेशन जो भी माइनर ऑपरेशन वो किया जाएगा, लेकिन वो बिल्कुल भी सेफ है। उनकी हेल्थ को किसी भी तरीके का धोखा नहीं है।
सर, क्या आपकी उनसे बात हुई या वहाँ के जो एसपी हैं, पुलिस हैं, उनसे किसी से बात हुई, कलेक्टर से? क्या उनकी तरफ से जवाब?
जो कलेक्टर है और वहाँ के जो आईजी है, मेरी उनसे बात हुई है। अभी हमने इंक्वायरी चालू की है, जिसने हमला किया है वो क्यों किया, किस इंटेंशन से किया, ये सब इंक्वायरी के बाद पता चलेगा।
सर, विपक्ष आरोप लगा रहा है बहुत बड़ी सुरक्षा में चूक है, खास करके ऐसे समय पर जब वो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हैं, और महाराष्ट्र पुलिस की सुरक्षा पर सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं।
नहीं, देखिए, अभी सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है नहीं, है तो इंक्वायरी के बाद पता चलेगा। पर उनकी जो सिक्योरिटी की जो कैटेगरी है, जेड कैटेगरी है, वो सिक्योरिटी उनको दी गई थी। और अभी देखिए हमला कैसे हुआ, किस तरीके से हुआ, किसने किया, ये सब इंक्वायरी के बाद पता चलेगा। सिक्योरिटी लैब्स है या नहीं है, मेरे ख्याल से अभी ये अटकलें लगाना बहुत गलत होगा। इंक्वायरी के बाद चीज़ें सामने आएंगी।
सर, क्या सिक्योरिटी कैटेगरी को बढ़ाया जाएगा? जो पहले जेड थी, क्या उससे जेड प्लस या उससे आगे की जाएगी?
देखिए, अभी उसका तो आकलन जब भी सिक्योरिटी, अभी उनको जो सिक्योरिटी है वो जो उनका जो स्टेट है वहाँ से कैटेगरी वो फिक्स होती है। यहाँ पर उनके वजह भी हमला हुआ है, तो उसके मद्देनजर रखते हुए जो भी एक्स्ट्रा सिक्योरिटी की अगर ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो वो भी उनको प्रोवाइड की जाएगी, जब तक वो यहाँ पर है, इस हमारे स्टेट में है।
सर आखिरी सवाल, क्या इसके लिए कोई जांच समिति गठित की जाएगी या जांच होगी, सिक्योरिटी लैब्स होगा या किसने हमला किया, क्यों किया, इन सब घटना?
ऑनरेबल सीएम सर ने इंक्वायरी तो करने के लिए आदेश कंसर्न एसपी को दिए हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो जो स्थानीय एसपी हैं उनको जांच के आदेश दिए गए हैं। अब देखना होगा जांच में आगे निकलकर क्या सामने आता है। कैमरामैन मंगेश के साथ दीपेश त्रिपाठी।
Divyesh Singh continues to be with us on this. Divyesh, how will the government proceed with it? Why was there Sukhbir Singh Badal at that location in the first place? Wasn't there enough security around? Because anyway, there would have to be as a part of protocol.
Well, Pooja, as per the protocol, security was provided by the state administration, by the district administration also. We learned from our colleagues in Punjab that Sukhbir Singh Badal also has a Z plus security cover, and CSF personnel have also been provided for his security. He was said to be present at the spot at the Gurudwara when the incident happened, when the attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal happened. Meanwhile, there is an inquiry ordered by Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, to probe into the incident, why this incident happened, what was the motive behind this attack of the attacker, of the accused person who is attacked, Sukhbir Singh Badal. Also, whether there were any security lapses at the spot, how did this person manage to get close to Sukhbir Singh Badal and then launch an attack on him? All this will be proved, all this will be inquired upon by the SP Nanded. We've also spoken to SP Nanded on the issue, and SP Nanded is looking into the issue. SP Nanded was at the hospital. He met Sukhbir Singh Badal. Sukhbir Singh Badal condition is said to be stable, and senior police officials who were looking into the incident have taken Jaspal Singh Idol into custody, and he's being questioned right now on what was the motive behind the attack. As of now, the motive is yet to be known.
So the motive is not clear. Why would this Nihang, who clearly seems to be of an elderly age, try to stab Sukhbir Singh Badal? This could have been life-threatening had it not been the security personnel deployed alongside Badal, who tried to shield him, who's also received injuries. But the government will try and investigate further about what really happened and what next. If this incident has happened once, should not be repeated. What will the government and the security agencies do about it? Appreciate you joining us, Divyesh, for the latest on that. But here's what happened. This was at about 2 p.m. and a video that surfaced was of an injured right arm of Sukhbir Singh Badal. He's been Shiromani Akali Dal chief presently. He's been the former deputy chief minister of Punjab and comes from the influential Punjab political family, the Badals. He went to Nanded, and there was this religious visit to a Gurdwara in Nanded, which is a massive, prominent Sikh population. That is where this Nihang, who are seen not only just part of the militia community, but also as part of security, safety, especially working alongside with the Gurdwaras at their entrance gates. So therefore, someone who was possibly trusted as well as part of protocol. Now, this was Badal's personal visit. Security had been provided as per protocol, but this Nihang Sikh suddenly attacks him right at Gurdwara premises with a sharp-edged weapon, which according to reports was a kirpan. He did suffer an injury to the right arm, was rushed to a local private hospital, currently out of danger. A police inspector who intervened to protect Badal was also injured in this incident. The attacker was immediately identified and detained by the police. He is being questioned. And Nanded's district collector confirmed that Badal had been provided full security and described the injuries as minor. SAD leader Bikram Singh Majithia has alleged a security failure here, questioning the security arrangements of both Maharashtra and Punjab. The incident comes nearly 2 years after, remember, another attack that had taken place on Badal in Amritsar. It was in 2024. Badal then also was targeted by an attacker who fired a shot at him. He nearly missed it and survived. So what is possibly the reason that Nihangs, who are a part of the Sikh community, a prominent, respected part of the Sikh community, they are called as martial arts experts, as the defense wall in the community. But what led to this attack remains unclear.
So I just spoke to my sister, Harsimrat Kaur Badalji, who was with him, and the entire family. His children are with him. God's been very, very kind that he's got saved in this attack that they wanted to assassinate him, assassination bid. But the sad part is that this is not happening for the first time. You must realize that Sardar Sukhbir Singh Badal and Sardar Prakash Singh Ji Badal and Harsimrat Kaur Badal represent the moderate voice within Punjab. They are the ones who always believe in the Hindu-Sikh unity. That's the voice that wants peace in Punjab. But there are certain forces that want to destabilize Punjab. And it's a major failure on part of the government of Maharashtra. And I would blame to some extent our Punjab government.
This has been taken note of by the religious authorities as well. The Akal thief, Jathedar, has also given out a statement in condemning the attack because this has happened twice now. He has survived the attack, but what is the reason that Sukhbir Singh Badal is facing repeated attacks? Is there a history that we are looking at, a pattern of a certain kind? Jathedar or Sri Akal Takht Sahib has strongly condemned the attack on Shiromani Akali Dal President Sukhbir Singh Badal. And because also it happened inside the complex of Gurdwara Mata Sahib Devaji in Nanded. The body chief has said such an incident taking place at a sacred place of worship is extremely unfortunate. Incident not only hurts the dignity and sanctity of Gurdwaras, but also severely damages the image of the entire Sikh community. Kamaljeet Sandhu joining us for the latest on that. Kamaljeet, this is a big attack, could have been life-threatening as well. How is this being looked at across Punjab, and especially any clarity coming in? What happened? What are the religious bodies and the government saying?
Well, Sukhbir Badal being a former Deputy Chief Minister and a Home Minister of Punjab, so that sense he had security, and remember he has been attacked before. You were mentioning December 2024 when he was shot at and he survived an assassination attempt. Now this altogether takes a different shape because the incident has happened in Maharashtra, not in Punjab, and this was a personal trip, so he was there. He had his posse of security men. Now what we know is he's a set plus category security as far as Punjab police is concerned. CISF does provide him cover in Delhi. This also means that there could be an upgradation of security. Now, whether the SOP was followed, while the SP says that there was an advance notice given that the VIP trip was happening. But remember, this could be a matter of chance or opportunity for a Nihang who came very close, who had some sort of anger. Now, if you have a look at the reactions coming in, not just from Akal Takht, but from across the party lines, most of it is everybody condemning this particular attack. But it's the Congress chief, Raja Amrinder Vading, who actually points towards the 2015 Behbel Kala as well as the Kokatpura firing case, which could be the real cause, where many said when the sacrilege cases were happening one after the other, the investigation wasn't done properly. While Sukhbir Badal was at the helm of affairs, he was the Home Minister of the state at that point of time. And then again in 2015 followed was the firing, which many said was unwarranted on protesters, killing 2 of them in Behbel Kala. Many blamed Sukhbir Badal in particular because he was again at the helm of affairs. So those are those pending issues, and also many would say the granting of pardon as far as Gurmeet Ram Rahim is concerned is some of the controversial bit. But this is too early to say because remember it's the security apparatus
telling us Kamaljeet is important. What Kamaljeet is doing, viewer, is she's putting in perspective of possibly what were some of those controversial either decisions or events that happened in and across Punjab that could have led someone to possibly attempt this attack. But of course, investigators will look at other details. To stay on with me, Kamaljeet, this is turning political now. Sukhbir Singh Badal has survived a second attack on him, this time from a Nihang in Gurudwara premises in Nanded in Maharashtra. Akali Dal is now alleging a conspiracy. They are saying this was deliberately an attack against Badal. The attack on Badal is a deep-rooted conspiracy. It should be probed properly. Whatever the graph of Akali Dal rises, such an action takes place, referring even to the 2024 Amritsar attack. Akali Dal is adding, had the first attack been probed properly, this would have not happened. Kamaljeet Sandhu continues to be with me on this, Kamaljeet, but what I find interesting is, first incident took place in Amritsar 2024. Now it is Maharashtra. One is an Aam Aadmi Party government right now. One has the Bharatiya Janata Party. So what call do you think is the conspiracy angle that has led the Akali Dal to take against whom really?
Well, the close aide and brother-in-law of Sukhbir Badal has blamed both Punjab government as well as Maharashtra government for manhandling or bad mishandling. Yes, Bikram Singh Majithia of not actually handling the situation in the right light, saying that this is something which has not happened once but twice in all. So obviously raising questions regarding security matters, but clearly this is something that has to be investigated, because remember, we've seen even in the past when it comes to VIP security, especially Y, Z or Z plus category, when they go and this is a personal trip going into the Gurudwara, sometimes it may not be seen appropriate for a security person to come really in front of the protectee, and those kind of things are actually taken care of. But with changing times and attacks of this kind, there seems to be a whole lot of matter which needs to be discussed. And remember, the Chief Minister has already ordered inquiry into it, so they would deep dive into what really went wrong. A policeman getting hurt, this could have gone wrong in many other ways, but thankfully what we've been told is there has been a bad cut, but it's still minor. You could see Sukhbir Badal really walking inside the hospital, but it does talk about the complexities of providing security to a protectee, especially somebody who has received threats. And again, we're looking at an election year in Punjab, so this could be spun around any time. At this point of time, what we can say is, be it cutting across party lines,
political
be it
face-off has erupted on this. But Kamaljeet really putting it in political perspective for us about the past incidents, if at all there is some connection to it that the investigators will look at, but also the blame game that has started already. Nevertheless, for now, a strange, bizarre attack could have been fatal, but for now, saved for the second time, Sukhbir Singh Badal. Let me now tell you about the Parliament. This session was considered to be extremely important, but this monsoon session had a complete washout. The reason is, remember, while yes, there was some clarity on some bills that were passed, but a lot of prominent bills could not even be tabled in the Parliament. Now, the Treasury benches, the opposition are blaming each other. NDA has said that this is the worst opposition that they've ever seen. The opposition, led by Congress party especially, are saying this government does not want to even debate and discuss not only crucial bills, but basically even important events. What has happened now is that the session that started on 20th July basically saw only commotion and sloganeering. Lok Sabha started with the full rendition of the national song, though, interestingly, and eventually both houses were adjourned sine die. Entire house, including opposition MPs, stood while the national song was being sung. The lower house was adjourned right after the song completed. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju said government wanted the debate, but the opposition fled. This is the first ever opposition to run away from the debate. The minister called it a new low in the parliament, but the opposition is hitting back at the government, especially Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, saying they did not even attend the parliament proceedings, that they have no respect for the parliament.
एक जो हमारा नोटिस में आया है, मैंने कल भी कहा था, मेरा बहुत लंबा एक्सपीरियंस तो नहीं है, अभी लगभग 3 दशक होने वाले हैं, 30 इयर्स का मेरा एक्सपीरियंस होने वाले हैं। मैं बहुत बूढ़ा आदमी भी नहीं हूँ, फिर भी मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ कि मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस, मेरे ज़िंदगी में जो पार्लियामेंट्री एक्सपीरियंस जो मैंने देखा है, ये पहली बार है जहाँ अपोजिशन डिस्कशन से भाग रहे थे। पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में अपोजिशन डिस्कशन के लिए डिमांड करते हैं और सरकार उसका जवाब देते हैं। ये तरीका होता है, क्योंकि लोगों ने हमको चुना देश सेवा के लिए, समाज सेवा के लिए। अपोजिशन सरकार से जवाब मांगता है और सरकार जवाब देना ही होता है पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में। तो पहली बार ये दृश्य देखने को मिला कि सरकार खुद कह रहे हैं कि हम डिस्कशन चाहते हैं और अपोजिशन बहाना बना करके डिस्कशन से भाग रहे हैं। तो ये लोकतंत्र के लिए, विशेष करके संसदीय लोकतंत्र के लिए ठीक नहीं है। प्रेसिडेंशियल फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट में तो लेजिस्लेचर अलग है, एग्जीक्यूटिव अलग है, और लेजिस्लेचर में सिर्फ आपस में डिबेट डिस्कशन होते हैं। पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी में हाउस के अंदर में सवाल जवाब होते हैं, क्वेश्चन आवर चलने नहीं दिया।
Monsoon session with the most irresponsible behavior of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. मानसून सेशन में जो भी चर्चा होना था, जो भी प्रोडक्टिव काम हो सकते थे, बिल तो पारित हो गया, वो अलग बात है, लेकिन वो हो नहीं पाया एक व्यक्ति का अहंकार से कारण, ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ द ईगो ऑफ वन पर्सन। पूरा सेशन ये तो डिरेल हो गया और ये सिर्फ अरोगेंस के अलावा और कुछ कारण नहीं है।
राहुल गांधी चोर है, उसमें हिम्मत नहीं है, करोड़ों रुपया कमाता है झारखंड से, यहाँ कांग्रेस पार्टी को चलाता है, कांग्रेस में कोई सरकार नहीं है, हमारे झारखंड के बच्चों का भविष्य 7 साल से इसने बर्बाद कर दिया है और वो चोर है और उसके दिमाग में जो है जिन्ना की आत्मा घुसी हुई है।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर कदम नहीं रख रहे हैं, होम मिनिस्टर कदम नहीं रख रहे हैं, और मैं अंदर था, मैं सुन रहा था, सुनने के लिए तुम्हारे रूम में बैठ के सुनने के लिए आते हो? अरे या हाउस में बैठ के सुनो। उसके बाद ये सब ऐसे हैं कि दे वांट टू डिस्ट्रॉय डेमोक्रेसी एंड दे वांट टू मीन्स डिमोरलाइज पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स, एंड वो ये चाहते हैं कि पार्लियामेंट हमारे सामने कुछ नहीं, सब कुछ हम हैं। ये उनकी आदत है और ये इनका ईगो जनता तोड़ेगी।
सेशन जिस तरह से वॉश आउट हुआ मैम, पूरा इस पर क्या कहेंगी मैम? मैम गृह मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री जी आ जाए हैं वंदे मातरम गाने के लिए, आ जाए हैं, पूरा सेशन चला है, ना प्रधानमंत्री जी आए ना गृह मंत्री जी आए, तो कैसे चलेगा फिर ये लोकतंत्र और ये पार्लियामेंट?
But there is one incident that took place that has led to a massive controversy. Was there a Shuddhikaran, a cleansing procedure that was done after Mallikarjun Kharge left a certain event where he had come to offer prayers? That's what Mallikarjun Kharge is also claiming, and the BJP and the government also has given out a response to that. So here's what had happened. Rajya Sabha LOP Mallikarjun Kharge, who's also and leader of the House JP Nadda, engaged in a fierce war of words. Kharge raised the issue that at a rally at Ramlila Maidan on 8th of August as part of party's prep for 2027 Uttarakhand Assembly elections. That is where he had gone. But 3 days later, members of this little-known Hindu outfit, Sri Ram Sena Dharmarth Seva Nyas, conducted a Shuddhikaran Yagna, or which is also can be called as a purification ceremony of the venue. The organization is claiming that objectionable sloganeering was done from the stage during a political program, and that Ramlila stage was a cultural platform, cannot be used for parties' political events. Kharge raised the issue in the upper house in the Rajya Sabha, alleging that this ritual was done at the venue after his visit. And this had nothing to do really with the political issue, and an act like this cannot be compatible with democracy. He described the incident as an affront to the constitution, and that he's raising this as a political issue. Kharge said he spent years in parliament, and that untouchability directed at him is absolutely unacceptable. So he's saying he was treated as an untouchable, untouchability was practiced, and that's why a purification ceremony was done. He's asserting that BJP workers were behind it. I want to add here though, JP Nadda also objected to Kharge continuing to hold BJP responsible after the party had denied involvement. In fact, JP Nadda had promised an inquiry also in this. Rajya Sabha chair saying incident should be condemned irrespective of political affiliations, and rightly called for those responsible to be identified and punished.
सर बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है, मैं हल्द्वानी में पब्लिक स्पीच में रामलीला मैदान में रामलीला स्टेज पे भाषण किया और लाखों लोग वहां पर थे। उस वक्त मैंने किसी समाज का, किसी धर्म का नाम नहीं लिया, सिर्फ मैं लोगों के समस्याओं को वहां पर बताया। लेकिन मेरे स्पीच होने के बाद कल वो लोग, बीजेपी के लोग सब मिलके हवन करके उस स्टेज का शुद्धिकरण करने का काम किए। ये you might have read in the newspaper. Is it the way in democracy? How you are protecting the constitution? That too, I am a leader of opposition.
माननीय खड़गे जी ने कहा है, ये सच में बहुत ही दुखदाई विषय है और ये दुखदाई सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए नहीं, ये दुखदाई हम सब के लिए है। बीजेपी, क्योंकि खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि बीजेपी के लोग थे, मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, यहाँ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी भी बैठे हैं और मैं भी पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रहा हूं। बीजेपी डज नॉट सब्सक्राइब टू सच एक्टिविटीज, नेवर। लेकिन आपने कहा है हम इसकी तहकीकात भी करेंगे, लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं
when the leader of the house is on his legs, why you are shouting?
लेकिन जो भी बात हुई है उसकी तहकीकात जरूर होगी, लेकिन मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं इस तरह की एक्टिविटी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी कभी भी सब्सक्राइब नहीं करती है। मैं भर्त्सना करता हूं और मैं भर्त्सना भी करता हूं और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी इसको गहराई से देखेंगे भी, लेकिन आपकी भावनाओं को जो ठेस पहुंची है वो सच में हम सब के लिए खेद का विषय है।
ये इनकी जो एकदम मतलब ये जो मानसिकता है उसका प्रदर्शन है कि बीजेपी की विचारधारा क्या है, आरएसएस की विचारधारा क्या है। इसका खंडन होना चाहिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी को इसका खंडन करना चाहिए और माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
तो इस तरह के कृत्य करके वो समाज में अंदर भिगटन डाल के किसी तरह से चाहते हैं राजनीतिक लाभ लेना, लेकिन हम इस मौके पे बीजेपी के लोगों से और उनके संगी साथी और नियत के लोगों से कहेंगे कि हम दलितों को, हम पिछड़ों को, आदिवासियों को, मुसलमानों को जितना आप अपमानित करोगे, जितना आप जलील करोगे, हमारा संघर्ष का संकल्प उतना ही और मजबूत होता जाएगा। घटने वाला नहीं है, ये बढ़ने वाला संकल्प है।
यहाँ पर 2-3 दिन पहले जो धर्म विरोधी तत्वों ने जो है हमारे मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान रामचंद्र जी, हमारे हिंदू धर्म के जो खिलाफ बातें करते हैं, हमारे हिंदू धर्म के विनाश की बातें करते हैं, उनको हमने पूर्ण रूप में जो है इस धरती माता से हम प्रार्थना करते हैं, भारत माता से, भगवान मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम रामचंद्र से, हे भगवान ऐसे अराजक तत्वों से जो मानवता के खिलाफ हों, जो धर्म के खिलाफ कार्य करते हों, उनकी बुद्धि पे या तो बुद्धि का संहार कर दें, जो बचे खुचे भी हैं ये बरसाती मेढक, ये सब जो है समाप्त हो जाएं। यह कामना भगवान रामचंद्र से हमारी है और इसी कामना से हम इनकी बुद्धि की शुद्धि के लिए यह यज्ञ कर रहे हैं।
Remember on June 24th, a brutal incident in a Mumbai local train had happened. A man was stabbed, literally hacked to death, and over a seating issue, over being a passenger in the Mumbai local train. A big update has come on that, and we'll put out that visual as well on your screen to help remind you about that incident that had gone viral, because this could have been anyone. The Mumbai police has now, a 1,100-page charge sheet has been filed. The Borivali Railway Police has filed this charge sheet in the murder of 22-year-old Mayank Lohar in the Mumbai local train. 1,100 long page charge sheet. The statements include 68 eyewitnesses that are part of this charge sheet. Given the gravity of the case, the police have requested a trial in a fast-track court. A request has been made to appoint senior advocate Ajay Misar as the special public prosecutor. Mayank Lohar eventually lost his life in that stabbing incident. The police have filed the charge sheet. Trial proceedings will then move forward. So I'll soon get my colleague to speak on that. You're looking at images on your screen. The individual, the victim, Mayank, who's holding the phone is the victim, and the other images of the accused that is being seen. And therefore now, remember, with the 1,000-page, more than that, in fact, the charge sheet that has been filed comprised of comprehensive list of witnesses, circumstantial evidence, and how a fast-track court can use it. India Today simply doesn't bring you reports. We bring you follow-ups as well. He was a member of parliament, Prajwal Revanna, remember, accused of sexual assault and raping even the domestic help at his house. We have a big follow-up on that, especially that he's in prison. Is he getting a VVIP treatment and how? What's happening? After a break.
watching India Today.
EU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The battle over eggs. This week, India Today's cover story explores the growing controversy over eggs in the midday meal scheme and what it reveals about nutrition, public policy and politics. Also in this issue, discover the changing political equation in Bihar, the future of the Udan scheme, and Cockroach Janta Party, the road ahead. Read the full report in the latest issue, The Battle Over Eggs. India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In the next half an hour, I'm going to tell you all that's happening, where the violations or the top crime stories that are coming in, to help you understand what can be done so the society gets back on track. Remember Prajwal Revanna, once a member of parliament, the grandson of former Prime Minister H.D. Devegowda. He was sent to jail on sexual assault charges, but it looks like he's having a gala time there. The visual on your screen will tell you why I mentioned it. The man, for some reason, had an access to mobile phone. And this video emerged, and it's undated. So I want to just reiterate, we are not yet sure. We are trying to get clarity about what date was this video clicked. However, this was when he's definitely inside the prison. He's been jailed on charges of sexual assault. And the mobile phone allegedly being used by Revanna inside the jail has now led to, of course, an inquiry that is currently taking place. But that's not it. The mobile phone was immediately seized by the cops. At least 80 to 90 pornography videos were reportedly found downloaded on this device, ladies and gentlemen. A majority of the videos were allegedly Indian pornography content, newspaper clippings featuring women naked or dressed in revealing clothes were reportedly found stored on the mobile phone. Investigators are conducting a detailed examination, one, of all the videos, other data, how the mobile phone made an access to him. According to DGP Prisons, Alok Kumar, Prajwal's barrack was searched. That is where a phone, a charger and a pen drive was seized. So the investigation is underway, how and if other facilities were also made available to him. Now, he was shifted from a current barrack and will be placed under CCTV surveillance now. Authorities, meanwhile, have taken action. They have suspended the jail assistant superintendent police for alleged dereliction of duty and issued a show cause notice to the jail superintendent over security lapses involving, and I want to add here, a rape convict.
During the raid, they have conducted search over many VIP personalities. Prajwal Revanna is also staying along with one other person, Pratap Rai. In that barrack, one Android mobile phone has been seized. And now CCB has given a complaint to Parapanagara police station. So investigation is being conducted in that. But pursuant to this seizure of this phone by CCB, we have placed this assistant superintendent of prison Iranian Rangapur under suspension, and we have issued show cause notice to the SP of the prison.
More importantly, I found a lot of faults within the administration. So that's why yesterday we decided to have a surprise raid in the prisons, and in certain cells with certain high-profile prisoners and other prisoners. We have found mobile phones, notebooks, and things that are not allowed in the prison. So quite naturally, it seems like our people are hand in glove with with the prisoners. And yes, and we have issued a strict warning. We're also doing a digital infrastructure audit of the prisons, and whoever is responsible for ensuring these prisoners have access to devices or have access to anything that is more than necessary will be taken to task.
No, I don't know, madam. I don't know all those things. I don't know. That is not concern to me. That is the responsibility of the government. That is the responsibility of Home Department. Whatever illegal issue is there, they will take action. Why you have to ask? The responsibility to look after all those things strictly, that is left to the government.
Sagaira joining me for the latest on that. Sagai, one would think that at least with some of these cases, and I remember we had this conversation with actor Darshan as well in a similar VVIP treatment. So in a case like this, one would assume that the security of the jail would be heightened so that such incidents don't take place. And then we have a mobile phone in his access with pornography videos.
Absolutely. What we get to learn through our sources is this particular video which has gone viral. It's an undated video. Probably is having this particular phone from a long time. And the police came to know only when they have raided the VVIP cells inside the prison. And they have raided almost all the VVIP, including Darshan, Prajwal, and whoever has been behind bars. And they have found out a phone which was in possession with Prajwal Revana. And what we also get to learn through our sources is that he has downloaded multiple pornography video in his mobile. And he has also locked a few apps, and he has not shared the password for all those apps. So the police which have seized this particular phone will take the cyber help, and they will also try to retrieve whatever is there in the mobile phone. So as we speak now, the case has been transferred to Parappanagrahara police station from the CCB, and Parappanagrahara police station will go ahead and conduct the investigation on the same.
Sagai, keep tracking all the latest on this, and precisely at a time like this, to ensure that all sorts of security measures must always be ensured. You're talking about a rape convict who has access to a mobile phone with pornography videos. How did he have that access? There needs to be a certain remorse, a reform that should happen in jail. It seems like no lessons are being learned. This is an important story, and so listen carefully. We need to look at our children's welfare, especially mental health, and supervise what they're tracking on the internet. And I say that for a reason. A 17-year-old Indian origin teenager in the United States of America has killed, allegedly, his mother and his younger brother. The mother, about 45 years of age, Sudha Venkateshan, and the younger brother. And I'm not going to take the name of both the minor boys, the accused and the victim as well, for the guidelines that we have. We cannot also put our detailed pictures, even if the accused is one of murder, but is a minor. Now, the details that are coming in is that he faces 2 counts of murder. He has been found and arrested by Acton police. The murder came to light after police received a call shortly in the evening on 11th August from the boy's father that he's not been able to get in touch with the family. Police eventually found him from a parking lot. They are investigating the reason behind the murder. There was a press conference also that was organized by the district attorney there in Massachusetts, and said that there was a lot of internet searches that were happening and that they are looking at further details of that. So there is no reason, it's not yet clear, why did he brutally and fatally assault his mother, 45-year-old Sudha Venkateshan, and a younger 14-year-old brother. This happened at their home, inside the residence. And then he appears to have taken a vehicle, a family vehicle, and fled from the location. And that is when the father called and said he's not been able to get in touch with the family. A tutor was there at the address. He was not able to enter. That's when the police officials reached and found both members, the mother and the younger son, deceased, went looking for the boys. And I want to tell you that the boy's image was circulated across the area. Eventually, he was found from a parking lot. That image on your screen is of his arrest that has taken place in Acton, Massachusetts. But what the police officials and the district attorney said has caught everyone's attention, especially if you're a parent. Listen carefully. ChatGPT, which refers to artificial intelligence, the internet searches that were found on his mobile phone and electronic devices brought out some strange conclusions for the investigators. This minor accused boy was showing concerning behavior since the past few days, and that is when the searches were done. The theme of search on ChatGPT on internet was kill family fantasies, theories, stories being recreated, and ChatGPT can give you a full storyline, and therefore this kill family stories and fantasies were being created. But why? Now, according to investigators, it appears that he was searching for and creating gothic novel stories that can be dark themes sometimes. Characters were being created. One would say, well, maybe he was being creative. But then a specific theme was being searched consistently on ChatGPT, and that was about family, his family not surviving. What was happening in his mind at that point? Why was he searching? We now know that eventually it led to the death of his mother and the younger brother. Only further investigation and questioning will reveal about what exactly was the motive and reason. But what a terrible tragedy, and I wish that the accused had either reached out for help or somebody had noticed the reason behind his concerning behavior. Let me now take you to 2025. Remember the Red Fort blast case that had happened that led to casualties as well? And it was a mind-boggling case in national capital in a busy area. Eventually, as the investigators started to look at it, the latest that has come in is from the United Nations Security Council. They've officially come out with a report attributing the November 2025 blast, claiming the life of 11 people at least, to Al-Qaeda and its outfits in the Indian subcontinent. Report even states, and listen carefully, the AQIS had continued to evolve from a fragmented organization into a regional terror entity, developing logistics and financial network while operating through decentralized, small and scattered cells. The terror group Al-Qaeda continued to evolve from a fragmented group, and the blast occurred in Delhi at around 7 p.m. and an explosion, remember, that ripped through a moving Hyundai i20 near the iconic Red Fort. Remember that it was being driven by Nabi, who's suspected of having carried out this attack as a suicide bomber. According to the UNSC, the United Nations Security Council report, this has connections when it comes to Bangladesh or other neighbor nations, and it's becoming a regional terror group.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Just to point out the context of that video, that was Dr. Nabi, who the NIA also had confirmed as the suicide bomber driving that vehicle. Now, this video was recorded before the incident, of course, kind of reflecting on the ideology and the kind of behavior he had been showing. Arvind Ojha breaking this down for us. Arvind, ये NIA की या इंडिया की रिपोर्ट नहीं है, ये यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की रिपोर्ट है. इसकी डिटेल्स हमें दीजिए, किस तरह अल-कायदा को एक रीजनल सबकॉन्टिनेंट टेरर ग्रुप के हिसाब से देखा जा रहा है.
देखिए, 10 नवंबर 2025 को रेड फोर्ट के बाहर ये सुसाइड अटैक हुआ था, और जो वीडियो हमने दिखाया, सुसाइड अटैकर वही था, MBBS डॉक्टर उमर नबी. एनआईए इस पूरे मामले की इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है, लेकिन यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की रिपोर्ट में खुलासा हुआ है कि जो रेड फोर्ट के बाहर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ था वो अलकायदा ने करवाया था। अलकायदा इंडियन सबकॉन्टिनेंट वो इस सबकॉन्टिनेंट में एक्टिव है और उसी ने इस बम धमाके को अंजाम दिलवाया था। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, अलकायदा इंडिया सबकॉन्टिनेंट और अलकायदा ये विंग अब छोटे छोटे ग्रुप में बढ़ चुके हैं और इस वजह से जो एजेंसी है वो इनको इंटरसेप्ट नहीं कर पा रही है और इस वजह से ये सक्सेसफुली टेरर अटैक को अंजाम दिलवा पा रहे हैं। नंबर 3 पॉइंट जो बताया वो ये कि बांग्लादेश में खास तौर से जो अलकायदा इंडियन सबकॉन्टिनेंट के स्लीपर सेल हैं वो ज्यादा एक्टिव है और उनका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। छोटे छोटे ग्रुप में, जैसे रेड फोर्ट के बाहर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ था उमर नबी, और इसका जो पूरा मॉड्यूल था जिसमें एमबीबीएस डॉक्टर थे, इनको एक तो इंटरसेप्ट करना, डिटेक्ट करना, अरेस्ट करना काफी मुश्किल था। जम्मू कश्मीर में उत्तर प्रदेश के जो डॉक्टर थे उनको लेकर ये मॉड्यूल बनाया गया था। हरियाणा के फरीदाबाद में ये बेस्ड हो गए थे, वहां पर बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर एक्सप्लोसिव इकट्ठा कर लिया था और उसके बावजूद भी एजेंसीज को इस बारे में जानकारी नहीं मिली थी। लेकिन अब जो यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल है उसने ये खुलासा किया।
बहुत बड़ी बात है। Arvind Oja has brought out this big breaking news coming for us. Remember, a doctor in Kashmir studying or teaching in Haryana in a university, and then connections that are coming in from our neighbor nations as well to remind you how terror group is recruiting and spreading its devious agenda. Thank you very much, Arvind Oja, for the latest on that. On that note, I'm heading to a very short commercial break. Next news coming in will be for our viewers who are hearing impaired. After the break, thank you.
You are watching India Today.
Firozabad is synonymous with glass bangles. But today, its story goes far beyond bangles. Glass products made here are reaching more than 100 countries, from Europe and America to Germany and Japan. Behind this global journey is a centuries-old craft now supported by ODOP. One district, one product. Under ODOP, businesses have received support through loans, subsidies, training and technical assistance, bringing together traditional skills, new technology and larger market. And the impact goes beyond business owners. Under the ODOP training scheme, 1,778 people have been trained, while 5,550 beneficiaries have received support under the Vishwakarma Shram Samman Yojana. Over the past 12 years, government schemes have reportedly supported more than 11,000 beneficiaries, including 624 under Mukhyamantri Yuva Swarozgar Yojana, 1,996 under Mukhyamantri Yuva Udyami Yojana, and 627 under PMEGP. Firozabad's glass is no longer just a traditional craft. It represents skill, employment, entrepreneurship, and a growing global market. Once known simply as the city of bangles, Firozabad is now moving towards becoming a global hub for India's glass industry.
Controversy over Rajya Sabha LOP Khadge's Haldwani visit. Right-wing groups performing what looked like a purification ceremony at the rally venue. Khadge raised the issue in the parliament, cited the issue as humiliating and that it was borderline untouchability being practiced. Government conducting actions of the group, BJP and JP Nadda also promising further through inquiry, all condemning the incident. The controversy over the 4th August Phuket-Delhi flight incident has snowballed. Remember that the flight suffered a sudden 300-foot altitude variation during cruise on Sunday. Air India has announced mandatory drug testing for all pilots. The move comes after pilot in command Sudeep Vashisht testing positive for marijuana. Jharkhand government cracks down on students over the 10th August Sansad Gherao March. Security tightening up around Prajwal Revanna serving a life sentence after being convicted in a rape case, allegedly being caught with a mobile phone inside Bengaluru prison where he's lodged. Crime branch sources have told India Today that pornography videos were found on his mobile phone and that were being used by Revanna while he's inside the prison. Inquiry has been ordered. A superintendent has been suspended for now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
Tibet Embassy. Dari Pengkiat May I have your attention, please? सुविधा के लिए हमें खेद है।
They've been behaving like cowards against this cowardly force. Now I can understand if you are fighting the British Empire and suddenly you say, I'm feeling a bit scared. But you're fighting a bunch of jokers, how can you feel scared? Please understand, you're literally fighting a bunch of jokers, clowns, right? Who have no idea about our philosophy, no idea about our history, right? They're a bunch of clowns. Now, I couldn't say this. I can naturally say this about my friends in the RSS. It's obvious to me. In fact, it's obvious to most people that these people have no understanding of India. Right? Why? Because somebody who cannot connect with India as it is today cannot understand India. To understand India, you can't understand India 3,000 years ago. You have to understand it today, right now. And to understand it today, the only way to understand it today is if you understand its expression. These people, please watch them. Please watch them. I'll show you. Bhaiya, 3-4 of you come here. Abhi. Just come. Just stand like this. Just stand next to him. Just stand next to him. Just come. Stand here. Now do that RSS salute. That one. How do you do it? Just do it. Just do it. Just do the RSS salute. See, they're not taking the order. Right? But this is what that structure looks like. This is what the RSS looks like mentally, conceptually. Now let me show you the Congress. Let me show you. No, they are now suddenly they became the Congress. See? So these people, what have they done? What is the magic trick? The RSS has been utilized, has been captured and been utilized by large capital. Okay? Please understand, large capital, Mr. Ambani, Mr. Adani, these guys have captured the RSS. The RSS ceased to exist long ago. What was the RSS? The RSS was the expression of the small Indian businessman. Goldsmith, jeweler, banya, that was the RSS. That died. It's gone. Today the RSS is an instrument of Mr. Adani. That's all it is. And they stand there with their lathis and all making a fool of themselves. हिंदी में बोलूं, मेरा कहना है आरएसएस क्या था? आरएसएस जो छोटा बिजनेसमैन था, मैंने स्टडी किया बात, जो छोटे छोटे बिजनेस वाले थे, मिठाई की दुकान चलाते थे, सोनार थे, लोहार थे, इनकी फोर्स थी. उनको तो उन्होंने धोखा दे दिया, मार दिया. वो तो सब मर गए. आरएसएस ने डीमोनेटाइजेशन कर दिया, जीएसटी कर दी और अपने ही लोगों को धोखा दे दिया, खत्म कर दिया. उसके बाद क्या हुआ? शुरुआत कैसे हुई? शुरुआत वाजपेयी जी के टाइम में प्रमोद महाजन ने की. कैपिटल इंजेक्शन को आरएसएस के अंदर उसने डाला, पहला फर्स्ट स्टेप. और सेकंड स्टेप नरेंद्र मोदी. फाइनल कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन ऑफ आरएसएस और नरेंद्र मोदी. इट्स ऑब्वियस. आरएसएस एज ओरिजिनल फोर्स इज डेड. वी आर नॉट फाइटिंग. दे फिनिश, दे गॉन. नाउ RSS is an instrument of large capital. They are servants of Mr. Adani, just like Mr. Modi is servant of Mr. Adani. Now, what is our problem? Our problem, which has now to a great extent been resolved, that my friends in the media have been captured by them. It's a big problem because they will come and tell me, sir, we don't like what is happening. But we have to, they tell me, I'm telling you, we have to feed our children. हमें भी नौकरी करनी है. मेरे मतलब वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर हाउस के सामने पुलिस वाला है, मेरे कान में विस्पर कर रहे हैं, भैया इनको हटाइए, आप यहाँ से इनको हटाइए. वो मुझे हटा रहा है और मेरे कान में कह रहा है, भैया इनको हटाओ.
All right, so that's Rahul Gandhi there making that address. But let's begin 5 Live with all the top headlines at this hour. Let's start with what's happening in Punjab, where Akali Dal chief Sukhbir Singh Badal was attacked with a sharp weapon inside a Gurudwara in Maharashtra's Nanded. The former Punjab Deputy Chief Minister suffered injuries on his hand. The accused has been identified as Jaspal Singh Tejpal and has been arrested. Air India has ordered mandatory dope tests now for all its pilots. This after the airline's Phuket-Delhi flight plunged 300 feet and its captain tested positive for marijuana. Jharkhand government now cracks down on students over the August 10th Sansad Gherao March. FIR has been filed against 600 protesters. 100 of those have been named, while 500 unidentified students have also been booked. A fiery monsoon session of the parliament has come to a close, with both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha getting adjourned sine die. Government slams opposition for its conduct, says they ran away from the debate. But row over Rajya Sabha LOP Kharge's Haldwani visit. Now, right-wing group performed purification at the rally venue. Kharge had raised the issue in parliament, remember, called the issue humiliating. Government also conducted actions of right-wing groups, promising thorough inquiry. Massive showdown at the Punjab University. Students confronted Punjab's health minister over the university's financial crisis, demanding a waiver of 150 crore of debt and immediate release of government funds. The minister, however, pointed a finger at the education department. Students also raised concerns over the deteriorating hostels, inadequate drinking water, poor sanitation. This is yet another one in the protest by Gen Z and Gen Alpha, demanding the basics. Another shocking dog attack has come to light and caught on camera. A couple suffered injuries after a pet pit bull attacked them in Punjab's Patiala. The husband has recovered, but not without receiving stitches all over his body, while the wife remains under treatment. Civic apathy yet again, and a 32-year-old woman is killed after falling from a bike and being run over by another vehicle. Locals claim that two-wheeler vehicle lost control due to poor condition of the road. Protests are now taking place, demanding immediate repair of the road. Meanwhile, big win for consumers. The government has directed Uber, Ola, Rapido and all other cab aggregators to remove the pre-ride tips from their apps with immediate effect, saying passengers cannot be encouraged to make an additional payment in the hope of getting a cab faster or improving their chances of getting a cab. And NCR is bracing for impact. Weather department has issued a red and yellow alert for different parts of Delhi and its adjoining areas, warning of heavy to very heavy rains, including thunderstorms over the next few days. In news just coming in, we are hearing from sources that Prime Minister has inquired about Sukhbir Singh Badal's health in a phone conversation with his wife Harsimrat Kaur Badal. Mr. Badal was attacked, remember, in Maharashtra's Nanded, as we just told you, and his attacker, named Jaspal, has been arrested by the police as well. Aishwarya Paliwal joins us for the very latest on this story. Aishwarya, concerning indeed, considering this is the second attack that Mr. Badal has faced. What exactly is said to be the primary reason, and what did the Prime Minister say? Do we know?
Well, Soumya, we have seen how there are warmth, or there is a certain warmth that we are seeing, which has developed over the past few days between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Badal family. And with regards to that, over the telephone, it is Prime Minister Modi who is now inquired about the health and exactly what has happened? That is something that we are seeing the Prime Minister asking Sukhbir Singh Badal. How is his health? What exactly happened? What will be the next course of action? And if there is anything that the central government can do, those are some of the things that we believe would have been spoken with the Prime Minister. But yes, the primary inquiry, the phone call that went was so that the Prime Minister could inquire about Sukhbir Singh Badal's health.
All right, Aishwarya there, bringing us details on Prime Minister showing concern over the attack on Mr. Badal. All right, let's move on to the other big story we are tracking. The student agitation in Jharkhand over alleged exam irregularities now shows no sign of easing out. What began as a student protest is now nearing a 3-week mark, even as the government faces mounting political pressure over the crackdown during the 10th August Vidhan Sabha Gherao. Now, at the center of the entire agitation, you'll remember, is one man, Devendra Mahato, whose hunger strike has now entered the 12th day. Overall, it's the 20th day of the protest. And with the BJP now throwing its weight behind the protesting students, the confrontation is rapidly turning into a political battle. Despite the lathi charge, despite the tear gas shells, and despite the water cannons there, and despite electricity getting cut, students are unrelenting.
Three weeks on, the streets of Ranchi continue to echo with the demands of protesting students. The August 10 Vidhan Sabha Gherao ended with police action, including lathi charge and water cannons. But the crackdown has failed to bring the agitation to an end. Instead, the protest has intensified.
मैं गांधीवादी तरीके से लड़ते रहूंगा, मैं उनकी बातों में नहीं आऊंगा, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि सरकार इस पर जो है सो संज्ञान ले, क्योंकि ये मामला बहुत ही गंभीर हो गया है.
Security has now been significantly strengthened around Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence. Students have warned that they will lay siege to the Chief Minister's residence after the 15th of August. Barricades have been erected on key roads and over 100 additional personnel have been deployed. The district administration and police are on high alert due to the presence of students at the Jaipal Singh Munda Stadium. Drones and plainclothes police have also been deployed.
Look at this massive barricading. That's the main premises of Chief Minister's residence. Heavily fortified and barricaded security deployment apparatus has been placed, and even on the boundary line, the boundary area of the Chief Ministerial residence, the periphery, has also been heavily fortified with these barricades throughout the 500-meter stretch. That's also adjacent to the residence of a Speaker of Jharkhand Assembly, and now along with the security apparatus, the whole of this residential area have been fortified with the barricading.
At the heart of agitation is protest leader Devendra Mahato. Hospitalized amid his hunger strike, Mahato has now returned to Ranchi's civil surgeon seeking permission to return to the protest site. In his letter, Mahato says students are fighting for their rights. For him, he says the agitation is not merely a protest, but a responsibility and a source of hope.
ये मेरे लिए सिर्फ आंदोलन नहीं है, बल्कि उनको विश्वास और उम्मीद पर एक मेरा जिम्मेवारी है. फिलहाल अभी तक हम सरकार के विरोध में नारे तक नहीं लगाए हैं, लेकिन अगर सरकार हमारे सिस्टम सुधार में नाकाम होगी तो बिल्कुल हम लोग सरकार पे फिर उठाव करने की बात करेंगे.
The BJP is backing the students and is now mounting direct pressure on the Soren government. Former Chief Minister Raghuvar Das has threatened to go on a hunger strike if the state government fails to recommend the CBI probe into alleged examination irregularities.
बच्चे बच्चियों को जिस बेरहमी से पीटा गया, जैसे बताया गया शाम में विधानसभा के गेट के बाहर, हमें लगता है कि अंग्रेज शासन में भी इस तरह की आंदोलनकारी की पिटाई नहीं की गई, जिस तरह हमारे बच्चे बच्चियों को घेर के पुलिस चारों तरफ से उसकी पिटाई की गई.
The BJP is also demanding an inquiry into the police action during the August 10th march.
और जहां तक सवाल है रांची का, वो तो मालूम हुआ है, FIR हुआ है. मतलब वहां के गरीब बच्चे हैं, झारखंड के हैं, तो उनकी सुनवाई नहीं है राहुल गांधी के बाद. It is the worst kind of hypocrisy, not only of Rahul Gandhi, but all those who have championed their cause are keeping quiet, from Aam Aadmi Party to Cockroach Janata Party, all, and the so-called Bombay elite who used to come in support of them.
Meanwhile, the police crackdown is also translated into legal action. An FIR has been registered in connection with the Ranchi Assembly March. It names 100 individuals while another 500 protesters have been booked as unidentified.
कभी भी जनता के हित से नहीं है, ये कभी भी युवाओं के हित से नहीं है। हम धन्यवाद देंगे राहुल गांधी जी को कि हमारी सरकार है, उसके बाद भी राहुल गांधी जी ने घटना चक्र की खंडन किया। लेकिन भाजपा से पूछना चाहता हूँ, उनको तो सीख लेना चाहिए राहुल गांधी जी से।
The standoff in Jharkhand is far from over. With the CBI probe now becoming a central demand, the pressure on the Hemant Soren government is only mounting. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, Shashi Bhushan, my colleague, joins us for more details on this. Shashi, it's day 20 now. Every day we start by saying कि pressure जो है झारखंड सरकार पे माउंट कर रहा है, पर क्या सच में माउंट कर रहा है? क्या बीजेपी जो लीडर्स वहाँ नहीं भेज रही है, एबीवीपी के थ्रू सपोर्ट दिखा रही है? क्या कांग्रेस जो स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं लेकिन अगेन हम लीडर्स को वहाँ नहीं देख रहे हैं? क्या सीजेपी जो से सपोर्ट कर रही है बट वहाँ जा नहीं रही है? क्या सिर्फ स्टूडेंट बॉडीज का ही प्रोटेस्ट ही रह गया है? हाउ आर यू सीइंग इट ऑन डे 20? क्या सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस दिख रहा है आपको अभी, और कहाँ तक बातचीत पहुँच पाई है?
देखिए, बातचीत तो रुकी पड़ी है और छात्रों से आज भी जो मेरी बातचीत हुई उनका यही कहना है। आज कई छात्र 10वें दिन भूख हड़ताल पे रहे हैं, तो उनका ये कहना है कि हम तो इंतजार कर रहे हैं सरकार आए, बातचीत करे और बातचीत से ही नतीजा निकल सकता है। लेकिन हाँ, साथ साथ वो ये भी दोहरा रहे हैं कि जो हमारी दो प्रमुख मांगे हैं, एक तो जो सीजीएल की परीक्षा है उसको कैंसिल किया जाए, ख़त्म किया जाए जो पुरानी परीक्षा है, और साथ ही साथ सीबीआई जांच करे इस पूरे मामले की। तो इन दो मांगों पर वो पीछे हटने को तैयार नहीं है। सरकार की स्थिति ये है कि सरकार को लगता है कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि जो आंदोलन अभी कमज़ोर पड़ रहा है छात्रों का, जो अपने पीक पे था असेंबली के घेराव के दरमियान, वो आंदोलन एक बार फिर से खड़ा हो जाए या फिर कोई ऐसी स्थिति पैदा हो जाए जिसकी वजह से सरकार को नई मुसीबत झेलनी पड़े। और यही वजह है कि कल से ही चर्चाओं का बाजार गर्म रहा कि छात्र जो है वो मुख्यमंत्री आवास का घेराव कर सकते हैं, और नतीजा ये हुआ कि कल देर रात हमने देखा पूरे इलाके की घेरेबंदी कर दी गई मुख्यमंत्री आवास के आसपास, और वहाँ पर एक सड़क को तो पूरा बंद कर दिया गया है मुख्यमंत्री आवास के सामने। तो किलेबंदी घेरेबंदी इसी लिहाज से है, बैरिकेड्स इसी लिहाज से लगाए गए हैं कि कहीं कोई ऐसा मूवमेंट ना हो जाए छात्रों का सीएम हाउस के घेराव को लेकर के जो अचानक से प्रशासन उसके लिए तैयार ना हो। अब रही बात राजनीतिक दलों की, बीजेपी का अपना नज़रिया है। बीजेपी को लगता है कि अगर वो पूरी तरीके से खुल करके इस आंदोलन में लीड करने के लिए आगे आ जाएगी तो ये छात्रों का पूरा आंदोलन जो है वो डैमेज होगा, और हेमंत सोरेन शायद ये बात चाहते भी हों। कांग्रेस की स्थिति यह है कि कांग्रेस जंतर मंतर में जो समर्थन दिखा चुकी है दिल्ली में, वो यहाँ मजबूरी में, चूंकि वो अलायंस में है सरकार के अंदर, तो उस तौर पे वो यहाँ उसके साथ खड़ी नहीं हो सकती है, मजबूरी। और सीजेपी तो सवालों के घेरे में है ही, क्योंकि सीजेपी का कोई नेता अब तक यहाँ आया नहीं है। और अब प्रोटेस्ट साइट पे मैं जब जाता भी हूँ, हम कवर करने जाते भी हैं, तो वहाँ के नेता जो छात्र नेता हैं या जो बैठे हैं वो कहते भी हैं कि हमें किसी की दरकार नहीं है। ठीक है, लोगों ने कमिटमेंट जिन्होंने दिखाया, हम उनके कमिटमेंट का, उनके समर्थन का हम स्वागत करते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि वो किसी के इंतजार में बैठे हैं। उनका आंदोलन गैर राजनीतिक मंच है और आंदोलन चलता रहेगा मांग पूरी होने तक। जी।
All right, Shashi Bhushan, there bringing us perspective on what's happening on day 20 of the Jharkhand protest. We haven't lost sight of it, but it looks like at the moment deadlock continues. There is no conversation between the protesters and the government just yet. We speak so much about Gen Z, but what about Gen Alpha, which is no longer waiting quietly for answers? In the last 2 weeks alone, we here on 5 Live tracked more than 20 such instances where students were blocking roads, sitting on dharna, marching to collectorates, DM's office, across streets over issues that go straight to their education, their dignity, their safety. So the question no longer is whether this is happening. The question is what is actually happening. And what I've been thinking about of late is this just a trend? an offshoot of the protest we saw in Jantar Mantar, or is there something more to it? Because this is not one state, remember, this is not one issue. It is a pattern that keeps repeating. In villages, in small towns, most of the country never hears about. Until the students decide and they say enough is enough. And our politics is finally catching up to it. You heard different political parties responding, and now CJP as well has announced that it will launch a dedicated campaign for this generation, Gen Alpha. They are calling it School Theek Karo. Alongside it, the party has also floated something called a Sarpanch Challenge, sort of aimed squarely at the same demand that students keep raising: fix the basics first. Now, given the sheer intensity of what we are seeing on the ground all around you in those visuals as well, we decided here on 5 Live that we needed more than just a one-off story. So starting today, we bring you the Gen Alpha Tracker. Every protest, every demand, every state tracked in one place. Let's start today's tracker with what's happening in Jharkhand. Here, a teacher's transfer has triggered a student protest that has spread from the district headquarters all the way to Kandi. Students of the +2 high school near Kandi police station are opposing the transfer of the teacher Malay Singh. The protest has now continued for 3 days and the tensions have escalated. Students blocked the roads, demanded that the transfer be stopped, and for a teacher's transfer in Jharkhand to classrooms struggling with too few teachers in Rajasthan, the story is continuing. Which brings me to Rajasthan. In Bundi there, students of the government senior secondary school in Dharun, along with the families, locked the school premises, yes, we've heard that story before, and took their protest onto the road. They blocked the nearby highway over there. It is SH34 for around an hour. Their demand was straightforward: appoint more teachers. Again, a movie that we've seen before. Students raised slogans against the education department, saying shortage is directly affecting their studies. And then what happened? Instant justice. Officials reached the spot, held talks with the protesting students and assured them that teaching staff would be increased. Following that assurance, the blockade was lifted and traffic movement resumed. But for some students, the fight is not just about teachers, it is about whether the education system is accessible to them at all. Which brings me to Dehradun. Hundreds of visually impaired students at the National Institute of the Visually Handicapped have now been on strike for 5 days. They are raising concerns over the cost of books, inadequate braille facilities, and healthcare services as well. They are also demanding restoration of an undergraduate and postgraduate scholarship that, according to the protesters, the protesting students that we call them, has stayed suspended for nearly 3 years. 3 years and no scholarship. Students are also, questioning the institute's leadership, saying the Dehradun facility has gone without a permanent director for a prolonged period. Look at them, hand in hand, going around the school. They cannot see, but they want the system to look and take notice. And for accessibility as well, that's their main fight inside the classroom. And let's move on now from that. It's day 5 for students in Rajasthan, but what about schools in Madhya Pradesh? In Rajgarh, hundreds of girls took to the roads with 2 demands. Remove a liquor shop located opposite their school and install speed breakers outside it. Students from the PM Shri school and the girls' school in the area staged road blockade for nearly 2 hours. They say the liquid shop and the liquor shop over there sits opposite the school and near a temple, while speeding vehicles outside pose an additional safety risk. Administrative officials reached the spot, assured the students that action would be taken on both demands within a month.
हम लोग रहते हैं जो कभी छेड़खानी वगैरह इसका बहुत बार मामले आए हैं सामने, तो अति हो गई। उसके बाद हमें अंत में एसडीएम को बुलाने के लिए धरने पर प्रदर्शन करना पड़ा। तो हमारे साथ लड़कियां भी थी, अच्छी खासी 200-300 लड़कियां थी। करीबन 3 घंटे तक हम बैठे रहे। उसके बाद जाके एसडीएम साहब आए और उन्होंने 1 महीने की मांग करी। तो मतलब ये है कि इससे एक चीज का हमें पता लगा है कि एकता में शक्ति। अगर संगठन बना के हम कुछ भी करेंगे तो हम अवश्य सफलता प्राप्त करेंगे।
एक चीज का पता लगा है, they are learning it on the go. And now from safety outside the school to the danger students are facing simply to reach it. These are visuals from Indore. Shocking visuals show government school students traveling on the roof of a bus in the rain. Students from Kampel area says that city bus service on their route has remained suspended for nearly a year, leaving around 60 to 70 students struggling with their daily commute. The students approached the Indore collector with their concern and demanded that regular city service be restored. The collector has now ordered immediate arrangements and sent the students to school by a city bus. But the students want more than a temporary solution. They are demanding regular public transport on that route so that getting to school does not itself become a risk to their lives.
हमारे 2 लेक्चर छूट जाते हैं, शाम को भी हमारा लेक्चर छूट जाता है। हमको घर भी 6 बजे जाना पड़ता है, हमारी बस नहीं है। 4 बजे भी हमारी बस नहीं है, 4 बजे भी बस नहीं, और सुबह हमको जाने के लिए भी बस नहीं मिलती है। हमको लेट जाना पड़ता है। कभी तो इतनी भीड़ हो जाती है कि बस वाला छोड़ कर चले जाता है हमको, और लड़कियों को भी लटक के जाना पड़ता है वहाँ पर। और हमारी सुनवाई यहाँ हो ही नहीं रही है, नहीं होएगी तो फिर हम यहीं खड़े रहेंगे। हमें सुबह 8 बजे से जाना पड़ता है और शाम को है ना 6 बजे आना पड़ता है हमको, और वहाँ पे बस में भीड़ रहती है तो हम चक्कर खा के किसी बार गिर भी जाते हैं। और मतलब बस में आते हैं तो बस में जगह नहीं रहती, उसमें सवारी ज़्यादा रहती है, और कई बार तो बहुत भीड़ रहती है तो वो हमको वहीं पे छोड़ के आ जाते हैं। क्लास भी मिस होती है, हमारे सुबह के 2 लेक्चर छूट जाते हैं और शाम के छूट जाते हैं।
Think about it. How hard can it really be when decisions are taken and solutions are found in just 1 hour? Why does it take students to protest, to raise their voice, for the authorities to finally wake up? Talking about authorities waking up, let me take you to Rajasthan in Alwar. Now, the danger is not on the road to the school, it is inside the school itself. At a government senior secondary school, the section of veranda ceiling collapsed. Fortunately, no student or teacher was present at the spot when it really happened. But the incident has once again brought the condition of the school building under scrutiny. Students say the school has just 2 rooms. Just 2 rooms. With classes now being conducted under a tent. They also flagged the absence of drinking water and toilets, while overgrown vegetation around the campus has raised concerns over snakes and other wild animals coming out during the monsoon. Students say they have also to cross the river to reach the school, a journey that becomes even more dangerous during this time of the year. They have now staged a dharna demanding immediate action on the condition of the road.
हमारे विद्यालय के लिए जगह आवंटित की जाए। हमारे पास बैठने के लिए एक कक्षा भी नहीं है, एक डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी है, एक ऑफिस है, एक लाइब्रेरी है और एक पौसार है जिसमें 2 कमरे बनते हैं, उनमें भी पानी टपकता है जिससे परिस्थिति के लिए
बिल्डिंग में पट्टी गिर चुकी है, वहाँ से अगर कोई बच्चा होता तो उस पर दबकर मर जाता। हमारे यहाँ 3 कमरे हैं, उनमें भी पानी टपकता है। बच्चे बारिश आए तो बैठे कैसे?
So you heard the students over there, their demands, their voice. It's clear, it's not political, it is just basic. And taking this forward, the Cockroach Janata Party has now turned Gen Alpha's protest energy into a campaign. They are calling it School Theek Karo. The idea is simple: get citizens into rural government schools to inspect and document what is broken, then push local authorities for time-bound fixes. At the center of this is something what they are calling a Sarpanch challenge, where parents and young people assess schools alongside panchayats on 4 non-negotiables: electricity, drinking water, functional washrooms, and safe midday meals. CGP has now laid out a 30-day cycle for this, and the first 15 days of citizens to audit and flag gaps, the next 15 to track whether repairs actually happen. The target for now is 100 schools in 2 months, a model CGP says it wants to scale to thousands of villages. The pitch is inspect, document, demand, track, and the CJP is calling it non-partisan for now, pushing MPs and MLAs to back it with results on ground rather than in political speeches.
हम चाहते कि गांव में जितने भी बच्चे हैं, इसके बाद कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी का सबसे बड़ा फोकस होना चाहिए गांव में रहने वाले बच्चों के लिए, क्योंकि इस देश का भविष्य बस प्राइवेट स्कूलों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे नहीं है, गांव में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे भी है। हम चाहते कि गांव से पढ़ने वाले बच्चे वो भी उस कॉन्फिडेंस से नीट की तैयारी करे, वो भी उस कॉन्फिडेंस से जेईई की तैयारी करे। जब तक ये जवाब हमें मिलता नहीं गांव के बच्चों से, तब तक हमें उन गांव के बच्चों के लिए काम करना है।
All right, moving on. Now, there is a name behind the food crackdown in the country. I'm talking about the man who's become a household name. I'm talking about somebody who's the most followed bureaucrat online. I'm talking about Tukaram Munde, Commissioner for Maharashtra FDA. What he started with raids in Mumbai has now crossed over 1,000 inspections statewide. This includes restaurants, quick commerce hubs, institutions. Nobody has been spared, really. Blinkit dark stores in Malad, remember, we showed you yesterday, shut down after officials found cockroaches there crawling onto store fruits and vegetables alongside expired stock. And today, it was the turn of many people find it their favorite pizza joint, the Domino's. 4 outlets run by Jubilant Foodworks have now found their licenses suspended. 3 in Mumbai at Vile Parle, in Borivali, in Ghatkopar as well, and 1 in Karad. The same drive also caught Sapphire Foods outlet in Karad, the company that runs KFC, remember, Pizza Hut and Taco Bell. 5 major chains, 1 state, 1 officer's name now attached to it all. But what started in Maharashtra is no longer staying in Maharashtra. Karnataka is showing the same pattern. Cockroaches around food preparation areas, expired food, poor storage, pest control failures, hygiene violations. This is no longer just about private food chains anymore. It seems to be everywhere. And in Bengaluru, the lens has reached government premises themselves, including the Vidhan Sauda. The hotel operating inside the complex was inspected, and officials found cockroach crawling on bamboo plates during the raid. The checks have extended to food delivery warehouses too. A Zomato warehouse in Bengaluru was inspected with hygiene concerns flagged. A Zepto warehouse was also raided. Officials described the condition as extremely unhygienic. This is not just about restaurants, remember, anymore. It is about infrastructure handling food before it even reaches your plate. And this is not a new development. It's just that it's come to light now. Somebody is finally taking action. And then comes the most uncomfortable part of the crackdown. The Karnataka Health Department's own canteen came under inspection. Officials found expired idli rava and expired coconut powder, no pest control measure in place, storage practices that did not meet FSSAI norms. The department meant to enforce food safety could not clear its own safety standards, could not ensure that its own kitchen was clean. The drive, remember, has reached Indira canteens as well. At the Indira Canteen warehouse, officials sealed the premises there after flagging food, handling violations there, along with labeling and misbranding issues. 3 Indira canteens were inspected as part of the crackdown. And Maharashtra, let me go back there where it all really started. In the latest list of FDA suspension of licenses, 4 Domino's outlets in Vile Parle, in Borivali, in Ghatkopar, in Karad faced action. Inspectors flagged issues including food segregation, oily residue, hygiene, pest control gaps. The action comes as authorities intensify checks on food establishments across the state. So the government is talking about it, the opposition is talking about it, even the courts are talking about Mr. Tukaram. And he's here just doing the job, exposing 1 outlet, at least 1, every day.
FDA Maharashtra has been taking action on food outlet, restaurants and other things which are not following the norms. At this point, the food chains in Maharashtra have been searched. There were 104 such food stalls belonging to different food chains which was searched. Domino's Pizza, a well-known brand belonging to Jubilance Food Work, 4 of their licenses have been suspended, which is one is in Satara, Maharashtra, and 3 are in Mumbai. In Mumbai, Borivali outlet, Vilepalle outlet, where we are standing, and Ghatkopar outlet license have been suspended. And this has been done because the food safety regulation which has to be followed, accordingly the rules have to be followed which were not being followed, and hence FDA had come here in these outlets.
All right, moving on from food safety standards to hygiene standards of a different kind. The Kawad Yatra may be over, but Haridwar is now confronting its aftermath. Shocking visuals have emerged from what should have been a cleanup. Bottles found inside changing rooms, some allegedly filled with urine and left behind. Alongside that, the sheer volume of waste has put the city's sanitization machinery under massive pressure. The number is 7,000 tons of waste in the holy city of Haridwar. Take a look for yourself.
.8 crore devotees, a sacred journey, a city overwhelmed. The Kawad Yatra has ended in Haridwar but leaves a trail of waste. Almost 7,000 metric tons of garbage were collected during the Kawad Mela, and 2,000 tons came in just the final 2 days. The civic body deployed 1,000 extra Swachhta Doots and more than 80 vehicles. Yet the garbage kept piling up. A pilgrimage built around the Ganga. Faith and Lord Shiva, but devotion cannot mean disrespecting the sacred city.
में अभी तक जो अनुमानित कूड़ा है 30 तारीख से कल तक का अगर हम लोग देखें जो पूरा कावड़ का अवधि था तो 7,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा टोटल निकला है। और अगर जो शहर का जो रेगुलर कूड़ा होता है उसको डिडक्ट कर दिया जाए तो 4 से 4,500 मीट्रिक टन जो है कूड़ा वो एक्स्ट्रा कूड़ा जो है कावड़ के दौरान। तो हमारा लक्ष्य यही है कि आज पूरा साफ हो जाए और बट अगले कुछ दिन भी हमारी जो एक्स्ट्रा टीम लगी हुई है वो लगी रहेंगी और पूरा साफ कर दिया जाएगा।
And then came these disturbing visuals from Har Ki Pauri. Bottles found inside changing rooms, some allegedly filled with urine and abandoned. The visuals have gone viral. To be clear, the allegation is against some individuals, not the millions of pilgrims. But if even a fraction of these allegations are true, this is not just about garbage. It is about civic sense. It is about basic human decency. The question is bigger than the garbage left behind. Devotion is not just about carrying the Ganga home. It is about leaving Haridwar with the respect it deserves. With Mudit Agarwal, Bureau Report, India Today.
Terrible scenes there indeed. But let me take you now to the other story we are tracking. Potholes are usually a civic headache, but in Pune's Jharkhand industrial area, they could be turning into an economic threat now. Around 20 industries are reportedly considering relocation, citing broken roads, crippling traffic, poor waste management, and even inadequate basic infrastructure. This is the story of Jharkhand.
not just a pothole problem. This is an industrial crisis. Pune's Jharkhand industrial area, one of Maharashtra's key industrial hubs, is now staring at an exodus. Bad roads, crippling traffic, poor waste management, and basic infrastructure missing. The result, 20 industries are now mulling relocation.
40 लोकांनी अप्रोच केला की इथं आम्हाला मूलभूत सुविधा नाहीत, आम्हाला जागा मिळत नाहीये, एक्सपान्शन कसं करायचे प्रॉब्लेम आहे, बाकीच्या समस्या भरपूर आहेत, तर आपल्याला पर्याय व्यवस्था करणं गरजेचं आहे. 7-8 महिने आम्ही जेव्हा विचार विनिमय केला तेव्हा असं लक्षात आलं की आता इथं काही पर्याय होत नाहीये.
माणसाला जगण्यासाठी आणि उद्योग करण्यासाठी मूलभूत गोष्टी लागतात, त्यामध्ये रस्ते लागतात, कारण आपल्याला वाहतूक, आपल्याला स्वतःला कम्युटिंग करावं लागतं. त्याची या ठिकाणी वानवा आहे किंवा असं म्हणूया की अत्यंत वाईट अशी अवस्था आहे, दुरावस्था आहे. प्रचंड प्रमाणामध्ये रस्त्यांचं जे जाळं चांगल्यापैकी निर्माण व्हायला हवं होतं ते झालेलं नाही. त्यामुळे आम्हाला उद्योगधंदे करण्यामध्ये प्रचंड अडचणी येतात.
But behind these numbers are thousands of workers, thousands of families whose livelihoods depend on these factories staying here. For workers, the crisis is already real. Commute times have tripled. Traffic has become a daily ordeal, and what should be a journey to work has become a daily battle.
पूरा 24 आवर्स यही रहता है, सुबह से लेकर शाम 9 बजे तक यही रहता है. हमें 10 किलोमीटर जाने में 1.5 घंटा लगता है रोज का यही है.
But the government is downplaying the issue, rejecting the claim of a mass exodus.
त्याच्यावर आम्ही अतिशय सकारात्मक निर्णय घेतलेले आहेत आणि आम्हाला जसा उद्योजकांबद्दल कॉन्फिडन्स आहे तसा उद्योजकांना देखील आमच्या सरकारबद्दल कॉन्फिडन्स आहे की किमान इंडस्ट्रीच्या बाबतीमध्ये राजकारण आणून काही उपयोगाचं नाही. इंडस्ट्री ही जी बाब आहे ही युवकांना युवतींना रोजगार देणारी एक बाब आहे, त्यामुळे त्याच्यामध्ये कशाला राजकारण घुसवू नये.
But whether it is an exodus or not, the warning signs are staring Maharashtra in the face. When industries are forced to consider leaving because of potholes, traffic, and missing basic infrastructure, the question is simple. How long before bad roads drive away good jobs? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, on the program we highlight so many problems, but let me leave you with something to smile about. As a striking sign of transformation, women who once moved through the dense forests in Chhattisgarh's Bastar region carrying weapons as Naxalites walked the ramp to loud applause at a program organized to mark the National Handloom Day in Raipur, showcasing their change since surrendering and rejoining the mainstream. We leave you with these visuals. There is hope after all.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम.
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
5 distinct faces, one common purpose. India informed and ahead, where the South finds a voice. Super 6. Sharp questions, zero distractions.
You also speak of poor children. Kangana ji, one can always draw analogies sitting high in ivory towers.
To the point. The nation's agenda, nothing else matters.
There are some who say Pakistan may not be on the verge of breaking. Our Pakistan army is unable to control the situation.
India first, where decades of experience speaks.
So you want to raise your voices, but what do you want to see?
News Today. Exclusives that shape the headlines.
Southern states all unite saying that this is unfair on them.
News Track. Every defining moment. Every story that matters. The team that always speaks for you. Because you matter.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
How many of you take magnesium at night? क्या लेते हो रात को सोने के लिए? कुछ रील देखते हैं। रील देखते हैं? किसकी रील देखती हो? आपको देखते हैं। Joey, what do you do for sleep? मैं घर जाती हूँ, नींद आ जाती है। अगर इंसान थक के जाए तो ये सब नाटंकी नहीं होता। Every second wellness reel is telling you about magnesium. They say it will fix your sleep. They say जोड़ों का पेन चला जाएगा, सर का दर्द चला जाएगा. Does that really hold up? Let's tell you in this video. We've spoken with the Dr. Biplav Das, Director of Neurology at Batra Hospital, New Delhi. Now, magnesium, remember, is one of the several minerals your body runs on. It's crucial for mood and brain function. It balances blood sugar, regulates blood pressure, and also moves calcium and potassium in and out of your cells, which is what keeps your heartbeat in rhythm as well. So, magnesium ये सब करता है, पर इसका sleep से क्या लेना देना है? Here's story number 1. A systematic review pooled 3 trials on magnesium and insomnia in older adults, 151 people across 3 countries. The pooled results actually showed people fell asleep about 17 minutes faster on magnesium than a placebo. That sounds promising, right? Except that the reviewers rated the evidence low to very low quality with moderate to high risk of bias. The entire groundwork on which magnesium is being sold as a sleeping pill is shaky. अब सुनिए स्टोरी नंबर 2. मैग्नीशियम के एविडेंस है कि आपके मसल्स को रिलैक्स करने में हेल्प करता है और ये सारी चीजें स्लीप की क्वालिटी को इम्पैक्ट करती है. तो मैग्नीशियम आपके क्रैम्प्स में हेल्प कर रहा है, आपकी रेस्टलेसनेस में हेल्प कर रहा है, स्लीप में नहीं, which is a byproduct. So, before you credit magnesium for the better night, ask yourself, it is actually fixing your sleep or it's fixing something else. But the most important thing about magnesium that nobody tells you, that not all magnesium is actually equal. Magnesium glycinate is well absorbed. Citrate is also well absorbed, but it can upset your stomach, which is why it's often used for constipation. Also, magnesium oxide is cheap and common, but your body barely absorbs it. So the magnesium on the label doesn't guarantee magnesium in your body. Kitna khana hai is also very important. If you're having more than 350 mg a day, you have a risk of diarrhea, nausea, even cramping. Also, अगर आपको कोई किडनी डिजीज है, अगर आप किसी एंटीबायोटिक्स पर हैं, तो आप प्लीज इसे स्किप करें. अगर आप कोई और ब्लड प्रेशर की मेडिकेशन ले रहे हैं, तो अपने डॉक्टर से पूछ कर मैग्नीशियम ऐड करें. जस्ट बिकॉज ये सप्लीमेंट है डजंट मीन आप इसे खाना शुरू कर देंगे. मैग्नीशियम किसके लिए है? देखिए, अगर आपकी कंफर्म्ड डेफिशिएंसी है मैग्नीशियम में तो प्लीज इसे लीजिए, बट ओनली आफ्टर यू हैव गॉटन अ ब्लड टेस्ट डन एंड योर डॉक्टर टेल्स यू दैट यू आर एक्चुअली लो इन इट. और ये रील उस इंसान के साथ शेयर करना चाहिए जिसको रात को सोने में बहुत प्रॉब्लम होती है और उसको लगता है कि मेलेटोनिन और मैग्नीशियम खाने से सब फर्क पड़ जाएगा. उस पर भी हमने एक रील बनाई है, वो जाके देखिए.
Yes, John Betaji. Thank you, sir. Sir, it is with a heavy heart I raise this matter because it's a question of the garima of this house, prestige and honor. And it's a bipartisan issue. Let me just tell at the outset, I'm a proud Indian, South Indian, and of course a proud Malayali, sir.
There is no South Indian, North Indian. What is
Yes,
the problem, you tell me?
Sir.
We all are Indians only.
Please allow me, sir. I cherish every moment being a Malayali, our language, culture, cuisine, and of course the attire, sir. Our constitution celebrates our diversity. Sir, if you ask me when I am leaving this house, which can happen very soon, what is the takeaway from this house? I would certainly say that the biggest takeaway would be this sterling diversity, which holds the unity of this nation in a unique way. That would be my takeaway. Sir, the other day, a honorable member who I hold in high esteem, let me just say, That member came here and was disturbing me when I was fulfilling my obligation as a mover of a statutory resolution. Sir, please. And, sir,
Please take your seat. I'm coming back.
Please.
I'm coming back.
Sir, the verbal duel is okay. We fight each other. But she repeatedly called me Lungi Wala, Lungi Wala.
A sleek device, sweet flavors, no cigarette smoke. But behind the image of vaping as a harmless harm reduction habit, doctors say there is a growing concern about what repeated exposure to vape aerosols could be doing inside the lungs. Many young users believe vaping is simply water vapor. Experts say it is a misconception. What's worrying is that unlike cigarettes, which have decades of evidence linking them to cancer, vaping products are relatively new. Researchers have identified concerns including exposure to chemicals that may damage cells, trigger inflammation and potentially contribute to harmful changes over time. Researchers at the University of California, Davis have found that chemicals in vape aerosols may cause cellular damage, inflammation and DNA changes linked to cancer development. A direct link between vaping and cancer in humans is still being studied though. One major concern among doctors is that vaping is attracting younger users with appealing flavors, sleek designs, perception of being safer. Experts worry that a new generation could become dependent on nicotine. The biggest challenge really is separating facts from marketing. Vaping can have a role in helping some adult smokers move away from combustible cigarettes, but experts say it should not become a gateway product. So what should you know? Well, the future impact of vaping on lung health is still being studied. Doctors say one message is clear. Replacing cigarette smoke with an aerosol does not mean replacing risk with safety. Vaping is common. Understanding its long-term effects may be critical to preventing the next generation of nicotine-related disease.
Your grocery order arrives in minutes. But at one Mumbai store, the hygiene check came with a very different delivery. Cockroaches, expired food, damaged packaging, and food stored straight on the floor. This is the Malad West store of Blink Commerce Private Limited. And after an FTA inspection on August 7, the food license has been suspended. The inspection report reads like a checklist of what not to do with food. Cockroaches were found on stocks of fruits and vegetables. Several food products were allegedly expired. Others had damaged or tempered packing. And the storage itself raised red flags. Food items placed directly on the floor. Rusted racks, poorly maintained cold storage, and inadequate pest and rodent control. The FTA also flagged waste management, personal hygiene, employee health records, medical checks, and inadequate protective equipment for food handlers. In short, the problem wasn't one cockroach. It was a whole chain of hygiene failures. And this is not an isolated concern. In Bengaluru rural, food safety officials have now flagged unhygienic conditions at a Zepto warehouse in Hoskote, operated by Nippon Express. Officials inspected the facility and raised concerns over hygiene and food safety conditions. Further action is expected based on the inspection findings. Because at the end of the delivery chain, the food does not stay in a warehouse. It lands on your plate. And the message from FTA is simple. Convenience can be instant, but food safety cannot. Bureau Report, India Today.
राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष होने लायक नहीं। देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि राहुल गांधी है जो इस लोकसभा में गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य को या गृह मंत्री जी के जवाब को लेक्चर कह रहा हो, तो उसको इससे साफ है कि इस लोकतंत्र के या इस पार्लियामेंट में या पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में कोई आस्था नहीं। जिस तरह से हंगामा करना, जिस तरह से पूरा सदन को वॉश आउट कर दिया, जब गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कि हम विस्तार से चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं और सभी प्रश्नों का जवाब देंगे, यही मांग थी और इसको गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दे दिया 3 बजे तक, जबकि कल संसदीय कार्य मंत्री और स्पीकर साहब ने भी कहा था। तो इससे साफ है कि इनके पास कोई जवाब सुनने के लिए नहीं है। वो समझते हैं कि शायद चर्चा होगी विस्तार से, तो रांची की भी चर्चा होगी, झारखंड पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन की भी चर्चा होगी, कर्नाटका की भी चर्चा होगी, केरला की भी चर्चा होगी। आखिर वहां भी तो परीक्षाएं लीक हुई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि ये विषय किसी राज्य का नहीं है, किसी दल का नहीं है, इसीलिए कठोर कानून बनाया। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से जो भाषा, अमर्यादित भाषा राहुल गांधी एक विपक्ष के नेता होकर के कर रहे हैं, गृह मंत्री जी में, देश के गृह मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने धारा 370-35 से समाप्त करने का प्रस्ताव किया, जिन्होंने नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करने के लिए संकल्प लिया, उसको पूरा किया। और आज देश की जनता आज के इस राहुल के बयान से जान चुकी है कि कौन भाग रहा है। आज विपक्ष भाग रहा है इस चर्चा से, गृह मंत्री के जवाब को सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि वो भाग रहा है, क्योंकि उसको जब एक एक जवाब मिलेगा तो इससे नहीं चलता। अगर आप न भी आप सहमत हो तो सदन तो चलने दें।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Suzlon, good energies that work.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. The next 1 hour, the day's top stories rounded up for you here on this edition of Super 6. So what have we got lined up for you? We're going to be telling you about the big story that's come in from Karnataka. Remember Prajwal Revanna, the rapist, VVIP, almost MP, who was in fact convicted in a rape case? He's now behind bars, but enjoying the VVIP life, because this is another, in fact, VVIP behind bars who's been caught with smartphones, with mobile phones, and doesn't stop there. His mobile phone even had lewd pornographic content. This is what, in fact, jail looks like for VIPs, and particularly the Bangalore Central Prison. We'll get you details of that story, but also coming up on the show this evening, as we get you all the big national stories, we'll tell you what's happened in Parliament, Sinadai, zero productivity. We'll break down those numbers for you, and the big news break of Sukhbir Badal, who was in fact attacked in Maharashtra's Nanded. Those details coming your way with the latest on the investigation into that incident. Let's begin with the headlines. Lok Sabha adjourns, Sinadai ends with Vande Mataram. Rijiju slams opposition conduct in both houses, says first ever opposition to flee from a debate. Kharge versus Nadda over Uttarakhand stage Shuddhikaran. Kharge says stage purified after my speech, says anti-Dalit mindset exposed. Nadda also speaks out, condemns such acts and says there will be a detailed probe. Akali Dal chief Sukhbir Badal attacked in Maharashtra's Nanded. Attacker Jaspal Singh arrested. Prime Minister Modi inquires about Badal's health. Akali Dal alleges deep-rooted conspiracy, seeks a CBI investigation. It's day 20 of the raging protests in Ranchi. Mato's hunger strike enters day 12. Over 600 protesters booked for assembly march in Ranchi. Air India mishap probe widens. Air India begins full screening for all pilots. Move after AI 2379 pilot had tested positive for marijuana. Maintenance report flags tech failures. Government pushes for fast-tracked probe report. Prajwal Revanna's perversion at peak, lodged in prison in a rape case, watching porn behind bars. Phone seized with 90 videos found. Obscene images of women also found on the phone. Let's begin with a big news break coming in from Karnataka, where the state government is reportedly going to go all out in a crackdown against RSS, ensuring effectively that they bring in a law for all RSS activities to need government permission. And the government permission will come in why? For any venue that will be required for Sangha events, they will have to seek the state's permission. So permission to use government school premises or any public space will have to be sought by the Karnataka government beforehand. Now, what we're hearing is that this particular legislation could in fact essentially refer to usage of public spaces and government schools for personal use by private organizations and organizations not registered under any law. But it's very, very clear who the Karnataka government is going after. It's clearly the RSS, because this is something that you also had the likes of Priyank Kharge constantly speak about the need to regulate RSS activities, about the need to stop them from being able to use government school premises. Let me bring in Nagarjun Dwarkanath for more details on this. Nagarjun, you know, many would say this was expected, considering all the statements that Priyank Kharge in the last few months has made against the RSS and the activities in Karnataka.
Well, absolutely. The cabinet will discuss this, Akshita, and they have not mentioned very clearly RSS. They only mentioned that any organization, either private or an organization which is not registered under any law, cannot use public spaces like grounds or government schools without the prior approval of the concerned authority or the competent
Naga,
authority.
my apologies. Just stay with me. I'm just going to come back to you. Give me a moment. Vinod Bansal of the VHP is with us on this broadcast. Mr. Bansal, good evening. What do you make of this decision that the Karnataka government is set to take, sir? Where essentially if the RSS were to hold any event at any public space, they'll need the government's nod first.
Actually, however, the government has not clarified the matter. Neither it has been passed by the cabinet or the assembly. But perhaps they are all have a fear about the RSS. They have the ill will against the RSS. Actually, the thing is that the government is running just to have a hardship on the RSS, but they cannot. They never do it because they are repeatedly threatening the RSS just to appease the Muslim and Jihadi community. आप देखिए कि इलेक्शन के दौरान भी इन्होंने इसी तरह के प्रोपोगंडा रचे थे
जी
हम ये कर देंगे वो कर देंगे बजरंग दल को बैन कर देंगे फलाना कर देंगे आज तक किया क्या आप मुझे बताइए
Bansal ji, Priyank Kharge, जो अभी मिनिस्टर है, जो मंत्री है, he's constantly asked why is the RSS not a registered organization? इसकी वजह से बोल रहे हैं कि शायद कंट्रोल करना चाहिए जो इवेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं।
मुझे बड़ा ताज्जुब हो रहा है कि भी प्रियंक खड़गे जैसा नेता जो एक मंत्री भी है वो कानून के डिसीजन अबाउट द आरएसएस whether it is required or not. Every now and then the RSS is clarified and the honorable court have also given the verdict about it कि क्या कोई रजिस्ट्रेशन जरूरी है क्या नहीं किसी चीज के लिए। तो आरएसएस जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए जाने कितनी बार ये कांग्रेस खुद हाई कोर्ट गई 3 बार 4 बार तो इन्होंने प्रतिबंध लगा दिए। क्या देखा अल्टीमेटली जितनी बार आरएसएस पर प्रतिबंध इन्होंने लगाया इतनी बार आरएसएस और चौकनी होकर के बाहर निकली। तो अननेसेसरी ये दे आर डूइंग नथिंग बट कि ये अपनी कब्र खुद खोद रहे हैं अपनी पार्टी की। इस तरह की करने से कोई फायदा नहीं। इनको कर्नाटक के लोगों के वेलफेयर के लिए काम करना चाहिए। आरएसएस से लड़के आज तक इनको कुछ नहीं मिला। आप देखिए पिछले 100 साल से आरएसएस से लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं ये। आरएसएस कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच गई और कांग्रेस कहाँ से कहाँ चली गई। ये जो इनका राजनीतिक धरातल है पूरी तरह रसातल में जा चुका। अब वो आरएसएस का नाम ले करके ये उसको कुरेदने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनको नहीं मिलेगा बेसिकली कुछ भी। मैं कहूंगा इनको कि कुछ कंस्ट्रक्टिव चीजों के साथ रहें, आरएसएस की आइडियोलॉजी को देखें, उनको समझें, शाखा में जाना शुरू करें प्रेम करके। कम से कम कुछ तो उनका मानसिक संतुलन ठीक होगा। क्योंकि रोजाना वो तो आरएसएस के बारे में बोलते हैं, उन्होंने बोलने चला वो कुछ करना ही नहीं है। अरे करके दिखा दो यार, किसी दिन जब करना है तो या तो आरएसएस की शाखा में आके दिखा दो या फिर आरएसएस को बंद करके दिखा दो। नहीं है औकात इनकी। बाप बेटे दोनों लगे हुए हैं सिर्फ वो अपने जिहादी अपने आका को खुश करने के लिए। सिर्फ उन्होंने राहुल गांधी और अपने सोनिया जी को खुश करना है। इसलिए रोजाना नए नए स्टेटमेंट देते जा रहे हैं और कुछ नहीं करने वाले इन्होंने।
Gee, okay, Mr. Vinod Bansal, thank you for joining us here on India Today with your view of this news break that's just come in. Let me bring in Ashok Gowda of the BJP also on this broadcast. Mr. Ashok Gowda, what do you have to say about this proposal that the Karnataka government is considering very, very seriously, we hear, of having the RSS, many other organizations which will also have the RSS seeking permission from the government for using any public space for their events?
The point is very simple. Karnataka has lot more many issues to discuss and to worry about. For example, the farmers' issues is not been solved. The stream flow and the inflow to Kaveri or the other rivers is been drying up year by year, and that has to be bothered. The schools of Karnataka, the socks, books, including the uniform, is not been delivered from past 2 years. So there is college education is under a task. They said that we are going to come up with a SCP. They have not even drafted the SCP systematically. So there are many issues. You name the 58 departments. Each department has minimum of 100 issues.
But the Congress will say, Mr. Gowda, the Congress will say this is us walking the talk. That we've constantly spoken about a crackdown on RSS and we're finally doing it.
But the point is, instead of bothering about RSS, That is not a common man's problem. See, it's an ideological problem. Like if they have a problem with an ideology, let them fight with an ideological issue. Instead of saying that we are going to curb you through some kind of activities. See, RSS per se may not be registered, but all the 48 organizations of RSS are registered. For example, ABVP or even Banwasi Kalyana and so many other organizations. So every organization is registered. So we are going to work and take the permission through that agency. So who is what kind of outcome we will have this? So instead of Karnataka government in reality should bother about the farmers, bother about the students in Karnataka, bother about the women in Karnataka, women's safety in Karnataka. Instead of that, they are unnecessarily diverting the issues and unnecessarily worrying about the ideology. Actually, ideology has got into the roots of the people, and the Sanatana Dharma is the ideology of RSS. And what is Sanatana Dharma is nothing but Bharatiyate. And
so, Mr. Gowda, you're saying that this should not be priority number one of the government. Mr. Gowda, can I request you to stay with me, please, because we're getting in the Congress also on this. Lavanya Balal is joining us on this broadcast. Lavanya Balal, not sure how much really of what the BJP said you were able to hear, but they're suggesting that there are a lot more pressing issues. Why is this one of the biggest priorities of the Karnataka government?
It is just one of the administrative policies that is being brought about. Why is the BJP getting so triggered? What is wrong with the BJP? Why are they getting so triggered? It means any organization, right? Why are they so invested in using the public schools for their functions? They are a rich and powerful organization according to their own words. And look at the bank balance of the BJP. They can afford to have their programs at some venue where they can pay for it at the venue. So why is this? Why is the BJP triggered? Why is the RSS triggered?
No, because they're saying that you're going after the Sangh. That the Congress is going after Sangh because of ideological reasons and nothing more.
Yes, we are ideologically committed to ensure that the schools are used for educational purposes only and not for any other purposes. I'm sure the rest of India agrees with all of us when we say schools are meant for teaching and nothing else. The BJP should focus on more than 1 lakh schools that have been shut down across the BJP-ruled states before telling us, oh, you should give us permission to use the schools for any, program of ours. I think they should focus on using the money that has been accumulated by the BJP and the RSS over the years.
Mr. Gowda, you want to respond? Go ahead.
Yes, Mrs. Lavanya Balal, please know that 3,617 schools have been closed in Karnataka, and similarly 1,800 schools have been closed in Tamil Nadu, 450 schools have been closed in Kerala. This does not fall under any kind of the central government or the BJP rule state. These are all one second. Let me complete it. See, all these things. One minute. There are.
No. Yeah, you will not get 1 minute. You need to tell us the number of schools closed in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and UP as well.
Yeah, I'll exactly come to that. 10,05,000 schools are government. 10,05,000 schools are government schools are are there in the entire India. Out of which 12 crore 15 lakh people are studying in government schools. Similarly, 4.5 lakh schools are private schools are there, wherein 12 crore 65 lakh people are studying.
Mr. Gowda?
The simple point is...
Thank you for your number. Mr. Gowda, I would like to remind you, you wanted to saffronize the classrooms. You thought, while the BJP government was in power in Karnataka, that giving the saffron color to the classrooms would benefit the students. Please don't come and tell us what is going to benefit the students, because you also chose a very incompetent person to head the textbook committee, revision committee. And we had to fight long and hard to get that person removed. You have no moral authority to tell us, oh, you should be allowed to use the school premises. No.
Okay, 30 seconds to each, please. Mr. Gowda first.
Yeah,
30 seconds
the point is very simple. Lavanya Balal, I am a qualified architect, wherein I understand the saffron does not mean that any religion. The simple, energetic. It cools down the mind and it energizes the entire thinking system. That is why saffron color. It is, and please remember that what happened to your SCP. Please can Lavanya Balal answer to the SCP point.
Yes,
the NEP, they have scrapped it. What happened to the SCP?
Okay, one at a time, please. Mr. Gowda, finish your point, and then Lavanya Balal, I'll give you your chance, please, one at a time.
No. No.
What
Mr.
happened to
Gowda
STP
cannot
from
go and
39
say
months?
that saffron color is beneficial for the students. It is not psychology at all. So he cannot come and say some WhatsApp forward here on national
Okay. This is overlapping audio. This is overlapping audio. And I'm sorry, but our viewers will not be able to hear what you, Mr. Gowda, or you, Lavanya Balal, is actually saying. So I'm going to wrap it up here. But you get a sense, essentially, that this, if this is something that, in fact, the Karnataka government brings in, is going to lead to a big, big showdown. I'd like to thank both Ashok Gowda and Lavanya Balal for joining us on this broadcast. The Karnataka government considering that any unregistered organization that wants to hold an event at a public space, that wants to hold an event at a government school, must take permission from the government. Why is there an attack on the RSS? The RSS is an unregistered organization, and Minister Priyank Kharge has constantly been stressing on that particular point. We're going to track the political reactions that come in on that story closely, but let me move on now to the other story from Karnataka that I spoke of at the top of Super 6. Prajwal Revanna, former member of parliament, he's serving a life sentence for sexual assault and rape. And the kind of details of that case itself is horrifying. Now what's emerged, that's footage of Prajwal Revanna with a mobile phone. Now this is an undated video, but what's very clear is that he is someone who has access to a mobile phone inside the prison. It was seized from him, a mobile phone, a charger, and even a pen drive. But here's what's shocking. Once officials seized that phone, what they found in it, pornographic videos were allegedly found on the seized phone. 80 to 90 pornographic videos downloaded on the device, along with newspaper clippings featuring women. This is the perversion of Prajwal Revanna, and yet he has access to these kind of videos while reportedly serving out his sentence, while he is behind bars, supposedly being punished. This is the punishment. What you're seeing right now is an undated video showing Revanna using a mobile phone. Now, it's undated, but you can make out in the surroundings, this is from inside the jail. There is now a detailed investigation of these videos, other data that's stored on the seized device. But there's obviously a larger question to be asked here about VVIP culture inside prisons. It doesn't matter how heinous the crime. In the case of Darshan, it could be murder. In the case of Prajwal Revanna, it could be rape. It doesn't matter how long the conviction or sentence is. Ultimately, if you have money, you can ensure that all the perks you enjoy outside prison, you can enjoy them in prison. These are meant to be places of punishment, of rehabilitation. And yet so many incidents all around Bengaluru Central Prison, all about Parappana Agrahara. So many instances of these inmates receiving special privileges continue to come to the fore. Remember actor Darshan, then there was Sashikala, all of these in Parappana Agrahara. Take a look at some of those instances. This incident, again putting the spotlight on VVIP perks in jails.
Bengaluru Central Prison has some of the deadliest criminals in the country. Parappana Agrahara is also home to some of the most high-profile criminals in the country. But it's in this very prison that money, power and influence gets you all kinds of perks. While the spotlight is now on Prajwal Revanna, there have been multiple past instances of similar jail rule breaches in the exact same prison. Months ago, it was Kannada superstar Darshan, accused in the killing of his fan Renukosamy. Seeing these images, who would even think that Darshan is serving out a jail sentence? And yet that's what he supposedly was, smoking with a cup of chai and his aides laughing as he chilled in a garden. Video call clips originating from inside the prison also showed that he had access to a smartphone. The videos and photos triggered widespread outrage, jail officials were suspended, and Darshan was transferred from prison. Months after this incident came another one. In November 2025, videos reportedly showed high-risk inmates inside the prison using mobile phones and watching television. Among those reported in the videos were convicted serial rapist and killer Umesh Reddy and an alleged ISIS recruiter. The footage triggered another probe into security lapses and preferential treatment. Proof that a place meant to take away privileges has time and again been accused of selling them. And it dates back to 2017. There were allegations of VIP treatment for VK Sasikala too, including a special kitchen and preferential facilities. Footage had showed her leaving the prison and returning with shopping bags, leading to the suspicion that she even managed to get out while serving her sentence. The authorities, after each one of these incidents, repeatedly ordered raids, suspensions and inquiries. But what's the point? When clearly, in this prison where there's money, there's always been a way. Bureau Report, India Today.
And now we'll go through the whole rigmarole of suspensions, of inquiries, of action, only for a few months later for us to be reporting on one more incident like this in Bengaluru Central Prison. Sagai Raj is joining me live from Bengaluru with more details. So Sagai, what is the action that's been taken? In the case of Darshan, he was transferred out of this particular jail because of all of the clips that had come to the fore. I have no doubt that Prajwal Revanna is enjoying a similar lifestyle in the Parapanagrahara.
No, the police department has taken action. They have suspended the additional SP of the prison, and they have also issued a show cause notice to the jail superintendent in this particular issue. I mean to say jail SP in this particular controversy. And if you notice that this particular video was recorded probably a month or few months back, and the video has gone viral now, and the police have said that there was a raid which was being conducted by the CCB, and they have conducted on all the VIP cells inside the Parapanagrahara prison, and that's why they have found out the mobile phone, pen drive in his possession. And immediately it was being seized. And what we also get to learn through our sources is that there were multiple videos, pornographic videos, which were being found in the mobile phone. And he has also have a few apps, and he refused to give the password of all those apps. But the police will seek cyber team's help, and they will try to access all those information within the mobile phone, because he is not supposed to use, and they should also check what are the content inside the mobile. And the case has been transferred from CCB to Parapanagrahara prison. Now the Parapanagrahara police will go ahead and conduct the investigation on the same. A new FIR has been registered against Prajwal Revanna as well as few officers on the lapses.
You know, this isn't about one or two instances. There's a larger problem here, and the question is whether there's going to be reform or cleanup of the entire system. This is happening far too often in one prison in Bengaluru, a prison that houses some of the most notorious criminals of the country, a prison that has many of these high-profile criminals like Prajwal Revanna and Darshan. And yet repeatedly, we seem to be reporting on the same issue of these criminals enjoying while being behind bars. So much so that a pervert like Prajwal Revanna, who's serving a life term for rape, still has access to pornographic content. I mean, think about it. That means the system is simply not working. What's the point of sending him behind bars and convicting him for a lifer if this is what he's doing in prison? Now, if you think paying more means you get premium quality, the last few days has made us rethink that. In Karnataka, in just 1 week, the food safety standards have come under the scanner. And I'm talking about some of your top luxury hotels in the city of Bengaluru, 5-star hotels, to now even the Vidhan Sauda. The food on your plate is always a matter of concern when hygiene is compromised. I want to focus on one particular image. And this is, yes, sensitive. It can be distressing, but it's important to highlight it. Those are cockroaches crawling inside the hotel on the Vidhan Sauda premises in an area where you can see that food is being made. There are plates there on which cockroaches are running all around. And this is, mind you, in the Vidhan Sauda premises, the power center in Bengaluru. So you can just imagine what other places are looking like. So every time you plan to dine out, well, you're going to have to do a double take, essentially. Because this isn't just about one state, one city. The last few weeks, we've seen multiple such incidents, images, videos that's raised concerns over food safety and hygiene across the country.
Cockroaches, unhygienic food, no pest control. From 5-star hotels to the Vidhan Sauda, Karnataka's food safety crackdown is revealing a series of serious hygiene lapses. In an exclusive video accessed by India Today, a raid at a hotel inside the Vikas Sauda premises has exposed major food safety violations. Cockroaches were found crawling on plates during the inspection.
Let me take you through these hotels, and this is where the raid took place yesterday, and the department found that there was substandard food quality and hygiene was not maintained, is what the department had told.
And this is not an isolated case. In just 1 week, multiple food establishments across Karnataka have come under the scanner. 3 Indira canteens were also inspected. The Gotigere warehouse was sealed after officials flagged unhygienic food handling and storage, along with labelling and misbranding violations. The crackdown then extended to warehouses of food delivery giants Zomato and Zepto. The Zepto facility was sealed after officials described the conditions as extremely unhygienic. The Karnataka government says it is now stepping up inspections and tightening food safety enforcement.
As I told you, let it be 5-star hotel, let it be Indira canteen, let it be Arogya Sauda, Vidhan Sauda, or any places. For us, place is not important. The health of the people is important.
But the BJP has hit out at the Congress government, accusing it of ignoring the issue for years.
They do not understand. If they do not go and check regularly, what will be the state of affairs in the hotels, including the 5-star hotels.
And that leaves a larger question. With violations being found across different establishments, who is ultimately accountable? And how long can such lapses continue when citizens are paying for basic safety and hygiene? With Nagarjun Dwarkarath and Sagai Raj, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's get you the latest news break coming in on the legal water wars that's been playing out between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Now the Karnataka government has filed an affidavit with the Supreme Court, essentially because they're under a lot of heat to release water to Tamil Nadu based on the Kaveri Tribunal's decision, saying that a certain amount of water must be released by Karnataka. They've been issued warning after warning, and that's why Karnataka government has filed this affidavit to the top court, essentially suggesting that we don't have water to give right now. That's what this affidavit is about. The Karnataka is essentially seeking the intervention of, in fact, the top court, so that the tribunal doesn't continue to push for the water release. Karnataka has continued to maintain that because of a deficit monsoon, they simply don't have the water to be releasing it for Tamil Nadu right now. And Tamil Nadu, meanwhile, has been putting up pressure, saying that while there's an order, Karnataka has been openly flouting that. Let's get your reactions.
ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡ್ದು ಮೇ ಬಿ ಸೋಮವಾರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಕೇಸು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಟೀಮು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಎ ಜಿ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದೆ. ಮೇಕೆದಾಟು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮೇಕೆದಾಟು ರೀಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಡಿ ಪಿ ಆರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Okay, let me bring in Anaga Keshav for more details on this. Anaga, there's been a lot of pressure on the Karnataka government to release the pending water to Tamil Nadu. But the reality is that, yes, there's been a deficit monsoon. You know, there's been a lot of talk about this in Tamil Nadu as well. How is Tamil Nadu really responding or reacting to the fact that the Karnataka government has filed this affidavit?
Well, in fact, Tamil Nadu stays, in fact, all parties in Tamil Nadu are remaining united when it comes to water issue. Remember, it's not just water. Even things about language or land has a very sensitive, emotic topic here in Tamil Nadu. So all the parties here are saying that if anything goes against Tamil Nadu, then we must immediately pressurize and take out the legal route, is what Tamil Nadu is saying. Meanwhile, Karnataka has argued in Supreme Court that Tamil Nadu has miscalculated its required water requirement, and therefore it is injustice. And even the order to release 12,000 cusecs of water to Tamil Nadu by the CWMA is erroneous. It's impossible for Karnataka to release because this year is El Nino distress year, which means less rainfall in Karnataka, and therefore it's impossible for us to release water. The decision is highly unilateral is the word that Karnataka has used in the Supreme Court, thereby challenging the order that was passed by the CWMA to release 12,000 cusecs of water. And while all this is happening, Tamil Nadu here remaining united that come what may, we want our share of water for our farmers in the Delta region is what Tamil Nadu is saying. Even in Tamil Nadu, there was shortage of rainfall. So therefore, there really is a tough situation in both states, of course, both Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. It is a rainfall deficit here.
Agreed, and that's why, the hope is that both states come together, find a solution. Both states are suffering right now. Thanks very much, Annika, for joining us with those details. All right, the 13-day monsoon session has come to an end. The numbers, honestly, are embarrassing. Out of the allotted 96 hours, the Lok Sabha worked for just 17.5 hours. 96 hours. 17.5 hours is all that the Lok Sabha worked. Rajya Sabha worked for 37.4 hours. If this were you and me, we wouldn't get our salary. And the price came from our pockets. In just 13 days, 205.65 crores was lost. As always, there's no accountability. These are numbers we show every time, every session. Does anything change? Not really. Both sides don't feel the need to be held accountable and ensure this productivity? Absolutely not. Each house costs around, and this is each sitting, 1.5 crores per hour. Around 78.5 hours in the Lok Sabha, 58.6 hours in the Rajya Sabha. Absolutely washed down the drain, wasted. That means the Lok Sabha cost 117.75 crores. The Rajya Sabha cost 87.9 crores in wasted hours. So 200 crores just gone. And if you think this is the only session that's performed this poorly, think again. I unfortunately have to highlight that this has become the new normal. Last year's monsoon session was at least slightly better than this one because the Lok Sabha worked for 37 hours. The Rajya Sabha worked for 41 hours, nearly 42 hours. Those numbers, of course, were far from ideal. But now, when you look at this particular session, you think maybe that wasn't so bad. And as citizens, we pay for every mistake. Why am I constantly highlighting that there's no accountability? You drive on the wrong side, you pay. You don't wear a helmet, you pay. Who pays for the hours wasted in Parliament? You pay. That is the reality of what's playing out right now.
सदन की कार्रवाई अनिश्चित काल के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
And that is how Parliament's monsoon session came to an end.
If I'm allowing you to get it,
The session saw mostly sloganeering in Parliament, followed by repeated adjournments and did minimal work.
लोक सभा में जितना टाइम आवंटित किया गया है, प्रोडक्टिविटी की दृष्टि से 19% सक्सेस प्राप्त किया है.
सदन के अंदर तकियां बैनर लेकर आना दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र भारत है, मेरा आग्रह पूर्वक रहता है.
The monsoon session ended without Home Minister Amit Shah's statement on the police crackdown on protesters on July 20th. The lower house on Thursday began proceedings with a full rendition of the national song Vande Mataram. Every member present in the House, including Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and opposition members, stood while the song was being sung. The House was adjourned sine die immediately after the rendition.
काल के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
Member may move the amendment at this.
The situation in Rajya Sabha was better. The upper house recorded 39% work.
On action taken by government.
The opposition and the government were at loggerheads throughout the session over several issues, with police action during the CJB protest being the most prominent, as the opposition demanded that Shah reveal who ordered the crackdown. Soon after Parliament was adjourned, political leaders once again engaged in a blame game, with each side blaming the other for the washout.
ये पहली बार है जहां ऑपोजिशन डिस्कशन से भाग रहे थे। पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी में हाउस के अंदर में सवाल जवाब होते हैं, क्वेश्चन आवर चलने नहीं दिया।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर कदम नहीं रख रहे, होम मिनिस्टर कदम नहीं रख रहे, और मैं अंदर था, मैं सुन रहा था। सुनने के लिए तुम्हारे रूम में बैठ के सुनने के लिए आते हो, ये उनकी आदत है और ये इनका ईगो जनता तोड़ेगी।
The government and opposition took jibes at each other.
The most irresponsible behavior of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. मानसून सेशन में जो भी चर्चा होना था, जो भी प्रोडक्टिव काम हो सकते थे, बिल तो पारित हो गया, वो अलग बात है, लेकिन वो हो नहीं पाया एक व्यक्ति का अहंकार से कारण।
प्रधानमंत्री जी आज आए हैं वंदे मातरम गाने के लिए, आज आए हैं। पूरा सेशन चला है, ना प्रधानमंत्री जी आए ना गृह मंत्री जी आए, तो कैसे चलेगा फिर ये लोकतंत्र और ये पार्लियामेंट।
In all, 12 bills were passed during the session, of which only one bill was discussed. Approximately 6 crore rupees is needed to run the house for 6 hours, and during this session, around 200 crore rupees was lost due to the hours that were wasted. With Amit Bhardwaj, Aishwarya Paliwal and Piyush Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, there were a lot of reports suggesting that the government was planning to reintroduce the delimitation bill in this session, in the monsoon session. The 13-day session, of course, has come to an end, as we showed you. The question is, what could happen next? What is the government's strategy? Two major scenarios here. Scenario one, the government could try to convince sections of the opposition, use this time to get the DMK, NCP, SP and YSRCP on board. And once they're on board, the government could call a special session before the winter session and attempt to pass the bill with 2/3 support in both houses. There was a lot of speculation that the special session would happen at the end of this week. That was denied by the government, and now we'll have to see whether it happens sometime going forward. Scenario 2 that we're showing on your screens, the government could reintroduce a modified bill. Wait really for the winter session, take that time to ensure they get all of the support, and then a modified bill will ensure that there's a debate or even go the FSSAI route, which is referred to a JPC, so that all the opposition parties right now who have some hesitation, who are not convinced, are then on board. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining me with more details on this. Aishwarya, there was a lot planned for the monsoon session by the government. None of it happened, none of it came through. One of the biggest headlines was expected to be the delimitation bill, but that too is something the government couldn't bring in considering they didn't have the numbers. What's the game plan going forward? Will we see a special session?
Well, Akshita, it seems like we will see a special session, but when will it be? Will it be in the next 15 days or in the next 1 month? That is something that we all will have to very keenly look at. See, the other thing, Akshita, that the government at the moment is looking at is also the reorganization of the organization, and we will also see a cabinet reshuffle, because that is also something which has been pending for the past few months. So the government actually is also very keenly looking at that, but government sources have told me that they do have the 2/3 majority that everyone very often has been speaking about. And one of the things which they did do, Akshita, is sending the FSSAI bill to the JPC, because that is what some of the opposition parties wanted. The government said, okay, we will give you this thing, but in return, from what I understand, support for the delimitation bill is something that the government has secured. So they are now working on a plan when to bring in the big delimitation bill. The government has been working on the numbers, and they believe that they do have the numbers. Close to 366 is what the NDA at the moment believes they have.
Okay.
Enough to pass the delimitation bill.
Everyone's been talking about Mission 360, 366 if they've sailed through. But like Aishwarya tells us, there's a possibility of a special session. The dates aren't out just yet, and perhaps that also will be based on how much the government can really reach out to some of the other parties to ensure that they're on board. Considering that we've seen the monsoon session being an absolute washout, it's not going to be easy for the government to get these parties on board. I'm slipping into a short break here on Super 6. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you a news break coming in on the attack on Sukhbir Badal in Maharashtra. He's out of danger, but there are serious questions being asked on the motive. Why was he targeted in this manner in Nanded of Maharashtra? We'll get you the latest in just a bit.
अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
We've come to Jantar Mantar.
You can see right here in Ranchi. Rounds of tear gas, you can hear it right now. You can see the sense of panic.
Their demand, their grievances against the Hemant Soren government.
Do you have faith in this government that they'll listen to you?
आप कब तक इस अनशन पे बैठेंगे? There was a Sonam Wangchuk in Delhi. It's Devendra Nath Mahato in Ranchi, Jharkhand. The government listens to them and shows them some heart. Reporting with camera person Pawan Kumar, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Let's get you breaking news that's coming in right now. This is on the attack that took place on Sukhbir Singh Badal in Maharashtra's Nanded earlier today. Sukhbir Badal is out of danger. He suffered injuries to his arm, but there are questions being raised by Akali Dal, who are now demanding that there be a CBI investigation into how this attack happened. Remember, this is the second such incident of an attack on Sukhbir Singh Badal in less than 2 years. And that's what the Akali Dal is highlighting. Bikram Ajithia demanding that the case now be handed over to the CBI probe. This even as Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has assured that there will be a detailed probe. The accused has already been identified and taken into custody.
और तभी सरदार सुखबीर सिंह जी बादल अब सेकंड टाइम एक असैसिनेशन अटेम्प्ट में बच गए हैं। मगर इसमें जो बड़ी बात जो समझने की है, और मैं चाहूंगा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इसमें सीबीआई इंक्वायरी मांग करे। गोलियां चलाने का काम जहाँ इंदिरा गांधी ने करा है, जहाँ नारायण चौड़े ने करा है। नारायण चौड़ा ISI ट्रेंड एक इंडिविजुअल है और इसके बारे पंजाब पुलिस के पास सारे पुख्ता सबूत हैं। और उस वक्त जब ये अटैक हुआ था, मैं दिखा रहा था, ये SP हरपाल और ये नारायण चौड़ा, ये 3 तरीके 2 तरीके मैंने वीडियो क्लिप्स दिखाए कि SP जिसको पता है कि नारायण चौड़ा सुखबीर सिंह बादल, प्रकाश सिंह बादल, बादल परिवार का नुकसान करना चाहता, आप उसको क्यों आने दे रहे उधर?
Okay, as we get to all of the details coming in right now, I'll bring in Asim Basi also for more on this. Does it look like there will be at this point, Asim, a CBI investigation ordered?
Well, the first attack took place in December 2024, and now another attack has taken place on former Deputy Chief Minister Sukhbir Singh Badal. And Akali Dal is, be it Bikram Ajithia, be it the other top brass leadership, the Shiromani Akali Dal, they are consistently raising that an independent probe, a CBI probe should be done, High Court monitored probe should be there. There should be a logical conclusion that why these attacks are happening and who are behind these kind of attacks. The Akali Dal is also slamming the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party for, in a way, defaming Shiromani Akali Dal, saying that the people have not forgotten the sacrilege incidents of 2015 when there was a Akali regime, and the people are angry with Sukhbir Singh Badal. So Akali Dal is rubbishing all this, and they say a CBI probe must be done and the government of India must look into this seriously, because Sukhbir Singh Badal is a top leader of the nation, and these kind of repeated attacks on him, repeated assassination bids are not good. And they say that the opposition is busy playing the politics while their leader is being attacked regularly.
All right. Thanks very much, Asim, for joining us with all of those details. We'll have to wait and see what the investigation throws up. But the Akali Dal pushing for a CBI investigation, highlighting that this is the second incident in less than 2 years. That's all we have time for in this edition of Super 6. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll see you same time tomorrow at 6 p.m. to get you all the big stories. Thanks for tuning in.
वेलकम बैक यार बादशाह भाई। अरे माइक लो ना यार।
थैंक यू सो मैम।
कैसा लग रहा है आपको यार?
बढ़िया यार, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हैप्पी फॉर यू।
It took just one question to resurrect a 15-year-old rap war.
ये इकलौता बंदा इसने गाने से FIR ले लिया खुद पे।
Just when it seemed like one of Indian hip-hop's most talked about rivalries has finally gone quiet.
लिरिक्स में मीनिंग नोट हो गए।
Samay Raina's India's Got Late in Season 2 has pressed play on the old controversy once again. On the latest bonus episode, Badshah was asked about the origin of his iconic stage name.
आपका नाम बादशाह किसने दिया था आपको?
His answer?
नहीं।
पक्का? मैंने तो कुछ और स्टोरी सुनी थी।
गलत स्टोरी मैंने।
He claimed that he came up with the name himself.
पक्का? मैंने तो कुछ और स्टोरी सुनी थी।
गलत स्टोरी मैंने।
But the internet was not ready to let that statement pass. because soon an old clip resurfaced in which Badshah appeared to say that it was Yo-Yo Hani Singh who had suggested the name Badshah.
ਹਨੀ ਭਾਜੀ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਵੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਯੂ ਲਿਵ ਲਾਈਕ ਅ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਤੂੰ ਜਦ ਤੇਰਾ ਮਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਚੱਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਦ ਤੇਰਾ ਮਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਉੱਠਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਬਸ ਬਾਦਸ਼ਾਹ ਡਿਸਾਈਡ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਭਾਈ.
And that contradiction instantly gave the internet a reason to revisit a feud that has been simmering for years now.
लेटेंट की सेलिब्रेशन देखो और मैं गिर गया डेकोरेशन तो देखो.
Hani Singh did not exactly ignore the throwback.
Yo Hani singer.
Reacting to the resurfaced clip, he took a pointed dig at Badshah, adding another spicy chapter to their long-running saga. But the latent episode itself took things a step further.
मेरे सारे अंग देखो गाना ब्राउन रंग देखो.
Samir Raina also appeared to poke fun at the Badshah Hani Singh history through a cheeky musical reference.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Sounds like a scene straight out of a spy thriller. The US President boards Air Force One in full view of the cameras. But behind the scenes, there is a decoy aircraft, a catering truck, and a secret military jet. And according to US media reports, Donald Trump is quietly moved from one aircraft to another without the press or even some White House staff knowing. Here is what reportedly happened on July 8th after the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. Trump's convoy arrives at the airport. He's seen boarding an older Air Force One. A catering truck is seen moving alongside the aircraft. Trump is then reportedly taken away from Air Force One inside the vehicle. The truck carries him across the airport to a much smaller military aircraft, a US Air Force C-32A. And the aircraft takes off for Britain. But the deception does not end there. The large Air Force One also takes off for Britain, effectively serving as a decoy. Both aircraft later arrive at RAF Mildenhall in England, just minutes apart. And then comes the final part of the operation. Trump is seen stepping off the older Air Force One. US media reports say it was prompted by a credible Iranian threat targeting Trump and potentially his aircraft. The Secret Service reportedly advised the president to change aircraft and conceal his movements. And Trump himself has spoken about the Iranian threat